And so that's sort of broken open that, okay, there really is something here. And so as a result of that, that's how some of these programs have gotten, pushed forward and reignited.
How many of these crashed crafts do you estimate there are that human beings have recovered?
More than 10.
More than 10.
More than 10.
How many of them are in possession of people in the United States?
I meant more than 10 in possession of the United States.
What about worldwide?
Worldwide?
Do we have any data on that?
We have data, but it's classified. There's no way to really talk about it.
But so there's more, though. You can safely say it's not just the ones in the United States.
Not just the ones in the United States. And these...
are they equally distributed?
I actually don't know for sure in terms of data. I mean, we have our best data, of course, on our own retrievals.
But more than 10 retrieved in the United States.
More than 10.
What is your take on Bob Lazar?
Well, we looked into the Bob Lazar story, and but only from a certain relatively superficial level. Looked at we found out what his clearance levels supposedly were, and so on, which came back saying it was not high enough to be doing what he says he was doing. On the other hand, it may just simply be, it was better than that, but we didn't have the access to see that. So when I hear his physics descriptions, it's a puzzle. It seems not exactly as I would anticipate might be the technology behind the craft, but I can't absolutely write them off. So it's an enigma, and I don't have any hard data to prove one way or the other. So it's I know you've talked to him.
Yeah. It's a fascinating puzzle.
It is a fascinating puzzle.
Because that would be the place, S4 would be the place where they would do that kind of work. I mean, if you wanted to do something like that in complete privacy and secrecy, you do it in the middle of the Nevada desert, very protected.
That's true. Right.
Outside of Area 51.
So even when people that have high clearances go and say, well, tell me about this. What's behind this? Who knows? If it's a special access program, an SAP, it might be, say, no, we're going to tell you that, he didn't do anything of significance here. In fact, he might have significance. There's just no way from the outside.
Yeah. So the actual generator, the thing that powers the craft that Lazar talked about, what was your take on that? This idea that it was element 115, that when it encounters high radiation, it has some sort of an anti-gravitational effect, some warp effect.
Well, there are two aspects. One is, what is the material or mechanisms that generate the effects? And then the other is, are the effects being described reasonable descriptions of the kind of effects you think are associated with such craft? On the element 115, as you know, in the general scientific community, we've seen element 115, but it's very short-lived. So it's hard to evaluate that, and at this point, there's no evidence that's it.
So it was we should explain to people, it was theoretical at one point until they detected it using, was it a Large Hadron Collider or another particle collider?
Right now, I think it was a particle collider in the Soviet Union or in Russia.
And it's very short-lasting. Yeah. But the idea is that what Lazar was in possession of, or what the craft was powered by, was some sort of a stable version of element 115.
That's what he says. So, in general, it was known that, and predicted, that there was an island of stability, as we call it, on some of these higher elements in the periodic table that are beyond uranium and so on. But really no data predicted as to what their lifetimes would be. And so element 115 is in that bunch, and when he first discussed it, it hadn't been seen yet.
But this is way back in
Way
1989.
back, that's right. But eventually, that element was detected, although the version of it that was detected had a very short lifetime. But of course, there may be some other isotope of that element that could have a long lifetime. Who knows? So it's just hard to evaluate. So it sits in my gray box, as I say. But his description of the anti-gravity effects and so on, that's an area that is well described as what you might expect. As it turns out, in a series of 38 papers, my own papers that I provided was one space-time metric engineering. And when the pilots came to me and said, drops down, takes off, right angle turn at Mach 10, this is way beyond the physics. And I said earlier, I think it's not beyond the physics, beyond our engineering. But what I did on the physics level was all of our electronics that we have here, for example, this microphone, the recording that you're making, and so on, that's all based on electromagnetic kinds of technologies, all of which come out of Maxwell's equations. Maxwell's equations, Clerk Maxwell, way back in the 1800s, developed the equations for electromagnetism. And basically, any kind of electromagnetic device, you name it, Wi-Fi, whatever, can be traced back to this equation. So what I said to myself was, okay, we have these apparent craft operating with this unbelievable kinds of activity. Is there any way to account for that in our physics? Well, it turns out. So what I did, I took a sheet of paper, and the left-hand side of the paper, I wrote down all the weird effects that have been claimed. Right angle turn at Mach 10. I got close to the craft, and suddenly it wasn't the same size as it seemed to be when I was further away.
Like I actually said that,
I don't.
Where are you? You don't need to do this with me, that with me. It's always just a tip. Do very simple things,
I'm not
And
following.
so I had to end that. And now,
You had a friend who you used to do things with?
yeah, what was the name?
Of your friend?
Yes.
What was your?
Right?
Oh, you're talking about me? Yeah, my router went down right when you were sending me stuff, so apologies if I didn't get it all. Are you still in the chat? We'll get back in the chat. Just go back to the literati game and okay, I'm saying hi. Say hi back to me. Can you find the chat? Can you find the chat? Hello?
Yes, Rabbi, I'm talking in the chat.
Okay, now I see.
Huh?
I see now.
Yeah, that was a typo, but I do too, of course.
There was a certain color but when I got close to it, it was a different color. All these weird things. To me, the weirder the better, because if somebody was just making up a BS story, they want it to sound rational. So you don't come up with things like, well, I got in the craft, 5 minutes went by, I came out, and 2 hours had gone by. I mean, you're just not going to make that up. Then on the right-hand side of the piece of paper, I said, okay, we have Einstein's equations of general relativity, and we use them to talk about black hole mergers or neutron star mergers or whatever. And all these things are massively energetic events. Suppose I could engineer Einstein's equations the way we engineer Maxwell's equations for electromagnetic effect. What would I expect to see? And I find out I got a hand-in-glove match between what was claiming to be observed and what Einstein's equation, if you could engineer them. Well, why can't we engineer them? Well, what we know today is the energy density required to engineer those equations is just way beyond our ability to do so. So,
can you give me a comparison to what the energy requirements of something like that would be like?
Yeah, people have in fact, Alcubierre warp drive. I don't know if you've heard of that, but Miguel Alcubierre was a researcher in general relativity and kind of a Star Trek fan and so on. He said, I wonder if we could really have warp drive. And so he used Einstein's equations to say, okay, under what conditions could we do a warp drive? And he actually came up with solutions from out of the equations. Okay, what would it take to drive that? Oh, it would be hundreds of times more than the energy of the sun. I mean, just outer sight energy. So, until we have a new energy source, or until there's some back door that we haven't, zeroed in on, it's just really outside of our expertise to think of engineering.
There could be conceivably some breakthrough in an understanding of this backdoor, like whatever it could be, some new type of science, some new kind of understanding.
And one of the things that I've looked into myself as well, what about vacuum energy, so-called? As a quantum physicist, we all know that, you push a kid in the swing and it comes down and stops. But at the quantum level, you get something going, it doesn't stop. It always comes down to a certain level and it's still there. So it turns out that what we call empty space is not really empty, it's full of quantum fluctuations. And in fact, one of the difficulties of modern physics theory is that when we go by using our standard quantum theory to calculate, well, what's the energy density, like right here, or way out in empty space? What's the energy density of those quantum fluctuations? It's 120 orders of magnitude greater than could possibly be according to all of our other theories. I mean, it would collapse gravity and everything else. So we have this conundrum that energy that is everywhere somehow all is random and cancels out. So, it's just not having an effect. So the idea is if you could somehow access that energy and cohere it, so to speak, maybe you could get to the energy. I mean,
what would that look like?
Well, if I go off on a weird tangent, I could tell you what it might look like. Along the way in the remote viewing program where we're kind of looking at physical effects, decided to take a look at so-called levitating saints.
Okay.
And so, you think, okay, well, that's a Catholic church trying to pretend that it's got these magical people and whatever. But when you dig into the data, you find that isn't it. It's that the church hated the idea that some individuals were levitating because they might be in the middle of giving mass and suddenly they float up or whatever. So it turns out that even looking in the deep literature of the Inquisition and so on, the evidence is really solid that there have been levitating saints. And what the Catholic Church usually did is they squirreled them off into some monastery where nobody'd see them because they're
When
so.
you say levitating, like, what do you mean? You mean, like, how
I
far
mean-
off the ground?
Sometimes,
Jamie's got something here. Notable example happened during a visit to Italy from the Spanish ambassador. The ambassador had visited Joseph in his monastic cell and was so impressed that he wanted to return with his wife. Joseph entered the church where the couple hoped to meet him, and upon seeing the statue of Mary, elevated 10 feet into the air, flew over the crowd to the statue, prayed, flew back to the door, and returned home. The church later took depositions from a number of people who were there that day, and their stories were consistent. And what year was it? 1628.
1628. So there are enough stories like that with lots of observers and reporting under really excellent condition. Okay. Now that guy didn't have a nuclear power pack on his back. So how did that happen? Well, the only thing I can think of in terms of the physics we know today would be that somehow the vacuum energy, which can be very high if you cohered it, and if you made it non-random, maybe that could do it.
So perhaps he was able to access this with states of consciousness because he was so devout in his faith that
That's
upon seeing this, the experience was so overwhelming that he was somehow able to access this energy.
Right, and that ecstatic state is.
But it would take this extreme belief, this extreme commitment, this state of mind that's very rare.
Exactly. That's what it would take.
And you would follow that when you did the experiments with the quantum chip. You'd say, well, if someone's able to control oscillations, you're doing something with your mind that shouldn't be possible.
Right.
And you're affecting a physical thing that shouldn't be possible. And this is just someone who'd never thought of doing that before, someone who didn't know that they were going to. This is a physical manifestation of the power of whatever unknown ability of the human mind.
So since it's unknown, there's no way we would know how to tap it.
Right, and if these are very unique moments where this is an extremely devout person who obviously was a monk, was probably meditating and achieving this insane state of consciousness that's almost impossible to get to unless you're committed as long as he was, unless you're as dedicated as he was, and then he has this overwhelming moment.
Right. And I have no way to, connect the physics to it. Now,
but the idea is that if there is energy that's allowing a person using their mind to do this, that somehow or another, if this energy could be accessed through science, through physics, through engineering.
We tried to look into that. For example, Andrei Sakharov, a very famous Soviet physicist, said, I don't think gravity is its own thing. I think really it's a manifestation of the underlying quantum fluctuations. And so I and some colleagues from Lockheed Martin and elsewhere kind of looked into that option. And, if we're just sitting here talking and so on, the universe is full of quantum fluctuations. Why don't I notice it? On the other hand, if you get into your fast-moving car and you suddenly take off, you're pressed back in your seat. Well, what is it that's pressing back? I mean, it isn't the wind, you've got a windshield. Well, there's some modeling that says, well, maybe it's because if you try to accelerate through the vacuum fluctuation, it will push back on you. So that might be our first little touch that, conditions of acceleration, we do notice the background fluctuations. Well, says to a theorist, inertia and gravity are, then it makes you think, maybe there's some way of accessing vacuum fluctuations to control gravity. That's what we would like to think. So one of the things we did in the program was just collect every bit of data that we could. So, for example, when I went through my analysis of, well, if we could engineer general relativity, what we'd expect to see, a number of things came out of it. So, for example, in this room, most of the electromagnetic energy we don't see. It's in the form of heat, and we don't see heat. You get an infrared detector, you can see it, but we don't see heat. Well, it turns out that under the conditions in which you're controlling gravity, the way these craft appear to be doing, one of the consequences and one of the attributes that goes along with it is the frequencies get raised. And so the heat of a craft that you ordinarily wouldn't see can get raised up into the visible spectrum. And so that's why they might look so bright. That also has certain other additional consequences. That is, if it's powered up and it's sitting there on the ground and you get too close, the ordinary heat spectrum, which isn't harmful, the visible spectrum, which isn't harmful, can be shifted up frequency into the ultraviolet and soft X-ray. So if you get too close to the landing craft that's powered up, you might get a sunburn, which is one of the things that has been reported. Or you might actually, in fact, get radiation poisoning from X-rays and so on. So those kinds of things seem to go hand in hand and give us some clues of where to look.
What is your take on the Travis Walton story?
I think the Travis Walton story is right on. I think that's a solid story.
It's a very.
I don't have any that's
I have a bobblehead.
specific.
It's a Travis Walton bobblehead.
Oh yes, okay.
That's him. He gave it to me.
I see.
Pretty cool.
Okay. No, I think I all aspects that I've seen of this story, I take that as.
For people that don't know the story, I'll give you a brief synopsis or a brief breakdown of what it was. They're loggers. They're driving through Arizona. They see this craft moving through the sky, and it goes into the woods. Travis gets out of the truck, runs towards it, gets too close to it, and is hit with some sort of a beam. Flies back, falls down. The other guys panic. They take off in the truck, and as they're taking off, they're arguing that they need to go back and get him. We need to go help him. We need to go back and get him. They're all freaked out. They decide, we got to go back. So they turn around, and he's gone. They get back to the spot. The craft is gone. Travis is gone. They reported. Everyone's freaking out. No one knows. They suspect they might have killed him or something. 5 days later, Travis appears wearing the same clothes, looking none the worse for wear, with this fantastic story that they took him aboard this craft, and they communicated with him and fixed his body. That something happened to him upon the impact of whatever that ray was that hit him, and he was going to die. They repaired him, and they communicated with him and brought him back. 5 days later, he has this story, and he's had the same story for decades.
And one of the reasons I accept that story is that, for example, the other people who left the site and then went back, they eventually did polygraphs on them, and they passed the polygraphs. I mean, they weren't making up that story.
Polygraphs are manipulative. You can manipulate.
Well, yeah, you can, but would I expect that some
unsophisticated
loggers would do it?
No, particularly one of the guys didn't even like Travis. One of the guys, Travis, got into a fist fight with the actual day of the event.
Oh, my.
Yeah, and he also told the exact same story.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
So there was a lot going on with that one. And then there had been frequent sightings in that one particular area, which is also weird. Like, what is it about certain areas? I mean, there's the area that you discussed in Australia. Well, that would kind of make sense if there really is a base somewhere. And the real thought that keeps getting brought about in the zeitgeist is the ocean. That's what people bring up all the time. If you wanted to hide in plain sight, where would you hide? Well, you hide in 3/4 of the Earth's surface that we very rarely examine.
And the observation of UFOs coming up, non-human intelligence craft coming up out of the ocean, they're all over the place.
Right.
So Tim Godley, who's ex-Navy admiral, he's a Navy admiral now retired, who was in charge of NOAA, the National Oceanographic, whatever it's called. Uh, he's really big on the idea of collecting data about UFOs emerging from the water. And so it seems like the data on that is just all over the place. Also, observing UFOs in the water, zooming by submarines
Right.
at 400 knots, 500 knots,
Yeah.
or whatever, without any cavitation. I mean,
Right.
it's really. So the data, we're buried in data, really. We're just not buried in how to explain it.
Have any of these remote viewers tried to look at the bottom of the ocean?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why wouldn't they?
Now, remote viewers have zeroed in on UFOs, although it turns out not at the bottom of the ocean. Let me give you an example. But we should probably do that. I mean, since now these days I'm not involved in the remote viewing programs, so maybe there are some.
But there are remote viewing programs that are still going on right now.
I would say that's likely. I mean, when you have an asset that works to some degree,
even though it's dismissed publicly.
Even though it's dismissed publicly, so even after the SRI program got shut down, after I came out to Austin in '85 to set up Earth Tech International and the Institute for Advanced Studies in Austin, starting to pursue my physics stuff because I really wanted to pursue my physics. I didn't want to stay in looking at remote viewing forever. But I got calls from certain intelligence agency asking me if I'd be willing to set up another program in remote viewing. And so I figured, okay, I turned them down because I liked the change I had made. But so if they asked me that, chances are they asked somebody else that, and I probably got somebody to agree to do it. And from time to time, many of the remote viewers that we trained in Army INSCOM, for example, have now, retired from the Army, and they're teaching remote viewing classes, and they often get tasked by somebody back in the intelligence community to check out something. I mean, they've been very prolific in, for example, detecting, say, cargo ships coming across the ocean where certain containers full of dope.
Really?
That's been released on the CIA site about remote viewing results, and so you can find it. Of course, I tell any remote viewers I know, don't want to advertise that because you don't want cartels putting a check on your back. So.
Yeah, but what I'm interested in is the possibility of things under the ocean, and I would imagine if I was running a remote viewing program and I had suspicions that there's activity under the ocean, like that craft that was seen that goes 500 knots under the water, that I would start looking under there.
I can well imagine that somebody is.
But you're just not aware of it.
I'm just not aware of it. But
there's this structure that exists off the coast of California at the bottom of the ocean that looks odd, very odd. It looks very constructed. It looks man-made or intelligent in its construction. I was just looking at something on Google the other day where people are having a hard time finding it now, and they're thinking that it's perhaps obscured.
Yeah.
See if you can find that, because
I know what you're talking about.
You saw it as well?
I saw it as well, and it was certainly interesting.
It looked very weird. It looked like some sort of a base. It was flat on the top, and it looked like it had openings in it.
See, I lost your sound.
Oh, you did? Jamie, maybe it's your headphones, or did you step on something? You hear me now?
No, I mean, I just hear you through the air, but not.
We're going to take a break right now because I got to use the restroom anyway, and Jamie will fix it, and we'll be right back. Had a little tactical snafu, use the restroom, and we're back. So I forget exactly where we're at, but I know where I wanted to go. Where I wanted to go is we're talking about potential sources of energy. potential sources of propulsion systems. How much do you consider the possibility that the things that people are seeing are ours? They're made in some top secret program using some advanced propulsion system, some advanced energy system that is not publicly disclosed.
I wouldn't rule out the fact that we may have some pretty fancy things running from our own labs. I know that what gets developed in the dark labs, some of which I know about, are really advanced, but just can't cover the whole observation that we're seeing with what we call NHI craft, non-human intelligence craft.
But do you think that some of this stuff has been back engineered from these non-human crafts?
Some of the materials, I would say yes. I think we've got some. It's out on the web these days. That, for example, Patel Institute has supposedly were given some materials from the Roswell crash, and we always hear the descriptions of this foil that you could crumple up and then let go and it just flattens out again and so on. So material of that type was provided to Patel, and they worked on it for some years to try to see if they could reproduce it. And the claim is that, and it's in the public domain, that nitinol came out of it, which is that material that can be heated and then it'll reform into its original sorts. It doesn't exactly reproduce the effect you saw, but some of it is kind of in the direction of that. And it turned out that some of the main material engineers that worked on that, at their deathbed, they told their relatives that they were working on pieces from the Roswell crash, and they made some progress, but not a lot. You can look that up on the internet and see that that's the case.
Is part of the limitation this thing that we're discussing earlier about compartmentalization and the lack of ability of other scientists to get access to this material so they can collaborate?
Yes, the compartmentalization, I would say, is the biggest impediment to making really good progress, for sure. I think that's the case.
And this conundrum has sort of existed for quite a long time.
Quite a long time.
This is something
decades.
Also in line with what Bob Lazar said. Bob Lazar said the big frustration when he was working, he was tasked with trying to figure out the propulsion system, but he had no access to the metallurgists. He had no access to anyone else that was also working on similar things. And he's like, science just can't progress this way. It needs to be collaborative.
Absolutely right. That's 100%. And it's even worse than you would think. I mean, one of the stories that I ran into was a corporation had materials from crashes in their basement. They couldn't even bring them up to the top floor for their own scientists to look at because it was so compartmentalized. And so that was part of the deal where we said, okay, well, give them to us, and then we'll come in the front door and give them to your scientists. And we won't say it came from your basement, and we won't say what it had to do with. And, maybe that would work. That got shut down. So it was so compartmentalized. So compartmentalization is really a death knell on much of this stuff. As I go back to my Teller story, more collaboration, even though there are faults that can happen and material can leak out and information can leak out, and that might help an adversary. Still, I think more openness would be a better idea.
Oh, for sure. Well, definitely for you and I, who are fascinated by this thing.
Right.
What have you had a personal experience with anything that you can't explain?
No, actually, I haven't.
So for you, it's
I mean, one time I saw what appeared to be a satellite make a right angle turn, so that falls into that kind of a category. But who knows? Who knows what?
Right.
So no.
Nothing profound.
Nothing profound.
So you've never been hopped in a jet and flown to the wreckage and had a
No.
chance to look at things?
No, haven't.
God, don't you want to?
Well, I sure would like to do that. But
Yeah.
that's still. Uh, we had this discussion earlier about well, for example, neural viewing or quantum entanglement, or what's going on that physics that we don't understand, that these kinds of things can be happening. And you'll be interested to know that someone John Paul DeGioia, and I are in partnership to explore a new means of communication, quantum communications. And so I'm actually now, at this point, directly involved in a program to examine quantum communications. And so it turns out that whereas ordinary electromagnetic communications, can't get through barriers, a metal door or whatever. Well, why is that? It's because the electromagnetic signal, when it gets to the metal door, the electric and magnetic field generate counteracting effects, and so the signal can't get through. So it turned out that some years ago, when I was digging around to try to find out how to explain unusual effects, I dug deeper into electromagnetism down into the quantum levels and recognized that there are some additional quantum processes where you could end up suppressing the electric and magnetic fields, but you would still have a quantum signal, which in principle could get through barriers. And so that would mean, okay, if that's the case, and you could communicate to submarines. So whereas the salt water is sufficiently conductive, the electromagnetic signal can't get down there and communicate. If you are able to pull out the electric and magnetic components, but you still have an underlying quantum aspect to it, you could get through. Or same thing with spaceships. When our spaceships came back when the Apollo spaceships came back, once they started in our atmosphere and are surrounded by plasma, we had this period where there's no communication. Well, for the very reason that electromagnetic signals can't get through charged plasmas. But this quantum communication aspect could.
What would you use how would you encode the information quantumly, and how would you project it? What kind of machinery would be involved in something like that?
Well, it turns out that the machinery to generate the signals would be very explicitly designed antenna structures that are put together in such a way as to prevent electromagnetic components from being transmitted. It's the detection part where the secret to the technology is, because it turns out that, okay, if electromagnetic signals aren't there, how are you going to detect such a signal? Because all of our detectors are, electromagnetic signal comes in and generates a current and whatever. Well, it turns out that this special kind of signaling at the quantum level can only be detected by quantum devices. Quantum devices can detect these quantum communication signals, even if there's no electric and magnetic effects associated with them. So that's what we're looking at. And so when I think about what areas does this have application for? Well, of course, it's got a lot of application for things like communication and under conditions where you'd like to overcome shielding. But it may have something to do even with some of the consciousness stuff. Because ordinarily, when you hear about people trying to think, well, what about consciousness? Is it still just all molecules and neurons whirling around, or are there some additional fields? There are a couple of physicists, the physicist and anesthesiologist, the physicist Roger Penrose, he got a Nobel Prize for general relativity stuff, and Stu Hameroff, who is an anesthesiologist. They coupled up and started saying, okay, is there a possibility that there are quantum aspects in ordinary life, in ordinary consciousness. Because it sounds kind of reasonable. The anesthesiologist says, well, when I give somebody a certain anesthetic, they lose consciousness. So there must be something about the anesthesia that grabs onto whatever's responsible for consciousness. So make long story short, they came up with a model where they felt that there are, in fact, quantum processes occurring within the brain that, in addition to the stuff we all read about, know about, like neurons and all that kind of stuff, there's also a distribution throughout our brain and nervous system of what's called microtubules. And it turns out microtubules have such a structure. You do experiments in the lab to show this, that they can detect quantum signals. So the idea that even in our consciousness, there are mechanisms for detecting quantum signals is like a whole new area to investigate. And so there are some, biological and consciousness-oriented experimenters that are taking a look at this idea that, okay, instead of just saying quantum entanglement, that's how information you get from here to there, maybe we can actually find out, okay, well, what's the mechanism? And so this is a whole new area. It turns out that I developed proof of principle for this sub-rosa quantum communication stuff on a classified contract back in the 90s, actually. So I got proof of principle in that situation. However, you say, okay, well, if you got proof of principle, then why aren't we using it? Why isn't it all over the place? Well, it turns out that quantum detectors were very, new kinds of circuitry and nothing ready for prime time. So I put that whole thing on the shelf, let it sit there for a while. And now, because of quantum computing, it turns out a lot of research effort is going in to develop cryogenic circuitry near absolute zero to be used in quantum computing. So I said, okay, they got these Josephson junctions working, which is exactly what I want to use for my detection scheme. And so if I find time, I decided to take it off the shelf. So I approached JP and showed him what the potential was, not only in just communications, but maybe it has implications for, biological things or medical things or whatever, because of this other work on microtubules. So he said, okay, well, let's go for it. So we have another major lab that is actually putting together circuitry for us that operates about 3.7 degrees above absolute zero. I mean, this is really quite a technical challenge, but he and I are working in that together. He's my collaborator.
Fascinating. Quantum entanglement, is that what you think was going on with the algae? So if you were able to do something to the algae in one area, the same colony of algae, when you're separated by long distances, instantaneously
you sandbagging son of a bitch.
Happening?
Are you ready to get your ass whooped? Okay, how are you going to do that?
I'm going to do it by myself.
All right, what are you going to do? Be number 1,556 with Bunny Blue?
No, I'm going to come to help with some influencer because I go on Instagram and TikTok and I go through the comments of health influencers and their hatred, right? You want to go where hatred attracts attention. The only reason why people hate these people, right, is because they don't have the discipline to do these things themselves. They don't want to give up fast food. They don't want to eat healthy. They don't want to go to the gym. They don't want to work out because it's more convenient for them to stay unhealthy, because that's the way society has programmed it with more convenient, where it's more convenient to eat unhealthy. And if you go online and you say these feeds and get the hate brings a lot of attention, so I just keep them being hated until people keep on viewing it and sharing it.
That's a fucking hilarious idea. So you mean you just go into people's Instagram comments and call them fat?
Yeah.
Love it. That's a fucking $1 million idea, my man. Hey, Zoot, did you know that Lee Gandhi was here to see you?
Fuck my dick.
All right, big dog. Are you ready? Dude, I've got 1 million of these fucking jokes. They're so funny. Let me just read them to you. I mean, they're not really funny. They're funny if you're like 14 years old, but I kind of think that shit is hilarious.
Hey,
Yo, what's going on, girl? Yes?
did you see that?
What?
Did you see what I showed you?
What was it? It was like a circle.
What was it?
At the end,
Huh?
It was like a circle.
at the end of the diagram, people don't hate what they don't have that they see.
What was that?
All right, Zoot. I can't have two people talking to me at the same time. Just hold on, Zoot. What'd you say, Audie?
I said, did you see what I showed you?
It looked like a circle.
Did you see what was in the middle?
No, what was it?
Look at it.
Okay, it's a triangle.
What does it say on that?
Oh,
If you read it, what's the number?
I can't read it.
It says 13.
Okay, it says
It's
13.
what?
Hold on, let me make it bigger.
It says what?
My vision isn't very good. I can't even see that it says 13. Okay, Zoot. Zoot, do you have any my fat? Zoot, do you have any my? Okay, my fat dick in your face. Zoot, do you have any? Zoot, do you know about Bofa? Both of these nuts on your mouth. Zoot, do you know about Dragon Balls? Yeah. Dragon Balls on your face? Zoot, do you know about Sugandis? Zoot, will you wear Sugandis? Sugandis nuts, son. Zoot, do you know about Phyllis? These are so stupid, I love it. Zoot, do you know about Phyllis? Zoot, do you know about Phyllis? Phyllis?
It's girlfriend, isn't it?
Perhaps. Phyllis? I'm looking for Phyllis's joke.
Shouldn't he have a girlfriend?
Zoot, he has a girlfriend. Unfortunately, she lives closer to me than she does to him. But he's got a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm. She's supposed to be doing what?
She's closer to living near me than she does him. But he's got a girlfriend.
What?
Perhaps, man. Hey, Zoot, do you know about plant tulips?
Phyllis?
Zoot, do you know about plant
Do you
tulips?
talk to her?
Dude, I talked to
We talk to her?
Phyllis. Hold on. There's a.
Dude, we talk to Zoo?
Didn't Phyllis have an ability? Wait, who's Phyllis? Phyllis Dick. I just think that's hilarious. All right, next one. Zoot, do you know about Ligma? Calm down, Audie. These are for Zoot. They're funnier if I say them to him because we're both sophomore. Zoot, did you know about Ligma? Zoot,
Yeah, we already learned that just now, right?
Zoot, do you know about Ligma?
But we didn't need to learn that, right?
Adi, calm down.
It was funny the first time, right?
Calm down.
And I think we can remember, right?
I
But
didn't.
you really need to double, triple, 100% check that I know who that is, right?
I'm not talking to you.
Right now, you're not. I'm talking. But I will answer.
All right,
because
girl.
I came in here
Girl,
to have
girl,
peace, right?
girl. If you
And
keep
we just
talking,
talk about
I'm gonna mute you.
Please.
Just-
I'm talking to you. Would you please just be nice to me? Because you know that I have ears. And you know that I put the sound on in here because I like to listen to what you're watching or say hi to you, right?
I understand that, but be quiet for right now. I'm telling Zoot these jokes.
You don't have to be quiet, but if you're going to talk to Zoo, would you talk to Zoo how you would talk to me? Isn't that nice?
No, I don't sit here and just tear into you like I do Zoot. I tee off on this motherfucker.
Hi.
All right, Zoot, I'm sending you an invite. Zoot, I have a question for you. How many games in a row are you gonna lose?
Probably 10, right? Or 12.
Zoot, how many games in a row are you gonna lose?
I don't know. Is Zoo muted for me still?
I don't know. I don't control your phone. Zoot, you have an invitation. How many games in a row are you gonna lose, son? Zoot, Zoot, do you know who Lee Gandhi is?
Come on.
Lee Gandhi's nuts. I used that on Riser.
Okay, cool.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
That's so funny because those are the same person, right? And that would be GR, right? And I think I know how to track a circle, don't I?
girl.
Oh my god.
But can we please be nice?
Rabbi. Right?
And her name is what, Zoo?
Oh my god, that was the
You want to
worst
tell us
thing.
what she looks like, Zoo?
Okay, Adi, you need
Pop her up into the chat right now.
Adi.
What?
Hmm?
I'm not going to display what someone looks like without that.
Calm down. No, you're fine, Zoot. She got muted. She's having a tough one. She can message me when she wants to be unmuted. I don't blame her. She's having a tough night.
I haven't even shown Rabbi what she looks like.
I don't want to know what she looks like. All I want to know is her name Phyllis. Fill the stick,
When
dog.
the time comes, you're gonna like it.
Fill
When
the.
the time comes and she's with me, when the time's ready, when she feels like that her life is good enough where she feels comfortable to come to Australia, she doesn't want me to go over there. Then she'll be in the chat and you can see it.
All right.
Until then,
Can I call her Phyllis?
No, she's not finished.
No, I know, but can I call her Phyllis? Oh, get in the fucking hole. Oh, dude, that would have been amazing.
Actually,
Dude, am I the only person
that's
who
not
finds?
my
Am I the only person who finds these jokes to be absolutely hilarious? You don't find Ligma to be a funny joke?
No.
You don't think it's funny when somebody says, you have a case of Ligma, and they ask, what's Ligma? And then you say Ligma balls. You don't think that's funny? It's hilarious. It's so fucking funny. Dude, do you know the OG one of those? Oh, that's a bad shot. Dude, do you have any up dog?
What's up there?
I don't know. What's up with you? That's from the American version of The Office. Dude, I'm down 0-2. It's like impossible for me to come back. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Oh, Zoot, you kind of just gave me a little shortcut. You ready for this shot, Zoot? Just straight up sucks. Hit his ball at least. Hit his ball. Dog. Run down there. Run down there. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot, you ready for me to just make this shot? Put you out of your misery? I could, but I'm not going to. Psych! That was one of the greatest shots I've ever had. I didn't even mean to make it. Zoot, you hate this hole. Zoot, that's a great shot. Oh! Zoot, you just won. It's impossible for me to make it.
Yeah.
I mean, you just.
15 minutes.
It's over, baby.
I was fun.
Great job, man. How do you feel?
But like I never want to play this damn game. It's actually such a disadvantage going first here. I'm going to try something different.
Do you think that's a good shot?
I was going to go into the tie regardless. I'll tell you why it's not a bad shot.
What was that?
The worst shot imaginable. I don't think if you paid me, I could have had a better worst shot.
Do you know about Ligma?
Yeah, Ligma balls. Again. Guess what? You still lost.
I know, dog. Good job, Zoot.
The losing streak is now over.
Oh.
You gave me the last game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Zoot, I need to be able to focus, though. I don't think you understand.
But you got table soccer.
Dog, you whooped me in table soccer, but I let you win. Just like I let you win mini golf just then. Zoot, I have a question for you. Do you know about Phyllis?
It was
Phyllis Dick. These are all cool story, bro. Zoot, it says it's waiting on the other player. Zoot, are you going to pick a fucking team? You're going to jerk yourself off raw. What team did Zoot pick? Probably some donkey shit team. One of those shithole countries, as our president calls them.
Are you from Australia?
I'm the Thunder from down under, baby. Oh, yeah, you definitely picked a shithole team squad. Oh, Zoot.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but actually turned out to be great. The USA looks pretty cool.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp. Zoot. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. There's an open goal. What are you going to do? Zoot.
I should have happened defense. You can actually get it. And you somehow fucked it up.
Zoot, take a shot on goal, big dog. Oh, you fucked
Oh,
up.
that's not a good shot.
You fucked up, son. Oh, major fuck up, Zoot. I need a really
We
good.
both have shitty goal.
I'm just gonna go for the goal. Oh no.
I think we both have shitty defense, and that is still a hard shot.
Yes, it is. You're absolutely right.
That is not a hard shot, though.
Easy shot, Zoot.
That should not be a goal because he went over the line. If you go over the line in real soccer, it's not a goal. Did I make that up, or is that a true goal?
Well, it depends. Oh, Zoot. What are we gonna do here,
Check
Zoot?
on him.
Look at this shot. Zoot, what are your thoughts? Zoot, this is not a good. Nothing's going well for me here. Dog, you could score. Take a shot on goal. Take the shot on goal. Good. I'm glad you got it. 2-0. Dude, the USA is your squad, baby. Give me that pass. Get in there. Look at this pass, Zoot. You ready for this, son? No passes left. Oh, and I scored. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my goal? That was one of the best goals we've ever seen. Do you know how much athleticism that took? Oh, no way, Zoot. No way. Fuck, Zoot. Zoot, look at this shot.
How does it feel to lose your own? How does it feel to lose to your own country?
I'll ask you in about 4 goals. Pass. All right, now we need another good pass. This is not
That was
good.
okay.
This is not good.
Is my defense too strong?
Yep. You've got the golden dome. Oh, Zoot. I need an amazing shot right now. Oh! 3-2, baby. How'd you like that shot? That was one of the best shots in the history of mankind. All right, Zoot. I don't really know what to do here. Oh, no way. It almost went in. No way. Zoot. If I could get this pass to that guy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the Thunder from Down Under is? What is the Thunder from Down Under?
The Mel Strip Show.
Yeah, where is it?
Las Vegas.
You got it, baby. Zoot, did you know that I'm the king of the Thunder from Down Under? I'm its leader. All those horny chicks come out to see me. I tell them I'm from Perth. They don't even know where Perth is. Oh, Zoot, that was amazing. All right, your defense is fucking great. Oh, it wouldn't have counted anyway. Zoot, I hate your defense. F your defense, son. Take a shot on goal. All right, Zoot, you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? Oh, man.
Tomorrow I'll be training with Jess.
Okay, that's good. I'll fucking add it to my journal. Zoot, don't miss this.
No.
Don't miss this.
How does it feel? How does it feel to lose to your own country?
Fuck you. That's how it feels. I let you win. I never want to see the United States lose. Zoot, are you ready for something new? Zoot. I'm really bad at this. I am really bad at this. I can't tell the difference in the balls. Oh, dude, did you just knock in a bunch of things?
Nah, I don't.
Oh, I thought that was my shot.
We never played
We never played pool.
Yeah, we never played it.
I'm really bad at it. Really, really bad.
Are you really?
I'm worse at this than I am darts. I'm really bad at this.
Most popular game. I think it's not the most popular game in the world. Oh my god.
That could be.
It's in the top 10.
I doubt that. Maybe in mini games.
No. Not Play-Doh, but like the whole 8-ball game that's popular in the world. Do not fucking go in.
Dude, I always hit the 8-ball in it. Zoot, you're playing like a fucking baller.
I'm not playing that good. I stuck your ball, yeah.
Zoot, are you gonna put some ligma on that next shot?
No. That was a bad shot.
Oh, Zoot. It's over. You should just give up now.
I mean, the good thing is my balls are restricted. Yeah.
That was one of the greatest shots in the history of mankind. Zoot, do you know who Pauly Shore is?
Oh my god.
Who?
I know how cool he is.
The guy from fucking cryptocurrencies?
Yeah. He does not like that.
Why?
That's the channel.
Zoot, quit with your fucking talks. You're in my way.
What do you mean you're bad at this? You're playing better than me.
Zoot, you watch. I suck dick at this game.
Go.
Told ya. Zoot, Zoot, shut the fuck up and just go.
Oh, this is bad shot.
Oh, Zoot, that was dog shit.
Rabbi.
Yo, baby. Look how sick this shot is. I told you I fucking 8-ball. Fuck. Dude, I always do that, dude. I always do that. Fuck, Zoot. Dude, I always put the 8-ball on. Let's try it with trick shot.
I won 6 games out of 12. I have a 50% win rate.
Dude, I have like a less than 10% win rate. I'm really bad. Alright, I don't know what cutthroat is. How do you play cutthroat?
Let's find out. Just let me check what my DoorDash order is.
Your DoorDash order sucks.
I mean, yeah, you wouldn't be a fan of what I made.
Alright, cool.
Um, 39, 8 minutes away.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
You're ready? Hold on, let me look up what cutthroat is. Cutthroat pool. Hopefully it's better than 8-ball. Cutthroat or cutthroat, sometimes referred to as three-man screw. It's typically 3-player or team pocket billiards game played on a pool table with a full standard set of pool balls. The game cannot be played with 3 or more players with an unnumbered reds and yellows balls as used in blackball. Each player is commonly assigned a set of 5 consecutively numbered object balls, though the number of balls will vary with the number of players. The object of the game is to be the last player with at least 1 ball in their group remaining on the table. The name Cutthroat is not unique to pool. Okay, you ready to play Cutthroat?
Yeah.
Dude, I just fucked up. Hold on.
Can you send me an invite?
No, because you have to have 3 players.
Where's Rosa?
Sucking dick. Dude, don't accept that. Okay, so we have to play 1v1. What's 9-ball?
Where's Cutthroat?
Dude, it's with 3 people. You can't play with 2. 9-ball is a discipline of cue sport. Hold on. Okay. It was played a rectangular billiard ball in the pockets. Using a cue stick, players must strike the white cue ball to pocket 9 colored balls, hitting them in ascending numerical order. An individual game or rack is won by a player pocketing the 9-ball. Matches are usually played as a race. Okay, let's play 9-ball.
I don't see Cutthroat on my app. Is it a card game or is it?
No, it's a type of pool.
Oh, it's a pool?
Yeah. It's a type of game within pool.
What is it?
Like we're playing 9-ball right now.
What's the difference between this thing?
I don't really know.
What the fuck?
You pocketed 3 balls. Hit the 1 ball.
You made life easy for me.
So you don't even know what you're fucking doing.
Yeah, I have to hit the 1 ball to get it in.
Yeah, but it's really hard for you to hit it now.
Well, you're fucking 2 points in front of me right now.
Yeah, because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do? You're fucked.
I just gave you the hole.
This isn't. There's no hole. You gave me the shot.
It's a hole.
It's a pocket.
Okay, I gave you the pocket. All right. Yeah, you have to eat the pit bull.
Did you see that?
How is that bad?
Did you see that, Zoo?
You overshot. That was like the most obvious overshot I've ever seen.
Oh, I didn't know you could.
Simon Clare.
I didn't even know you could overshoot. I was always going for as hard as you can. Did you see how sexy that shot was? Zoo,
My daughter was
Zoo, no one gives a flying fuck. Watch this shot,
Is
Zoo.
it
Oh.
whoever gets the most?
No, it's whatever person puts the 9 ball in. Zoo, don't suck.
What's the point then?
No one knows. Just put the 9 ball in when it says to hit the 9 ball. Zoo, that shot was absolute. That shot was zebra shit.
Wouldn't it make sense to just let all the other person do all the effort and then go for the number?
I think so. Oh, that was one of the sickest shots of all time.
Is the flag that you call the yellow ball to the yellow ball on the truck?
No, it's the green one.
Oh, no, that's the six on the flag. You targeted the flag.
Dude, I'm just gonna put the ball in a really tough spot for you.
That's not that bad.
No, it's easy.
I actually think it would.
Oh, you failed to hit the 6 ball first. So it goes back to the original spot. Dude, why didn't I just take that shot? You
Okay,
po- you
if
po-
I get this, then you're fucked. Holy shit. Rabbi, you won. You won.
No, this is the 8 ball.
That's the 8.
I scratched.
Congratulations.
Dude, are you serious? Do you get to win if this ball goes in? Are you fucking serious? You win? That is the shittiest game. So I did all the work, and then you get to hit the last one in? That game sucks.
I told you.
That game sucks, son. Okay, we're going to do scoring now, but it's trick shot scoring. And if you're like, what's trick shot scoring? No one knows. Zoot.
My DoorDash will be here in 5 minutes.
Dude, I don't give a flying fuck about your food. Hit the fucking ball. Dude, you have an invitation. You're just jerking yourself off raw. Dude.
There's 3 players.
No, there's not. You jackfruit.
Oh, here we go.
Dude, keep in mind, scoring is not regular. It's trick shot. And if you're like, okay, what does that mean? I don't know. Oh, I failed to hit a trick shot. So that doesn't count.
What the fuck is this trick shot?
I think you have to bounce it off something or something.
I think it's trick shot might be like double. That's not a trick shot.
This sucks.
This is a trick shot.
Dude, that's not anything. Combo shot 20, kiss shot plus 50. Oh, Zoot, that was really good. Dude.
So you can go for anybody that's not the angle.
No, you can't. Can you?
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Oh, no, you have to go for your color.
Told you.
Okay, that's a trick shot.
One of the sickest trick shots in the history of mankind. Don't fuck it up, Zoot. No way. No, that's not a trick shot. That's not a trick shot.
I mean, it's dumb trick shot, but I've still got more balls than you.
Look how sick this shot
That's gonna be
is.
a trick shot.
This is so hard. I don't really know what trick shots are.
I think this is a trick shot.
That's not a trick shot. That's just a straight in.
Go. Ready for a trick shot?
Hit me with it, big dog.
I think this will be a trick shot.
That's not a trick shot. That shot sucks. Oh, kid shot 50, combo shot plus 20. Oh, so you have a 140-point lead on me.
You said 2?
No way.
Okay.
That's not a trick shot. That shot sucked.
So I know how to get a good trick shot is you hit 2 balls in one shot.
Like this, baby.
That's not a trick shot.
Dog. STFU, dog.
When this is a trick shot.
Dude, do you know what STFU means? Dude, do you know what STFU means?
Shut the fuck up.
Word, dog. Do you know what both means? No way, that would have been amazing. Dude, do you know what both means?
No.
Both these nuts in your face, son.
Do you know what a trick shot means?
That's funny.
That's not a trick shot.
Okay, Zoot. Is this even my
Okay, that's a trick shot.
is this even my ball?
Yeah, go.
Oh, I made something. Penalty 30? I have negative 30? Dude, Zoot, this is so hard. That's not a fucking trick shot. Dude, I have negative 30?
That's not a trick shot. Yeah, get a trick shot. You have an easy trick shot. Okay, that would have been a trick shot. You hit 2 balls in one.
Yeah, because I'm sexy. Zoot, negative 30. Look at the score.
Okay, what are you going to do about it?
Quit sucking dick. Just put me out of my misery.
Okay, easy trick shot.
That's not an easy trick shot.
Fuck.
Dude, punish him. Punish him for not hitting anything.
I'm at my score.
You got it, big dog.
My DoorDash is here.
Zoot, go get your fucking food. And don't waste any more of our time. Oh, Zoot, punish him.
Okay, my DoorDash isn't here yet. You get trick shot? That would have been a trick shot.
Zoot, there was a Bigfoot sighting.
Really?
Yeah, Bigfoot in your fucking ass.
Oh, I just never knew about there was actually big cool.
No, there was something they just said on the radio. A guy saw it and his dog chased it up a hill. So I'm not blowing shit up your ass.
Oh, so all I gotta do is call a radio station and ask for a Bigfoot and they'll believe me.
No, this was This was the Associated Press. Oh, Zoot, you just pocketed the 8 ball. I won.
No, I didn't.
Zoot, what? You should lose if. Yeah, you did. You should lose.
Nah, I was in a trick shot. Trick shot.
You should lose if you hit the 8 ball in. It should be like normal. Zoot can pocket the 8 ball.
Yeah, you do lose if you hit the 8 ball.
Zoot, hit the 8 ball in. Do you have to hit it in with a trick shot? Look how sick this shot is. Trick shot. Zoot, do you have to pocket the 8 ball with a trick shot? Zoot, hit this fucking ball and quit sucking dick. Zoot, you're such a dick sucker. Zoot, hit the fucking ball. All the time's up. Zoot sucks. Zoot. Zoot disconnected. This is the worst. I scratched. Zoot, it's your turn. Zoot, hit the fucking ball, dude. Zoot's just sucking dick. Never known more person to suck dick on the other side of the world than Zoot.
That's the only thing I could imagine at this point, based on the physics we know.
How far were they separated in distance?
Well, I was going to separate it was about 5 miles. As a
Oh, make it. I see you, baby. Wave. Can you wave? All right, you gonna be good if I unmute you? Are you gonna be good? Are you gonna be nice? I won, Zoot. I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna call you. Get ready to start a video call. I'm calling you. Check your phone. Or not your phone, but check your app. Yo, girl. I'm calling you. You check your phone. Like, I'm calling you on Discord. There you go. Wait, did you pick up? Are you in this call? I'll call you again. It's calling you. Check your private messages. You should be getting a call right now. Check your private messages. All right. I'll let you speak. But be on your best behavior. And don't be bonkers. All right, she just bounced. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
What's going on?
I don't know. Did I tell you everything?
Girl, I don't know.
Or did
What,
you know me?
I don't know what you're saying. So tell me all about it now.
So the first things that I said to you, like different apps, were very scary, right?
Oh yeah, totally. No, that is very serious.
Seriously.
Oh, I feel so badly for you.
Treat me that way when I compete for movies.
Yeah, but you gotta understand that sometimes.
So much so I went to see you at one point.
Thank you. Um, you're so kind. All right, well, yeah, what you said was really sad, and I didn't necessarily want you to have to talk about that publicly. Well, thank you. I do my best. It's 2:22 in the morning.
Oh my god. You're real?
I am real. Girl, I am as real as they come. Well, don't be scared. Just, yeah, I told you. If you want other angles of me, I'll give you other angles of me. All right, so everything's going to be fine. Oh, I'm far from perfect. Just, just calm down. Take a deep breath. Yes. Yeah. I will be on here. I mean, I'm in my Discord, so you can always see me there. I'm gonna need my phone. No, I'm not going yet.
As it turns out, I never actually got to do that experiment because the CIA came and scooped me up and said, well, we got to look at this remote viewing. And so even though I proposed doing the experiment, the polygraph said that the guy said this would be a great experiment. Never got around to doing the experiment because along the way, Ingo Swann, visited his lab, came out and perturbed the tiny quantum chip in the super shielded environment. That brought the CIA on my doorstep, and so then we went off in that direction. So I never got to do the experiment.
So, as you consider all these technologies, as these innovations occur and technology becomes more and more powerful, like quantum computing, like many of these things that we're seeing now, do you think that these are all steps to further understand how these crafts could possibly work? And we're getting closer and closer to it, where disclosure would accelerate that, and we would have to get over this. We'd have to have some sort of amnesty towards the people that misappropriated funds and lied to Congress, amnesty towards whatever defense contractors were given access to this equipment or these materials and other ones. There has to be some executive decision that's made where, like, look, for the greater good of the human race, we have to bypass all of these blockades that are involved in us being able to truly understand what's going on here. And one of them is we have to have disclosure.
Yes, exactly. And
Dude,
in fact, we're not alone in thinking that way,
Dude,
as many in the field are aware of.
Yeah, I won.
In 2023, then Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and a Republican Senator Rounds got together, and they put together an outline of an amendment to be attached to the National Defense Authorization Act called UAP Disclosure Act 2023. And it's pages and pages long.
Okay.
And it's hard to believe, but within this document, they outline how you would go through disclosure. And it's very detailed. I mean, for example, this is an official government document. You can go find it on the internet. Non-human intelligence phrase is mentioned more than 20 times.
Whoa.
And the document said, look, what we need is a presidential panel, president, say, officiated panel of people from several different areas who, and all those people out there who have materials and so on. We're going to practice eminent domain, which just turns out to be one of the things that turns people's hair on fire when they think they've got something and don't want to share it. But anyway, that we have to come up with a process whereby corporations that have been involved in this can begin to share their history and their data and their materials. And the National Archives will be set up to make this information available as is safe to do, considering security concerns. And so this is a multi-page document that you can find. You can find it on the internet. Okay. It passed the Senate, but the House killed it. So you might think, okay, well, that's the end of that. Surprisingly so, and it makes you realize the intensity of this, after it was killed, both Schumer and Rounds got back up in the Senate floor and said, okay, it got killed, but we're not giving up. We're going to get it in there next year. And so the following year, 2024, they included it again. And most of it got killed. The only thing that got killed was, okay, the National Archives will make available whatever information is provided them on this subject area. And the National Archives has started to do that. But as you can imagine, anybody who's got some really juicy stuff isn't going to give it to the National Archives. So it's still dead in the water. So anyway, recently I was asked to come in and brief Senator Rounds, who was one of the two people who pushed this. And he said, we're not giving up on this. Give me what you found so far about the physics of this. Because when we try to push it, we always get the pushback that, well, you know, we're not going to make any headway. The pilots say this is way beyond our physics, but I understand that you and your colleagues have worked on this and felt that you can provide some of the physics. We may not get the engineering yet, but we have some place to start. Is that true? Because I need to push back on the pushback. So I gave him a long lecture on the physics, which I've also presented to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the Senate Armed Services Committee, ARRO, the All Domain Anomalies Resolution Office. So the information is coming out into those places. And so though there are those people in high positions of power in our Congress who are really pushing it. So, for example, as it turns out, tomorrow there's going to be a big meeting. I think it was set up by Representative Luna, I think it was Representative Luna. You know, when they put out that official document saying, okay, JFK files are coming out, RFK files are coming out, MLK files are coming out. In that list, UFO files are coming out. Well, they haven't gotten it. Epstein files are coming out. Okay. So it's officially on that list. This one fact is, it turns out tomorrow there's going to be a big thing in Congress where they're going to have an open hearing with people coming forward to talk about that there should be some release of some steps forward to release this kind of data. So it is not a dead issue. I mean, it is hot, and there are a lot of really powerful people behind it. But you've got the resistance buried. I mean, there are people within the intelligence community and the DoD who do think we need more openness. They see the same issues I see, that we're not making much progress because everything is so compartmentalized.
Right.
So
Is there a
it's an
concern
ongoing thing.
when you talked about during the Bush administration, you were tasked along with others to try to figure out what are the pros and what are the cons and what outweighs what, and your group decided that the cons outweighed the pros. When it comes to disclosure today, with the risk of espionage and with the risk of this information, if it becomes disclosed, everybody has access to it. Clearly, if it's disclosed to the general public, it's also going to be disclosed to our enemies.
Right.
And so this becomes an issue of national security.
Yes. So it's got to be done correctly.
How would one do that?
Well, this write-up that Schumer and Rounds and some other people, Gillibrand and Rubio, put together, said, okay, we're going to have to lay everything out on the table in a highly classified area. We're going to have to sort our way through of what can be released that doesn't take the chance of giving our potential adversaries data they need to leap ahead of us. But nonetheless, we've got to have more collaboration so that we can move ahead faster. So that's the job of, at least in that document, of a 9-person panel to figure out, okay, what could be released without jeopardizing our national security so much, but nonetheless accelerating the kind of collaboration we need to make headway faster.
And then there's the issue of when it does get disclosed, like what happens to the general public's perception? If this is like a national disclosure, if the president, Trump gets on television and discloses everything we know so far, we are in possession of 10 vehicles, however you want to call them, of non-human intelligence that are not ours. We have been working on this for decades in secrecy, but because of the fact that everything has been so secret and everything's so compartmentalized, innovation has been stagnant. Our understanding of it has been stagnant. The only way forward is to disclose, but this is going to come with a radical reimagining of our place in the universe.
What you just described is what I think has to happen. I mean, because you have whistleblowers like Dave Grush coming forward, and he basically says, we've got craft, we've got bodies, we've got aerospace corporations working on this behind the scenes. But in the end, that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't really solve the problem. And you have people come forward and said, look, I can give you the address of where the stuff is stored, so we can take this out of the discussion area and really prove something. But it would take, I think, a presidential executive order or something to light a fire under that process to have it happen. So,
but that's all possible.
It's all possible. And when I compare, where are we today as compared to where we were in 2004 or whenever that other discussion took place. At that time, there was a lot of stigma. There was no proof you could kind of put your hands on. There was, in fact, purposely designed misinformation by the intelligence community. So-called Robertson panel went out of their way to say this is all nonsense. So that was something you're dealing with. So there you realize, well, I come forward and say there's really something to this. I'm really blasting through quite a brick wall here. But in the intervening decades, I think we've gotten to a point where the reasons we had to not do it then are no longer applicable. But some of the concerns we had discussed then are still applicable and we have to pay attention to them. So I think, for example, this film that you saw that had its premiere at
Yo, girl.
South by Southwest that Dan Farrell put out, and
All right. I'm going to call you. I'm not going to let you talk. Pick up my call, please. I'm calling you. Hey, Audie, can you hear me? Yeah, you can't send me that kind of stuff in Discord. Discord's very strict, and they read through all your messages, so you can't send bad stuff in Discord. That's why if you're gonna send it anywhere, send it in Play-Doh. Do you understand? Yo, girl, you just leave me in this call a little by myself. Yo. Come back to the call. I'll call you back. There you go. All right, so do you understand you can't send anything bad in Discord? What'd you say? What'd you say? Hello? So don't send bad messages in Discord. You can send them in Play-Doh, but don't send them in Discord, okay? Do you understand? Don't send me bad messages in Discord. I don't want to lose my account. And it's very easy to lose your Discord account. So don't send like bad words, okay? Do you understand? Okay, show me that thing. That thing you were showing me with the number 13 on it. I can see better this way. Well, don't worry about it. That thing with the number 13 on it. That thing with the number 13 on it?
That's why that's an issue, is because I do need to move forward, isn't that right? Today I had nothing. So I've been having nothing.
Okay, what is that thing with the 13 on it? Okay, that's what it looked like. So what is it?
It's a token of sobriety. It's something.
Oh, from like Alcoholics Anonymous?
Yeah, but it's helping me. I had a number 10 on it. And then I took it.
When you say you took one, okay, so you used to be an okay, so you used to be an alcoholic?
I used to smoke too much weed and I did admit that I had some PTSD. And then recently I really tried to go spaces and I really relaxed because I had set all that stuff right.
Right.
I began to relive my ideas.
Yeah, what happened? You're like normal again. Girl, you wild.
Upcoming book coming out by Jay Stratton, who was in charge of the UAP task force. These kinds of things are going to accelerate that option. And so I think it's only a matter, I mean, I would find it difficult to believe that within a decade, we're not going to figure out how to do this, and that there will be what you and I would call disclosure, but in a responsible way where we're not providing the enemy, information they need. I mean, I recall when the DoD.
Are you still there? Okay, I kind of see it. What are you showing me? Is that a vape? Good, you need to calm down. Whatever. Ease your mind. You know, a lot of the things that you were saying earlier didn't make sense. I'm not saying that you're not telling the truth or whatever, they just weren't communicating well. I just want you to know that, okay? I'm trying to hear you. Can you repeat that? It's a form of abandonment. Abandonment? Right? I'm going to see if I can still. Can you hear me? I'm going to see if I can still message you. You should still be able to hear me. Whatever you were sending me in Play-Doh, it was coming in quickly. Can you still hear me? You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? You don't communicate well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Audie, can you hear me? Audie, can you hear me? If you can't hear me, I'm going to leave the call. Yes, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm going to. Okay, where are you sending me those messages? That was in Play-Doh. Are you having a whisper? All right, let's see if I can do this. I'll go back to that game. Yeah, I can. I think. Go back to literati, but keep the call on. I just wrote hi in literati in that message that you sent me. Go there. I sent you a message. I sent you a message. Can you see my message? Can you hear me? Alright, do you see my message? Can you see my message? Wait. Can you see my message? Yes? No. In Plato. Are you gonna go to bed? No? Let's take your question. I mean, it's pretty good. I'll try to turn it on brightness. There you go. I can hear you. What you say? Okay, that's fine. I respect that. Hey, what is that? Aluminum foil? Is it aluminum foil? Aluminum foil? Aluminum foil.
Plato. You're tired. I'm tired. I'll let you back in the Discord. Just be nice to people. Can you do that for me? All right. I'll see you back in there. We'll listen to UFOs.
It's what we do best. Oh, great joy, girl. Oh, fuck. What in the fuck is this shit?
program was set up out of DIA, they said, well, we need to investigate this to find out whose craft there are, how do they run and whatever. And then the second reason was, what if our potential adversaries get access or figure this out from their data collection before we do, and they leap ahead of us? So it turned out that whole program was not based on one. They couldn't care less where these things were coming from, what their intentions were. They're really worried about the possibility of an adversary getting ahead of us. So that was the driving force behind the whole program. Well, now having all these intervening years go by, and there hasn't been any obvious super breakthrough by adversaries. I think now is the time we could have a kind of a reconciliation process. Make sure we don't put everybody in jail that had anything to do with covering this up. Provide proper lanes to bring various aspects of information forward. And so that's what I and colleagues that I interact with are trying to do today.
I would also think that if I was looking at civilization, particularly United States civilization, and thinking what kind of an impact would things have in 2004 with disclosure, and what kind of an impact would they have in 2025, I think that this gradual acceptance and this understanding that this is probably a real phenomenon is much more widespread today. So
Yes.
the concept of it wouldn't be as shocking as it would have been 2 decades ago. 2 decades ago, by the way, is when the Tic Tac vehicle was observed, which is
2004, yeah.
which is really kind of crazy when you think about the technology that was required to do something, and then imagine that technology being ours in 2004. It seems preposterous.
Right.
It seems almost outside of the realm of even whatever top secret programs could have been running, some black programs could have been running. That seems too much.
It is too much.
It seems too crazy. So I think a big breakthrough, and I think you probably agree, was the New York Times. That 2017 report in the New York Times was huge, because here it is in the most prestigious newspaper in the United States, in the world, right? And it's saying, look, there's real things happening here, and these real people who are at a very high level who are talking about these things, whether it's Commander Fravor or Ryan Graves or all these different fighter pilots that have encountered these things that are just doing something that is beyond explanation. This is more in the zeitgeist now.
Yes.
And the more you have people like James Fox and Jeremy Corbell and these documentaries that get out, more and more of an understanding and appreciation of the fact that these aren't kooks. These are real people, and we need to take into consideration the very obvious possibility that we are not unique. There's too many planets, there's too many solar systems, there's too many galaxies, and then dimensions.
Yes.
And then just the potential of, like, what do we look like in a million years?
Right.
What do we look like in a million years? And if we, existed in this form for hundreds of thousands of years, it's not inconceivable that a species like us could keep going with its innovative trajectory.
Yes.
And achieve some state a million years from now that is just beyond our imagination currently, and that we might be experiencing that.
Right. I think you have laid out an exact map of the real situation and what the future probably holds for us, and the fact that now's the time, sooner rather than later, to begin to have this become part of our total philosophical fabric, to face into this and to accept the reality of non-human intelligences, for example, and recognize that our own technical development is moving so fast that the kind of things that we find to be so mysterious are pretty much likely in our not that far off future.
Or just what we see with the leaps that quantum computing
Exactly.
is able to achieve. Equations that would take standard computing billions of years, it can do it in 4 minutes.
Exactly. That's right.
Just you hear that and you go, what are you even saying?
That's right. In fact, my son this morning, brought up that article, and it's just kind of unbelievable. So
It's unbelievable and it's real.
it's unbelievable and it's real.
And it's happening right now. And then just imagine taking that 50 years.
Yes,
50 years ago, that was science fiction. Complete
right.
science fiction.
That's right. I mean, I love my example of. In fact, I got it into the New York Times article. Suppose you gave Leonardo da Vinci a garage door opener. What could he do? Well,
Right.
first of all, plastic. You don't know what plastic is. Secondly, when he opens it up and sees all these little tiny things, he'd never heard of electromagnetism. I mean, there's no way that even, or give Einstein an iPhone back in 1945 or something,
Right.
What could he do with it? So that's sort of the position that we kind of have been in, to see these craft that we get access to either through crashes or quote donations, and it's really mysterious, but nonetheless, we should do our best. And these days, because of the development of quantum technologies and so on, we have better tools. We have AI on our side to move fast through some calculations and stuff. So I think this is the time where disclosure is going to happen, and relatively soon.
Well, if it does happen, it's thanks to people like you that stuck their neck out for many, many years. And I'm sure you experienced a lot of ridicule and side eyes.
Sure did. In fact, I remember when I was involved in the remote viewing program, one of my sons was attending a grammar school, and one day another father's kid came over to play with him, and when the other professor actually at Stanford came over and said, I brought my kid over to play with you, but his last name is Putoff. Are you associated with that Putoff at SRI and that remote viewing? I said, yeah, I am. And he said, okay, my son's not going to come over and play with you.
Oh, boy.
So you run into that. But I don't know. Some people.
Why would he want to talk to you? If that was my kid, I'd be like, let's hang out.
Yeah, really.
Tell me, Al, what the heck are you doing?
Yeah, so anyway, that's what we used to run into.
Closed-mindedness.
But that shows how things have changed.
Right.
In general, when we talk about the remote viewing aspects, people just say, okay, I accept that. Now, how can we apply it? And we talk about technologies associated with crash retrievals. Okay, fine, but what can we learn from that? How can we apply it? So, I mean, it's a different world we're in now, and I'm really excited about it. And I'm not going to stop.
Well, I'm very happy you're out there. I really, really appreciate you, and I really appreciate your time. So, thank you for coming in here and talking to us.
Certainly welcome, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to be pursuing these frontier areas and bringing them to a large audience. That's a real gift. I really appreciate it.
Well, it feels like a gift for me because it's so fascinating, and I've been obsessed with it my whole life, as I think a lot of people are who look into it at all and realize there's something of substance there.
Right.
Well, thank you, Hal. Thank you. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you. Pleasure to you too.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yes. Good to see you.
You too.
We were just talking about boomers, about parents that they don't want to believe anything other than what they're getting from the news.
It's been a challenge. My dad is an absolute lost cause. My mom is now open to the conversation, and she'll send me a bunch of different articles, and then she'll allow me to disseminate from my perspective. But it's been a rough ride.
Yeah, I've got them on peptides now, which is nice.
Same.
And I've got my stepdad on testosterone replacement, which is nice, and he's seeing benefits of those things. So it's like they're slowly starting to incorporate some of these things, but their whole life they've been told that the doctor knows everything and that the news is always correct, and anything contrary to the news is bullshit.
But arguably, when our parents were our age, it was reliable.
I don't think so.
No?
No, I think it's always been compromised. I just think there was no alternatives.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I think.
My mom is a psychoanalyst, PhD. This is a very educated, thoughtful woman. And
sometimes that's the worst.
No, I would argue against in this case. I do appreciate people who see flaws in psychoanalysis, but I've learned a huge amount from my mom in this area. And she also she majored in journalism before changing careers to psychoanalysis. And so for her to even wrap her head around the fact that journalism can be compromised is almost inconceivable.
Right. I didn't mean psychoanalysis is bad. What I meant is that a lot of times educated people defer to other educated people. Like they're an expert in their field, so they assume that all the other experts in their field are also correct. And any heretic is just a fool.
I would happen to agree with that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we were talking about Fauci on the way in, and both of my parents could arguably canonize the guy, or now I think I've broken through with my mom, but it has taken me since your episode with Brett Weinstein in March of 2020. I have been working on it. We're getting there, though. We're there. Like we are there. It's been 5 years.
Isn't that crazy? That was 5 years ago.
It was like yesterday. I'll never forget it.
5 years ago. And I remember when that episode came out, people were freaking out. Like, what are you doing? What is Brett doing? This is bullshit. You're going to get us all killed.
It made perfect sense to me.
Well, he was right, clearly. And yet still, no apologies, no corrections, except the government website. The COVID-19 website is now up, and this has to be because of Bobby Kennedy.
I mean, the New York Times was like, oh, looks like this came from a lab. It's like, you really?
Well, the best part about it was that, we were misled. Yeah, you were misled by you fuckers.
I know.
You did it.
Isn't that?
You did it.
It's disgusting, and there are zero apologies.
No.
Zero course corrections, and they unveil this information as though they are the purveyors of truth.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, we got a headline.
You're a little
This
late.
came from a lab.
You're a half a decade late.
That's right.
You know what's really interesting? We've been talking about this a lot lately. That imagine if the roles were reversed and if podcasters were the ones yelling at everybody to go out and take these experimental shots, and then they were experiencing all these complications and all these side effects. Mainstream news would be
totally
us. Like, how dare you give people the advice to go out and do that? You're responsible for these people having all these side effects and all these unnecessary deaths and all these people that would have had no problem with COVID. You encourage them to take this vaccine, and they had strokes, and they had this, and they had that. They'd be calling for us to get shut down.
I actually did that.
She could totally get it. She and her lesbian lover could have a three-way with the rabbi.
And I thought, oh, this is great. Come on the show. I didn't know the vaccine was gene therapy. I had no idea. So I knew it came from a lab. That made perfect sense to me. And I was like, oh, well, this is very clear. It's not, from a wet market. But someone reached out to a producer of mine and said, we've got this person who's a scientist who wants to educate people. And I thought I was doing this major public service. I've had to apologize for that podcast, and I've left about.
What was the scientist?
I cannot remember her name. She was actually young, and the reason I remember that she was in her 30s is because she told me, oh, this tech has been around for 30 years. And I thought, really? No, we've been evolving this technology for 30 years, and you see all of these trials for safety. It's just bureaucracy. I didn't understand what it meant to push something through that emergency use loophole at the time.
Yeah.
I didn't understand the difference of, this is a dead pathogen and this is a live pathogen, or about adjuvant. This is gene therapy. I didn't even begin to comprehend what that was, what it meant, or the fact fuck around with something that was experimental. And the scariest part is I've been talking with a woman named Leanne Dresden who was injured during the AstraZeneca COVID-19 trial. The NIH was studying all of the people that had been injured during the vaccine trials as they rolled out the vaccine. Every component from the season, the shoulder, it's out of the body in 24 hours until you find out, no, it's coated in lipid nanoparticles and it can cross the blood-brain barrier.
Now they're finding out that people can still produce spike protein because the injections are over 700 days.
And you can shed
Yeah, so give it to your partner. Yeah,
crazy. And now I'm certainly not an expert in mRNA tech, but now we're fast tracking other vaccines that utilize the same technology. And I know for one, I don't think I'll take an mRNA vaccine ever. It scares the crap out of me.
Well, we've heard Brett Weinstein talk about the flaws in just the technology itself, and that, the fact that when it gets into your body, if it gets, especially, the thing is, nobody aspirated, right? They didn't inject people and pull back to make sure they're not on a blood vessel. They just plunged it, including when they did it live with Biden on television, which I don't think that was right. I said to this day, people are like, yo, what, conspiracy theorist? Yeah, I think, I'm telling you right now, I think it's conspiracy. I don't think they would take a chance in injecting a fucking 80-year-old man when you know that you have to stay there at the clinic for 20 minutes in case you drop dead. Yeah.
My wife's friend, her friend's son actually had the COVID vaccine and the flu vaccine on the same day. He did supposedly stay for 15 minutes, got in the car, he must have passed out, had a seizure, hit a tree and died. He had a crazy reaction to it. I know I'm not trying to promote this anti-vax position, but
that's not a vaccine.
This is exactly
calling it a vaccine is fucking crazy.
That's exactly it.
It was a totally experimental gene therapy, and what Brett was saying about it is if you don't aspirate, you're shooting it right into a blood vessel. If you're shooting it right into a blood vessel, it could go to all sorts of areas of the body where the body's going to attack it like it's a disease, particularly the heart. And it's like, this is why you get myocarditis, because the heart doesn't heal, which is why you don't get heart cancer. Your heart just scars over. So people have these inflamed, enlarged hearts, and then diminished cardiovascular function. And he was talking about this way earlier than anybody else. And they were, blood on his hands, he's killing grandmas. And the vaccine saved millions of lives. People say that all the time. They save millions of lives. Like, how? If people still got COVID, not only that, they got more COVID than people that didn't get vaccinated.
I am still having this exact debate actually with my mom. Who said, but honey, it saved millions. And you know what's crazy?
You're right.
Have you actually tried to Google that information? Because you can make a case for that based on what will come up on Google. And she's like, but look, right here it says it saved millions of lives.
But it's only based on the idea that those people would have died if they didn't have COVID. And the problem is you're going to get COVID anyway. So that data is bullshit. Not only that, even when people got COVID, 99.07 of those fuckers lived.
I just pulled that up because I was trying to illustrate that point. Do you realize that I think the percentage of mortality with this is like 1%? And when you look at it, it's like 0.03 all the way up till you get about 80 years old.
Right.
And then it's like, well, 1% or so, 1.5 maybe in 80-year-olds or morbidly obese or severely immunocompromised.
330 million people in this country, and then you look at that 0.3%. That starts looking like a lot of people. But those are just people that are on death's door. That's the reality. Metabolically unhealthy, obese, diabetes, all sorts of problems, cancer, leukemia, on chemotherapy. Those are the people that die.
I remember when Bill Maher was talking about how it was people who, there was a study that came out of the CDC and figures, I don't remember the exact percentage, but it was upwards of 80% of the people who died or had severe cases of COVID were obese or overweight. And this is when
one of those
you could be healthy at any size. That psyop was in full effect.
That must have drove you crazy.
Oh, I was completely unraveling. People ask me, what happened? You're a good liberal.
It's still a good liberal. If you go back to the old definition,
I haven't changed.
Yeah,
I go
right.
issue by issue with my friends. And I'm like, you show me where I've shifted my position on any issue. Outside of Trump, I used to think he was hilarious. He was going to round up all the gays and we were all fucked. None of that happened. I thought Russia was real. So as new evidence came to light and I managed to survive his first term intact along with my gay relationships, I somehow started to feel that maybe a lot of that was bullshit propaganda. But outside of that, not one of my positions has changed. Not one. And I find that arguably the right is more welcoming and more tolerant now. I can sit down and have a conversation with Matt Walsh and debate gay marriage in a civil fashion.
Nigerian friends.
I ended up, again, like I bring up Bill because I work with Bill in some capacity on his podcast network, and I was having to defend him on Piers Morgan because he was sitting down with Trump, and they called him a bigot and a racist and anti-science because he was really sitting with Trump. I'm like, well, where's the outrage that he sits down with Newsom? I hate that guy way more. And
Piers Morgan was saying this with
not
the guest.
Yeah, Piers was awesome. The guest.
Pierce's show is Maury Povich 2.0. It's a better version of Maury Povich.
I kind of love it though, and I love when I get to do it because you're allowed to act unhinged. You still have to make your points, but it is theatrical. But sometimes I think when you are able to be so theatrical, it goes viral, and the point that you're trying to make is arguably seen by more, unless it's a platform, of course, like yours. But
yeah, he does a good job of that. I just don't think it's a good way to discuss ideas.
You're not wrong.
But it's really good as far as like going viral. It's great.
I'm not wrong about that. I still find it fun though, because what you hold in. For all those civil conversations where you're just biting your tongue, you're trying to communicate calmly and articulately. Here you can just unleash. Your hypocrisy is disgusting. Everything I swallow in every conversation with all my friends from California, and you can just let it rip and freaking tear into people because they started it.
Yeah.
They started the fight.
I don't like that. I don't like doing that, so I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that kind of conflict. I don't want to talk to people like that. I don't like it.
I understand. You are like a very gentle soul. I watch you sometimes, and you're so, not sometimes, I watch you often, and you're a very gentle soul, and sometimes I think, God, toxic masculinity, like, you're so, that whole notion, all of the men in your space tend to be far kinder and softer, and just the women that are savages. I mean, I happen to love, I love Megyn Kelly. I think she's brilliant, but goddamn, I never want to be on the wrong side of her.
Yeah, she's ruthless.
She'll rip your head off and like eat your heart. Do not fuck with that woman. You know. So anyway, I think that some of the women in the space are genuinely more aggressive than men.
Well, do you think that's because they have to get respect? Like, why do you think that is?
No, I don't think so. And I find that it's more respectful when you speak in the fashion that you do. And I've tried to really curtail that behavior throughout every other aspect of my life, personally and professionally, whether I'm fighting with a contractor on my house. I try to lower the octaves of my voice, or I'm trying to win somebody over in a debate. But I think, Joe, honestly, I think this is entertaining.
Yeah.
And it's a competitive space.
Yeah.
I really think that's it. And it seems to work. So
sort of, but why am I number one then? Because I don't do it. Because that's like the counter argument.
Fair. You would be my answer. Because you can lick everything in the fridge, and what I mean by that is, seriously, I'm not kidding. You talk about anything and everything, and it's fascinating. And people tune in for it. They don't come here because they want to hear about politics, or they want to hear about health, or they want to hear about fucking aliens. They come here because they want to hear about all of it, and They want to hear what you think about all of this. So it's not really interesting what someone else does because they're not there to see what that individual thinks about the subject matter. So when I turn into Megyn Kelly, it's like, or tune in, it's because I want.
Don't turn into.
No, I'm not. The fuck no, dude. I'm messing with her. She's a lovely person, and she's been nothing but lovely with me. But I'm
sure,
as mentioned, I'm not interested in being on her bad side. However, when I tune in, it's not because I don't want to see her reaction or her opinion on something. It's because I want to learn what is the counter argument to deporting this guy, Kilmore Abrego Garcia. I'm like, okay, steelman that argument for me, and then tune into something else and try to disseminate what the truth is. And she's a constitutional attorney, so I feel like I'm getting great information. With you, you're not just learning about something, but you're also curious what you think about it. If you're gonna go, oh, bullshit, or if you're wow. You know, you want to say what you think about it.
So what's
I just think we could all do with a little less yelling at each other.
You're totally right.
I just don't think it's good for anybody. So every time I've engaged in it, I feel bad for the rest of the day. Even if I win, I don't feel good. I just feel like, ugh, I don't like that. I don't like it.
What if it is
the truth is, much like I described to my wife,
I think it should be nice until it's time to not be nice. And generally, that's like extreme violence. That's my
just think about.
That's my feeling, you know, like
that's who
it's pretty nice up until you're literally trying to incapacitate a person.
I feel like
I don't think we have to do that, and I think the only time you have to do that is when someone's completely psychotic. 99.999% of the time, you're better off serving
so pretty much, we're going to send
you and that person better by just being nice
and calm and making a point in an intelligent fashion. You're absolutely right.
And not being married to your ideas either. Also, you know, not like taking an opposition to your ideas as an opposition to you as a being. You know, these are just ideas. Like if someone thinks that you're incorrect, if someone thinks I'm incorrect, I'm like, well, tell me why. What do you think? Why do you think that? Where did you come to this conclusion? What was the tipping point for you? Like, what is it? Like, tell me what it is.
Rare though. I was just actually talking to Micro about that. Why do we hold on so fastidiously to our job mark? And it honestly, because it doesn't feel right to have somebody say, I told you so. I will do the mea culpa, and I have a million times. But it is certainly rare. How often do you see a walk back or a course correct? Not often. And I know that when people wag their finger at me, are you happy? This is what you voted for. You want to defend things that arguably you may agree with them on. And I'm like, don't do it. Just do you see their point? If so, acknowledge you see their point. And then I still feel the need to play the lesser evil game, even when they're right. They're still wrong, because when I weigh out, the choices I have, even though you're right on this issue, I'm right about my choice ultimately, because more things went the way I wanted them to than the way I did. It takes a lot of ego strength to admit where you're wrong. I just don't think a lot of people have that, and there is a tribalism with everything, whether it's workout trends, diets, for God's sake. I mean, we've seen this guy talking about in health and wellness for years. It's no fun to say you were wrong, and in some cases, it can have professional repercussions for people.
Sure. Did you experience any professional repercussions when you're pushing back against this healthy at any size stuff? Because that's
how much time do you have on that one?
Well, let's go in it, because that to me was so fascinating. That the concept of fat shaming, which, like, I don't think we should hurt anybody's feelings, but I think at a certain point in time, sometimes hurting someone's feelings causes actions, and hurting someone's feelings with the truth. And you can give the truth to someone lovingly. You know, you can say, look, I care about you. This is what I want to tell you, you're a fat fuck. Like, you really are. You're disgusting, and you need to lose weight, and you're fully addicted to food, and you don't understand what it's doing to your body, and you're being lied to by all these other people, like these fat doctors. Like, there's some lady at the UK who calls herself a fat doctor. Like, lady, you're just overwhelmed with information. I can just see it looking at you. It's just crazy that you're giving this advice out when you can't walk up a hill. There's no way. Like, you're so unhealthy. And this idea that shaming people is worse then telling them the truth is going to make them feel bad, maybe temporarily, but you can do it with kindness. And then that person can make choices that will be, and then you encourage them, like, I'm so glad you changed your diet. I'm so glad you cut out this, you cut out that, and now you're doing well. And you decided to walk 10,000 steps a day, and you decided to start exercising a little bit, you know? This
You're giving me a lot to tackle here. So let's start with
professional stuff.
the PSYOP component of healthy at any size. This is a big food narrative. This is unproven. Even the friggin'
explain big food narrative, what you mean by that.
okay. So Big Food, put simply, hired a bunch of registered dietitians to co-opt this concept of intuitive eating. And I'm dead ass serious with hashtags like derail the shame, and they paid them, and they put out all of these posts and went to all of these conventions and promoted the narrative that you can be healthy at any size, and it's just a flat out lie. It is a flat earther conversation. It is pseudoscience. At its best, there's no truth behind that. There's a robust amount of data that show us being obese is associated with like 170 comorbidities. This is a non-factor. It's been debunked. We know this for a fact. So when that happens, what they're doing is essentially placating someone who already feels. Now I can attack what's going on, or address rather what's going on with an individual who is that size,
I'm calling my parents. I'm going
it is
home.
largely psychological. Like once you are past the point of dad bod, you know what I mean? Like, I earned 3 jobs, life beat me down, it's a food desert, and I'm 40 pounds overweight, and I let myself go. And this is a different animal. When you're dealing with somebody who is 50 plus pounds overweight, there is a psychological component. So the first thing we need to do is make them aware that there is a problem without question. But you can do it without shame, giving them facts. Listen, this is unhealthy. And because you are such a valuable individual, I want you to understand this, because only from a place of feeling truthworthy are you able to facilitate change. You don't work out because you hate your body. You work out because you love it. So it doesn't need to be as shaming. There's no shame there, to be honest, Joe. I know that people claim there is, because you pointed out this vulnerability or this flaw in the person, but we all have flaws and vulnerabilities. People who are overweight something with, so it's easier to judge, right?
Yeah.
So by educating them first, and then without question, I like to give people, or when I was able to do the work hands-on, that rock bottom moment. Because they are overweight because it is providing them with something extraordinarily significant. And I can give you examples should you need them, but I promise you that at one time or another, people turn to addictions, in this case food, because it means their psychological survival. So put simply, the most obvious example would be a person who was incested, molested, raped, puts on weight to desexualize. That's just one example of many, but it's easy to illustrate the point. So whatever this thing is providing them is the part that's so hard to let go of. Because unconsciously it's terrifying, and you gotta first show them this is why we need to change, and then you gotta give them that path towards change, and you gotta make it harder. You gotta make them feel the pain. Could be physically, it could be psychologically, but it doesn't have to be shameful, of the way they've been living, so that the work and the sacrifice associated with change is less painful than continuing the negative and destructive habits. You don't have to shame them. I know the message seems like it is, but it isn't.
Well, the whole term fat shaming is pretty recent, right?
Yes, very. Let's get right back to when I was just, you asked me what I lost. So,
intuitive eating is a fascinating phrase. And the idea that this is by the same people that used to be
amazing.
in charge
Come
of
on, yeah,
tobacco.
you're going to enjoy it. We'll take good
This
care
is
of
what's really crazy.
Yep.
These are
They wouldn't even
R.J.
know.
Reynolds,
Either that or they're
these
complete
tobacco
dicks and they
companies,
knew and didn't
bought
say
all
no.
these fast food,
Yeah.
processed food companies, and they use the same tactics that they use with that
We
to push
got you good.
terrible foods
So
on
we got a
people.
squad of
Well,
all this other
they
fun,
literally
and
have
they're there for
Yeah.
a
10
team of
plus years is what
multidisciplinary
they say.
scientists
When we get
that
back,
work
we're gonna
around the
talk about
clock
life
to
is
figure out
really
how
like
to get
there.
people to
Their fate,
not
and
eat
it
just one,
could
and
all
then
be
put it in
true.
a
And
commercial,
we'll find out
like,
who really
literally
the
in
father
broad
is.
daylight.
Yeah.
Like, we're doing
with
people.
the
You can't eat just
Yes,
one.
one. You know, but what they're doing is they are exploiting somebody's psychology and they're hijacking their biology without a question. And this is why you have seen rates of obesity skyrocket from 70s, when it was 5% of the adult population was overweight or obese,
No, it's
to
just a job.
74%. Wrong. Is it quantum leap in genetics? That's a big pharma psyop of like, no. This is all
Damn it,
genetic. You're genetically obese. Well, where was the? What happened? I've never seen such a quantum leap in genetics. How come we weren't genetically obese in the 70s? Like, what was that tipping point, if you will, that created the cascade of obesity over the last 5 decades? Of course, it's exactly what you're talking about.
Pretty
Yeah, it's
crappy.
ingredients and
Two of
food.
us
It's really simple.
And that, and also how they engineer the environment. You're surrounded by it. You can't escape it. Remember the days when you weren't allowed to have food in a bookstore? And now every friggin' bookstore has a cafe. Yeah, with a 600 calorie drink. You are surrounded. There's nowhere you can go right now
Well, they knew it was
where
the 70s
food is
back
not
home, so they had to
omnipresent, in
get
particular
back
this
to
crappy
the
food.
cocaine
And they
and
generally do it
loose
through
morals.
government contracts and
That's why I
subsidies.
say
So it's at schools or hospitals. Anywhere you go, you will find this garbage
1975
food.
came and went,
So
and they were supposed to
even
make it back.
that moment of
Just kidding.
willpower, which is arguably
And
fleeting
no word came
moment of
from the
bravado.
participants.
If you're constantly
8 of the
surrounded by
dozen
it, you will
finally
give in.
did return to Earth in
Managing your
1978.
environment
3 years overdue.
is a large part of helping someone be successful. It's a band-aid, right? If you're dealing
Well,
with
they did
sexual
the
abuse,
math
for example.
wrong.
But
They, carried
controlling
sex,
the environment is definitely a component.
The
And
remaining
helping, you
couple
can't
who
control the
did not
environment.
die,
You can't control the
one of
narrative.
the men and one of
You
the
can't control what's
women,
in the food.
opted to remain
And
on
it's
surface.
all
We
by
got
design.
used to it.
Not
This
just
is
the crap in the food.
Radiation
It's how they
feels
control
good.
the narrative
Yeah.
around it and how they
No,
engineer
it's just
the
like the people
environment
that were
and how they
on,
systematically
Institute.
shut down
They
the
went
people
and
that
they came back.
out
like,
as bachelors, for
I know there's
example, or
no disease
racists.
or war.
Yeah.
That's another
They
big
would
one.
never die
Yeah,
there,
it's a big
but
one. Or
my
transphobes
grandsons
or
Yeah.
I'm gonna
fill in the
say
blank.
that.
But it's
Diabetes.
fascinating to me that hospitals fall
Why'd they
into
stay
this.
down?
A friend of mine was
They never
visiting
said.
his friend who
Say
has
They
prostate
can't say
cancer.
they're
And this guy is in the hospital being treated for cancer. And then he went to look at what they're feeding him in the hospital. And they're feeding him applesauce, which is loaded with high fructose corn syrup, apple juice or orange juice, which is not even juice, it's concentrate, it's all bullshit.
Yep.
And then some kind of a fucking sandwich, which is made out of this processed wheat bread.
Yeah,
It's
it probably has in that meal alone 100 plus chemicals. I think I'm being
Yeah.
conservative.
Yeah.
Um,
At a hospital.
we talk shit about the
Yeah, but
military.
it's so
and the
crazy that
government in general.
hospitals,
Like,
their
on
diets
this
in
show,
hospitals
I
are
gotta
corrupted.
go ahead
I
and
can't even
agree
my
with
kids.
this decision.
I know you're watching this, so I love you guys. It's okay, but
They just sit there
they
spinning
stopped packing their
their thumbs
lunches.
out. They were thoroughly
And I was like,
debriefed
guys,
during this.
why are we not packing our lunches
And
anymore? And I would watch all the
reports,
crap that I would buy go bad in the pantry.
Each one of them had
And my
readjusted
son
their
ratted my
life
dog.
back
I was like,
after Project
"She's eating
Servo
breakfast at
because
school."
that falls in the
I was like, what are you
category of
talking
shit.
about? I said,
Uh,
sugar cereal, who's having that at
What the
school?
hell is up with these
And I
24-hour
was like,
days?
what? What are you talking about? And even my kids who know better.
But isn't that a rebellion against mom, though? Which kids definitely do. Like my youngest daughter, she jokes around about she's like, seed oils. I love seed oils. She'll have salad dressing with seed oil, and she like mocks me. I'm like, okay, you eat whatever you want, but just know what it is.
Was this like the
I honestly think the kids know what it is. And I try to give them enough freedom now at these ages, 13 to 15, to make some of their own decisions. So not everything is a pushback, but I truly think there is an extinct. Oh, for sure. And she just, it's like, I'm so good at home. I don't mean to associate, not good, but I eat well at home, let's put it that way. And just at school. I'm just going to do this at school. And the problem, obviously, is when she goes off to college, I won't be able to control the environment at home. Honey, okay, hold on. There's
no oceans. It was all just like
forgive
one
me. There's
giant
a
city looking
20-year-old
No, it
influencer
turns out they all
named
just
Bad
like have
Baby,
huge
I
cancer
think.
bombs.
Joe, she
I know
saw
that
this.
is.
Okay,
Thank you,
she
that
saw
sounds
this girl
That's the
on
lady from Dr. Phil.
Yes.
It
Catch Me
actually
Outside.
consisted of
Catch Me Outside. So
the
she saw
flora
this girl, I
consisted
think
of
she was
several
like
species that
9,
were chiefly
and has
found in
followed
the
Bad
cooler
Baby, and
parts of
Bad
the
Baby
polar
now has
region.
cancer.
What?
I believe so. And according to my daughter, exactly the point though. That's exactly the point. And so now I can say to my kids, this isn't just mom's generation,
I just think
which, how come there's something else to look at. My mom is 76. None of the public figures in her generation got cancer. You didn't see Susan Sarandon or Sigourney Weaver or Meryl Streep. None of them got cancer. But in my generation, Maria Menounos, Christina Applegate, something's going on with Angelina Jolie, Kate Middleton. In my generation, the canary is dead in the coal mine. It's not even a question of the negative impact. If we're not looking at statistics, if we're just looking from an observational perspective, it's in the news every single day. Someone's dealing with cancer. Olivia Munn.
Almost all of
Now
them lived in
you're
a
seeing
single
20-year-olds
large city
deal
that
with
consisted of
this.
several
And I was able to
individual
point to that
communities.
to my daughter and say, this is the shit that I am talking about. She's 5 years older than you.
That is
What
like
does
a small
that lady
part
have?
of Chicago. Well, we have 9
say?
million people living up here. That is, I've seen
Form of
people with that
leukemia, I
trying to
believe.
merge.
But people,
They doubt her.
The Evens did not even
I
have
don't know,
a
she's
specific
a little bit
governing
kooky,
body,
right?
but they did employ a
There
hierarchical
still can't point to the fact, even if it's not Bad Baby, who may be lying. I'm
I
not
like how
sure.
you're using that name, Bad Baby.
Is it Bad Baby? Bad what the, I said Bad Bunny the other day, and my kids are like, no, that's the rapper.
Weapons were never
She
used
says
in
she
violence
insisted
was
she'd been cleared for
completely
surgery. She
unheard
has
of
no
across
regrets
the
about her cosmetic tweaks. What does a cosmetic tweak have to do with leukemia?
Don't know.
I think people
They're
are.
not going to perform plastic surgery on a cancer patient. What? Is she's getting plastic surgery? What is this article about? Go
Oh,
scroll
no,
out.
look at the chronic
Go out.
myeloid leukemia piece, because that's the part I know about.
She breaks silence on claims she lied about having cancer after being slammed for vaping.
Oh God, did she lie about it?
I was just showing you that.
Go back up.
Because I thought she had like a wig.
Go back up,
That
please.
she lost her hair.
21 says currently battling chronic, how do you say that? Myeloid leukemia. Criticized for getting cosmetic surgery while battling disease, which is pretty crazy. Is that really true? That's the part that she underwent plastic surgery and challenged rival Alabama Barker to a physical fight, all while battling leukemia.
Apparently, Alabama Barker did not show up for that fight because my daughter was very disappointed by that.
What they were gonna meet somewhere and
To
actually
read
fight.
Anakin Calabasas and throw down.
Oh boy, the Calabasas throwdown,
That's
the
right.
classic.
Of
There used to be an Old West shootout. Now it's a Calabasas throwdown.
So there's a hair pulling and all kinds of stuff.
Oh,
But
boy.
what I can tell you with certainty is that the rate of early onset cancer diagnosis at 18 to 49 has gone up 79% over the past 2 decades. So if in fact Bad Baby is being untruthful and deceitful, those statistics.
Yes, those statistics are real, including the big leap since the COVID vaccine was rolled out.
You know, I don't have any information on that.
There was a doctor that was on the Tucker Carlson show the other day that said he's seeing pancreatic cancer in kids for the first time ever in his career. He said, my entire career, I never saw pancreatic cancer in children.
Okay, I want to play devil's advocate to that argument and simply say the statistic that I just cited, I believe, came out in 2019. So this is pre-COVID.
Oh, I'm not doubting that
So-
diet and environmental factors. I think there's a host of different things going on. For sure, there's pesticides and herbicides. That's a major factor. You know, when you look at the fact that 90+% of people have Roundup in their blood, that's crazy.
You know that stuff is linked to chemical warfare.
Well, like we said, the ones
It has a
that
historical connection to Agent Orange.
Really?
Yeah. Google it. Jamie, check that.
But
But yeah,
on circle, well, the evil people won't tell us. Mostly because
Glyphosate is everywhere. It's so spooky. And other countries want to go out too. And we spray it on everything. Not only that, we have like corns genetically engineered to be immune to glyphosate, so they can just spray the shit out of it. And then you eat that corn, and you're getting glyphosate residue. You're just getting it, and it's in your blood.
It's in
It's in everything. It's in rice,
It's
meat. Yeah.
well,
It's a runoff, so it gets in the fish. You know, most freshwater fish have toxic levels of lead and or heavy metals in them. Like most freshwater fish, you really probably shouldn't be eating.
I knew big koi fish.
Yes, that's
that weren't
to the ocean, but that's heavy metals from the ocean, which is also from us. But that's mercury. But there's toxic levels of heavy metals and pollutants and forever chemicals that are in freshwater fish.
It's weird. I don't know.
Because all that shit that's in the ground gets into lakes. All that shit, that all the runoff, all that stuff gets into streams, gets into creeks, gets into rivers. We watched a video when we had Will Harris from White Oak Pastures on the podcast, and he showed the difference between his regenerative farm that doesn't use any pesticides or herbicides and his neighbor's farm. And there's literally a dividing line in the river where you can see the runoff from his neighbor's farm turns the entire river brown. And it's legal. It's legal to pollute.
This is in an area
because it's industrial farming.
Exactly.
But it's crazy. It's just like all that industrial fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides are running off because the topsoil's dead. So all that stuff is running off as soon as it rains, and it runs right into the river. And you can see a dividing line. There's like clear water on one side, and this disgusting brown, dirty water on the right side.
Have you seen where it runs from the river into the ocean? That creates dead zones.
Oh yes, no oxygen. Yeah, yeah.
Jelly.
Well, I have a friend of mine who's a yoga instructor, and he's from Argentina. And he came to America, and no one told him, he was in LA, no one told him, don't surf after it rains. So he was surfing, and he didn't understand that all the runoff from all the streets goes into the ocean. He got horribly sick.
I have no idea. I
And
mean,
he's bedridden. And he's like, what the fuck is going on with the ocean?
Having grown up in California and spending a lot of time in the water, I have known this for years, and now I can imagine, by the way, in California, to get in the ocean at this point, considering all crap from the fires. That's a great irony. That's my favorite. We're not doing any forestry mitigation because of the environment, and yet these fires have rolled back all of those protections for something like 20
so we
years.
actually
Just
that ground's ruined forever.
destroyed and pours into the ocean.
Twice the size of Manhattan. Ruined brown. All those people that have electric cars, those cars, those batteries, all that shit is all the plastics, the fiberglass, the carbon fiber, all that stuff, the tires, all that stuff is now in the soil. Good luck having a garden. Good luck. You want to try to grow plants? Good luck.
I was talking to, I don't know if you've ever seen this gentleman. He's really great. He wrote a book called The Disease, named Dr. William Lee, and he called me after the fire because I was out there visiting my mom. She's like, where are you? Are you in California? And I was like, I am at the moment. In fact, I'm right here by the Palisades. And he said, Jill, do you remember 9/11 dust? That whole thing with all that? I was like, of course I remember. Sent me a bunch of articles. He said, you gotta get out of there. Get your mom out of there. He said he gets in your kids' clothes and they're on their way to school. People, he goes, we're going to be talking about this 10 years from now, the result of the toxins in this fire and how they've affected people's health.
No doubt. No doubt.
Crazy. And it happens twice a year.
Yeah.
At least.
I was evacuated 3 times.
We should do. Start a
website. In fact, I lost 2 homes. One that I owned in 2018 and one that I sold in 21 just actually burned.
It's crazy. And nothing. I mean, what they did during the fire was just so insane. The fact that the reservoir was empty. Oh, we need to make a lid for it. We didn't get around to it.
For over a year, and it hadn't even begun. There were so many things wrong there that I could
What's
literally.
lack of funding, Jillian? They don't have enough money.
Very soon.
Have you seen Mike Schellenberger talk about this?
Yes.
That will make your blood boil.
Yeah, Schellenberger's great.
I love him. He's like, we knew about this for 7 days with the winds, and we could have, we could have borrowed firefighters from all the different states and this and that, and had them pre-positioned. Oh my God, knowing between Mike Schellenberger and Corolla, whipping me into a frenzy about this. I literally think I popped 10 blood vessels because so much of this could have been communicated and wasn't. And in fact, Gavin Newsom,
did.
my favorite
And the
politician.
people that picked her up,
He's my favorite podcaster. I wish we'd get back to him.
Oh.
He stopped. I don't know why he
Oh,
stopped.
did he stop? I didn't know that.
No.
The show was
The
horrible.
people that
Oh,
picked
God,
them up
Everybody was
were
mocking him.
particle
It was so bad for him. He had this idea of reaching across the aisle. So he reached across the aisle and gets guys like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon on, and they eat his lunch. And people are thinking his party were like, what the fuck are you doing? You're making us look horrible. So he bails on his podcast. What was his last episode?
I didn't realize he failed.
Oh, he's back.
No, we weren't going to get that lucky. I don't think so.
Oh, Rahm Emanuel. Okay, that's well. Now he's with his own side.
Yeah.
Scott Galloway,
Okay.
pretty much his own side.
Yeah.
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 Anthony Scaramucci, he hates Trump. That's a good move.
Yep.
Ezra Klein. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's not
I think
that
we
it's
saw
gone
two
away.
people
It's
there
just that it's
that
so
are
horrible
ruling
nobody's
it to
watching
this
it,
day.
and nobody's even talking about it anymore.
Yeah, that might be
This
it.
is Gavin Newsom.
Contact this way to try to take over Earth.
But it was so
Even
funny
if it's
because
enslaved
that
people.
was the
Luckily, we
response
have projects
after
around
the
border.
election. They said, well,
Trolling
podcasts
skies ready
influenced
to
the
protect
election,
us.
so we'll start our own podcast. Your podcast is going to make people even more inclined to not vote for you.
My favorite was we need our own version of Joe Rogan, and I love him. I remember when you loved Bernie. You were like, I like the guy. You had Joe Rogan. Joe was on your side. And
This is stupid.
I-
And, you know, the
that's the
funny
one thing
is
with the left
this
is they
one got so much.
purge people from the party.
I don't know,
Because it's a
like,
cult.
credence.
It
Like,
really
I-
is. Like leftism, not being an actual progressive.
Yeah,
Like an actual
It's
progressive
really
is a
stupid.
person
I'm
who's
sorry.
kind, who
Like,
wants
there might
people to
be
just
believers.
exist
Hey,
and
you know what?
be
This
yourself
might have
and
happened
live
in one
amongst
way.
us.
It
We
was
should all have
successful.
social
Maybe we
safety
got
net and
people on
laws that like
programs
are
other
kind and
projects
compassionate. We should look at the fact that we are an incredible first world nation, and we should like roll out the red carpet to all the people that live here and try to make it a better place for everybody. That's real progressivism. And then it morphed into this like let perverts get into the women's room,
But I
let
heard
men
there's a crash
compete
at
in women's
Ron's World,
sports.
so we'll tie
Like
in
all like and
and
ignore the
here's the
fact
email.
that some people are fucking psychotic and give them a blank check as long as they just say they're a woman. Like, oh, you're a woman. Go ahead, carte blanche, get in. And not only that, but treat them better than you treat women themselves, because they're actually more oppressed than women. So that's the oppression hierarchy.
Right.
So they get the gold medal in the oppression Olympics. It's like it's bananas.
It is bananas. It really is. I can't. That's the stuff where you look and you say, I was never for any of this.
Yeah.
If you are libertarian and for personal freedoms, of course. If you want to change your gender as an adult, that's absolutely up to you, and I fight for the right to do that and live with dignity. But when your personal choices impact the rights and the freedoms of others, this is a far more nuanced conversation.
Far more.
And it's like, whoa!
Especially when you're dealing with kids. And
Oh, that's a whole different.
this is where it gets really crazy.
No, that's evil.
There's this hilarious conversation between this woman who's like, she looks like she's probably in her 70s. And this person's asking her, if you had a granddaughter, would you support them taking puberty blockers? She's like, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's insane to try to force a girl to go through puberty if she's really a boy and this, that. Would you allow them to get a tattoo? Oh, I think that's permanent. No irony. Seconds later, no recognition of what she's saying. No, like tattoos can be removed, lady. Yeah, they can laser those off.
Have you noticed though? They really don't understand it.
No.
And I got in a conversation with Jessica Tarlov about this, and she's like, "Oh, but the kids go through extensive therapy." I'm like, that's not true, Jessica. Or the concept that it's reversible. People
That's not
believe
true.
this exactly.
Not only is it not true, but puberty blockers are the exact same thing they give to sex criminals. When you have a sexual molester that is forced to be on sterilization drugs, that's exactly what they give to young boys.
It sterilizes kids.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Takes away
It depends
sexual
on what
function.
resume
They
you're
can,
building.
if you interrupt puberty in stage 10 or
What type
2.
of job are you
And
trying to
the reason I bring this up is
And
because
as
they'll
far
tell
as
you it's
Something
reversible.
in sanitation.
And here's the thing. Someone actually went through this exercise with somebody
And
and
as
I was
far
like,
as
show that to
photos
me.
go, you know, his hard
And they went
drive
on
is like 3
ChatGPT
meg.
and
I
it's
mean,
like, yes, this is
there's only so many
reversible.
places.
And
Were
the
they
argument is that
physical
should you have a
photos
child that
or-
turns puberty at 7 and you use puberty blockers, it's
I'm
very
just saying
rare,
that
it
he
can
doesn't have, like, a big
happen.
enough hard
And
drive
they
to actually
do it
store anything.
strategically to slow that down for a child and help them develop at a normal pace. It doesn't sterilize them or make them incapable of having an orgasm. So the distinction that's key is when you block puberty at the stage of 10 or 2, which is arguably the appropriate age that puberty is meant to begin. Then you've got sterilization, you've got an inability to ever have an orgasm, it affects bone development, it affects brain development. It's terrible for them.
Yeah.
Their friggin' children, their body is not developed properly. Nobody understands that. They don't, when they make that argument, they're told the parting line of, if you make them go through this, they'll kill themselves. And it turns out that the data doesn't bear out to prove that either. But they
Not only
have
data goes the other way. The data goes the other way. There's 25% more likely to commit suicide, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety. All those things ramp up once they've transitioned.
Yeah.
Because they realize like they've made a horrible mistake and they've been influenced by these crazy people that want to use them as like virtue flags. They want to use children as virtue flags. It's fucking insane. They also shouldn't be allowed to call them a different thing than when they call them. They call them chemical castration drugs for sex offenders. Yet they call them puberty blockers.
And
Gender affirming
Isn't
care.
that lovely?
Yeah, it's fucking barbaric and bananas. And we're going to look back at it the same way we looked at lobotomies. You know, we performed lobotomies for, I think, roughly around 50 or 60 years for, I think they stopped it in 1967. I think that's when they stopped the last lobotomies. And then they realized, like, oh my God, this is a terrible thing to do. But they did it for so fucking long. And this is the same thing that's going to happen with this whole gender affirming care thing for minors. It's crazy. Kids don't know what's going on. You have children, you know, it's like they go through phases and cycles, they become tomboys and boys play with dolls. Like, who cares? A lot, by the way, a lot of those boys that want to transition, it turns out they're just gay. And if you just leave them and let them be gay, and a lot of my gay friends fucking hate it. Because they're like, you're trying to erase gay people. You're trying to say that all these gay people are really in the wrong gender.
I never thought of it from that angle. I have seen the financial component though.
Oh, that's
It's
a
a
big problem.
multi-billion-dollar business.
That's where it's evil.
And when you look at who's funding this stuff, I remember, oh my God, I used to go to the friggin' human rights campaign dinners and donate. You know, when you're fighting for gay marriage.
You're an idiot.
Good liberal. And now, when you go to their page, if they've got a score, forgive me, I can't remember the friggin' name of it, but there's a score where they rate different medical institutions on how they provide gender-affirming care. And if they get a bad score, it impacts, I think, how much grant money they can get. There's a page for this, I believe it's through the HRC on their website. When you look at who funds it,
And for the record, don't put us as experts on anything.
That's not at all surprising. One drug, I
Except for
think,
maybe
is almost $1 billion a year business. Off-label, I forgive me, it's been a minute since I looked into this, but I'm in the zone for sure. Yeah, terrifying stuff.
It's just the money thing is so scary because when money gets attached to anything, all ethics and morals go out the window and they just try to make as much money from these things as humanly possible. And they've always done that. They've always done that across the board with virtually everything, and we're surprised when it happens with children.
I don't know. You and I are surprised.
Join us in our Facebook discussion group.
You know, most people aren't awake at all, and if it doesn't affect them personally, they feel like it's important to espouse these beliefs because these beliefs show that you're a good progressive.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, it's like people's minds have been co-opted by, you know, I don't necessarily believe in demons and angels. I don't believe that. But if you were the devil Like, wouldn't money be your most valuable tool to get people to do absolutely atrocious, evil things that are going to ruin their lives? Money is like the devil's playground. It's like where the devil can convince good people to do things, and then you use words like gender-affirming care, and you can kind of like change the narrative, but the end result is really just you're profiting off of people's confusion, and you're doing so in a way where you're sacrificing. It's literal child sacrifice. Those children that wind up committing suicide because they went through this gender-affirming care and are horribly depressed. They don't have breasts anymore. They're so confused. They can't have children, and they just wind up killing themselves. And this is sacrifice. This is like a form of child sacrifice for financial gain. You're not sacrificing them to the gods. You're doing it to money. And it's really wild that we can't see that. We can't like look at all the data and see and understand like the complex interaction of human beings and people that are around them that influence them. And that they get encouragement, and then they get positive feedback, and then they show up at school wearing lipstick, and everyone's like, "You're amazing. You're amazing now, Bobby. Like, now that you're Roberta, like now you're amazing. You used to be some guy that got stuffed into a locker, and now your girl is incredible." And you're giving them this positive feedback, and it's money, and people are profiting off of it. It's fucking insane, and it's so wild to watch it all play out and realize like we are so vulnerable to influence. Human beings are so. I mean, this is why cults exist. This is why people are willing to be religious martyrs, blow themselves up. And which, by the way, like, why do they do that? Why do they get kids to wear suicide vests? Because you can't convince a 55-year-old guy to do it. 55 guy with a job and a family and a lot of interests and good friends. Tough to get him to wear that suicide vest. He's like, what? What am I doing? I'm going to a mall? What the fuck? No, why am I doing that? I'm going to heaven? And I'm going to get 72 virgins. Can you show me these virgins? Like, is there a fucking... What happened to them? How do these poor virgins wind up in heaven just getting raped by this 55-year-old guy who blew himself up? Like, this is fucking insane. We can't get adults to believe that. You can get children to believe that. So we don't want to, like, take that same ability to influence and then just transfer it over to children.
I'm not quite sure why the human mind is so fragile. I've asked myself that so many times. This is going to sound totally off piece here, but you brought up demons and what have you, and I just watched that. I didn't read the book, so forgive me, but I watched the documentary on the Book of Chaos on Netflix.
Oh yeah, I read the book.
Okay, are you not completely... I cannot wrap my head around how Manson got seemingly normal people to commit this kind of murder. And when you listen to these women talk about it, they're like, and then I stabbed her 15 times, and I felt the knife go into her hip bone, and she looked at me and said, I'm dead. And then, no emotion. What did you do to this woman's mind? And you can't say she's an outlier, because he was able to convince the group of people. I cannot understand this kind of...
Well, that's fragility.
What is that? Is it not?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's Jolly West. Jolly West was the CIA operative who visited Manson in jail. He's also the guy that visited Jack Ruby after he shot Kennedy, and then Jack Ruby starts saying, I'm seeing demons, and the Jews are on fire, and Jack Ruby didn't have a history of mental illness like that, like complete psychotic breakdowns, but he did after Jolly West visited him in jail. Yeah, it was like, there's like real documentation about those experiments. One of them is Operation Midnight Climax. So the CIA was operating brothels, and they were operating brothels where they would have two-way mirrors, and they would be behind the mirrors, and these prostitutes who were working for the CIA would give the Johns LSD. and then they would observe them. This is all
I
documented.
do know. I knew a little bit about MK Ultra, obviously, and that they are using psychedelics to influence people and try to gain mind control. Okay, so here's my question. This is what I find so fascinating. Do you think that the LSD simply accelerated that mental vulnerability or the ability to warp someone's mind? Because when you tell people now you're going to perform a sex change on a child, they think that's a good idea. And I'll tie it back to one thing that also is seemingly unrelated, but everyone's outraged about RFK. He's not a doctor. Oh my God, he's trying to get to the root of autism, and he's misguided about it. Where was your outrage when Xavier Becerra, not a doctor, wanted to remove all age limits for sex changes on kids, whether surgery or not, the medicalization component that we talked about? Like, that to me is occult psychosis. I wonder, like, to get an adult to, I'm like, where's your outrage and your concern about this? Because this is batshit crazy. And nobody said a word, nobody cared, it went completely under the radar. And I'm just wondering if the ability to capture someone's mind in the way that they did, the CIA studies, did LSD simply accelerate a vulnerability that's already pre-existing, and you're watching the brainwashing of people go on over the course of decades? Because if you said this to a person, arguably when in Obama's first term, when he ran on gay marriage, that you were going to run sex changes on children in the year 2024, people would have lost their friggin' mind. So it's just a complete, it must have been brainwashed.
Yeah, it is brainwashing. And cults, we all know that cults are real, right? We all know about Manson family. We all know about Jim Jones. We all know about cults. And we know that human beings are very vulnerable to group influence. Now, when you have someone that's actually being trained by people that are psychologists, understand influence, and then also trained in using the implementation of LSD on these people, one of the things that Manson would do is he would pretend to take LSD, and then he would give it to them and then influence them while they were under the influence and he was sober. And this is all learned through the Harvard LSD studies, which, by the way, created the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies.
Oh my God, how do we not know this?
Yeah,
I know he was a genius.
Yeah, well, there was a bunch of things wrong. First of all, when he was a baby, he was severely ill, and they put him in some sort of an infirmary, and he didn't have any human touch for months. For months, they ended, like, when he cried, he's in his crib, they left him there. His brother talked about it. There's a documentary on Netflix about him, and his brother talked about, like, even before the Harvard LSD studies, they would, he was, like, really fucked up, complete lack of empathy. Like, and just, complete sociopath as a young man, and it would express itself when he would experience rejection from women. He would have, like, violent reactions to that rejection, and write them horrific letters, and torture them and yell at them. And then he goes through the Harvard LSD studies, which a part of his particular studies was humiliation. So he would be under the influence, and they would humiliate him, and they would abuse him, and try to get him to a certain state of mind. So then this guy goes off to Berkeley, becomes a professor, and his whole idea is to just make enough money so that he can implement this program. Here's what's crazy about his ideas. He's kind of right. So he's kind of right, and he thinks that technology is going to replace human beings. Like, he sees this through all of his acid trips, that human beings are going to be replaced. And we probably are. We probably are going to be replaced by AI. We probably are going to be replaced by synthetic life that we create. And we're facilitating that with our reliance on technology. So he decides he's going to live off the grid in a cabin and kill all the people that are involved with technology. A very twisted, distorted reaction to this thing that we're are recognizing as being real in 2025. That we are experiencing, we have AI on our phones now.
Right.
You know, we're constantly being monitored, we're constantly being surveilled. Your rights are getting very murky because all your data is being given away. Everybody knows everything about you. It's easy to influence people with algorithms and also with bots. It's being used for political discourse. It's being used for so many different things. Essentially, you know, we don't want to think that cults can be half the country, but it for sure can be half the country. It can be the whole country. If you live under Sharia law, it's the whole country. The whole country believes that women have to cover every part of their body except their eyeballs. You know, this kind of thinking, we're very vulnerable to groupthink, and especially groupthink that's being like intentionally manipulated also, and then being done with psychedelic drugs. Now, they did it during the Manson era because they were trying to stop the anti-war movement. So they were trying to, like, the hippies and all these people that were like, hey, make love, not war.
Right.
Like, we have to change the association the general public has with these people because too many people are joining up with them. And so what they did was they got the Manson family and they got them to commit these horrific crimes. And every time Charles Manson would get arrested, he would get let out of jail. I mean, he was violating parole left and right, and the cops that arrested him were all being told when they were interviewed, they would say, this is above my pay grade. They're telling me that I have to let him go. So they would be contacted by someone from the State Department or wherever saying, let him go.
I saw that somewhat alluded to in the documentary. I'm like, well, you know, when the one guy, I'm going to watch this, never mind. Bottom line is they generally there wasn't that kind of in-depth takeaway.
Yeah, unfortunately, the documentary is only like 90 minutes.
It's very short. And it draws a connection, but it doesn't prove out its points. And I couldn't quite understand where's the proof of it until explained it.
Tom O'Neill, the guy who wrote that book, is he's been on the podcast before. He was my friend Greg Fitzsimmons' neighbor in New York, and he was writing this 20 plus years. So Greg was his friend when it was happening, like when he started. So what he was doing is he was writing an article. I think it was for Vanity Fair or Variety, I forget. But the article was on the anniversary of the Manson killings. And so it was supposed to be just like, hey, this is the anniversary, just write an article about the facts. So he starts going into the facts of the case, and he's like, well, wait a minute. And so he starts investigating, and he can't investigate enough, and then he gets in trouble because like the deadline's passed, and then he gets a book deal, and the deadline passes on that. He's just completely obsessed with getting to the bottom of this, and absorbing more and more information and documenting it all. He's had enough for many books, and I believe he's writing another book right now.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
The huge irony is that these drugs can, as we both know, these drugs can save lives.
Yeah.
And I was just talking to Callie and Brigham, and who are involved in the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. And what's so fascinating is
very different drug.
Okay, but what about psilocybin? Like when I talk to
the spirit of Mary Robb,
really
the founder of the
LSD is very good.
So they didn't use psilocybin or ibogaine or any of that stuff.
No, not with that, but perhaps you could if you did it correctly, if you knew how to manipulate people. Like Jolly West was well versed in manipulation. I mean, this was the whole part of the CIA's program, and that, by the way, it's not just the CIA; it's other intelligence agencies. MI5 was doing it. The UK studies on psychedelics. You could see the videos of British troops on acid. They dosed up these British troops from I want to say it's the 1950s. Do you know that video, Jim? You know the video. We've played it before. But these guys are, with full fatigues, just laughing, leaning up against trees, laughing. They gave them LSD.
To what end?
Well, they want to find out what it does. They thought it was a truth serum. Turns out it's not. Like, well, what can it do? And then, so they used people to try to figure out what can be done with it. So this is 25 minutes. Let's put your headphones on real quick.
Okay.
First effects of the drug became apparent. 25 minutes later.
It's also it's $250 a night. That's for I think it's like 4 people.
Had to be removed.
So Harley, question:
After
when
35
on
minutes,
your show,
one of the
you
radio
oftentimes
operators had
do
become incapable of
locations
using
that
his test.
are supposedly or allegedly haunted.
During the month of October, we did a hell of a lot of them. I'm kind of over from the pumpkins, aliens, and Bigfoot.
Notice the bunching.
Yeah, get back to the normal stuff that you can
enter a
prove.
wood occupied by the
Absolutely,
enemy.
yeah.
Almost
One of my
immediately,
favorite
the
ones they
section
did
commander
for
tried to
October
use a
was
map to find the location of troop
giant
headquarters.
statue
The prisoner's
of the
escort
horse
had to
outside
have
the
the way
Denver
pointed
airport.
out to him, although it was in plain sight,
A veiny
700
throbbing
yards away
masterpiece with
over
red
open
eyes
country.
that it is. So
50
speaking of veiny
minutes
throbbing
after taking the
masterpieces,
drug,
back to the
radio
Rob House.
communication had become difficult, if not
All right, so
impossible.
Brett, our story
But the men
tonight is
are
a
still
two-part.
capable of
So
sustained
first,
physical
part
effort.
one,
This
we're
man
going to talk
nearly
about
succeeded
Mary
in felling
Roth,
this
who's
tree
her house.
using
We're
only a
going to
spade.
describe her
However,
legend
constructive
and
action
what
was still
happened to her in her
attempted by
life.
those retaining a sense of responsibility
Legacy.
in spite of
We'll
physical
take a quick
symptoms.
break, see if I
But
can use
1
the
hour
body.
and 10 minutes
Part
after
two,
taking the drug,
where the scores
with
level
one
and things
man
really get
climbing a tree to
interesting,
meet the birds,
is where we will dive into
admitting that he could
Lorenz's
no longer
venom.
control himself
And
Well,
or
isn't
his
that just
men.
more Mary Roth when we come to think about it? Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so this is one of the
I
first
guess we'll learn,
experiments they
won't we?
did
And that's
with
really where the
LSD
Watsiko
and
wonder
sulfur.
takes over.
Would you be
so
trying
let's
to
talk Mary Roth.
spray the air over the
Most of the following actually
opposition?
got
I mean, otherwise, what? What's
Well,
the
you
friggin'
could
what is that?
Wonder by
Food
Dr.
supply,
E.W.
you can
Stevens.
infect their water
So
supply.
using it against
Yeah.
your enemy.
Yeah,
So
you could do
they're trying
that.
to change
Yeah.
some of the.
Okay, that's.
I mean, there was also some experiments that they
That's where
ran.
most of this information comes from.
I think it was in St. Louis, where they were using a
unfortunately.
fan and they were spraying things, aerosol spraying to see what kind of effect things would have on people. Like our government, if you give them the license, right? I don't want to say our government. Let's just stop saying that. Let's just say human beings with unchecked power. Human beings with unchecked power that are they have an imperative. Like, what are they trying to do? Well, they're trying to figure out what this stuff does. What's the best way to do it? You tried it out on soldiers. Like they've always done that with vaccines and a bunch of different experimental antigens. They dose them up with steroids and all sorts of different things to increase aggression. Methamphetamine was used during the war to get kamikazes to fly their planes into boats. The Nazis did it. Oh yeah.
I've seen that footage of him. I think it was at the Olympics.
Yes, 1936 Olympics. Just fucking just rocket.
It did not have it propped him up on that to the degree that he was able to subsequently convince Mussolini to jump into the dance.
Yeah. Have you ever read Blitz?
If it's not,
No.
It's do we have it here still, Jimmy? Norman Ohler wrote this insane book on the ubiquitous use of drugs during the Third Reich and how it caused them to go through Poland in 3 days because they stayed up for 3 fucking days on meth. And they gave the most meth to the people that were driving the tanks because they were at the front. So it was like they gave different doses depending on what your job was. And they just methed up, ran through Poland. They caught these people just like in France. Like their soldiers were given wine, so these people were like drunk, and then the Nazis came through, methed up, and just fucking killed everybody.
You know, I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, so I heard that similar things were given, forgive me for throwing this out there, it could be total bullshit, but to Hamas on the October 7th attack in order to be able to commit those kinds of atrocities.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. I've heard it through friends who are Israeli and complete bullshit. But I would wonder if you have to commit those kinds of violent acts against another human being.
Because of her condition, which actually
I
makes sense.
would imagine you'd have to be altered in some capacity. I can't even fathom being able to.
That's scary.
I don't know. I can't wrap my head around
human beings are capable of great atrocities without any kind of
one like that though?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they do it. I mean, look at Vietnam. Look at the things that people did during Vietnam. I don't think they dosed them up in Vietnam.
No, I guess you're right.
And in Vietnam, people were taking heroin and smoking weed, and they were still doing that. It's people have an evil capacity to other people. Like decide. You see it politically, in this country. Like people on the left will demonize people on the right. People on the right will demonize people on the left. It's just like it's a tribal thing that it's an echo of our past, because essentially when we were small tribes of 150 people and then you got invaded by a neighboring tribe, you had to be able to commit extreme violence against the other. And you had to be able to think of them as not you. That's not person. That's them.
Man,
you have to be able to go after them.
I can understand that broadly. Okay, right, fair.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So visceral and hideous, and I need to bring the vibe down. But it's one thing to kill another human being. And I have to. This is how we survive. Whatever it is, we're fighting Nazis, and you don't have a choice. Okay, fair. But
you have a deep case of
to beheads, just that kind of stuff. I just
torture.
I often ask. This is going to a very unplanned place, but I ask myself what I'm capable of if somebody hurt my feelings or hurt my life. What would I be capable of doing?
I bet you'd be capable of extreme violence.
I think, without question. But I would be capable of it. But I'm like, I can't stand blood. I'm like, God, it would make me sick. It would horrify me. So how would I? This is the shit that tortures me in the middle of the night and I can't sleep. Like, how far removed am I from this mentality? Like, am I just a few catastrophes away from losing my mind and becoming a lunatic?
Well, that's the appeal of Walking Dead.
It's just where they
right.
someone to
Yes, you're right.
Zombies become inconsequential. The real problem is
distend.
Yes, that's so true. And I could do a hell of a lot of horrendous things, but I couldn't, like, some of the torture methods.
That's what happened.
I don't have the stomach for it.
Well, like, look at what they did during the Inquisition. You can't say that was drugs.
Yes, she
did. These were people that just decided they were going to torture people. And they
anyway, I did a little digging, and
they decided they other people.
I found that there was
a really evil aspect of human nature.
How do you defend against
they
it?
used that some people called the
Like, if we all have it in
it's going to be good.
what is the antidote to that?
Thanks to
You have to have a
Plus,
strong
their
army.
website.
You have to have people that can defend you against people that want to do that to people here. And then they have to have a strong ethical and moral foundation where they would never. Yeah, they have to be the good guys. They have to think that they're the good guys and have a very strong ethical and moral foundation that doesn't allow them to compromise that.
Except though, because when people fight dirty, it's such a massive disadvantage.
Right.
That then you think, well, I'm going to lose if I don't make this sacrifice in how I'm behaving, how I'm tackling this.
Well, we like to think that we're the good guys, but
while that might not sound so bad, except they were strapped
thing
in
that's
and
ever
only
been
allowed
done
to
to
use the
human
restroom.
beings that's horrific
Finally,
is the
some
nuclear bomb.
doctors ordered the use of high-pressure jets.
Indiscriminate
Sources
killing
indicate that
of
the one patient
civilians,
was strapped to
hundreds
the
of
wall in
thousands,
the crucifixion
boom,
position.
in one shot.
And the argument being that you drop it and then the war ends.
Yeah.
So it's the lesser of evils. You sacrificed how many hundreds of thousands of people in that moment, but did you save millions down the road? Can you justify the behavior utilizing that logic? Well, I committed this atrocity, but I saved more lives. Like, that's the slippery slope that I think about often. You were just talking about this the other day when be careful you become a monster.
Yeah.
So
when you're fighting monsters, and sometimes it's that fire conversation. You want to use fire. What if it doesn't work?
Yeah, sometimes you have to become a monster.
Sometimes you honestly, Joe, I hate to say it, but sometimes
if you want to defeat evil, you have to become a monster. Because if you don't, you won't beat it. You have to do horrific things to be horrific people.
That's what we have.
You have to kill them, right? Like, if someone's invading and they're shooting guns at people and they show up at the beach and they pull up a post and they start cutting people down, you have to do the same to stop that. You can't, like, bring out daisies. Hey guys, like, I baked you these pot brownies. Just like, let's just chill. Let's just make this, man.
Sebastian Younger said this to me once. He's like, listen, if you aren't willing to talk to the worst enemy, you have to fight them. But it's when the talking doesn't work. And you see that all the time. You see, I see it in my own personal life. With all of my best intentions and my calmest demeanor and my most empathetic approach to something fails because you're just not dealing with somebody who is rational or well-intentioned. And if you broaden that out,
Well, then imagine a language barrier. We have no idea what they're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
And then a cultural barrier where their culture believes that if they die, that they're going to go to heaven and that they'll be a martyr. And so they're willing to do that. They're excited to die and to kill you with them.
So she'd
Because they believe that the real
to her temples, and she
real
became
prize is not in
friends
this
with
life.
these fucking things.
It's in the next life.
What do you think you're
But
gonna
this is,
name your
we're
first
very
niche?
vulnerable. We're very vulnerable to this kind of thinking. And I don't know why we're designed this way. I don't. It's a distortion, probably, of tribal survival primate instincts. You know, you see it with. Have you ever watched Chimp Nation?
No, I was actually going to say animals don't have it, but then here we are.
Oh, they do.
Really? I mean, I know lions will kill another territorial, but the capacity for torture, I've never seen that in the animal kingdom. That kind
You
of.
ever see a cat with a mouse?
Okay. Yeah, I guess I have.
Yeah, they torture mice. They hold on to them, but then they let them go. And the mouse like, oh, Jesus is gonna let me go. Like, not today, motherfucker. And then they torture them and want to keep playing with them. Yeah, they have zero empathy. Cats are the worst.
Yeah,
They have zero empathy, especially house cats, because they're well fed, right? So they're not doing it for food. They're just doing it because they have instincts to kill. Like these instincts are being. They're being distorted, right? Because like the real instinct that they have to kill is so that they can survive. But when they're fully fed, they don't turn those instincts off. You know, now they just have this kill drive that's never satiated. And, you know, cats are the perfect killers. They move so fast. They're so stealthy. They have it from the time they're kittens. You see them crawl up to each other like very slowly, very slowly. They jump on each other.
I was thinking about our cat actually as we're talking. You know, when we lived in Miami, he would use the dog
She
door.
might be interacting with something directly in front
Oh,
of her.
yeah.
This big.
So her parents,
They're crazy.
investigators that they were,
My wife was like, honey, you know, you're chasing this fucking iguana around the house. It was ridiculous. Again,
stand in front of
we
a
kill it.
mirror,
No, they're not trying to kill it. They're having fun.
He's having fun now that I mean,
You
you're
have a
right.
little murderer that you live with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You little bastard, but yes.
That's what cats are, you know, and that's part of their essence. I mean, they're the cleanup crew. They're there to make sure the populations don't get out of control.
God, you bring up such a great point. I've
Did you see
also
the numbers on cats, like domestic cats, what they kill every year?
the birds. I know they kill like crazy.
Billions. Billions. Billions of birds.
Isn't it a cat now, or don't everybody know that?
Let's look at the numbers. Because people, we've brought it up before, but it's worth repeating because it's kind of crazy. So it sort of illustrates his point. So this is like, yes, B, with B, like
I didn't know that many
multiple.
house cats.
Oh, it doesn't. They don't have to be. They kill
Street
hikers.
cats.
Each cat, feral cats are ruthless.
Heavily
House cats, feral cats, wild cats, any cat that's outside. Yeah, they instantly kill. Okay, here it is. Domestic cats, leading cause of bird deaths in the United States, estimated to kill 1.3 and 4 billion birds annually. This includes both pet cats and cats that roam outdoors and feral cats. American Bird Conservancy estimates that free-range cats kill approximately 2.4 million. It's hard to know what the real numbers are,
Yeah,
but
it's
they know
high.
it's in the billions.
It's in the billions.
But imagine how many birds are if cats didn't do that. Like, who's going to kill them? Like, the sky would be filled with birds. You go outside and just shit on them.
I mean, when you do look back at the plague, and they started killing all the cats because they were associated with witches, and that's when the plague was able to kind of run more rampant because the cats were keeping that rat population down. The fleas on the rats caused.
Well, that's a coyote problem in California, right? Like, people are like, oh, I hate coyotes. Right, but do you hate coyotes more than you hate rats? Because coyotes are the reason why rats aren't everywhere. You know, like, where I used to live, like, there's a lot of coyotes, but I don't see very many rats. That's the reason why. Like, the wolves, the little wolves, which is what a coyote is, a small wolf, they're rat killers. And rabbit killers and everything else that they don't love.
I mean, it's obvious that they're playing a role in this control. Yeah, exactly. But because everyone in California just thinks they ate my Pomeranian. They don't see it beyond.
not worth it.
Yeah,
and they probably did. I mean, as a child, I
had
had
my daughter's puppy. Yeah, they
struggling
but a
to-
mountain lion ate one of my dogs when I lived in Colorado.
19 years of just
Yeah, it's like
struggling to
these
even
cats
have
are
an existence.
motherfuckers.
It's just a
You
sad
know,
demonstration
predators.
of
Like at
before we
least
had the medical
predators are
advances that
doing
we
it for
have
food.
today.
Well, I was gonna say you don't hold it against. As a child, I lost a dog to a coyote. To this day, I don't have like I don't hear coyotes. It's like, well, the dog was in the yard and coyote proofed the yard enough. Let's fucking coyote proof the yard
You
now.
can't really coyote proof your yard either. I had a coyote kill a chicken in my yard. We had a 6 foot tall wrought iron fence
With the rollers on it.
No, we had a roller. But the coyote with the chicken in its mouth leaped to the top like a ballerina. Like it was so elegant the way I was really impressed with its athleticism. And as a person who like admires physical feats, I was like, well, that's very impressive. This chicken in its mouth leaped up to the top of the fence, got its paws on it, went over just so gracefully and so adept. It was really impressive.
Okay, fair. This is like I guess animals do have a propensity for cats in particular, but I did not think of it that way. That makes me feel a little better.
That thing's fucked up because it's not even doing it for food. But it's like that thing inside of them has been. It's there. You can't satisfy it with just food. They literally are the cleanup crew for nature. That's what they are in Africa. When you see them, they're looking for the wounded antelopes. They're looking for anybody who's old. They're looking for anybody who just can't run fast enough. And that's what they do. And that's how they keep the populations down. You know, this is the reason why they reintroduced wolves in Colorado, and it's the reason why they reintroduced wolves in Montana. The elk population is decreasing significantly because the elk populations were out of control. They brought in wolves, and the wolves like radically dropped the population down. And they even do surplus killing, where they'll kill a bunch of things where they can't eat, but just that they can't help themselves. They have the opportunity to kill, and so they do.
Yeah,
So what is the antidote to this with the human population? Because I see the necessity for survival, but it can make you quite depressed if you let it. It can make you a bit nihilistic, and fighting for the hope and the good is so much. My mom says that to me all the time, because when I try to show her some of the things that I talked about at the beginning, and don't you see? And this is rigged, and who's really pulling the strings? And these are bad guys. And she's like, honey, I'm 76.
Bloodletting, and we made him feel uncomfortable.
I want to.
There's nothing wrong with that.
She's like, I want to see the good in people. Try to see Mr. Rogers, look for the helpers. You can fall into really becoming nihilistic about humanity when you witness these things and have these conversations. And I try so hard not to go there in my head. It's hard not to.
Well, we're primitive evolving species, and we're still trapped with these primate bodies. We're territorial primates with weapons, you know, and we're still trapped with the same instincts that got us to the dance, the same instincts that caused us to create walled cities, which, you know, allowed us to survive, and then agriculture, which allowed us to develop surpluses, and then people wanted those surpluses, nomads, and then they came in, the roving barbarians, the Mongolian hordes. You know, this is like all part of our history, and this is the battle of good versus evil. And the battle of good versus evil, I think this duality has to exist. I think you have to have good to combat evil, and you have to have evil to keep good in check, like to enhance good, to force people to really to rise and to innovate and to figure out how to defeat evil. Without evil, without the idea of these wars, we never would have developed cities. We never developed cities. We never would have gone through the Industrial Revolution. We wouldn't develop cities if we were just like roving, peaceful, nomadic hunter-gatherers. Just we would be the same.
It serves its purpose. I read all my Khalil Gibran. Like, the deeper your pain, like the more ability you have for empathy, and I get all of it, but it's
Mary Lawrence Venom.
And I guess that's
born
it's always like that. But that is what causes people to strive to be better.
Before Mary Roth's.
I hope you're right, Joe.
So
I think it is.
You're definitely one of those guys, which is why, bringing it back to the very beginning, I think that you're number one. But I also think you're
not too far. And
one.
what did her friends call her?
Out
What was her nickname?
Well, you know, you have to have
And their
principles
family and
that you
friends
live your life
told her
by.
that. They said
Right?
that she'd
And
never been sick
be
except
aware
for
of
measles
evil,
when she was 11.
but
She's like,
do your best to
healthy
be
child.
good.
Yeah, and
know,
and you see the fight.
Without evil, like you have no desire to be good. Like why be so?
You don't remember that?
Why be wonderful? Why be kind?
So
And
little
why,
Nancy
there's no
is
contrast.
13.
There's no
One day she tells
nothing
her
you're
mom
fighting
there were
against.
persons in a room
This
last
is
night.
unfortunately what motivates.
Rancy.
What makes you choose, though? Okay, so another thing that I've thought about often
You said that you were
is
working
like
with something
evil
similar.
never
like
stops
you had
going.
toaster marks on your
You ever
cheek?
heard that good
They
has
almost
to
felt like they
decide
were burned.
when it gets out of bed in the
That's so
morning?
weird.
You know, like you're on the freeway and
Does that
someone's
ever happen to you?
is broken down on the side of the freeway, and it's like, are you late for something? Are you worried? There are a million things that will influence whether or not I stop that day. But a bad guy will always see an opportunity to go after that person. Evil works tirelessly, and good requires a sacrifice. You sacrifice yourself.
So the very next night, she arose from her bed saying that she could not sleep, and every time she tried to sleep, voices called Rancy to her. So her mom, wanted to make her feel good.
Too dark of a conversation. It's like, that's
And
it.
she fell asleep.
No more of
and
this
she
dark
slept the
shit.
rest of the night.
Is it back now?
So the next day,
Well, that's
Rancy had
weird.
been so
I didn't even touch it.
I guess as you do in the
Okay, back.
1800s.
I'm back.
Yeah, this is a sign for me.
Evil's trying to stop me from saying. The moment I'm saying there's more good than there is evil.
The mic disconnects.
Yeah, I think unfortunately evil can co-opt people, and because good people can become evil when they experience so much evil that they have to become a monster.
Yeah.
Fight against monsters.
I'm seeing it even in the health space.
We're just
I
avoiding it
sometimes
altogether.
Frig, I'm dealing with the FDA stuff right now. I was talking to him this morning. He's talking about trying to compound peptides, and there's a war on peptides, and there's a war on stem cells. And of course, it's the cutting edge of medicine. But he's like describing what they're going up against in dealing with this, and it's evil. Like, why would you want to prevent these life-saving treatments?
Well, that's a perfect example.
Yeah.
That's money.
And you're like
And if
stretching
money
your
is the devil, that's a perfect
How
example
much
because
do
the
you
pharmacy.
need, though, Joe?
Yeah,
That's
it's
my
not
question.
you though. The problem
I
is
just sit up suddenly and, like, try to
corporations.
massage
I'm sure
it,
you've
it's
seen
just
this before.
locked, and you don't know
Corporations
what to
behave
do. I think
like a
that's
psychopath,
Charlie horse, I guess.
right? Because corporations don't have humanity, and when you have a corporation, which I don't know how we get away from not having corporations, so what's the solution there? But corporations have an obligation to their shareholders.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to do fucked up things in order to make more money. And that's when you're in the business of drugs. Like that's like if you're in the business of making movies, what fucked up things can you do to make more movies and make more movies that more people are going to see? Really nothing. It's like you just have to make them resonate with people. But if you're selling drugs, well, boy, you can influence people. You can lie about studies. You can have your scientists perform studies and then throw out all the studies that don't jive with whatever you're trying to sell. And then you can compromise. Yeah, you compromise all these politicians and get them to repeat your narratives.
That should be illegal, though.
Oh yeah,
That should be illegal. You should be able to get rid of
The problem is
citizens.
they're not. So how do you get it out?
You gotta reform campaign finance. Do you remember many moons ago, I believe it was John Edwards, who was running on that many moons ago. But as a kid, I didn't fully understand what that meant. As an adult, no one's ever brought that, kind of
Here's step
around.
one. You gotta say they can't advertise.
Oh, mother.
That's number
Can't
one.
you see little
Because
Larry
not only is
getting
it
so
not advertising is not really the problem, it's part of the problem. The real problem is when they advertise, and Callie Means talked about this extensively. Now the media will not criticize them because they're responsible for an enormous percentage of their income.
70+%. The issue, I've had this conversation recently, and the issue is going to be freedom of speech here. It's going to be a First Amendment fight.
But that's not a First Amendment
They're
thing.
going to argue
Because you
this,
could
Joe.
still do it on social media. You could still make your own podcast if you're Pfizer.
That's the angle they're going to take. I am sure of it.
Right, but you can't advertise for cigarettes on television. Why? Because we decided
Kids, I
cigarettes.
think. I think it's kids. I've heard this conversation, and I'm trying to remember who one of the researchers was, but Callie was there, Mark Hyman was there, and they were having this exact conversation, and one of the people on the other side was suggesting that they have already gamed this out, and that's the way that they're going to go.
Yeah, well, ironically, this is self-sabotage for the media itself, because no one takes them seriously anymore, because they don't do that. Because they don't criticize the pharmaceutical drug companies. They don't talk about vaccine side effects. They don't talk about pharmaceutical drug side effects. They don't.
They make you look like insane when you do. But I was on CNN talking about Ozempic one time, and they essentially called me anti-science because I suggested that a lot of the drugs, I was like, whoa. They're like, well, we give people statins, and we give people blood pressure medication, and we
get the fucking data on statins, by the way.
I was initiating that conversation, and I was called anti-science. And
they don't understand the data.
They won't even allow you to express that on the show. Then never again invited, of course, on CNN.
Because they're compromised. It's not really news. It's only the news that they feel compelled to talk about.
Did you try the
their financial?
Yeah, they buy the narrative.
But the problem with that, like, look at the ratings on CNN. They're fucking collapsing, and they're in a spiral. Why? Because no one trusts them. So the public trust has been eroded because of their own desire to make more money.
There's an opportunity where a network wanted me to compete against these GLP-1 drugs. And everyone loves the idea, but the top concern is, well, what if Jillian wins? And then it'll be a catastrophe. So the ad sales department is like, I don't know if we can do this. We can't call it Jillian versus. We can't call it that. What are we going to call it? I don't know how we're going to position this. We don't even need to bash it. Let me just do my job. Let's see what happens. They're even afraid. God forbid I won. I was able to do it naturally.
Do you think there's an argument for GLP-1 drugs, though, for people who are morbidly obese? I kind of do.
Okay, so here's where I've gotten to on all medications largely. It's a cost-benefit analysis. So if you brought an individual who was morbidly obese and already had atherosclerosis and type 2 diabetes and chronic kidney disease, and you said we've tried everything, they're at death's door, and this is arguably the last step. Well, in that case, the downsides of the medications are far less than not trying it. So in that instance, you could twist my arm for sure. But if you gave me my way, I would prefer to look at what the medications like ibogaine or psilocybin could do for the psychological component, the addictive component. One treatment doesn't go on forever, and then diet and exercise do work. What's stopping them from engaging in those habits consistently is all the stuff we talked about at the beginning: the psychological component, the physical addiction. So no one's ever tried it though, so there's no way to actually know, and you can't. It's almost impossible to do the research on it, which is again why the Texas Ibogaine Initiative is so important. Because you can begin this kind of research, although it is in veterans and addiction and so on, but would that be the first step? And when I've asked the people in the space, like Matt Shepard, for example, who is at Shepard Pratt, and one of the guys, the foremost experts on psilocybin and treating addiction, he's like, yeah, theoretically it would work great. Theoretically. So for me, if we got all the way to this place and I had no choice, that's like saying, Jill, if someone had stage 4 cancer, would you do chemo? I mean, I guess so. But I'd like to, if there was an alternative way forward, or if we could prevent it to begin with, that would be ideal. So you can twist my arm to that point. I think there's something to be said for, again, what Brigham is doing at Ways to Well, which is why being able to compound the GLP-1 drugs allows you to titrate the dose. So when people argue with me on this matter, they'll suggest that a titrated dose, a lesser amount of these drugs can be effective with significantly less side effects.
This whole story came from.
When they're trying to block that, you can't even explore it.
I'm sure it's 100% accurate.
It's all weird because I think the problem also is competition, right? If ibogaine becomes ubiquitous and these clinics become everywhere, the real issue becomes how much does that compete with the pharmaceutical drug market's value? How much does that decrease their ability to
You talk
profit,
about
and
spiritualist
probably
doctors. That was another
significantly.
thing. Like,
I mean,
at that
if
time,
it
that just seemed like,
impacts
yeah, we'll do that.
antidepressants alone, that's significant. If it's one treatment
Dr. Kellogg
could have the impact on obesity that it does on opioid addiction.
What's not clear is whether they tell
GLP-1s are the most profitable
or
drug.
tell parents about
But
the
here's the thing:
spiritualist part.
if they
But
do
they get him in
allow the use of
And,
ibogaine
he
and then
runs
also
his
the allow the
battery of
use of
tests,
psilocybin, more people start
coughs
taking
and-
it. More people are
and,
not
you
going
know,
to
does the
buy
little-
whatever the
does the little,
pharmaceutical drug
typical
companies
thing
are
and
selling,
caps her knee
and they'll
and-
just naturally sort of deteriorate.
Exactly.
You're always going to have fools.
And
You're always
it
going to have
turns and
people that
says,
just want to, what do I take?
yep.
I'll take it.
She is indeed a
There's always
tuning
going to be
fork for
people
the
like
day.
that.
That's,
You know,
that's what he comes up with
those
at the
people are
end.
there to give you
As
a
is,
lesson without you
normal
having
at
to
the
fall
time.
prey
She's a
to
tuning
the
fork for the
the
dead.
folly
He's a
that they
pitchfork
have
for the
fallen
dead.
prey to.
And
I
once
think
had
that's the
occasion
same
to
with a
speak
lot
for
of
the dead.
addictions,
So,
and
particularly
Justin's
gambling
about to
addiction. You know, I'm in Vegas all the time, and
but
I don't gamble.
we'll
I
get
might
later.
like play blackjack for fun, but
So,
like
what else should he
$20
do?
here,
Right.
$100. I don't get it,
yeah,
but I
you know,
see it.
you don't
I
wanna
see
get
it. I see that
mesmerized.
crazy look at that. I think gambling addiction is one of the weirder ones. I've been around it
No, Steve,
a good
I don't
portion of
think
my
it was like
life,
Beetlejuice.
and it's
No,
the
actually, then
sweaty
again, it
fucking
could've been.
faces.
I wonder if
This
Dr. Winchester
need
was like,
to gamble
You
is
think?
really
I'd
nuts,
love
and that's
that.
another part
So he
of the
mesmerized
human
you,
reward
right?
system
The
that's been
intermittent
hijacked.
reward.
Communication
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the
number
most
of spirits.
powerful.
So the first
It's
one
Great.
a study. Have you ever seen it with like the rats? Where they push the button, no food comes out. Push the button, food comes out.
Mhm.
So the ones that get the
Like,
intermittent
you
food
mentioned
reward
something
will sit there and push that damn button
like
until they
that kind
collapse
of
with
Yep.
exhaustion.
yeah.
The ones that push for a little while get nothing, give up. The ones that push until they get food every time, get full,
Slot
give up.
machine
logic,
it's the same
Yeah.
thing.
It's that intermittent
Um,
reinforcement.
Yeah, we're
It's exceptionally powerful.
easy to manipulate. We're weird creatures.
No.
And
she
it's all our
turns to the
survival
neighbor that
instincts
brought the
get
doctor
hijacked.
in, and she says,
Gave them
"Hi, Dad."
an alternative path when they are ready for
You
help.
guessed it.
Right.
When
That
the
neighbor
horse is ready
none
to
other than
drink,
Mr. Roth
and you have
from
an
part one of
alternative
our
method
story.
that we're
Mary
seeing
Roth's
work.
dad.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Well, that's the thing. You have to have freedom of the
Let's
use
say
of these
this is
alternative
true,
methods, and I think
and you're the
naturally
dad.
those
Wouldn't
would
you shit your
overcome.
fucking pants?
They would succeed.
This
I think you'd
register-
still
I like
probably
that
have
she
gambling
turns
addicts.
slowly.
You
For
still
sure.
probably would have people that want to take all the pharmaceutical drugs, like whatever the doctor wants prescribed to, but it would be less and less. And they don't want that, which is why you're seeing pushback from the FDA with peptides and all these different things, because they're concerned that if you give people a bunch of things that are going to make them healthy, they're not going to take as many pharmaceutical drugs.
Oh, that's why. I mean, which is why there's no model for prevention in healthcare. It's
Right.
just not profitable at all. But it's ridiculous. There's a peptide called cerebrolizing that they give to stroke patients in other parts of the developed world that can have a massive impact as well on cognitive function. It can be
So here's the
neuroprotective.
kicker. Here's the kicker.
You can't even buy
The
it
elect
here.
spirit doesn't
Literally,
leave.
I had
And
to
when they
find it
leave
in
Laurentia alone
Austria,
with her actual
ship it
parents,
into the country, and
almost
Brigham and Dr. Rexford. I was like, now what do I do with this?
Only happened when she's around
Brigham had to walk me through how to use it on freaking FaceTime. Like,
Lawrence, you would know.
it's ridiculous.
So,
It is
on February 11th
insane.
of 1870,
And I like,
it could be the only logical thing.
By the way, there's a
Moving
new
her into the
stroke
fucking
drug
Rothhouse.
that I actually just sent my
She's
friend
obviously
Rich,
their
because
daughter.
our friend
We're just
Keith
gonna bring
Robinson,
her
I don't
back.
have his number, but
She's
he
just
suffered
the-
from a
that-
stroke. And there's some new drug that I'll send this to Jamie. These UCLA scientists have developed. Oh, you got it already. They developed first drug rehabilitation to repair brain damage. Drug replicated the recovery of movement control produced by rehabbing mice.
Well, she knows the
Yeah,
names
so
and the
this is
histories of
March
friends and
18th.
neighbors from the
New
period
study
of
by UCLA
1852
Health
to
has discovered what
1865,
researchers say is the
which happens
first
to
drug
be
to
before
fully
she
reproduce
died.
reproduce
She recalls
the
hundreds
effects of
incidents
physical
that
stroke
transpired
rehabilitation
during
in
Mary
model
Roth's
mice
natural
following
life.
from human
Absolutely
studies.
pregnant. She predicts
Yeah.
the illness of her
So,
brother,
which
Frank
is wonderful.
Roth, who
Hey,
So,
I mean,
so this is
didn't
the
get
benefit
killed.
You're right.
of pharmaceutical drugs.
Yes.
Like, there are some pharmaceutical drugs that are wonderful.
But, you know,
So the goal is to have medicine that stroke
she
patients can
knows
take
the
that produces the
whereabouts
effects of
Dr. Stevens,
rehabilitation.
when not at the Roth home, without
Dr.
prior
S.
knowledge of
Thomas
his whereabouts.
Carmichael, the study's lead
GPS,
author,
but keep
professor,
in
and
mind that
chair of
Dr. Stevens
UCLA
also
Neurology.
she
Rehabilitation
can
after stroke is
describe the
limited.
home, rooms,
Its
and
actual
furniture,
effects
said
because most
Dr.
patients
Stevens,
cannot
although she's
sustain the
never
rehab
been there and
intensity
lives
needed
hundreds
for
of
stroke
miles
recovery.
away.
Further stroke recovery is not like most other fields of medicine where drugs are available to treat the disease, such as cardiology, infectious disease, or cancer. Carmichael said rehabilitation is a physical medicine approach that has been around for decades. We need to move rehabilitation to an era of molecular medicine. So this is why you don't want to throw the baby out with the
Totally
bathwater.
right. It's always like that, though. Everything is a U-shaped curve.
There's drugs that pharmaceutical drug companies make that help people and heal them and fix them and save their lives. And,
Couldn't agree with you more.
it's great.
It's like it is
But you have
that
to continue
Goldilocks
that.
is
Just like you have to, keep your kids from eating all the sugar.
Yeah. I just got a whooping cough. And Joe, I literally thought I was going to die. I ended up at week 7. I called my internist and I was like, I need to check me in the fucking hospital. This is insane. I think I'm going to die. And they hit me with the horns. And the long story short is, I'm vaccinated for it, but I guess my vaccination or my booster is old. I don't even remember the last time I got it. My wife is vaccinated. My kids are vaccinated for it. My mom is vaccinated for it. Everybody in my circle is vaccinated. No one got it.
Because she had been going through all of that, she needed to heal.
Strongly recommend getting your
back,
DTaP
right?
vaccine because whooping cough.
And
it was 100 days of
she now
it.
doesn't
So for
know where she is.
my
She's
point
been
being,
hanging
like, I don't want the COVID I don't want the COVID vaccine, and I don't need it. But in any universe for me personally, I would, if I would have known I was behind on that booster, it's like everything has a cost-benefit analysis. Everything, it's like the dose is what makes the poison. Everything is that U-shaped curve, and approaching it with nuance is really the only intelligent way forward to make the best decisions for yourself. You need the right information to do that.
And we need to have actual access to data, and this is a real problem that we've had in the last few decades because there's been this revolving door between the FDA and pharmaceutical drug companies. So people that are the head, I think it's like 7 out of 8 heads of the FDA went on to work for pharmaceutical drug companies.
100%.
So you've developed these relationships with these pharmaceutical drug companies where you like they're funding the studies, they're funding all, and then you leave and then you go to work for them and you get a nice cushy job. So you kind of like
I can make it
sideways.
I can make it worse. I was when I was at the Senate testimony. I can't remember how many months ago that was, but Calumet had us meeting with different senators and their aides, and Kate came up to me and I of course brought that up. And said, it's so much worse than that. And I was like, elaborate. What do you mean it's so much worse than that?
Do we know?
And he said essentially they developed the drug, have stock in the
same
company,
leech,
go to work at the FDA, approve the drug,
they did overlap by a year.
back to the
Yeah.
And you know what? She was.
yeah. I was like, oh, there's another
So
step.
the blood went into Lorenzi and transferred
So
to
crazy.
Steroids.
Completely illegal.
Illegal.
But it's
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about a conflict of interest. That's the biggest conflict ever, and you're dealing with billions of dollars.
Actually,
in
it
profit.
turns out when Lorenzi
I was working on a book, or have been working on a book, where it looks at each and every law that was put into place with good intentions. In other words, the how it's paid with good intentions, and how each and every one was co-opted by big food, big ag, or big pharma to wreak complete havoc and destruction. And that's what you see.
That's what you say, and you're gonna keep seeing that if nothing gets changed. And that's what's encouraging about this administration. So the thing that I was most excited about was Bobby Kennedy. When Bobby Kennedy united with Trump, I was like, okay, I'm in. Because like if he can get in there, you can see real change that's gonna affect the way our lives are forever. It's gonna change things. It's gonna give people a real understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, why you've been lied to, why all these drugs are everywhere, why you're seeing poor health outcomes, why we're the richest nation in the world, but also the sickest. You know, why, and across the board, with education, we're the richest nation in the world, we have terrible education scores. Like, why? Why, since we developed the Department of Education, have our scores plummeted? Like, what is that? And again, road to hell, good
Yes,
intentions.
100%. I was speaking with Kelly, and he's like, don't pull punches. You want to be diplomatic, but I am finding myself defending Kennedy. By the way, I've met twice. I don't work for this administration. I have no personal affiliation. It's just right and wrong. There is a huge problem that needs to be addressed, and this administration wants to address it. And yet you are seeing the resistance. You are seeing the opposition flood the zone with hysteria 24/7, and it's crazy. It's constantly taking people off piece. I actually did an interview today on News Nation where the host was like, well, he promised results on autism by September. That's unrealistic. And I was like, who gives a fuck if it's unrealistic? Aren't you glad we're looking at it? It's genetic. Do you really believe that?
Why would anybody say that without doing decades of research themselves?
I cannot. Do you really think?
Do you know California's? It's now some insane number, like 1 in 12 boys.
It's higher in California, obviously, than anywhere else in the country, and boys in particular over girls. But the reality is that we don't know.
And they also think that one of the reasons why it's boys over girls is like in girls, it's like less obvious. It's less diagnosed.
That's
I've seen that. I'm not sure if that's true either, because that's the argument also. It's like, oh, autism has always been here. It just hasn't been diagnosed correctly.
That was debunked, though, by the Mind Institute at UC Davis. Was like, no, that's bullshit. It was 1 in 150.
People don't want to admit they did that to their kids, and so they will defend it to the death. Just like people who turn their kids trans don't want to admit that these are chemical castration drugs. They don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit that they possibly have contributed to mental disease, to mental health disease, to anxiety, to progression and suicide. No. Would you rather have a live boy or a dead girl? Like, what?
Exactly.
What are you saying?
But it's a closed system, and what I mean by that is even if I did the gimme, you're right, autism is genetic. Well, what about the rise in early onset cancer diagnosis, the rise in obesity, the steady increase of infertility year after year after year? We went from adult onset diabetes to type 2 diabetes. Children have type 2 diabetes now. It's come on. How far you want to push it? People are not stupid. They're not. You can capture them to a point, but when the evidence is overwhelming, we are sicker than ever, and the resistance is mind-blowing to this guy every day. Oh, well, now, he fired the guy that's tracking gonorrhea.
And so,
wear a fucking condom, for God's sake. That worried. Hopefully, that guy will get his job back. But at the end of the day, he's also tackling the grass rule and trying to get to the bottom of autism and getting poison out of baby formula and removing soda from snacks. It's just like, where is the perspective for the general public to read through the media bullshit?
Well, the problem is it's gone tribal. When you have an us versus them thing going on, which is what we do here in this country. Like I keep seeing like people online saying in these dark times, like, are these times so dark? Like what is happening? But it's dark. Yeah, if you're living in Gaza, it's pretty fucking dark. If you're living in Ukraine, it's pretty dark. But like here, have things gone dark? Like either call it this totalitarian regime. Like what's totalitarian? That they're cutting fraud and waste. Like, have you paid attention to the fraud and waste? Have you paid attention to the fact they spent $250 million on transgender animal studies? Like, where's your fucking money going? You're not concerned with this unchecked spending that this government has been able to do for decade upon decade and millions of NGOs. Do you know there's an NGO in India for every 600 people?
That's not. I haven't heard of the CIA slush. I've watched that episode with my friends. At least 10 of them.
3 million NGOs in India. There's an NGO in India for every 600 people.
You see in a lot of those.
And this is why we're $36 trillion in debt. Those numbers are nuts.
Can I be the opposite?
So you buy the story? Do you think that could happen?
Starving Joe.
It's interesting.
Well, we definitely should do that.
You know
You know,
what?
if you can prove that this is also the problem with charities.
It's an interesting
This is
story.
the dark truth of charities, is that most charities, the money goes to
The
bureaucracy.
Venom Girl
A
is
huge
really
percentage of
compelling
it
with
goes to
all the stuff
overhead.
that
And
she
in fact,
knew. If
most
you take out
charities,
the
the vast majority of the money never gets to the charity.
Homelessness
That was
in
a pair of
California.
eyes
Yeah.
to where
For
the
being
furniture was in the house when she walked in.
Where
but
is it?
It was
If you
Yeah,
take that
where's
stuff
the
out,
money?
stuff
And
that
the
she
problem's
did know
worse.
free needles or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Interesting.
exactly what it was spent on.
It wasn't even. It's probably fraud and waste.
It's both.
And there's also in the home. Well, my friend Coleon Noir he brought this up, and I was never aware of it until he said it. He went to San Francisco and he saw the rampant, and he's a lawyer, so he went to San Francisco and he saw all this homelessness. It's like, what is the problem? There's not enough funding. And a guy over there going, no, you don't understand. It's the opposite. There's a business now. So these people that are working in the homeless, whatever the organization, they're making $250,000 a year. Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen Anna Kasparian talk about this, but she can elaborate on this subject matter to the point that you literally want to forcibly remove Gavin Newsom from office. It is staggering, and some of them
Also
happen to be just spiritualist doctors.
They're doing a great job. Just imagine if they weren't there, how much homeless we'd have. We'd all be homeless.
I know. You've seen him talk
Everyone
about
would be homeless.
well, I just had this conversation actually. I was talking to Cole, and he was telling me that Gavin Newsom had told him back in the day that the face of homelessness was not addiction and mental illness. It was women and children. And there's a loophole. A friend of mine who's a reporter with the New York Times looked into it. Because she's like, why didn't you push back on that? Because he's right. She goes, no, I looked into it, and it's women and children. And then she ended up getting to the bottom of the loophole, and the way that he was able to put forward that narrative is that homeless is a person without a stable address, and that's predominantly women and children. But unsheltered is what we consider homeless, the people in the streets and the tent camps, and arguably that is low true.
So what is? I don't understand. What's the definition?
Okay, so Newsom was saying to Corolla, you're so insensitive. The face of
the children don't own homes.
He was saying that women, like the mom that owns 2 jobs, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we don't need to tackle addiction, and we don't need to tackle mental illness, because this is about the underprivileged individual, female, single mom with 2 kids, who, this is the face of homelessness. Corolla was like, you're a sociopath. It's addicts and people with mental illness. And I ended up then in a debate with this journalist who's lovely, named Molly, and she's like, well, the statistics say that homelessness is in fact women and children. But when I challenged her and sent her to San Francisco, where we go back and forth, and she ended up coming back to me after doing her homework, and there is a distinction between homeless and unsheltered. So homeless are people with unstable addresses, and that is with children. So in temporary, I couldn't quite extrapolate what.
So it's like divorce.
I guess it's in temporary housing or in an apartment somewhere, but unsheltered, the people on the street that you and I would go homeless. In a tent camp outside on the sidewalk is unsheltered. That's what he's doing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes. I'm sorry. Cannot stand the guy.
Well, if you see these tent communities, you see clearly you're dealing with drug addiction and mental illness.
But don't believe what you see with your own eyes. That's the game across the board. Don't believe your common sense. Common sense would dictate all the things we talked about. Autism is increasing. You shouldn't give sex change. You shouldn't sterilize 12-year-olds. But don't believe any of that. Don't believe that people who are homeless need help psychologically, some way to treat the addiction. Obviously, there are more intelligent people like Schellenberger that have a plan for this, despite the fact that he didn't get into the governor's office, which is a shame, because he would have done far better than what California is dealing with now.
conspiracy
it's
possible events, but you
constant
thought he
game.
probably insulted
And
everyone.
manipulation of
That's
the
true.
facts.
Also go to Facebook.com/hysteria
all the time. And this is where, if I could do one thing in my job, it's teaching people how to
search Hysteria
defer
51.
back.
Drop off some coin, get yourself some t-shirt,
crazy.
topic, do all those crazy things.
So common sense is not that common, right?
Don't forget
No.
It's also people are tired because they have a poor diet and they're not eating well, and so they don't have the time to be thinking about this stuff. They don't have the mental energy to like research these things, and they're overwhelmed with bills and debt, you know, and maybe like relationship problems. You know, there's so many problems that people have already. To get them to look at external issues that maybe don't affect them personally on a day-to-day basis, it's very difficult to get people to focus on that. So then they vote with what they think is like their virtue. You know, blue no matter who, vote Democrat no matter what. Like, that's not helping you. And then when you abandon it and leave, you're called a traitor. You know, you're a traitor to the party. You must get that a lot.
Oh, well, I went through all of it, but then when you finally decide it doesn't matter anymore, you become immune. So I was. It's interesting. Back in the day when
so I'm sure
my friend used to refer to me in this capacity, and she'd say, you know, you're like the fat person's Jesus. This is the early 2000s. Oh, Jillian Michaels doesn't judge, but then she's open arms and she's trying to help. And then the very same person, the very same belief system, and the very same strategies in dealing with the problem became the ultimate enemy, the ultimate fat shamer, the ultimate science denier. And it just goes to show you how the narrative shifts. It's tough to call me a transphobe because I fall under that acronym umbrella, despite the fact that gay is different, very different than trans. I've never really understood the acronym either. It completely. But you can't say, go ahead. Homophobe, like, come at me, bro. Like, literally, you know, like, married to a woman. It's tough to, like, you can try. I haven't been hit with the racist card, although I'm waiting for it. I don't know, maybe because my kid is Haitian, and she gives me a pass. I have no idea. But you get certain protections simply because you're a card-carrying member of the club. But I got hit with everything outside of that. You know, transphobe, not ish, fat shamer, and anti-science, and ableist, and privileged, and all of that stuff.
Yeah, but all that stuff is losing its meaning. You know, the problem is you keep calling people racist. You call everyone a racist. Like, it doesn't mean anymore. You're crying wolf so many times, people don't listen anymore. Like, a real racist is horrific. You run into a real racist, like, oh my God, that's horrific. But if you just call everyone a racist, if you go math is racist, like, okay, math's racist? I've seen peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are racist. I've seen that. Okay.
Wow, I haven't seen that one.
The exercise is racist.
I did see that. Alt-right, yes.
Wonderful.
Alt-right, MSNBC.
Wonderful.
Alt-right, I like that. I like that one a lot. I will tell you, though, I don't think that it is using as much power as I had hoped. And I reference Elon Musk, and here's why. It's seemingly working. I know a lot of people that think he's an anti-Semite. Like, you sure about that?
Well, they think he's a Nazi. More than just an anti-Semite.
Okay, so,
Like an actual
and
Nazi.
these are people.
Yeah, and here's the irony. He's on the spectrum. So they realize what he's doing.
The heart gesture.
My heart goes out to you.
But Joe, what about the video, the montage of all the liberals, including AOC, engaging in the same sig hail as the Lord on this? Yes.
This is like a thing people have to stop doing.
But that's
you gotta do it like this. You gotta have two hands, touch your heart, and then.
I'm not doing it.
You know, when I was getting in trouble with CNN, during the vaccine days, the COVID days, they would use a photograph of me from the UFC weigh-ins. Because when I go to the UFC weigh-ins, I say, "Welcome to the weigh-ins, everybody." So they have this photo of me from the side. That's the one they use all the time.
People buy that shit, and they are still buying it, and that scares me. in an argument on Piers Morgan and voice a little bit, I was like, well, I don't know. I don't think he's an anti-Semite. Number one, he's friends with Jews. Number two, he hires Jews. And number three, he hasn't killed any Jews. And they were like,
a necklace around his neck he was giving to one of the mothers of the hostages that says bring them home.
I remember him going after October 7th and talking about the videos that he'd seen, but the guy was like, oh, that's your benchmark? He doesn't kill Jews? And I was like, no, that's yours. You're the one comparing him to Hitler, who killed 6 million Jews. So if you're going to draw that comparison, 0, 6 million. So shut the fuck up.
It's all dumb, but it's all a trick, because what they're really doing is going after him because he's trying to go after the USA. And so
I
that's
see
their
that.
slush fund.
But can I tell you how many miserable people, and I cannot.
I have friends that I have to argue about it with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's when I tell you that I don't know that it's actually losing its power.
It is. It's just not losing its power with really fucking dumb people. And you're going to have a certain percentage of really fucking dumb people. And they're either going to have to catch up, or we're going to have to overwhelm them with a lot of logic. And that takes time. And it takes a lot of these kind of conversations to get out there, they get clipped. And maybe you and I said something here that will be taken out of context and used against you, which is always really fun. That's my favorite. You just take like a snippet of it. See, told you, she's a this, she's a that. And then so it's this reductionist thing where they try to define you by a string of words. Forget about your whole life.
They did that to Candace Owens.
Yes.
Oh, she's disgusting anti-Semite. So I listened to her. I listened to her answer all that stuff on her show. And then I listened to her with Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, let's see what bitch she is. And I listened to everything she said. I checked it all and watched it in context. And then I actually sat with her and I was like, all right, I know what to do.
I like Candace a lot, but Candace says a lot of wild shit.
She does.
Not accurate. Like, she thinks dinosaurs are fake.
I hear you. I get it. But I get it.
That is like self-inflicted. That's a self-inflicted wound.
But do you think are you a Holocaust denier? No, I'm not a Holocaust denier. And it's still she's a Holocaust denier.
Well, that's my friend Daryl Cooper, who's on my podcast, because he said hyperbolically that Winston Churchill was one of the main villains of World War II because he started blockades and forced Hitler into action and starved the German people. Like, it's like what he said was really unfortunate, the way he said it, but he was trying to say that Winston Churchill did some things that if he hadn't done them, maybe World War II wouldn't have gone the way it went. But the problem is when you say that, it gets taken out of context. People say, oh, he's a Holocaust denier and a Nazi sympathizer. But then you listen to his podcast, he's got this, like, I think it's like 30 hours called Fear and Loathing in New Jerusalem. And it's the most gut-wrenching tale of the persecution of Jews in Eastern Europe. Just the beginning of it. I tell everybody, just listen to the first, like, 40 minutes of it.
This box
It's
of
so
VHS tapes
heartbreaking.
I found in the
Like,
alley
this is not
basically
the
says
words of a homophobe, or excuse me, of an anti-Semite.
Right.
Would say those things.
I haven't.
Reductionist thing people love to do.
A guide
But
to not
even still,
letting the meat
here
catch in
would
your
be my
life
argument to
hold you
that.
back.
Let's say he
Hosted by Alan Tom Allen.
If you're inclined to believe that, let's say that was his argument, and that Hitler wasn't bad, it was Churchill. Asshole.
Yeah.
Then there's no hope for you. This gatekeeping of
But he's not
information.
an asshole or an idiot, and he's being called an asshole and an idiot by people who don't consume his
Worst
critics.
case scenario. I see this a lot with the gatekeeping of information, and God forbid you don't fact check everybody on everything. Which has been something that I've gotten a bit out of. Well, you nodded your head and you said, I see your point. Well, sometimes I see their point, and sometimes I don't know. And I can't fact check everything. And I'll talk to somebody else who has a different opinion. But people can think for themselves as well.
There's just a lot of bad faith actors out there, and there's a lot of people that do that. This taking people out of context and trying to use this reductionist perspective and label people with these pejoratives that are inescapable. Like, it's the racist, homophobe, anti-Semite, all those are inescapable. And once you get hit with those, that's your fucking sticker on your forehead for the rest of your life. And that's what they're trying to do to you, because they're trying to silence you, and because they want to win. And this is a real problem with human beings when it comes to ideas. Is that, like, if I believe something and you believe something differently, I don't want to listen to you. I want to beat you. right? I
Here's
want to
my opener.
overwhelm you with talk.
So
I
glad
want
to
to
be
Piers
here
Morgan
tonight.
you into
You know this
submission.
place is
I want
just
to
like
yell
the
at you,
house I
not
was
Piers the
built in.
human, but the show.
So
I
many
know what you're
memories.
talking about,
Bare
yeah.
You want to
brick
yell at
walls,
them,
the
and
smell
you
of
want to
stale
win.
beer
You
and
want to
regret.
dunk on them.
Large
And
ugly
this is
meat
why
sacks
I don't
laughing at
engage
me.
with people on social media. I just think it's
Why
the
aren't you
worst way to
guys laughing?
communicate. And when I see
It was
people
less
doing
funny
that,
and
I
more just
genuinely
mean.
feel bad for them because I
I
think
don't
they're
think they're
mentally
gonna play
ill.
very well.
When people are
See what I
dunking
mean
on
about
people
holding me
constantly on
down?
social media, I'm like,
Okay,
well, that's a
try
sign
this
of
one.
mental illness. Like
This is the
there's
ugliest
something wrong with
audience
you.
I've
But
ever performed
you
in
don't
front of.
realize that yet. Like
You
this
meat sacks are
shit's been
truly
around for
gross.
20 years now.
How
And you're
does an
still
entire
engaging
audience get hit
in
with
that
the
kind of
ugly stick?
behavior on social media.
I'm just
Stupid.
joking.
It
No,
gets
but
clicks.
seriously, some of
That's
you
what
should
I
have
think it is.
just
That's
said
I
also
think
part of
it's
the problem. So I
that's
get
the
enough
problem.
attention.
Yeah,
I get enough
you-
attention, so I don't need to like reach
I'm
out and
just
try to get
getting
more.
warmed up.
Which is like,
You don't know
but
what good
by the way,
is.
that's what you're supposed to do when you get a lot of attention. You're supposed to rise above. You know, with great power, great responsibility. Supposed to try to be nicer, which I try. That's
Seriously,
like
though,
one of my
folks,
core
tonight
tenets
is
of
going
life.
to be great.
Be as nice as
Are the
possible.
doors locked
And
yet?
here's a shocker.
Good.
I find people are nice
Whoever
to
laughs the
me
hardest gets
almost
the antidote.
entirely.
Ready?
Like very rarely
Dude,
are people
why
not
would you
nice
be
to me. 'Cause I'm nice to
scared?
everybody.
No one will be
So if you're nice to
laughing.
everybody,
Do you have
guess
anything
what?
else?
People are
Bitches
nice to
be
you,
shopping.
and
Why
even
bitches
people I
always be
disagree
shopping?
with,
And
like
we've heard enough.
disagree with
I think she gets our
fundamentally.
guest. Let's
You're
stop humouring him
listening
because
to
he's
them,
not
though.
hearing
That's
us.
exactly what you're trying to
Asshole.
say.
Yeah.
Welcome to
One of the
Hysteria
conversations
Nation for
that
the very
I've
first
referred to
time,
a couple times
Mr.
is the
Andy
one I
Ingram.
had with
Thanks
Matt
for having
Walsh.
me. Andy,
I
you
don't,
are a
I don't,
software
there's no
developer,
universe
a
where I'm going to
computer
change
programmer,
Matt
and
Walsh's
a
mind
Mensa
about gay
member.
marriage.
I don't know if that
At
last part is
least
true.
I
but
want to
I'm gonna
understand
believe
them.
it is, and that's the only
And
part that
I
matters.
also am hoping
So we
that
thought that
some
no one
people who are
better
in
to
the
have
middle
on the
of
show,
this
given
argument and
all the
could be
qualifications
influenced
I
might
just
go
listed
my
and
way.
tried to discuss
And
it
it was,
on the
I
word.
cannot
He's better
remember
get
if
us.
this was
You
a
know,
TED Talk
I'm not
or
a Mensa, but
where this
I guess I
information
could
or
be,
this
but
story was
let's
put
get
out in the
it.
world, but it was the story of a black man
I don't-
who
I
ended
don't
up
wanna, you know,
befriending a
shit
Grand
on
Wizard
your
of the
bad.
Klan.
I mean, that's
And
just
ended
Gal
up.
Davis.
Is that
He's
the
a friend of ours. He's been on the podcast a
Oh
couple
my
times.
god, the
Yeah.
story!
Which-
Like
which
it
is
Daryl's
stupid
musician.
to begin
Oh
with.
my
I mean,
god!
He met
And it
if
became
you're
the
better
guy's
than
like
everyone,
godfather, the guy's
you
kids.
Not just one.
you make
No,
them
he's
realize
got
that you
more than
actually like
100
it.
of these KKK
Do
guys
it every
to
day.
give him
Do
their
you get a
robes.
card? Can you say
Yeah,
you're a card
and
carrying
convert
member
and
of
change them
Mensa?
over
That's
just by
what I want.
just by love, just with love.
That's what I'm hoping
Yeah.
in those conversations. That's
Yeah, well, that's Daryl's a really amazing person, a shining example of what's possible when you just show people. Like he's like, man, you're different than all the others. It's like, actually, I'm just a human. I just have one melanin in my skin, you know, and you are unfortunately you have been trapped by an ideology. You have othered people simply by their looks. You know, and you haven't learned this lesson that we were supposed to be taught by Dr. King in the 1960s. You know, judge a man by the content of his character.
it must have been your show actually where I heard it, but
Yeah.
it
Daryl's amazing.
changed
Yeah.
the way that I approach
just for the hollow workers.
99% of my
We've
conversations. Because I thought,
way too much on this show about the flat
if I
earth.
listen with an
I want
intent
you
to
to know
hear
something.
and an intent to
Not to
understand,
anger either.
and I can expose people
Later in the show,
to the
I'm gonna
things they're
give you
uncomfortable
why
with
you can
in a
be
way where we
flat
find
earther
common
and the hollow
ground.
earther, John.
I may not
Just 'cause
change
you're
their
one doesn't mean you
mind,
can't be
but at
one.
least
Oh,
you're,
yeah.
and
They've got it all
sometimes people
figured out.
can,
Yeah.
but at least you're
I am going
modeling.
to
But it takes
sit here and
so
to
much time. You know, it's like
patient.
Indiana
we've
Jones,
talked way
when the
too much
guy
about
starts
flat earthers. I think
throwing
it's time we
the
talked
whip and he
about
just
that
pulls the
with
gun
you.
out and just shoots him. Like that's like I just want to shut the fuck up. You know, and that's what a lot of people like, especially today in this like everybody wants to take Ozempic. You want a quick fix? You don't want to work out for fucking 6 years to lose 50 pounds. No, I just lose 50 pounds in a month. You know, and this is the quick fix thing of today's society. And when you're offered this pill that makes you smarter instead of reading books, like yeah, I'll take that pill. You know, like this is the argument that I've said to people when they always talk about, you know, I don't have time for exercise. Like I'm not interested in my body. Like this is stupid. It's vain. It's just not. I'm like, listen, if I give you a pill, just give you a pill, and that pill made you fit and healthy and muscular, you wouldn't take that pill? Why would you not want a body that works way better?
Improve your mood.
Yeah, of course you
Your
would.
sex life would get better. All of those things.
Of course you take it.
That's
You
a
just
defense mechanism, though. You know that.
right.
It's a fear that they would be incapable of following through on was
these
required.
they use
So they
infallible
defend
watch
against it.
checks
It's the
out.
same shit
Forget
you
flat
see with people
earthers.
that are
We
overweight
need
and
to
like, I don't
revive the
care.
hollow
Or they make
earth
fun
movement.
of their weight and like they become the funny fat guy. It's
International
Oh, I have a lot of
Society
friends
for
like that. A lot
Complete
of
Earth.
comedians.
But
It's
here's
like
the
their
thing,
entire act. with being fat.
Flat Earthers,
I
Big
know.
part of
Flat
it.
Earth
Yeah.
Society.
There's a guy, I
So
went to
can the
Kill Tony
International
last night, and there was a
Society for Complete
comedian
Earth,
that was up first,
can the
and he was
Hollywooders
412
take that
pounds, and
as
the guys were doing what they obviously do.
They
But
gotta be
there
able
was
to
a
get behind
part of
natural
my
expedition.
heart that
Don't
was
you know?
splitting.
They stopped all those
Because I was like, deep
expeditions,
down,
John.
he's
We have
hurting.
to find out
This
what
fucking
happened
guy's
to the
hurting.
expedition.
Deep down,
Since
so
we haven't
funny.
heard about
I
success,
know, right? That's the problem.
Dying, I was
Yeah.
dying inside.
And it's
Or
not
also,
heard
if you're
of.
420 pounds, whatever it is, like, boy, the road to becoming healthy is hundreds of pounds away, and that is so daunting.
It's a great place.
Especially when you have the pull of addiction.
Yes,
And
that's
then,
the big problem.
yeah, and then you get intuitively.
Oh my god, which is impossible, by the way,
Right.
because the food is designed to override
If I
your
ate
satiety.
I eat only pizza.
Many civilizations throughout history have believed
Yeah,
that subterranean society.
I like some fries.
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
Pizza, fries,
Yeah.
ice cream, and
Jesus.
Coca-Cola would be my whole diet.
But the entire food system, all of the ultra processed foods, is designed to override your body's signaling of satiety. It's fucking impossible. And then you couple that with the psychological vulnerabilities, and it's a powder keg.
You sound like an Afro Zeppelin.
I am. That's exactly what I am.
For the Jewish faith,
Oh my god, I'm gonna get that tattoo, man. Afro-Zempic Dragon Believer. I got the sticker, by the way. It's got my suitcase. Fuck yeah, I like that
we're not going to
Afro-Zempic.
describe as more
It's
advanced
really
humans
kooky.
with
It's
extremely
weird, but
complex
the only
technology.
way out
Unlocking
is
jobs.
through conversation.
complex.
The only way out is to educate people, or enlighten people, or expose people to other ideas.
Sorry,
Like,
those
you're
are
not really going to educate them, but you'll expose them to other ideas. And I think over time, good ideas will win. It's just, it's been so many years of bad ideas, and it's so indoctrinating, and it's so difficult. And then also, it's your identity. Your identity is whatever it is, whether you're Matt Walsh or whether you're a 420-pound trans person. Like, your identity is like embedded in whatever you think of yourself as being, and it's very difficult to take wisdom from someone that you think of as the enemy.
That's so true.
You
And
know,
breaking that identity, in particular when it works against someone. So one of the things that people can live in a reality they have to experience.
That's true.
And so one of the ways that I used to utilize fitness was to give them an experience that they didn't think they were capable of. So all of a sudden you've got the funny fat guy who just ran that mile without stopping, or who just did push up on the hands and feet, or who just did 10 pull-ups in a row, or even 2. Yeah, but once they look at their achievements and go, shit, I didn't know I was capable of this. And then you shatter that prison of limiting beliefs and open up an infinity of possibility.
You also have to find a tribe. You have to surround yourself with other people that are trying to improve themselves. So if other people around you are trying to improve themselves, then it will encourage you to be a part of that group, and you all do it together.
Completely.
And then help each other fall off the wagon, and pick each other up, and like reinforce positive behavior.
You see all of that with back in the day. I used to get so caught up in fights about diets and fat workouts. And as I've matured, or like to think that I've matured, I don't even engage in that shit anymore. It really doesn't matter what workout you're doing. If you're doing it with a qualified professional, or if people are showing up for CrossFit because they love CrossFit and they love the community, great. If they're showing up for Pilates because they love the community and they're showing up for it, great. As long as they're showing up for something, and the person teaching a great CrossFit coach matters. There's a big difference between you herniating 3 discs and getting into the best shape of your life. So I would simply say, look for a qualified expert. But you know, I'm beyond the what's the best diet and what's the best. Who gives a fuck? As long as if you're in a positive environment that's getting you to show up for it, day after day after day, something's better than nothing. It doesn't matter. Yes, and that comes with community. For sure, you're absolutely.
That's what people love about CrossFit. Is the whole community.
Absolutely.
You go there, you're all working out together. I used to love that about yoga class.
Yes.
Go to a bunch of people. I do them all. Like, hey, what's up? You know, but you don't talk until after it's over. You're really discouraged talking before, but like you're all sweating together. Like you're going through it together. There's no other way. You know? And then you get out the other end. You're like, wow, I wouldn't have done that by myself. I would have quit. at like 40 minutes, but I did the whole 90 minutes, and now I feel better. And then the rest of the day is easy.
That's right.
That's why I think community is such an integral part of treating addiction. Because you have that supportive group to keep you accountable and show up. You feel like you're part of something and you've seen it work for you and work against you.
Yeah. It's also an integral part for an evil army, unfortunately.
Just keep circling back.
He doesn't believe that you have to.
How do we tip things over to the right side of the
You have to make your side kinder and more empathetic and also more admirable.
Yes, you're right. The rewards have to be there. Admirable is one.
Yeah, you have to like wish you had those characteristics and go, why don't I? Well, maybe I can. You know, and just also realize you're not who you used to be. Okay, if you were a fat alcoholic, gambling addict, you don't have to stay that way forever. You don't have to. You're not that. You're a human being. You were trapped with behavior and ideas that were not self-serving. They're not good for people around you. You probably stole things to feed your addictions, and you feel terrible self-worth and terrible self-image, but that's not you. That's who you have been. You are who you are right now. So if you choose right now to be positive from here on out, and you're going to have some mistakes and fuck up along the way, but find a group. This is why Alcoholics Anonymous is so important. You get around these people, and you all agree. They're all like, and you have sponsors, you help each other. Like, this is the whole idea of community. We are not solitary individuals. We're just not. We are a collective organism experiencing itself in individual ways.
I don't believe in anything.
I do. I want. I sometimes see people winning out more often than not.
Well, because that's what's in the news, and that's also what's in your algorithm. You know, that's why
You're
yeah, I feel so much better. I've been off social media like almost entirely for like a few, like really weaned off about 2 weeks ago. I really followed my wife's footsteps. Like she just got off, and she's like, I feel so much better. I'm like, damn. That's crazy. And so I'm like, let me try it. And so I tried it for a day. I was like, wow, I feel so much better after this day. And then I tried a couple days, and then I'm like, oh, it's real. Like there's, you know, Sugar Sean O'Malley, UFC champion, he said, because I get a low-level anxiety when I'm scrolling through social media. I'm like, right, what is that? Like, what is that? That shit's real. It's also, you realize, like, you're just distracting yourself with the stupidity. But when you don't, but when you don't do that, your mind feels better. It really does feel better. So I will occasionally, like on the toilet, I'll like scroll through Twitter, find out what is everybody mad at, and then I'll put it away. You know, and then sometimes I'll go days without looking at it at all. And then sometimes like, hey, like I got a text the other day, like, hey man, you okay? I'm like, well, what? And they're like, oh, people are mad at you on Twitter. I'm like, okay, that's not the real world, bro. I don't even know what they're mad at. Like, no, don't. Like a friend of mine sent me something that people are. I go, don't send me that shit. I'm not looking at it. I don't care.
Aren't you immune to that by now? Though you have been forged
the whole spiel.
Fire. For fuck's sake, what are they going to say to you at this point that you're even going to care about?
Because it's not me, it's them. They think that I'm upset at this thing. They would be upset at this thing because they don't get attacked, right? So, like, my sister used to say things like that. Like, don't say that shit. I don't care. Like, you know.
I know my wife used to do that for a little while because she would worry and want me to kind of like temper my behavior.
Right.
My business partner would do the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
Stay in the pocket here on your fitness stuff. But I found that the more I would lean into that, it didn't matter how many attacks would come my way because you would resonate with the people that got it. And that ended up working better for me personally and professionally. But you're right, it is their concern of how they would feel if people called them those things or came for them with pitchforks.
And by the way, the worst thing you do is fight back, which is really crazy. The worst thing you do is like interact with maybe
Of course.
It's really kind of, but that's everyone's instinct. Everyone's instinct is to go, I'll tell you what I think.
Caught up in it.
Yeah, you get
It's
caught up in it.
ridiculous. The only time I find myself doing that these days, and I'm going to stop it, is when my son will challenge me on something, and then My mother was like, we're debating something. She's like, you're litigating this with a 13-year-old. Yeah, okay. And you know why? Because I just don't care what my kids think about me. Instead of, but the rest of the world,
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, you do, but also you can't control what people think.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
The only thing you do is be undeniable.
That's so well said.
Yeah.
That is so well said.
That's all you have. And so what happens with haters is they challenge you to become more undeniable. And so that's good. That's what their job is.
They make you steal
All
in your
the
arguments.
losers of the world, they challenge you to become a bigger winner.
They really do.
Yeah.
I've learned how, especially in the health space, when I would be active in a conversation about fitness or nutrition, what have you, you learn how to bulletproof yourself in that conversation.
Right.
You leave it open.
Fight so hard to keep their bad habits.
It is insane.
Yeah.
And there's also so much infighting in every industry, which bums me out. And that's when I just was like, what am I doing?
That's an attention thing, right? They're upset that you're getting the attention that they think that they deserve. Like, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Like,
but you know what?
see a lot of that in the health space.
You do, and I hate it. And it's super disappointing because we can share ideas and we can, as you said, admit when we're wrong and learn and grow and what have you. But the real enemy is not another freaking doctor or another PhD with a different opinion. We've seen who the real enemy is, and it's big pharma when it's got bad intentions, or big food with bad intentions, or big ag. It's not going to be like the guy who has a different opinion on cholesterol. For fuck's sake.
It's not even that. It's just that guy with a different opinion on cholesterol is getting a lot of attention. And then these people are comparing them. They're comparing themselves to that person. Why don't I get this attention? And the way to get the attention is to dunk on that person, to say awful things.
Yeah.
And then people dunk on you, and now your life is conflict. Okay, good job.
When they do, I like to sit down and see if there's truth there, like you said. You know, I've not been immune to some of Lane Norton's assaults, and you know what? We sat down and I said, listen, Lane, the things you're going after me on are not from me. It's from this PhD, that PhD, this PhD, and the American Medical Association. And had him on my podcast, and by the time we were done, he won me over. I was like, I believe you. I think you're right. I'm changing my position on this. You know, but sometimes you're right. It's because someone is getting attention or there's envy there. And I would simply say you can intuit when a criticism might be legitimate. And when you're seeing it over and over and over again, and it's a similar thing, there's something to look at there. But outside of that, when you know it's bullshit.
There's also the problem with bots.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
God. The vast majority of Twitter might be bots.
Yeah.
You know, an FBI analyst that used to analyze big data sets. He said he looked at Twitter and he said it might be about 80% bots.
You said that to me.
Yeah.
I was blown away. She would know, and she's showing stuff, bot farms, and shit all on the wall. And then you're just engaging.
And they shape narratives and
it's crazy.
Rogue states and different people use it, and I'm sure like there's publicity firms that use it. I'm sure. I mean, I don't know.
I don't either.
But you could use it with AI. You know, you could easily have one computer that would run many accounts.
Yeah, this checks out.
And you could program it to have variations on a theme. But you see it sometimes when, like, there's a lot of social media influencers that get co-opted, and one of the things that you see is a very similar message, you know, and they use very similar phrasing. You know, sharp as a tack was one of them. You saw that over and over again with Biden, like, sharp as a tack.
Oh my gosh.
So they were getting influenced, and they were getting paid.
Yes. You know, did you ever see that? I'm sure, of course you would have, but I remember when I was talking to Senator Johnson, and he was exposing me to the Trusted News Initiative, and this is the whole, the big newscasters that have these exact same script and say the exact same thing. And it but in freaking broad daylight. There's guys. We have clips of all of you saying the exact same thing. It's so clear. It's a narrative. And when he told me, he was God. This blew my mind. He went pre-COVID to. He was talking about this event at the Milken Institute where Fauci and I screw this up. I think it's this guy Rick Bright. Forgive me, this may be wrong. But this group of people definitely Fauci were talking about what it would take to get a global vaccine program. Fauci is probably going to take a pandemic. This is like 5 months before COVID. Just to put my tin hat on and roll myself in tinfoil and jump all the way down the rabbit hole. But then April Haynes said, well, what are you going to do about this information at this event that you put on shortly after that? And he said that's when he came up with the Trusted News Initiative right in time.
December deal.
They came up with a
Get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional $75 off every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. Also, save $20 on the Craftsman Versastack rolling tool chest. Now just $69.98. Lowe's deal. Valid 12/12/12/18. Copy combined with additional discount. See Lowe's.com. Details and qualifying
I
items.
knew we've got to reconsider the First Amendment.
Yeah.
I've seen all those clips of that's some scary shit. Senator Kerry, Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, and we criminalize people who are promoting this misinformation. Not your challenge.
Did you ever see the CEO of NPR doing a TED Talk saying that sometimes the truth gets in the way of getting things done?
Oh God, no! But I've heard them all say that. I said that. Oh my God!
It's an infantilization of the public because they're too stupid to handle the truth. They're dumber than you. You're the purveyor of information, and you need to give them the information that gets things done. And sometimes you have to lie to them. Like, vaccines are safe and effective.
Oh my God, what did you post? I think it was the cover of the New Yorker that said something about doing away with the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And I,
Wonderful idea.
19th century French occultist.
Like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not like it's number 14, by the way, or number 5 is like number 1. The First Amendment. That to me, when you're having this debate about Kamala versus Trump, like, how do you guys have this selective outrage about what's flipping your shit? A due process for Kilmar Garcia, who, probably beats his wife and is a suspect. I get it. I wanted to.
He's got MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles.
Yeah, I mean, come on. And there was a deportation order. Just say it. Like, so you can't.
Photographs that his wife puts out where she covers his knuckles in every picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hilarious.
I mean.
So I was saying, oh my God, they deported a Maryland man and a father, because that's what I was reading in the news. And then you get into it and you're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. And then they released the dash cam footage. The police footage of when they arrested him. Not dash cam, whatever the cops were.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing.
He's a real guy.
It's crazy, but it's just like you can't just go on narratives, because these narratives are just designed to make the Trump administration look like monsters.
I was giving an interview to this woman from the New York Times. And she's like, don't you see this? And I was like, I do see it, and I don't understand it, and I wish it would be different. But, but then you get into the lesser evils. I wrote her back, and I was like, I don't agree with my previous position based on the current information available to me now.
Seems like he was a gang member. But then there was that gay hairdresser that seems like he just got roped up.
I know. And what I have learned so far, because I'm really trying to get to the bottom of that one, because I don't understand why the left isn't leaning on that one.
Right.
The other guy, beats his wife, suspected trafficker, you want to be outraged. This guy is a gay hairdresser. I guess he committed. I was listening to Tim Pool talk about this at immigration fraud. So, listen, that guy's a tough one.
I
El
Salvador.
I agree.
Also, he's actually from El Salvador, which is really crazy.
Now, okay, hold on. Here would be the argument there. I think if I'm understanding it correctly, is that if somebody can be deported, but they are withheld because of asylum, correct me if I'm wrong here, because they worry going back to their home country is dangerous or deadly, like Kilmer, Brego, Garcia. Because he's not a gang member, but he's afraid of being killed by other gangs that aren't MS-13. You got that one, right? So it's like, I can't go home because the other gangs will kill me, but I'm not a gang member. Nevertheless, there's a deportation order on him, so I believe that they can just send him to a third country, and that's not illegal. That's something I heard.
Okay,
so that shouldn't go to it. You're right. It should not go to a
fraud when you're
no, you're right.
You don't throw in a fucking concentration.
You could not be more right about that. But tell me then, why is the left not hanging there? Why is he not the poster child? That guy.
Yeah, that's his knuckles.
Yeah.
I really agree. I really wish he would use more.
Oh, dude, I've talked to a guy who's a gang expert.
Two separate courts agreed.
I talked to a guy who's a gang expert who explained it to me. He's like, yeah, this is how it works.
There's also an informant who confirms.
There's different versions of MS-13, but that's what it means. Like marijuana, smiley face, Jesus, and then the skull. I've just think when I looked online.
How is this the last poster child?
Okay, you can look online, but I mean, I talked to a gang expert that told me that was explaining to me. And there's a bunch of different versions of
There's
gang
two courts that determined he was an MS-13 gang member. The cops had an informant that was an extremely reliable source that said he is MS-13. The guy, the wife, was like, he beats me, and then withdrew, I guess, but had filed a report.
protection order.
Yes, the cops pulled the guy over with 8 guys in the car, going like from Texas to Maryland, I think, or from Maryland to Texas. No luggage, no tools, and suspected him of trafficking. I mean, again, I will simply say, if you didn't apply for asylum,
why are they hanging their hat on this one and not the gay hair?
I'm asking you that.
What was the latest?
Your sacrificial lamb?
Because I heard Glenn Greenwald talk about the gay hairdresser, and that one seems the most compelling.
I agree completely.
But there's no logic in this world anymore.
That's
all kooky. Like whatever gets traction. You know, maybe it's because he's got kids. Oh, he's a father, a Maryland father. You know, like that's what it is. Like I keep saying, wrongly deported Maryland father. Like what's wrongly? Why? Tell me why. What's wrong about it?
He had a deportation order, 100%, and then said, "I am worried that the other gangs will kill me," and so that's when they held the deportation order, but he can be deported to another country legally. That's the part that. If he's not a gang member, why is he worried about being killed by other gangs? I would just like this is the common sense piece that we. I don't know. I'd hang my hat on the gay hairdresser guy.
It's kooky.
I agree with you.
It's also like American,
spirit medium, and often who co-founded
inheriting this problem. Like you've had open borders for 4 years, and they've let thousands and thousands of potential criminals in here, if not millions. They've let millions of people. Who knows how many of these people are suspected terrorists? Not just one, not 0. Okay, so what's the number? I don't know. How many of them are gang members? What, is it 0? No, it's not 0. So they let in gang members. Okay. How many of them are in the cartel? Well, it's not 0. Okay, well, what the fuck do you do? What do you do if you want to clean up this mess that has been en masse for 4 years? Just flood, open borders, not just open borders, but like busing them in, flying them in, giving them debit cards, giving them phones.
Oh my God, interest-free loans in California, loopholes that Gavin Newsom has created to give them healthcare.
Billions of dollars in
My
healthcare.
freaking 35-year-old brother can't get a home loan and can't get healthcare, but his tax dollars. Like,
He needs to change his name in Mexico and walk across the border.
I told him a couple of times.
Do I need to read it?
I was like, great, where's the passport, babe? This will work, you know? He's half Latin, he's my half brother, he can get away with it, he looks the part. It is bananas. And
but it's all a political war. And the idea of not doing it to get votes is crazy. Because that's what they're doing. There's a reason why the vast majority of them get moved to swing states. Like, they're doing it on purpose. Yeah. And Elon has been talking about this, and that's one of the other reasons why they're calling Nazi.
I've had this conversation with intelligent people, and they're like, well, there's no evidence that they're voting. Okay, but here, if we were to game this all the way out, if I was to hit Elon's points that I believe I understand, first of all, I think they can vote in some states in local elections.
Yes.
And Karen Bass becomes Gavin Newsom becomes, God forbid, president of the United States. So there's a reason we've got this whole grassroots thing going on, I'd imagine. And then I'm told that when they sign up for benefits, they potentially can sign them up to reach out to them to vote. That could be conspiracy theory, though. Very much so. I was talking out of my ass. I don't know.
Right, but it's not a conspiracy that they're giving them social security numbers. Yeah, because if you, there's a woman who was explaining what she was working for the Social Security office, what they would have her do. So they would have them get permanent disability, and the way they get permanent disability is just to have to say you have a back problem. So if you have a back problem, then you have permanent disability. And if you get permanent disability, then they start labeling them as a client. If you label them as a client, then they get money forever. And so, and then you have people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and all these people saying we need to get these people a road to citizenship. Okay. Well, then you potentially have millions and millions of people. Now, if the Democrats are in charge, they can change the rules and make it so that these people have a road to citizenship. Then they can vote on elections. So now you've imported millions of people that are going to vote for sure for the people who gave them the money, not for the people who hired Tom Homan to kick everybody out.
Here's a good question. Why are you not requiring identification?
Because it's racist. Well, not only not requiring it, in California, you're not allowed to show it. It is illegal to show your identification when you vote. There's only one reason why you would do that. It's because you want fraud.
Exactly. When I ask people who are on the other side, I'm like, game this out for me. Steel man this argument. What's the logic?
Kathy Holtz's logic about that?
No.
A lot of these black kids, they don't even know what a computer is.
Oh, I have seen it. Oh my God. I saw the black guy making fun of her. Oh my God. Which is the most racist thing that you could possibly say.
By the way, every fucking kid has a computer. They all have phones.
Did you see that video? I think it came out of Prager Review, where they were saying, well, black people don't, they don't have access to ID and they can't figure out something. It's so disgustingly racist.
You tell me that. What about poor white people that live in West Virginia?
So gross.
Dirt poor.
Staggeringly gross.
It's crazy.
Okay, how about this one? I've also been told that the more people you have, in a sense, it doesn't matter if they're legal citizens, you get more representation. Well, then effectively, you can make a president a lame duck.
Exactly. And that's why California's losing. Because people are escaping. That is what it is. It's escaping.
I go on record as saying I am pro-legal immigration.
Well, I'm the grandchild of immigrants. My whole family came from Italy and Ireland.
Unless you're Native American. When you appreciate the ways in which legal immigration enriches a community, stimulates the economy, and you can control the flow. And it's sad, like to explain, that they support their host community when they're brought in legally. But when it's illegal, it overwhelms the infrastructure. You bring in criminals, you don't know who's here.
Suicidal empathy.
Also,
genius. He's an thanks to you. I know of him for many years now, and he's an absolute genius. He articulates it like no one else.
And he's, seeing the rise of anti-Semitism in Montreal right now. At a staggering rate.
I have to admit that
this guy escaped Lebanon for the same reasons.
I do tend to lean.
So it's just a
Dave Smith. After the show you did the other day, I reached out to him and I was like, I gotta tell you, I've always been more pro-Israel, and you opened my mind to things, and I
don't become a monster.
I won't. An anti-Semite.
But that's the thing. It's like with the horrors that you're seeing in Gaza. It's like, okay, you're fighting Hamas. Hamas are monsters. That's right. Yeah.
They were guided into the hollow earth opening at the north.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that.
It gets scary.
That's when
it gets really scary when you believe that someone's helping the enemy, so they become the enemy.
And it's not that you don't like Jews, but right? You know, I'll preface by saying my grandmother ran from the friggin' Nazis, according to my 23andMe, 30-something% Jewish. However, I don't necessarily like. No, I don't agree with a lot of the ways he's handled it. It doesn't mean I don't understand what happened. I'm not appalled. I'm not disgusted. I personally think that kid Mahmoud Khalil should get the fuck out of here. Personally, I'm sorry. Like the kid, I could get into that one too. Like I see all of that, and I lean more towards the Israel.
Well, I completely understand how they can look at things the way they are. They're surrounded.
Yes.
They're surrounded by Arab states.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, if you have been attacked relentlessly since the beginning of, whatever, 1948.
It's in the charter, kill all Jews. I mean, that's, you know.
That's not good. Then you see, like, trans people from Palestine, like, hey.
Stuff grows bigger.
Hey. Do you fucking know what they would do to you? Oh my god. It's complicated, right? The world is a very complicated thing.
It's a nuanced conversation as well. I gotta tell you, I was riveted by that debate, and both of them made excellent points. I learned a ton, and it changed my mind on some things. Like I friggin' loved it. I thought they both. I'm sorry, I did it today. I thought they both made great points. I really did.
Yeah, for sure. I just wish that Douglas didn't misrepresent certain people.
I understand.
Like Daryl. Yeah, Daryl thinks crazy.
I actually never saw that show with him, so I wasn't able to fully comprehend the accusations. Then simply thought, like, you can't gatekeep information. People are, if somebody's going to believe, like, if this was in fact the truth, right, and he was this guy that was saying Hitler was innocent, or not innocent, but the lesser evil with regard to Churchill versus Hitler.
He definitely wasn't saying that. But what he was really saying, that apparently historians also agree with, it, that Hitler kind of hid his anti-Semitism early on, and that early on during his rise, he would keep it confined, like the really rampant anti-Semitism, and keep it confined to these like smaller meetings, and that it's like
he's Jewish, isn't he? He was a Jew, wasn't he? I think Hitler was a Jew. What? Can you check that?
Hitler was a Jew.
Hold on, I think so. I think he had some Jewish blood. Check it real quick, will ya?
No, this is true.
I remember hearing
That sounds crazy.
I remember hearing something like
also
that.
leaving the Aryan race, blonde hair, blue eye. Hey, bro, that's not you.
That's not it. Hold on, I feel like there was some. Hold on. Oh, is it bullshit?
No, he was not Jewish.
Oh, okay.
Rumors and conspiracy theories have circulated suggesting a Jewish grandfather, Jewish ancestry. These claims are not supported by any historical evidence and are widely dismissed by
Jesus, all right, I shit the bet on that one. I shit the bet on that one.
It's really fascinating because he is one of the worst figures in history. Like everybody, other than really complete psychopaths, agree with that.
Right,
One
that's
of
what
the
I'm
worst
saying.
figures in human history.
If you can't disseminate that bit of information, because let's say again, hypothetically, this gentleman Daryl was trying to make that point. Then you're an idiot. Like if you can't determine. Or, there are skinheads and KKK that are going to tell you the same thing. If you can't determine that that person's fucked up, you're an idiot.
That's not really the argument, though. It's like no one's really saying that.
No, I know. I'm suggesting that if the worst case scenario was that, but I appreciate what you're saying. That wasn't his point, and I have not done any homework on it.
He tries to look at things from everybody's view. He tries imagine you're this person. Imagine you're a German citizen and you've just gone through World War I and the whole world hates you. Imagine, and then the drug thing is a big part of World War II. It's a giant part of it. Like the fucking whole army was on meth. That is so crazy. That is so fucking crazy. Really, you should read Blitz. It's really fascinating because they had like a over-the-counter meth that you could buy. What's called?
Oh yes, the candy thing.
What's it called? Pervitin.
Yes, I remember seeing that on your show.
Nuts.
And it was like a little candy tin.
Yeah, they were all eating meth. Super productive. That's why they have such great engineers. They're like, fucking dialed in. You know?
This is true. This is unique. Yeah. Okay. Oh God, damn. That's bright. I have a lot of dark spots here.
There's a lot of darkness in human history. A lot of it. A lot of evil. A lot of horrible consequences and a lot of lessons that we really learn but then unlearn. And that's what people are terrified of with this like Hitler apologist perspective. Like, don't unlearn this one huge fucking lesson that, you know, look, a guy like Hitler can exist. They can rise to power and become monsters who destroy countless lives. Like, it's impossible to really quantify the amount of damage that guy did.
In the Arctic.
Don't unlearn that. And I get that. But don't also label someone as someone who didn't learn that when they're talking about it, open, discussing. I mean, Daryl talks about what a fucking psychotic, drug-addled monster Hitler was all the time. Like, it's part of his stuff. Like, you would have to actually consume his work. And Douglas admittedly never listened to him. He was just taking this narrative, this like very reductionist narrative that's very incorrect, and just saying it over and over again, and saying it on Bill Maher to applause breaks. But it's not what he's saying.
1800 dumbass goes to the Arctic and dies.
It's okay, you know, but it's not, you know, it's not correct.
I hear you. Do you find that you fall victim to that sometimes? I see myself do it on occasion, where you hear a narrative, and I don't dig deeper on it, and I've been guilty of it a couple of times.
I apologized to Bobby Kennedy when he came here because I said I believed everything about you before I read your book. I thought you were this kook who doesn't believe in vaccines, and he's an anti-science guy, a conspiracy theorist. And then I read The Real Anthony Fauci. I was like, oh. That book's fucking nuts. And by the way, again, said it before, say it again, he would be sued if it wasn't true. And it is true. And what he did during the AIDS crisis. And I know that they gave him a blanket pardon from everything from 2014. Weird they choose that date. Where they choose that date when Obama had decided to get rid of gain-of-function research. And this motherfucker was like outsourcing it.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? We're still not having a conversation.
No.
Not in any meaningful way.
Well, at least it's in the White House now. That page is very comprehensive. But sorry, go to that page again because it's kind of hilarious. Is it Trump's in the middle of it, like walking, like he's getting shit done? You see that? It's like, that might be how they tricked him into putting this page out there.
Moratorium on it. That's the irony, I think, didn't he? Obama put a moratorium on it, and I think Trump lifted the friggin' moratorium.
I think it happened.
Oh my God!
Stop! He's like, I'm here to take care of business. I got a serious look on my face. And why are they like the true origins of COVID-19, like COVID science?
Oh
what is that?
God.
Why is it a signature?
Dude, like Callie posted this, and he's like, "Can any scientist tell me what on this page isn't true?" And I kind of thought this was a joke. I thought it was like,
no, scroll.
Oh
She said
my
the whole
gosh!
thing. It's explaining the whole thing. The virus possesses biological characteristics that is not found in nature.
I shouldn't say that.
In italics. Data shows that all COVID-19 cases stem from a single introduction into humans. This runs contrary to previous pandemics where there were multiple spillover events. Wuhan is home to China's foremost SARS research lab, which has a history of conducting gain-of-function research, gene-altering and organism supercharging at inadequate biosafety levels. And this is where Fauci, they could get him on perjury because he was, when he was being questioned, when he said famously to Rand Paul, "You do not know what you are talking about."
Yeah.
Look, there's a photo of him with his hand.
You read the email where his team obviously is like, "Yo, listen, this is highly suspect."
Function research, and then after he communicated with them, they all changed their
for the sake of science and global harmony, let's not pursue this path. And then the nature study came, and that's
so you can download the House Oversight.
Crazy. That looks like a report my daughter would put together, by the way. But what's even more amazing is that each and every one of those points Performance is exactly what Brett Weinstein laid out on your show in March of 2020.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I remember
And he was labeled a grandma killer.
I pulled the fucking car over and we started Googling shit on the side of the Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah.
And that was my Neo moment in the Matrix. That was it. I was forever took the red pill.
I'm glad you took it.
It was over, man.
I'm glad you're on the right side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed talking to you too. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me.
Keep fighting the good fight.
I will.
All
You
right.
too.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
They can hop on Facebook, go to Hysteria Nation. Just go on Facebook, do the search bar and search Hysteria Nation. If you haven't joined the conversation, please do. Don't forget to hop on Twitter at Hysteria51Pod. And if you can't remember the links to all these, go to hysteria51.com. You'll find links to everything, including our Patreon. Big news this week. New Patreon member, John Yellen, $10.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
It's happening, man. What's going on? Great to see you. Yeah, good to see you. Well, what a journey you've been on.
Yeah.
Not because she's I started listening to your audiobook. It was giving me anxiety.
It gets better, right? It takes a minute. There's a relief for the reader.
Well, the relief is seeing you healthy, walking
well,
around.
so the relief is also you kind of know the end of the story, right? Before you go into it, so that you can really kind of dive into the actual detailed narrative that put out. Yeah, there's no other way to do it. But yeah, it's tough. For a minute ago, it was like, wow, my sister took a while to read, and anybody else kind of involved in the incident. It takes a minute. It took me a long time to kind of get through it. Right? It's anxious for me too.
So how long was the actual recovery? Because you don't even walk with a limp.
Yeah, it's quite. There's not. Some things are pretty miraculous. Something to be explained, something, and I tried to figure it out as I was writing the book. You know, a lot of people ask questions. I asked myself questions. Some things were on my own will. Some things were of the world of some sort. But yeah, I was given. You know, I was supposed to walk with a limp because I mentioned about titanium, and then it was certainly not running. And I'm doing far beyond all those things.
Andy, thank you so much for being on.
Don't know exactly what
guys. I'm so
pontificate on one.
Yeah, really. The first one I've never done one.
I think it's.
Now I know why. Was it weird that John wanted you to take
Will is a really special thing.
It's just sort of hot in here, that's all.
The love, the fuel to fuel your will, I had in spades. I feel like I could pretty much do anything if I set my mind to it. When it was my essential part of my life, my recovery was a 24-hour day job. And typically I do many other things, right, as we all do in our lives, but all my focus, like even parenting, is out the window until I can get better. So I had to do that first. So that being an essential part of every thought, every fiber, every cell of my body is geared towards a one-way street.
It's unheard of. How they know about it. Anyway, if you want to suggest a topic, give us your thoughts or just make fun of conspiracy bots. That's my favourite. Join us in our Facebook discussion group, Hysteria Nation. Just log on to Facebook and search Hysteria Nation, or you can always tweet us at Hysteria51.
So it just took a lot of effort, and it took a lot of support to get them. There's hundreds of people involved. Helped me not die. You know, but then he was at the end of the day. Recovery is, you know, everybody's injured in some sort of way. It's a lonely road. It's only you. No matter how much help you have or PT you have, if your tendons go, whatever the heck happens, you still have to put in the work every day and endure the pain and manage the pain and mitigate it. It can be quite lonely, but I always found that my daughter and my family, I see their faces when I get better. I can stand up, you can say, or not be in a jar, I can get in the wheelchair. Any sort of milestone, I'd see their faces get a little bit less horrified, even relieved, even quite joyful. So as much damage as I did to my family and their hearts, me getting better can relieve them of that burden. So it was an easy one-way road to recover, and that's why I recovered fast. And I attribute it to my love for my family. Wow.
area
So
of satanic
let's bring back to the
kids
day
were
of the
railroaded
accident.
because of their mullets,
When
dark
exactly
clothes,
was
and
it?
fascination with
It
the
was
occult.
New Year's
It
Day.
makes me scared that
New Year's Day,
this could happen to any
2023.
of us.
And it did happen.
Yeah.
To
And I
these
host
three young outcasts.
my
who came to
family
be
at my
known
house
as the
up
West
there,
Memphis
like
Three,
25
after their
people
hometown along the
every
Arkansas-Tennessee
post-Christmas
border.
to New Year's.
Damien
All the
Eccles,
time. Families, friends,
Jesse
whoever,
Miskelly,
just kind
and
of come up
Jason
and we
Baldwin,
can celebrate the
teenagers
holidays,
then,
go skiing,
in
all
their
these different things.
mid-30s today,
But we had a big kind of
convicted of what many
snowmageddon
labeled a literal witch
type
hunt.
snow
No
event
physical
that
evidence against
shut
them,
down the mountain that
imprisoned
I
for
live on,
nearly
the
2
top
decades.
of
Now let's
Lake
look at
Tahoe.
another one of these.
About
This is
8,000
where
feet
we go
elevation,
into
and
the
we got
Dungeon
just tons and
Master's
tons of
Guide.
snow.
Who
But it
is the
happens
Dungeon
often,
Master?
maybe not
Well,
that
the Dungeon
intense at the
Master
store,
is a
but so
person
much
who
so where
plays
we were
God
cut off
in the
from
game.
anywhere else for snowed in.
And he
Fine,
controls
I'm
all
prepared
the
for that stuff.
situations. In fact, the book's
3 days without power,
He is the God of the
prepared
game.
for it. It's
So I
fine.
know
We can have
that
fun.
when,
It's
I did
actually
my
relief.
message,
All the
and
cell
this has
phones go
happened,
off.
letter after
All the
letter, where
iPads
people
go
took the
away.
pieces.
Computers
Now,
and
there's
everybody's just playing
sixes
card
involved
games
in
with
the
headlamps
pieces of the
on.
game, but they
And
take
it's a
the
riot.
pieces of the
So we
game,
had
they
a
would
good
throw
time.
them in the
You know,
incinerator or
food
the
supply was still
fireplace,
good.
and screams
But
would come out
it's
because
you know
there
it's
seemed
New
to
Year's
be
Day. We're
some
getting a
kind of
break in the weather,
special
so
forces
I decided to
inhabiting
clear
those
the roads and
pieces,
see,
and children
come out
would
for
drop
air.
out of life. They didn't want to study anymore.
And
Evil powers are trying to
indeed, so that's
brainwash
when
this
the
generation
accident
of
sort of
children,
transpired.
but the
And
truth
it's
will
not.
set
It's more
them
of a
free.
routine type of thing.
You can take
have
that
a
truth to
half
them.
mile long driveway.
Let's pray that churches
I have to
across
maintain
the
it
nation
myself, so
will
that's no
rise
cap.
up and
And a bunch of other
expose
stuff.
this deception of a generation.
There's a bunch of vehicles, snowmobiles, even things that got stuck in the driveway because it was a lot of extra snow and some of it was very light. And it got very icy and hard, so you're sinking down like 3 or 4 feet into it. It's a hot mess. So I try to dig all that stuff out using snowcat, pulling the stuff out. This thing is snowcat, to describe it in words is pretty
The
difficult. It's like
phenomenon
a
of satanic
tank.
panic originated in the 1970s.
It's
gained traction
probably,
in the 80s and
I don't
90s.
know,
When a
12
widespread
feet
belief
wide,
took hold within
tracks
American
on each side, so it
Christians
spins
that
like a tank with a skid
underground
steer.
network of
Yeah,
circuits
there we go.
were
So that's a
controlled
small,
by
tiny version
from
of one.
tortures to court cases to
But
being
yeah, it's something kind of like a
every
Star
dinner
Wars.
party.
But this
Satanic
minor or
panic
metal
was
track
an
is more like that one.
overdrive.
Like that.
And then it
Oh
faded
yeah,
away
one
just
like
as
that. That's
fast
it.
as it
It's
arose.
exactly like the one I
What
have.
caused it?
So
That
it's
story's
about like
true.
16,000
And are we
pounds.
really in
And
the clear?
it's very nimble
We'll
on the
have
snow.
more next on Stereo 51.
Just to see it physically, put it back up. To see it physically and to know that that's what went over your leg. Oh, my whole body. Oh, God. Yeah. There's so you have to step on the tracks to get into the cab to operate. So stepping on the tracks is a normal thing to do. You just don't do it while things you're operating, right? You understand you're driving, it's just easy. The thumb, go forward, reverse, and you're neutral, and that's it. It's really easy to operate. But it was just the accident happened because you have to get in and out on off on those tracks, and I hit the thumb thing and threw me off, and it was going towards my nephew, so I had to jump back on and try to stop it from killing him. And I crushed him between the truck and that big blade that I have. See that thing? It's a few thousand pounds. That thing's gnarly. But
I actually see where you're coming from there.
My instinct was to jump
Satan's
back on
a
and try to
bitch,
stop it.
but I like the ritual
Obviously, it
abuse
didn't work
part.
out.
Tough but fair.
And got ran over.
Broadcasting from the lower fourth
There you
dimension,
go.
otherwise
What?
known as
How much of
Chicago.
your body
I'm
was
your
going
host
over? The
and
entire-
dungeon master.
I went.
I control the game.
The tracks were here
I
to
did all
jump
the
in the
characters you
cab.
need along the way.
My name is
Left
John
up and
Rogan.
over to try to grab
Alongside
onto
is
it.
my
Got
co-host,
sucked under the
certainly a
whole
man
thing,
who
so
is guided by his
it
own
took a whole
moral
length
compass,
of it.
and who always chose
Just kinda
chaotic neutral as
So
his
there's like
spiritual
a
alignment
set of
when he played
wheels that
Dungeons and
turn these
Dragons.
tracks.
Mr. Brent
And
Carlos,
there's
the
like 6
dwarf.
wheels. So it
Dwarf?
undulates. So
I
I
wanna
felt
be
all the
dwarf. I
undulating. The
wanna
first one
be
was the
like
worst, like the pressure,
a
and
ninja
skull crusher,
or
all
a
that
fighter.
stuff.
Don't forget
And
who
then
won that game of
release,
Dungeons and
because
Dragons.
then the undulation
None
of the
other than
tire and
Carlos
the
the dwarf
track.
himself.
And you're awake for that.
It
Just
is
like
I,
by the sixth
Carlos,
undulation,
the
just
dwarf,
like, all right,
the
just kind of
dragon
finish
has been
already. And you're just
slain,
like,
and you're free to rule your kingdom.
Which is just like
then
when I
it's like,
played.
you're like you're drowning and
My character was a
struck by
chaotic
lightning,
paladin, and I was a
bleeding out, all the things all
The
at
time
once.
was a level 63 having hidden sword spell.
Never got laid.
Pressure,
Every
movable
time
object,
I think I realize the
you know,
peak of your
my skull
dorkiness
kind of
as a
lost
kid,
out, but still
I'm
survived.
reminded that there are always higher levels.
Skull. Yeah. Yeah.
it's like it looks like it's everything. It's like
That
38
other
broken
voice you're
bones
hearing,
and eyeballs
that's about
out.
to become
Oh,
a disembodied voice.
and
Try
it's,
a flesh bucket.
shot to medical
Then you have the shaking
I know,
spirits
right?
and
And yeah, I mean,
robot I built to help
all the
other
doctors were like, dude, I don't know how your eyes still operate, still working. But I think because I was on ice, because I did see it, I'm like, well, maybe I'm going to put this eye on ice. Just kind of rolled into it.
Career is taking off. Unless I'm around you, two snake
I saw my eye with my other eye, right? And I'm like, I'm going to keep
Says
that
so
thing
here
because I'm on
in
like
take number 8 of
icy
unlocking your
asphalt
true comedic
driveway
potential.
that's
The
off my
guide to not
driveway,
letting
right
the
at the
meat
top of the
sacks
road.
in your life hold
So,
you back.
which wasn't
hosted by
great
Alan
for
Tom
impact
Allen.
to get ran over. I wish I was on a
still say
snowpack.
there's something weird about this
easier.
tape set.
Push me in
Anyway,
the snow,
see
right?
that? I'm confused.
Wasn't.
When you took us
So I
through some
just
of
kind
your
of rolled
potential
onto
jokes,
it, just like maybe I
literally
could kind of
awful.
put the eye on ice
You weren't
until I could
insulting the
figure out how
audience,
to
you were
breathe.
threatening them.
And
None of it was funny.
yeah, I could
How
sort of
did you
laugh at
pull
it.
gigs off of that?
It's weird to
There's
sort
no
of think
accounting
about
for
that.
taste in this business. Lest I remind you of some of your one-star reviews.
Don't change the subject.
So
Plus, there's only few of those. It's
bones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you still hate listening.
Yeah, it was like
Anyway,
a lot of
the point is,
ribs
there's
and
no
all my
way the actual
spiral
club would
fracture
have
and
booked
my
you.
legs,
You
all my
didn't have
joints
any
were
material,
broken,
did you?
all my
Well, they
ankles,
did
my
book me,
knees, my
but yeah,
none
I
of
have
my
some new
spine,
stuff.
and
Want me
I
to
only
lay
got a
one on you?
laceration in my liver
Okay,
from one of
here
the
it goes.
ribs
This homeless
breaking a
guy
couple
asked
spots
me
and
for
I'm like
money
that.
the
Just kind
other
of
day.
stabbed it.
I was
Didn't
about
really
to give it
mess
to
it up
him,
too
and
bad.
then I thought
So
he was
that's
going
okay.
to use it on
But all my
drugs or
organs,
alcohol.
my
And
brain,
then I thought, hey, that's
my
what I'm
fingers
going
ain't
to use it on.
That's an old Craig Giraldo joke.
I'll use an excuse later, I guess.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay,
Yeah, and my
here's
spine.
another.
That's the miracle.
Since
It's
you're
like, how
so
did I break
sensitive,
14 ribs?
you know how you
Right?
can tell
And
how
I
pretty
cracked
a
my
white
skull
woman
and
is?
every
You
arm,
look at
leg,
her
and
and
finger
then you
and thing,
wonder
but
how long they would
my
look for her
spine
if
is
she
spared,
was missing.
and all my organs are spared, my brain. So like, it's kind of almost no
You're
harm, no
just
foul at the
stealing
end of the
material
day.
from dead
Even though
cops.
there's
You realize that people know this
probably
stuff
20%
around them, right? Like, it
titanium
doesn't go
in my
away
body.
once you die.
Of
So
course I know
how
that.
many pieces
I'm
of
not
titanium
stupid.
were in here?
This is
Well,
all original
the
material.
guy that
Now
invented
go
this
introduce your
procedure
guests. I'll be
worked at
right
the
back.
hospital in
I
Reno
have to
because
go
there's a lot
to
of
the
crushing
bathroom
injuries
or
that happen
something.
on the ski resorts and mines that are in the area.
He is
So I got
right
really
about
lucky
one
to
thing.
get this
Brent,
doctor.
we do have guests tonight.
But it took 4 doctors to get to this
Yes.
guy. So
more
says my
than enough
family.
to
I was
shake a
out
stick
in a
at, one
coma.
might say.
And they, once they found this guy, who was on vacation. The mayor, actually called him and said, "You got to get back and help my son out." And so he rushed out, and he's just like, "This is what he does for a living." He's like, "Oh, this is easy. I can't wait to do this for this guy." You know? So it relieved on my family. It was such a relief because they were like, "Oh, he's going to lose his eye, we're going to chop his leg," and all this kind of tragic sort of prognosis, whatever you want to call it. Right? So this guy comes in, "No, it's all right. We're going to hammer this thing in. We do this." Do his face plate, do this, we're gonna do this, and just lucky that the orbital bone that broke and the cheekbone that broke.
There will be 5
They only wanted to do that because my face as an actor made me want to save my cheekbone. Not that I do.
Right before the show.
But yeah, he fixed up my all my ribs. They used like this mesh. This is sort of weird way to kind of handle. If you fix 1 or 2 of the ribs that are all broken, the rest will kind of fall into place. So the body's pretty miraculous. Just gives a little direction, and then it heals on itself and below the bone. So it's not as much titanium in my ribs as when my thing for all those breaks. It's only.
I was just gonna say, I don't even think we'll need to play. Like, my
It looks like
guess is at some
rebar.
point,
Right?
one
You
of
can
us is gonna
scan.
explode.
Like a lot of my body's like,
Yeah, that was the chili though.
yeah, somewhere. Yeah, somewhere. I don't know. I don't think so. I can ask my sister for. She's got showing everybody.
Speaking of the guest that is
it's pretty
you gotta love the
mediocre
miracle of
looking.
modern
You know,
technology.
it looks like
It's coming to us from halfway
like I had a
around the
hammer
world.
and a 2x4 and some nails. And that's what it just looks like. It's just very like, why is there a nail and 2 screws? You know, it's carpentry 101. You know,
the show.
there's nothing like it. I think the guy that had like screws in my skull and my jaw just got broken in 2 spots.
So, Mike, we had you on for a
And the guy took it out. It's something that he got from Home Depot. And then literally, it's like it just took it out. I mean, dude, it's squeaking like it's in wood. You didn't numb it. I was knocked this guy out.
It's amazing to be all the way over in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
It's just like
modern technology.
it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And most important point
And I was always kind of having to bag mentally to take so much
Yeah, it's not,
mental
not as much of an honor.
All right,
to
that's
deal with like
I'm back.
pain
Let's get on
management,
with it.
and it's emotionally exhausting to deal with like, so many different things in your body.
Well, let's first
So I'm always
I think
kind
I
of
saw it in the liquor store last night.
paying attention to things.
It's cinnamon flavored.
I'm much sharper
Wait a minute,
mentally
where's
now
Chicago?
because I don't have to
Are we
mitigate
not
so
here to
much
talk about the play this year?
inflammation, pain.
Chicago Blackhawks.
So I could kind of be here and laugh with you. But back then, this guy was
hugely
I almost thought this guy so hard.
incredibly unprepared.
But
Also,
yeah, glad that was. I was really happy to.
An NHL player with the last
That was a
name.
great milestone for me to get these screws out of my skull.
Yeah.
But that was worse than being ran over by this. Okay.
Welcome back
Real,
to
yeah.
NHL Live. I'm your host.
In terms of pain or just
Well,
discomfort?
no, it wasn't so much the pain. It's the haunting images of feeling my
he played for the Devils at some point.
gums wrap around the screw as he's pulling out. It's a lot longer than I thought it was. And then there's 3 more to go. It was more the visual is, in my mind, kind of what makes it terrible. Visual, because I'm a pretty visual guy. So I don't think anything hurts me so much
or some
physical
sort
way,
of sick derivation
but the
therein.
visuals are
You
pretty
know all the
haunting.
stories. It was also referred to
And
as
the sound,
satanic
dude,
ritual
it
abuse.
vibrates
And I'll tell you this, friend.
skull, it's
I
just
haven't
taking it
researched a
out.
story that has used the very name of this show more than this.
This is what horror films are made.
Everyone is
Right? Just like Saw.
Is that the only thing that they have to take out? Is the screws that be in your head?
Yeah. No, they have to leave those in for the most part because why risk infection and open you up to for something. But
sweep this country. I'm sure, unfortunately, it won't be the
yeah,
last
so all
time
the rest of the
we
stuff
have
stays in until
unfortunately,
those
the state
screws
of
come
witch
loose.
trials, if we're going way
At some
back,
point,
it's almost like
they
its
will.
own witch
They start
trial.
backing out, right?
Yeah.
Country
And you
wasn't
think you
around
put in a
then,
locking
but it was
screw?
certainly in the,
Right?
in the geographic
I've
area.
had
And this
friends that
actually
have broken
kind
arms
of
and starts poking
some
out
of
of
the
the
same
Just doing now.
Get another
the same
operation.
elements of the same Salem witch trials reared their
So,
ugly head
how many
during the satanic.
different plates
So
do you
things
have?
came to a head.
I think
in the
I
80s,
got,
and that's not
there's only a couple on my face, and they went in like underneath my cheek.
Wall
For
Street,
a plate for my orbital socket,
Miami
and then
Vice,
for the
Dirty
cheekbone,
Dancing.
they put
So the
a plate
decade
or
of
two over there to hold that bone in place.
Do you feel it?
It's also the
Paul
decade.
Hogan.
I
It's also
feel
the decade of AIDS,
the lack
Cold
of
War. They constantly
feeling.
talk of devil worship.
It's still
That's not a knife.
still
This
numbness
is the knife.
to that this whole
That's not
side
the devil.
because
This
they
is
got
the
to cut all
devil.
these nerve endings.
So
right,
basically,
and
the
take
good
them
old
out.
days is
So
what you're
even the side of my
Exactly. We're men.
Yes.
face is
Super
still slightly
scared.
little
We
nudge.
thrived. Satanic Panic was
And
sweeping
the
the
rest
nation.
of
Every
them,
term,
Do
someone
you
was trying
feel
to tell
like
you that
how much do you
powers
feel
are
in
trying
all
to
your
destroy
different
normally
bones and
as we do
joints
it.
and all the different things we got repaired?
Lord, it is
Yeah,
evil.
that's
Does
a lot of
that
scar
offend
tissue
you?
to work through
Does that
all the
offend you
time.
that the Dark Towers
It's,
weren't a hand?
what's great is like it's not any one
Foot,
spot. It's like it moves around. You know, even if you're not injured, it's like if you just twist your leg wrong and then it goes up in your hip and to your shoulder. It moves around your body, kind of.
Were they crazy?
It moves it around, so you just kind of stay on top of
And
it.
if so,
There's
what's
always
it?
something to
Well, we were
to
talking
work
not only
through.
were
You
these things
know,
happening, but they were targeting
and
children.
it's just, you know, look, I already have to do it anyway. I'm 54. I mean, I have to take care of my health. I just have to make it a very central part of my life.
And so now do you have full range of motion, full mobility, everything is back to normal?
Yeah, I don't know what normal is. You know, I'm gonna be. You know, I feel like I'm maybe 110% just because spiritually, mentally, I'm so much better.
But you know, it's
I got so many gifts from dying coming back. That yeah, I'm 150%. My body will always be. Look, my body's aging, so I have to fight against age. Well, recovery is age reversing. It's the same stuff that people are doing just to reverse age. I just do it just because it's my recovery, and I have to for the rest of my life, just to prevent inflammation, discomfort, swelling, things like that.
So when you have so many broken bones and so many broken joints, what is the recovery like? Like how did they even get you moving again?
Day by day.
Day by day.
Yeah, it's as soon as I got home from the hospital, yeah, PT there, and working to just move, keep things moving. You have to. Otherwise, you lose it. So lock up when you
Seeing
all they had
you
to
walk
talk
around
about
today
was
in the studio, I would have no
The
idea.
Devil and Princess Di.
Yeah,
You look totally normal.
yeah. It's great.
Coming up next.
It takes a lot of work,
Literally,
and it's still working. But I was just having to stretch
The
in the
devil
studio.
is
You know, I have
Princess
to
I wish you
move
would
quite
all
a bit,
done.
so I don't
God
lock up.
damn.
Ignoring.
After getting that sleep, it's like it'll be a little stiff in the morning. And I have to do some stretches and things like that. But I think if I didn't get the accident at 54, I'd probably have to do it anyway.
Chances are that that
So,
this brought out a whole
feels good
new
to have
line
to
of work in that
force
time, which were
stretching. I
people
think.
who were expert testimony on
And
what
so
was
day
satanic
just
and
day
what
by
wasn't.
day, so
Having grown
you're
up
completely
during that time
bedridden
period,
initially.
It wasn't.
And
Yeah,
how
it
long
wasn't
does it
satanic
take before you
to
can
me,
sit
it
up?
was Tuesday. Like I remember.
I don't know. It's
being
pretty.
worried about
It moved
all
pretty
of this
quick.
stuff. Don't listen to this
Randomly
music.
with the
It's
punctured
cool,
lung
but
and
you
all
can't-
this
Dungeons
broken
and
shoulder,
Dragons, you can't
collarbone
play that.
dislocation,
That's-
all this
I mean,
stuff.
That's the devil. Like,
That
this
healed
was
pretty
genuinely
quickly.
scared of it.
but that doesn't require gravity and force on your legs. Like your legs have to take, right? So that took a little bit longer. The legs, both ankles, right? Those are under trauma and plates in those.
I was, and listening to
this is
some
all
of the
a
music.
pipe.
I remember
Piece of rebar, my lower leg. So that took a little bit longer. But the ribs, ironically, it was only painful for a couple weeks. I was had these like plastic suitcases for my lungs. They had to let it bleed out, and stuff was going in. Oh, what was in that thing? But I had to carry those things around for a while. Once I got rid of those, I was kind of sitting up a bit more, and I saw good ones I was kind of sitting up. But there's still, as you can imagine, so much trauma, so many places. But
you're getting down towards,
I think the longest was really getting up to stand up, to walk, to get all your joints to work properly again. We learned to walk, we learned to move. You kind of have to. Got to atrophy, as you can imagine it happens. But I was standing up, moving around.
Grateful Dead necklace. You probably
I got into a chair probably by February after like 3 weeks.
You need to get rid of it.
And the more I can move, the faster you heal, you get more blood flow, you get your body to work better. It helped with my attitude, will to get out and sit up. All the things, each of these things are like milestones. And I was just like, and move forward to the next thing. Set a goal for myself, even if it was just like to sit up and like turn or and he was listening to reach too far to keep my confidence because I keep reaching these goals, just going and going. I find myself, it's 24 hours a day. So what do I have to do today? I don't even have to ask. I just gotta get better. And just kept going. And whatever thing, and there's so many things to attack to get better. It's like I never got bored. I just had all these bands and stuff. I remember being in a wheelchair and I ran around like this. And I did it's like a leg press, all these like interesting ways to try to strengthen my body and get better. Whatever was it, anything that would work, I would do it. Say no to nothing, say yes to everything, and let's try it, let's do it. Took in everything.
They say that is one of the more difficult things with stroke victims is the will to do exercises to force yourself to recover. Yeah, because so many people just they've never done that before. They've never pushed themselves before. They don't, and there's this tendency to just kind of give up. Some people out.
Yeah. It's part of the reason why I wrote the book is maybe because it's a lonely place when people are struggling in recovery, and when it's a lifetime recovery too. I hope they can find something they can grab onto. Like this guy can overcome this, I can get out of my own way here, and maybe not think of it a little differently. The only thing we have control of ever in life is opportunities. So, what's I could easily just go be victimized and, cry about it and like, oh, my career is over. It's not even part of the narrative, part of it's not even in the conversation. It's like I'm getting better every day for the rest of my life. That's it. Wow, there's only one way to go. What's the alternative? What is the alternative? I keep saying that to me. What's the alternative? I'm not going to stumble around through life. I wasn't brought back here just to suffer. That's not happening. I'd say unplug the machine. I'm done. I'm out of here. It's way better than being dead. You know what I mean? I'm not going to come back and just waddle and lift my way through life. It's not going to happen.
What's crazy is if you didn't approach it like that, you probably wouldn't be able to walk.
Correct.
Because there have been a lot of people that have been gravely injured that never come back.
Yeah, you have to push it, right? Anything that's in your life or excellent, you have to obsess at it and risk everything for it. You have to work. It's not going to happen. No one's going to do it for you. But what else are you going to do? Yeah. Again, like I said, what's the alternative? Yeah, this sucks, but like, so does a cold plunge. So does this. So does that. So does that. You got to really test. You got to test our bodies, our limits, to really have real growth, especially in recovery. You have to. What else are you going to do, man? You're going to take pills? That was one of the hard things, worse than the accident as well, is getting off Oxycontin. And I got off pretty quickly. That's the early stuff. I'm glad it was there for the pain. Like I want to get off it as soon as possible. So it's highly how you do it. And coming off that stuff is gnarly.
It's so hard, and you have a really strong will, and some people don't.
I know.
They put all people on that stuff.
That's crazy.
Well, it was just,
It was really, ironically, I was supposed to be doing
it was a generation.
a
the
movie
Beatles
about
and
the
Elvis
sacrifice.
Presley in the 60s all
Wow.
over.
Yeah.
Like, it was the same
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Like, my
But
parents
it was supposed to happen like literally that day before, just that spring.
And our parents,
Obviously that got canceled because I had to
you can't
take
listen to that. Look at his pelvis gyrating. And then,
but then I had to get on that stuff real quick. You know?
And then
It was really interesting too how people treated that drug. Everyone was monitoring, counting pills. It was a half a thing, or this and that. Like, everyone was on it. Like, dude, what? You treat me like I'm some sort of drug addict. Don't give me this stuff. I don't want it. Jesus Christ, it's terrible. But it's powerful stuff. And I don't ever blame sort of the drug. I just think sort of how maybe it's free to use and it's even supported the school system. And, they got family that got away with a lot of stuff to promote that stuff. Yeah. It's a whole other.
Have you seen Pete Bird's thing on Netflix, Painkiller? You've seen that?
Great.
It's the docudrama, documentary.
Oh, yeah.
One of Larry Gygax's
Gnarly.
creators was actually a religious man.
That's an evil
That's why he
family.
looked at
Yeah.
What they did to people, and they just support the idea that,
a lot of these
you know,
people that were in the
hey,
bands
you
were
can just be on
religious.
this and you don't have anything, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's not even addictive.
That's why I only.
Yeah, it's the knowing part. And then they're double counting and selling it and getting as many of them.
Is it because of
And
the
promoting it.
Yeah.
It's a thing that
Partially.
you could be on forever.
Or is it because
Which is
Ted
just
Cruz
insane.
was in Stryper? Have you ever seen that
So,
meme? There's a
You're on
picture
it,
of a guy in
and
Stryper
how
with
long
just
did
a
you have to be on it for?
There's also a guy in
Again, always working to get off of it. Yeah, I think maybe it's around. If I got home on January 13th, Friday the 13th,
The seeds of these stories have been planted
and I think it was probably less than a month.
years and years and years.
Probably like
Historian
beginning of
Phil
February
Jenkins points out
because
that
I had
Philip Gorman's
all my molars and
1927
stuff
novel,
got pushed
A
in.
Place Called
My
Dagon,
mouth's a hot
is
mess.
a
My
big
jaw's
shaper
broken.
of the future
And
planet.
but I had
It's
night
story of
terrors,
devil
as you
cultists.
would,
And it really
being
was
away through that
radical
trauma.
and influential.
So, and I bit
H.P.
down in the
Lovecraft,
tooth and just in a
names
certain
it as a
spot and
big
just cracked my
influence.
molar.
Wow.
And
It's
it goes down to the nerve.
100%
Not,
fiction.
I
Elements
feel that.
elements of the story could be seen
But
in
I'm on all
many
this
of the
oxycontin.
stories would be told as
Maybe I don't need to be on that shit.
across the country in the 80s.
So I had to go get that
Also,
emergency
all the
extraction
folks from
and
the
get post put in on my back molar.
Rothschild,
And I said, well, I'll take it one more
Omen.
time
Yeah.
just for the tooth pain.
There's
Or
this
whatever
book
even
that
with
came
the
out this
dentist
year
gave me.
called
I think I
Paperbacks
took the
from Hell.
dentist
That
stuff,
goes
whatever
to
that
the
was.
60s, 70s, and 80s
And
horror boom and
cold
literature.
turkey off
And
Oxycontin.
Rosemary's Baby was one of the ones that kicked it off.
Cold turkey.
Yeah, I didn't
And
know.
it's got great stuff in it.
You didn't know how hard
That's
it
just all to
was.
say that people had all of
Oh, no.
I was just so adamant.
firmly planted in their subconscious.
I don't really listen.
And
I don't listen to the doctors. So I started crying
exactly the way they
for
expected.
about 3.5 days
Get out of
straight.
jail free card.
Even during my PT, I'm just like, not that I'm even sad, but like full of crocodile tears, just tears.
remembers.
Tears. 24 hours a day. Like, just going. I couldn't stop crying. And I was shivering.
Michelle's
withdrawal.
therapist.
I wasn't thinking that anything other than like, why am I crying? I didn't know it was withdrawal.
Recovering.
Even because my mind's not there. I'm in.
Like you
My mind's in
literally
recovery and getting off this stuff, focusing on holding my body up. It takes just a lot of mental acuity to just exist, right? So I wasn't thinking that, of course, I look back, I was like, of course, I'm going on fucking heroin. So, yeah, and so I call my sister and I'm like, I don't know why I'm crying, I can't stop crying. I said, well, let's call it, these different doctors that we Zoom call with when I was at home.
That's ethical.
And so he called up the pain management doctor. She said, look, I told him, he said, what are you doing? You got to taper off that. Like, it takes like 2 weeks at least. You can't just cold turkey. No wonder you're feeling all cold and all this stuff because that's all nerve stuff. So I started feeling gravity. I started feeling temperature. I started feeling everything. It's like on fire, right? So, why did I make the decision to go cold turkey? Because I don't like the feeling of being on pain meds. I don't like, I want to have my mind. I was always using humor to find my sobriety. If I can land a joke, it means I'm reading the room and I'm hitting the timing right, whatever it is, right? So I needed my mind. I needed my wit. I needed my will to recover. I needed sleep. I needed my brain. And the drugs kind of numb my brain, as they would, right? As they numb your whole body. So I just wanted off of them. And I don't like how I feel. You feel muddy. And I just didn't like the feeling. So, you know, it came with a price, but I got the okay to like take a little fiber of oxy to sleep on if I needed to mitigate some pain, just so I could sleep. Like, okay, maybe I'll do that if it happens. And I did it once or twice or 3 times maybe after that. But I got through it. And I got off, but I got off it because I cracked that tooth, and that I felt pain. Like that is like that's not going to let me sleep at all. It's a heartbeat in my brain, my face is just like throbbing, right as you would for anybody. So I said like, oh, then I don't need to take the pain meds. So like that was my excuse to get off the pain meds.
Right, because you're feeling pain and you're on the pain meds.
Yeah, I would have been on that shit much longer if I didn't crack that tooth, because I wouldn't have the will or say like, oh, let's get off this stuff, right? But it took that. I'm like, okay, well, I don't need it.
I had knee surgery in like '93, and they gave me something. I don't. It was either Percocet or Vicodin. I don't know what it was, and I took it one time, and I felt so bad. I felt so stupid. I remember being in my apartment in New York, just feeling so dumb, just thinking I'd rather take pain. Yeah. So one day, I took it one day, and I'm like, that's it, I'm done. And then I sold it. I sold my pills to this guy Jeff at the pool hall. This is dirtbag guy that I used to hang out with at the pool hall. He had a bandana and long hair, he was a hippie, he always sold drugs. And I sold them to him. He's like, I'll take you, what do you do? Yeah, what do you got? And then I had surgery again. I've had a bunch of different surgeries for jiu-jitsu injuries, martial arts. The second time I had surgery on my knee, I had a knee reconstruction again on my other knee in 2003. I did it. I just like, I don't want nothing. I'm just going to deal with it. It was okay.
Yeah, like an anti-inflammatory or something like that.
If there is a house,
I didn't even take that stuff because I don't think that's good for you.
Yeah.
I think
you know, I mean, you're going to be in pain. No matter what, it's just going to dull it a little bit. I'd rather feel it all.
I agree. 100%. Yeah. That was like back when I had my wisdom teeth pulled out when I was like 20 or something. You know, that's pretty gnarly surgery, right? And they give you like a coating or something. You know, I just puked on that and said, no way. Took one pill and I never took the insulting. Yeah, people party on it. People drinking, like like it. It's just the opposite for me. I just can't. It's just my body doesn't agree with it. And I'm glad.
I don't remember a friend of mine who's a musician.
What did he sign when he said you?
On Vicodin.
Davey.
I was like, why? How do you do that?
Did he dot his eye with
I took whatever it was that I took. I can't remember which one it was. But I just felt like a moron. I just felt like I had like 20% of my brain.
Yeah,
it was just this dull, like wet cotton stuffed in my head. But I mean, I guess maybe it's just like different biology. Maybe different people react to it differently. It wasn't for me.
This dude was a fucking
So how long did it take for the withdrawal to subside?
By the time I got to that
but
Zoom
he
with
didn't help his cause with the crap he
pain
said.
management doctor.
He said that he thought
He said like, well, don't do that. You should taper off. Like, well, I'm already off it now. I'm like,
he was
come off the crying train. Especially because he also made sense of it for me. It's like, it's like day 4 by the time I talked to him. He just helped me make sense of like why I was feeling the way I was feeling, because it felt like a setback. Right. You know, and because there are setbacks in recovery, but this felt like a real setback. Like I couldn't grab of why, and I'm pretty in tune with like my body, my emotions, my everything, and I just couldn't grab why I was. That was awesome. When it's so obvious. But then I'm not the one really administering this stuff. My mom just gave me the pill. Doing peptide injections for me, rebirthing me, take care of me. So I have talked to her. Oh man, if I look back, I don't know. I was getting three mLs, so 3 loads, and they're all mixed up. So as you would,
and the church is
probably say all the same ones that I'm on now that I continue, and I rotate in and out of different ones.
BBC 157,
Anderson, all those, yeah. AOD and MUTC.
Scientology and
I had to do a lot of blood work.
Yes, and
My hemoglobin was
they
at
were
2.
like, well, this guy was kind of a fucking
Yeah,
puking
that was what it was. Going back to work, back to Mayor Kingstown. Crazy. Yeah. It's like blood of dead men, essentially. I just had no energy. So then I started really working with all my blood panels, big, giant, wide, 16 vial blood panels. And that started to be my new course of recovery.
They found where someone had sacrificed
cellular way and the blood way, and that's where I really started getting strong. I was moving around, I was mobile, all the bones are healed. By this time, it's like years gone by, but now I started working on cellular blood health. That's when I got to like the skin started to look gray, because blood tells you what your body's producing and not producing, right? So that was a great report card or barometer of where I was at, why I'm not, where my mitochondrial levels are at, anything was there. So, it was really a great part of my recovery. And that's what I'll continue to still continue.
Oh, yeah.
Boston,
If we could do a whole show
oh, yeah.
on nonsense about him, so let's not go down that
Yeah,
rabbit hole.
yeah. What it did for me, it's not something, I don't think there's many things in my recovery that do that feel good. It just doesn't make you feel shit.
Right. It's like you're building a mountain, one layer at a time.
Yeah. So, but hyperbaric is great. It helps with lactic acid when you're working out. It's all the oxygen you put in your body is great necessity. So, again, another one of those things that are even age reversing. Also, have disease prevention. It's amazing. And I got when that was. You can sit in and do multiple things. I can't just sit there for an hour and a half in the chamber and I'll go crazy. It's a brain, and so I get a computer or whatever, email, whatever I can do to kind of continue to do it, to make it a part of my life. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and then I go into like a red light bed, a high-powered red light infrared bed. It moves all that oxygen through my body even more so, and gets deeper into tissue. Yeah, yeah, those are huge parts of my life. Yeah,
I was imagining for some point what you went through is imperative.
Yeah, for tissue recovery, and oh man, huge, faster for repair.
And so a year later, you're walking around.
Yeah, I was walking by. My daughter's birthday was March 28th, so I guess a few months later, I was walking. It was assisted, very assisted week, walking with cane or a walker.
You shouldn't be listening to because that's devil's music, and that's what he plays.
I was like by the summertime, I stopped doing recovery, the intense 24-hour day recovery. I would do like a 12-hour day recovery, and then go walk in the sand in Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is the world's biggest cold plunge, and it's a freezing ass lake. So I just go dip my legs in that lake, walk in the sand. It's great for stability of your ankles, your joints, your hips. And I would just do that kind of stuff. Even ride a jet ski. I was riding a jet ski in June. Wow. Yeah, taking it easy. I'm not doing any diets. Just living life. You know how good that is for your mental acuity, your spirit, your emotional body, all that stuff. So I was out in the sunshine, getting vitamin D. I was in nature. I was with friends. I could do life stuff. I'm back in life stuff.
Primetime specials.
Yeah, that's a great confidence builder. Yeah. So I kept trying to do those things, and then of course I had to go back and do all the recovery stuff, and that I always do.
I thought that he did Jimmy Hoffa's like.
What is the cold water feel like?
Or something like
Yeah, the cold water is that's not the issue. It's when it's cold weather. Like anybody, if you're stiffer, your blood slows, and all that stuff. So it doesn't help us. I need circulation in my joints. Tendons don't get a lot of blood flow. I really got to work at getting blood flow in these joints. Otherwise, they'll stiffen. And I'm just slower going. Everything just feels a little bit more robotic. But I think that's, and before injury, it's that for anybody, right? Also at elevation, 8,000 feet elevation in Tahoe. So all those things aren't really kind of helping to my recovery, but my body will respond in those oxygen depleted environments and all that stuff. So maybe it did help, maybe it didn't, I don't know. But I did most of my initial recovery in LA, and then when I could, I got out to Tahoe to be in my sort of happy place in nature.
Did they have to reconstruct your knees?
No, none of that. There's cracks in my ankles, and my foot spun around a handful of times. A spinal fracture of my leg. So they had to hit a rod down into my knee, and they had to screw it, with plates and all that stuff. So
on VSL.
And then sure, I just moved those things. So I don't know, because that wasn't full like reconstruction, like people get a new knee.
He was a lot more lucid back then.
It was just a lot of breaks.
Like,
Pelvic broke in 3 spots.
His daughter, we were talking about her.
You don't fix that. He even said you broke your asshole. I'm like, is that what you say as a doctor? Is that how you say it?
Some
Come
dude
on.
from the Temple of Set, he looked like his hair, it looked like a woman.
I think there's another word for it.
Romulus? Okay.
I think he was trying to make you laugh. And I did. And there he makes you laugh. He's like, you broke everything, Jeremy. You even broke your ass. I'm like, all right.
And my lawyer sitting here next to me says so too. And also, are you going to pay me?
What? So you've gone through 12-hour. Now you're in like this 12-hour day.
Yeah, so summertime. Yeah, so I gotta do like this life stuff. That was really my first shot at allowing myself to think that there's a future, and I'm not going to live a life of full-time recovery for the rest of my life. I can actually go do some other things that I enjoy doing with people in a kind of a normal way. So I was without a cane, without anything by the time by June, summer came around. So I'm moving around. I'm moving around with inflammation and getting downstairs very slowly, but as you would, as long as you're patient, as I was, as aggressive I was with my recovery, I allowed the patients to also live with that aggressive attack on each joint, each inflammation, whatever it was. I do allow patience.
But the judges did say
because I allow myself to push hard, and listen to my body. Let's just fuck off. I'm like, all right, I'll chill out for a second, and then keep going. So, but I gotta live life, and that was so rewarding to my spirit and my confidence, which you need, and that kind of those kind of dire times. And keep going. And like I said, when we got to get back to work, because I got so ready,
drove the satanic.
Maybe I'm down to like 4 hours a day of recovery by the end of that first year. I'm like, I'm going to go back to work. I need to get back out into the world and use life is my recovery. And still only spend 4 hours a day on hyperbaric chamber, red light, whatever the heck I can do to mix it all up. A bunch of different stuff. A lot of heat, a lot of vibration, power plate stuff. That was really great for numbing the nerve endings, like back of my knees, ankles, that kind of stuff. I don't know if you ever used that stuff for.
No, what are you doing? I used to have this thing. It was a thing you stand on. It's like it would shake you.
Yeah.
Bare feet.
You slow it down, then make it fast.
Things like that. Yeah, and that really was great for numbing like back of my knees that really still ache and back of my ankles, just so it's not quite so sensitive. I don't know if it floods the nerve endings or blood or like it does, but it just kind of numbs it out. I can go sleep on it. It's great. It's beautiful.
I used to have one of those in my house. No, I don't even remember what it's called now. It was just some machine. It had a bunch of different programs.
Yeah, power plate.
Probably a power plate. Well, power plate I think is the one that you work out on.
You can.
Yeah. This one was a little different. This one was would just shake you at a bunch of different frequencies. You could stand on it, and it was supposed to just do a bunch of stuff for your hormones and endocrine system and all sorts of different stuff just by the vibration.
Yeah, it helps me a lot.
Interesting.
For sure.
And you're doing sauna and stuff like that.
Yeah. I used to use just the red light bed. Sweat like shake like a coffin or like a tanning bed one. Yeah, just as effective, I think, as going to the sauna. It takes so long to heat up or anything. Just get that there, cook.
It's amazing. Other than those few songs,
it's amazing that even like
literally talk about the devil or inside of the beast or whatever. It's funny how heavy metal, quote unquote.
And then after a while, you start
the entirety of all.
I started training as soon as I got
this big pot
when I started doing blood work because my hormone, my testosterone was 200, my hemoglobin was at 2, everything was spotted. And I'm going back to work. So I had to attack while I was falling asleep during workouts that I'm trying to do or whatever. They only schedule me maybe 6 hours a day on set because I fall asleep in the middle of the scene. Oh my God! They're like, who's gonna fuck her up?
Saving princesses and stuff. It's pretty fun.
Oh man, so I really worked on that. Once I got, what I think is really the testosterone. Once I got that level to like 700, 800 constantly, then I had more energy. and that allowed me more energy in the gym. That got me more energy. So I just started thinking upon myself. I was doing blood panels every week. And just saw progress. And then I just started lifting, and I had so much energy. I felt better. The more I lifted and moved and stretched, and it just kept me piling. It's just like most things in life, and they got easier, like most things. With oxygen chamber, that's better when you can pile on it. Same with red light stuff. Nothing, no one time that anything's going to do anything, but if you do it often enough and make it a central part of your life, it's like, oh, I was on fire. It's great. I started running.
So
you can run now.
Yeah. Wow, attended Michigan State University.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I'm running to. I was never a distance guy. I was always a sprinter, right? I was a sprinter from high school and college.
On a summer day in the late 70s, on a summer day in 1979, he disappeared.
It feels like
didn't know what happened, so they hired a private detective.
If you haven't been in a car, you're on the freeway and has a misalignment or it's shaky, or you got a flat tire. It feels like I got 4 flat tires when I'm running. It looks great. It looks like, oh, this guy's no problem with this guy. It feels like the wheel's going to fall off mentally or something.
To his involvement in
Dungeons
and Dragons, he found out he
because it's like it's a lot of pressure to put on all these joints, right?
And the sign on his door that
I haven't sprinted really much in a while. I haven't really worked on that. I've been working on other things, blood, cells, and that kind of stuff.
He believe that, and
sprinting is not, what am I doing? What am I going to do?
So the media took it away.
54, for God's sake. Maybe like for,
sessions of the game in the steam
tunnel just stunts and movies.
It was speculated that Edward was injured or otherwise disappeared.
Or maybe not. Maybe they still do that shit.
So this guy.
Yeah, well, maybe you can though. I mean,
sure I can.
I think you can.
I already have.
I believe it.
I just don't know if I want to make that a central part of, the action experience.
That'll be an absolutely phenomenal turnaround to go from where you were to going back to action films.
To go play Hawkeye or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe a Born Identity. Yeah, that's tough. That would be a tough one. That was an excellent shape for that one.
Board and you start to put them in a line.
Like he said, he went to the media.
I don't know. Do I want to tax my body?
Let everyone know.
Is he taxing your body or is it strengthening your body?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. How many miles can you get on this? Titanium.
Forever. I think it's permanent. I mean, everything you have just reinforces the recovery of the bones, right?
Yeah.
And then you just have a plate there that just keeps the bones in order.
Yep. All the titanium in my body is useless.
Yeah, the point is
job.
D&D was never related to it. It never had a thing to do with
so it just stays there now.
But once the name
is there an argument that the titanium hinders you at all?
It never.
Well, I mean, it is foreign metal in your body. You're not, it's not rejecting it, but there's a point where it could, just like allergies, sometimes you look at allergies sometimes for 40 years in your life, and all of a sudden you're allergic to down. And it could reject it. Who knows? You never know.
I wasn't allowed on Saturday morning cartoons. I wasn't allowed to watch the TV.
I'm worried about today. I'm here. I'm worried about that shit.
It's just so impressive.
Yeah, it really is.
It was good. The Jeremy Irons.
Yeah, because at any other time in history, any other time in history, 20 years ago,
basis for Mazes and Monsters,
20 years ago,
which was made into
insane, right?
It's amazing.
What a great blessing to have.
Yeah, it was really early. Like this happened
even
the movie came out like
the EMTs and all the people who were there, life-saving stuff to do, all this stuff to do. There's so much. I'm really known in that community, especially in the EMTs and all that sort of stuff. I have a lot of firefighter friends and all that stuff. So it's just like you're just getting a little extra juice and love from those people. I got one of my best friends is a firefighter in that area, Jesse, and he just retired. He got the phone call from his buddy who had like stabbed my chest and released the pressure from the lung and on the ice. And like, he's one who said, Jesse. Jeremy's
leave a video
we did the best we could, dude. You don't want to get the hospital.
And you can
wow. And that's like code for like,
the man with the one red shoe.
But
that's a fantastic movie.
I mean, but they're like, I talked to them all day. I saw every nurse, I saw every doctor, every EMT, even the pirate, the police up there. They just had to give everyone a big squeeze and apologize about the pain in the ass, or whatever it was, man.
Mike's right though. Mike's right.
It's that
Straight up Satan.
reminds me of just why I'm back anyway. What do I do to get to my team's love?
They were sacrificing
The beginning of the audio.
Oh, that was it the goat leggings? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it was
everyone
the
had
one
goat
I had
leggings.
the
Goat
hardest
leggings.
time.
Here you can borrow some. Well, now I gotta go back and rewatch all Tom Hanks movies.
You know,
Maybe I was just trained
can't imagine.
because of the Satanism aspect to not like Tom Hanks because he was part
That's
of
the most likely thing.
You're an idiot.
I mean,
We're
it
gonna
must
take it a
forever
break,
change your
but
perspective
after
on life
the break,
because
we're
you've
going to look
crossed
into actual
back.
cases, stories that helped
Well, it just
shape
made it
the
easier.
satanic panic and the lives that it
It's
affected.
ripped away all the white
Funny
noise.
theory.
Things I gave credence to, things I gave value to. It's fucking bullshit. All the bullshit up gone. And I just don't. Sadly, I'm in a spinning rock where people in capitalism and stuff with things. I just don't. I feel like I belong. But I do.
Welcome back.
I just, a lot of times I feel like I fit into
scared me a little bit. It's a Satan startle reflex.
a certain
Satan talking.
how things work.
And it's not
or seem to
stopping.
work.
Thing we didn't
Or-
really touch on.
Yeah, I just don't do things that I don't give value to. I only do things that are valuable in my life.
Unfortunately, the
That is
real
it. I do nothing else.
tragedy
It's amazing how much time and energy
Other than my
put in
apathetic
things that
construction
ultimately
cassette.
at the end of life they're not valuable. They don't mean it.
Yeah.
And they occupy most of the thinking.
That's right. Or even your time, or like people career. Right?
And my
Yeah.
apathetic.
People do careers they fucking hate.
Yeah.
Or they're in marriage, they fucking spy, they do all this stuff. Just spending too much time doing what? Why? Because of fear, get trapped, too just to get out. You know, they get too deep and buried into some place that they can, I don't know, paint themselves in a corner, you know, it's quite sad.
The Franklin case and the McMartin preschool
It is
case.
sad, but
So
it's
let's
also.
first talk about Franklin. John, you want to tell everyone a little backstory?
I mean, it's
on
an
that?
amazing
There's not much to it.
example that you
The
can
Franklin child prostitution
shine
ring
to the rest of the
allegations
world
took place between
that
88 and 81.
maybe
Involved in
people
alleged
don't have
child
to go
sex
through
ring
what you
serving
went through
prominent
to
citizens
realize
of Nebraska,
that
Lots
most
of
of what you're
citizens
thinking about all day,
Nebraska.
especially
The
if you're
list
one of those
goes
people
on
that's
and
wrapped up in
as
social
well
media.
as high-level
Most
U.S.
of the things you're thinking
politicians.
about all
Does
day
that sound
are just
familiar?
nonsense. Yeah, just total nonsense. Yes, in your life.
Yeah. And it's one of the reasons why I wrote the book is I hope this things that I learned, the gifts that I received from passing and coming back and becoming huge obstacles that a lot of people can identify with. Suffering, struggle, doesn't have to be a physical struggle, but you know, there's a certain way to think and perspective to work your way through it. Yeah, because it is a lonely place. And I think there's something beautiful about the narrative of an author to a reader, or even just audio, which is even more intense because you have to 911 call and kind of dramatic in that sense.
So the allegations claim that the alleged sex ring was led by
I think you can really move the needle for
devil
somebody.
worshippers
The
involved in the
more
mutilation,
open and
sacrifice, and
honest and
cannibalism
vulnerable I
of
am
numerous
in
children. That
sharing the
sounds
narrative,
awful.
so
They
maybe
centered
more I
around
have
the
a chance of
actions of
connecting with
Mr.
the reader
Lawrence
or
E.
listener.
King Jr.,
No doubt.
who ran the now defunct
Because
Franklin
the thing
Community
is
Federal
about
Credit
when
Union
you're in
in
the middle
Omaha,
of a
Nebraska.
struggle, it never seems like you're going to get
Well,
out of it.
Yeah.
You're trapped.
Yeah.
So
You
what
feel it,
happened?
and it's
After
so
an
difficult
investigation,
for
a
people
grand
to
jury
trust the
determined the
process
abuse
or to
allegations
trust
were
that
baseless.
it will
Described
get
it as
better.
a carefully
And
crafted
this is
hoax.
unfortunately
Not
why
only did
a
they
lot of
say it
people
was
end their
bullshit,
lives.
they brought
do
up
not
to the
think it's
accuser
going to get
on
better.
perjury
And
charges.
you hear from
21-year-old
so many people that
Alicia,
almost
who
took
was
their life
indicted on
or
8
failed
counts,
when they tried to
Actually
take their
indicted.
life,
She served
and now
4.5
realize, oh my God, I
years
was
in
so
prison.
wrong.
The
It does
same
get
grand jury
better. I
also
am
indicted
better. Everything's
multiple
better.
officers
And I just
of the
didn't
credit
see
union,
the light. I
including
didn't see
King
the
for
light at the end of the
crimes
tunnel. I
related to
thought there was
embezzlement of
just
funds,
nothing but
but no
this feeling that I
satanic
couldn't
cannibalism.
endure.
So they actually found
That
out what was
hopelessness,
going on.
that
But it's
weighs
not
heavy, doesn't it?
Satanism. But
It
that
sounds
one,
like you're sitting there, man, I'm just sitting here
You
stealing
can't
money
afford
like a
that.
like a
You can't,
normal
you
criminal.
can't give that.
no,
No, you can't give
80s,
that.
80s crime right there.
It's just, I think anybody
accused of
can
all
sink
this
into
horrible
that.
stuff.
You watch
Anybody-
Superman 3, you get a
Yeah,
good
anybody
idea.
can see that. It's just so hard for people that have never gone through something before. If your
Yeah.
life has been
But
really
that'd be
easy,
up there. See,
yeah,
that
and
was
then
a
all of a
short
sudden
case.
you're tasked with
Great
one of the
state
most difficult
California
burdens
jumped on the
of
action.
Oh
ever
boy, did they.
overcoming the
McMartin
fear and
preschool trauma was a
the
daycare
feeling
sexual
of
abuse case in
wanting
the
to end life.
Members of the McMartin
because you
family
can't take
operated
it.
a preschool in Manhattan
Gotcha.
Beach, California, one of my favorite places in California. Were charged with
I-
numerous
I-
acts of
I think,
sexual abuse of children in
the
their
first
time.
need to
The first time we've mentioned somewhere in
It is
California
an
on this
actual
show
requirement
that
of
Brent
life.
hasn't been able to say,
It's
oh, they're 2
the
weeks
fiber,
Ooh,
the DNA
actually,
of
it was
love,
about a month ago.
real
I think,
love,
right? When was it, Lisa? A month and a half?
true
No.
love,
Wait, why
perpetuity can't exist without suffering. It's impossible. They don't appreciate it. Yeah, it's, you have to have suffering. And suffering doesn't have to be looked at as a negative thing. It can be looked at as a beautiful thing. It's where real love comes out of. You know, all my suffering, there was real love in there.
In American history,
everyone around me just in this recovery, or in a loss I may have had from an uncle or grandparent or whatever. You know, there's real love that comes in that suffering, even though it can be a lonely experience. I mean, I look at it that way, and not as a negative, terrible thing, because it's just temporary. And it's not. Was that? It's counterintuitive. In a negative term of it, right? We all have to suffer, right? I mean, it's part of the human experience, right? It's the Joe Rogan experience.
In other words, mom might kind of
I'm not suffering. I'm having a great time with you. But you know, I don't think people welcome that or allow that to happen in their lives and let it be okay. That the suffering that we suffer, that the hard times are the building blocks to who we are.
It builds resilience.
Yeah.
It builds character.
Yeah.
All those things.
Yeah.
I remember one time, and this is a minor suffering in comparison, but one time I went on this hunting trip on Prince of Wales Island, which rains like 350 days a year. And so we were up there for a week just getting drenched. And, you know, you're camping, so you're in a tent, and you think, oh, well, I'll be drying the tent. And you're not drying the tent. There's no dry. There's no such thing as dry. I remember I turned my headlamp on in the tent once because I had to pee. And I was going to step out of the tent to go to the bathroom in the rain. And when I pressed the headlamp inside my tent, all I saw inside the tent was water vapor. It was just filled with moisture. It was just water, like droplets, all flying around inside the tent. Like, oh my God, you're never going to be dry. There's no dry. And, you know, it was just miserable, but fun. I was with good friends. We had a good time. Then I came back to LA, you know, a week later. And I remember I called my friend Steve Renella. I called because he's the one that took me on the trip. And I said, dude, it's sunny out, and I've never appreciated the sun like this before. I'm at a level of happiness that I don't think I've ever felt before. I'm just sitting outside with my eyes closed, just taking the sun. It was wonderful. LA is always sunny. You get so used to it. Yeah. It's like you're a trust fund kid, you know, like who can't appreciate money, right? Because you've always had it, it doesn't mean anything to you. But now all of a sudden going, just being drenched for 7 days and being in that sun, I was like, and then it made me realize, like, oh, you need to suffer. You need to suffer, you're never going to appreciate this life, right? And either you voluntarily suffer, or you will suffer involuntarily, just life. Regular life will make you suffer. Yeah, very true. We're all going to read it. It seems sort of anti-human to want to do something that makes yourself suffer, right? It doesn't seem very sort of characteristics of, we always want to take the fastest route to get somewhere, you know, easiest, it's just innate and kind of human nature to do that. Sadly, that leads to a life of complacency and mediocrity. Well, if you look at life today, and if you look at society today, we have unprecedented levels of depression and unprecedented levels of anxiety and unhappiness. Yet, it's probably the safest time ever. And it's probably the easiest time ever. It's so easy that poor people are fat. That's how easy it is. Like, that's never been the case. All throughout history, poor people were starving, and poor people are fat now. Like, that's how easy it is to live, just to exist. So, I mean, I'm not saying that being poor is easy. It's certainly not. It's certainly a struggle. But it's way easier than starving to death. Like, this is like an unprecedented easy time. And because of that, and because there's this narrative that people have to constantly seek comfort, to seek vacation and relaxation and retirement, and all that bullshit. And so that's in your head, and there's this softness to existence. And so everything that comes your way is overwhelming. Somebody said this once, and it's a great quote that I remember. The worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, regardless of how small it is. So if the worst thing that's ever happened to you is like, I remember my girlfriend broke up with me when I was 18. And I was like, oh, I couldn't believe that I thought we were with her forever. I was so sad. And And then I think back, like, oh my god, that was the best thing that ever happened. She was a nightmare. But back then, I thought, I was probably a nightmare too. But back then, I thought like life was over, right?
Yeah, of course.
But you have to get through that in order to appreciate life, to really appreciate life. But we have this bizarre narrative in our head that you shouldn't suffer.
I know.
Example.
And where does that come from?
Okay, well, because it used to be so difficult to live.
So you got Elmo,
And so you would try to find a time where it wasn't difficult. And so then it became the thing that everybody focused on. They focused on chilling, relaxing. And the people that I know that don't do anything and don't take any chances and don't take any risks and don't exercise and just seek comfort are the most miserable, anxiety-ridden people I know.
That's I'm doing that dead inside, right?
Yeah.
You can see that, right? Yeah.
Then they go, okay, now tell us what
That's
happened.
counterintuitive,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Comfort is easy. It's
Yeah.
relaxing. It's nice. But it's only relaxing if you earned it.
And we didn't have a puppet.
Correct. Gotta get
She was
through
telling me
something
the
in
story
order to
of seeing a
appreciate
deer
just
in
chilling
their
on the
backyard.
couch.
Yep.
Which was
Yeah,
true.
so that's why I always
Deer was in their backyard.
I have to
But
fight
apparently
to trick my own
upon
behavior
seeing the deer,
and
her sister, who
to
says,
doing
and my
things
sister,
I don't want to do all the time.
they're in the
You know,
backyard.
if I don't want to do it, I'm like, oh, I'm going to do it. Don't even think about it. Just go do
the
it.
deer
Because I
around the
know
yard.
your
And
lazy
the
mind just wants to like, oh yeah, let's skip the gym
instead
today, or let me
instead
not
of
do
laughing
PT today, or
and
whatever the heck it
entertaining
is.
the story,
I don't want to
Joe
get
just
poked
looks
and
at her and
prodded.
goes,
No, just do it. Just do it. Like the thing you don't want to do is the thing you probably should be doing.
Almost always.
Yeah, and that's why I pretty much always just do that. It gets me out of my way, out of complacency, out of just like laziness. Like just it doesn't exist because I do the opposite.
That's why you're happy.
And that's why I'm so full of joy, dude. I'm so happy. I've never been happier, more connected to humans, more connected to my daughter, more connected to myself, more centered in my spirit, where I am right now, where I'll go, where I'll be, where I always am and always have been.
360 children claimed to have been abused.
360.
Gotta conquer
Fewer than a dozen
You
of
do,
the
man.
original
Yeah,
You're bitch inside of everyone. It's like,
during the trial.
It was 360.
you gotta go shut the fuck up. Yeah, I have to have like 2 minds.
Yeah, well, you got to surround yourself with others too that can inspire you too, right? So that you do things even if you and I go work out yourself, it's a lot easier than going to the gym by yourself, right? So you try because we are social creatures, so let's do things that like I'm doing. Like I'm building a whole rehab recovery center at my house. Like, well, maybe I can open this to the public and make this a communal, cool thing so everyone has access to this stuff. Yeah, I'm still considering doing that, but just make it a place to be and hang so it's everyone can do it. I'm not. It's not just me, right? Separating myself from other people, whatever it might be in my life. I try to find ways to make it a communal thing, so this makes it easier to continue this in perpetuity.
That's another
Did you get abused?
It's like you have to understand how important community is. It's like, oh yeah, it really is.
Yeah, well, it's a shared experience too that comes with that, negative or positive, in the tent with your friends. And if you're alone and doing that, hey, you have no one to share that misery with. But at least you did share that experience with somebody. Like, dude, never thought I loved the sun so much. Remember, we were fucking eating ass, sucking on the rainwater in that tent. You know, but even a negative experience can be, but it's shared. It's still quite beautiful. And it's a map, a milestone, a part of your life that uses barometer to change your or appreciate the sun more or whatever it might be, right? So those shared experiences, I think, are invaluable. It's the only thing I chase in my life is that.
For people that ever want to start a fire when everything's wet, Fritos.
Evidence was many
You
children
know, little Fritos, bags of Fritos.
Yeah,
those little motherfuckers are so toxic that if you light those things, they're like little fire starters.
No
way, yeah, man. Fritos are crazy flammable. They stay lit for a long ass time because they're just soaked with oil. Yeah, whatever oil, whatever horrible fucking oil, whatever. Industrial lubricant that things are made out of, but when you light them, they're essentially sort of a corn byproduct. And right. And so if you light those fuckers on fire, and then you get some semi-dry sticks and light those. We started one fire one day because one day it didn't rain. So one day it didn't rain. Me and my friend Brian Callen, we were determined to start a fire, and so we just found like the dry dry as possible, but nothing but dry as possible. Sticks and twigs.
As an adult,
started it and then dried some blonde out. They were hissing. Steam was coming off them as they're lighting it, but Fritos. Fritos are an amazing fire starter.
Came forward as an adult.
Kind of crazy. Think about eating those.
I was gonna say, you guys about to eat this shit?
Yeah. Which brings me to another question: like, how much did you alter your diet after all this? Because I would imagine, like anything that causes inflammation, it then becomes an issue.
Yeah, I didn't go down so much that route. I've always eaten pretty good. I didn't go into like things that I haven't gone into that even yet. To like, oh, what causes inflammation? What am I eating that does that? I haven't really gotten that far into it yet. I'm still
do anything to me,
I'm sure I will. But there was a doctor who also helped me and stuff, and I cooked some certain things for me, but I couldn't tell you what causes inflammation that I put in my mouth.
The answer they were looking for.
Could not.
Felt
I mean, maybe
uncomfortable and
if
a
I have
little
wine,
ashamed, and
probably does.
that's
And
not
alcohol,
at the same time, being the type of person I was, whatever my parents wanted me to do.
But I don't do. I really am good at moderating all things good and bad. So my body has a chance to sort of exist, and it's not forced. Too many supplements, too many peptides, too many anything. All good stuff I sort of moderate. So
rather than to try to explain.
Once I got my blood right, I was like 205 pounds. I've never been more than about 65. And just all this surgery weight, all this stuff was hard to get off when you have your hemoglobin's 2. Right? I had no energy, so also you probably have to eat a lot too because your body needs calories in order to help that and you get to get proteins too. Yeah, and also it's difficult to eat because again my molars got pushed in. It's hard to chew. I look fine, but to chew it on a steak and asparagus thing, it's like this tough for me to get through.
To this day?
Yeah, it'll be forever again. If I start to lose those molars again, they'll probably fall out. Oh wow! Yeah, and I'd rather keep it.
And you go,
and
well,
just
that
be
makes
uncomfortable.
So they got pushed in.
Yeah, this side, yeah, you sort of like just like an arc to your thing, so my bike just kind of arcs and it goes straight back. Oh wow! Yeah, all these got pushed in and broke the jaw 3 times here. So, and then just breaking the jaw, you mean it's really feel right.
It still ruined their lives.
So biting down is quite. It's annoying. It's full chaos in my mouth, but I don't bitch about it. I just sort of accept what it is. I have all my teeth. I have a smile. It's great. You know, I feel great. And I'm walking and breathing. I have love and joy in my life. So,
the truth about
who cares about what happens in my mouth?
Right. And they mix it with urine, and then they also
really
use
kind of an
real
amazing
meat,
story.
and real flesh. This
It's
is
just
what makes
amazing
Satanism
how
true.
these stories
This is what
can be so
1,200 molested
inspirational
kids
for other people too, which is
in
why I'm really glad you wrote your book. Because these stories, they're like autobiographies, especially people you admire, you've seen movies before. It's like
not that
those struggles are so real. And when someone's going through something themselves and they can turn to your book,
you know,
it can give them a lot. It's fuel.
Yeah, and for me as well. I mean, I resisted writing it. I still don't know how or why it can and will inspire people. I can only make assumptions and think it's so particular to the actual reader and the person. But, so I can never certificate on how or why it's important or not. But it is like there's an achievement for me to get through it word by word.
But there were also court cases where it wasn't child abuse. There were also cases where
it's in my body. I talk about it all the time. It is part of my narrative. It's part of my life. It's just recovery is just it's just my life, and I love it. I enjoy it. I feel better. I look better, and all that stuff. But just like the book now is a tangible sort of. This is a great dialogue that we'll have as long as we want. But it's just a dialogue.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a while.
But now it's a tangible object. The words don't change. Stay there like a tablet. And something kind of interesting about that is a milestone or a tangible thing that now exists in the world.
Right.
And psychologically, that says a lot to me. So that even when I do die, that's still there. So that maybe it can help somebody, even when I can't be there to talk with them or whatever it might be. Right? Something
long as
it's pretty interesting because I do movies and things like that or music. Those are like the same thing as a conversation. They just sort of exist in the moment. Like, you know, it's great going to a concert, but then it's over, and then that's it. Well, what happened? Well, I can tell you about the concert, but something about something existing beyond your life is something pretty interesting.
What was the process like of writing? Did you physically sit down and write things? Did you?
Initially, I have a ghostwriter who helped me. I've never written a book.
One particular
I've written a lot, but I've never written a book.
The cover is
so I wanted to get the format right.
Better by you.
And so we would work through this format, almost like an outline, and then so we just do interview by each of the sections of this outline that we put out. And so then we just talk like this. Like, so let's talk about this. So take me moment by moment, and the accent. All right, let's do that. We meet every day for like 2-3 hours, however long I can sustain going word by word on it. And we recorded all the things, and I would write on my own because it would kick up new memories, and started writing about the Lamaze thing, and oh gosh, that came up, and then that became a whole chapter in the book about breathing. Breathing actually, my awareness to breathing, and
whether it
became so important in my life. Anyway, so I just kept going and writing and writing and writing, and then I would talk to companies, I would speak to kids at schools, all this is part of the writing experience, because you can ask me the same question, and then, but we're in this environment, then if I'm with my family, and I answer the same question, it's a different, the same kind of answer, but different. So I kept learning more and more data and information that stored in my brain, in my heart, in my spirit, and I had to unearth it and put it down into words, which I found to be the most difficult thing. Because as we speak, like I'm doing now, it's free to speak whatever you want, but to write down the words, oh wait, there's accountability to the words because they're written, and you didn't have more word choice. My brain doesn't operate as fast as I'd like to for my vocabulary. If I drop way too many F-bombs instead of like really great words that I do know. You know, so it was nice to be able to take the time and spend the agony to really kind of express word by word, you know, in a very real honest way. It's like it's more like a diary, a recounting diary. The judge that it was trying to decided that the group was not be fancy with words and overcomplicate something that's really quite so simple.
What was the process like of going over the words and deciding what to keep and what to edit out and how to format everything and what word to talk about things?
The order always was working for me from the beginning. It allowed for flexibility for what would come up in conversations, in the writing. It allowed for fluidity. But there's a beginning, middle, and end. We already knew the end. We already knew the beginning. And so it was the branches off of. I didn't know I was going to talk about Lamaze in this book. Didn't know that was a huge.
See how this part where I'm playing right here? It
says, milestone in my life.
I asked her to get one.
That got me to understand what conscious breathing was and mitigate pain. Because this was a whole thing about Lamaze. I was taking at 12 years old. My mom was pregnant with my sister. And she said, put down the cleats, son. You're not going to soccer practice. Grab a pillow and come with me.
What you're going to hear now, that's
all you can hear. What class? It was Lamaze class, the YMCA. And my stepdad was out driving a truck or something. And so my mom, she also needed me not to be alone. And she needed, so she brought me the oldest. And I laid there with a pillow between her legs, teaching her how to breathe and short breaths. And they pulled down a screen. And they showed this midwife birth at home in a bathtub, squirting out water. This whole thing, like, what's going on? I'm 12 years old. I'm mortified. Like, what happened? Was it a whale breaching? What was going on? You know, and so that came up in just sort of and my partner talking about it. He's like, dude, you don't realize that. Like, yeah, that's why the book's called My Next Breath. All about breathing. Breathing was such an essential part of my recovery, my essential part of my, not dying, and to get through each and every moment. The perspective of breath, and it's not a conscious thought. Yeah, it is, right? It just is reflective in our body. And when we make it a conscious, when we invest into our brain, what you can do with your mind, with your breath, right? It opens up. And the more you breathe, the more you get oxygen in your body. It's just feeding. It only feeds you, like yawn. People yawn, and I say the example, like, oh, you're tired. No, you're not tired. It's your body. That you know that you need to breathe, get more oxygen in yourself, right? So you're not tired, you just need more O2. That's all. Your body's making that happen.
Isn't it fascinating that everybody breathes? So everybody thinks, oh, breathing, what's the big deal? It's like another. Have you ever read James Nestor's Breath? Or it's actually Breathe, I guess. But it's an amazing book on breathing techniques and the history of breathing techniques and all the different things that people have achieved with breathing techniques, including holotropic breathing, which achieves psychedelic states of consciousness and all these different feats of incredible physical endurance that people have achieved through breath work. It's a pretty amazing book. He was a guest of mine on the podcast a few years back, but I read his book and started really getting into it and really trying to practice different breathing exercises and great, there's a bunch of breathing exercises you can use for anxiety, for overcoming very stressful situations. But when you say that to most people, oh, breathing, like, oh, one of those guys. Right, concentrating on breathing. What else are you concentrating on? It's like, because it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like you can minimalize it. You have reductionist perspective where you don't think it's anything big, and especially if you've never practiced it.
Their sexual organs have been cut off.
Especially with like yogic breathing, you can achieve some bizarre states of relaxation and consciousness with breathing.
I always try whenever I explain it to somebody. I say like when I use it. I don't do it like this. I mean, maybe now I do. But it's like I did it for, like you said, for anxiety when I was nervous in an audition. How do I get out of this situation? Like, I'm not in my body. My heart's going like this. I'm like, I'm not. I can't even read these lines. And I hear like shit in the room. I'm supposed to go there and be better than this guy. Like, oh, I'm freaking out. I'm sweating. So I said, do this. I leave the room, out of the building. I go out to the street, go to Sunset Boulevard, somewhere, find a tree. It's rooted in this damn earth. And it might look ridiculous. I don't care. But the courage to go down on your knees, go by the root, be in this earth, just take some 10 deep breaths. As cars are honking and on Sunset Boulevard. I don't give a shit. Back in my body, back on this earth. Here I am.
Still getting it wrong.
That's fucking go. I went back up in that room and I smashed that audition. I don't remember if I got the role or not. It doesn't matter. I was back in my body. I was back on Earth, right? I was like in the state of hysteria or nervousness or that, because I don't like that feeling. So I found a way to overcome that feeling. Some people might just live in that feeling all the time. They might like it. I don't know.
I don't think they like it. Yeah, I think everybody likes it. I think the problem is you just get trapped in that feeling, and then the moment something comes up that's very difficult, it causes you to spiral again.
It's June 3rd, 1993.
You lose control.
And
you're out of your head.
They're all arrested.
It's one of the most difficult things about this whole audition process that actors go through is that there's this golden carrot that's at the end of the stick, and if you do a good job, you might be a fucking movie star. You know what I mean? Which seems impossible, right? I mean, it must have seemed impossible before he pulled it off, right?
Yeah. It was never like something I was ever aiming for.
What were you aiming for?
Truth. And everything I was doing. Truth. Yeah, honesty. How did you? Because if I don't believe it, then how do I expect someone watching me to believe it? I have to ensure that everything I'm doing is truthful and honest and courageous and bold. All the things. So it was never to try to be a movie star. I just wanted to work. Oh, right. I never wanted to be famous.
How did you know he was sentenced to death as opposed
to? I didn't know. I was clear about what I wanted.
Okay.
And very clear about what I wanted. I moved down to LA to be famous. I moved to LA to be in a movie. Be in a movie that was big enough that would play in Modesto, California, where I'm from. They don't get all the movies there. Right? And being a part in that movie that I wouldn't have to tell my family, I'm the guy in the red shirt waving in the background. It's a part big enough that you just know in the movie. Yeah, so I got that, all those goals,
are carried out, and
the first job I ever did on camera,
from our tone,
in this National Lampoon Senior Television show, and I had to recalibrate new goals to also get myself, I was working it out, so I never, my goals were always to like I wanted to be the lead in a by the time I got like Dahmer and all these kind of stuff, I was ready for that stuff. But I was like 38 by that time. I was like the new guy in town, 38. So yeah, I was just ready to do my journey stuff.
And it was very.
It was one of the most complex movies movies about a very bizarre psychological state that people acquire or that people fall into.
A lot of the country started to go, wait a second, this just doesn't seem.
Yeah, I wasn't like getting into that much. It was interesting. I got to spend,
and so some support started to come out
for about a
what
year
was coined the West
learning how to build bombs.
But nothing
It was
happened.
safe.
It's
for a year.
And 16 years of
got to spend time with the guys and gals.
The attorneys for each of the three of the West Memphis Three kept asking for new trials.
Interesting. I love the whole experience. And then you got to go shoot the movie, and that was
I'm not a
on the Iraqi border in Jordan during the war.
Unaware of this,
and,
but in Arkansas,
it's 135 degrees and a 100-pound bomb suit. It's not even hot anymore. It's just sort of like you let that go.
Who presided over the original case,
which
seems
it's kind of a spiritual sort of place you have to go in that kind of heat. And also you're drinking like water, like how am I drinking all this water? You're not even taking a leak. You're so dehydrated.
They come forward like, oh, we got DNA evidence. Nope. We got evidence of jury tampering. Nope. You kept saying no to all this. And
experience.
Like you said,
what were the conversations like when you were talking to people that actually did that?
Johnny Depp. Thousands of nights.
Most of them look like school teachers. There's like one or two guys. One guy was like kind of like this guy blind. The rest of them were like the guy I know did 3 tours. Looks like he's totally out of shape. His stomach was way bigger than his chest. This guy did 3 tours. This guy's no joke. It's all mental.
And that's where those stars really start to pick up on it. And the nation starts to
high
website
situations because you're dealing with
huge
155 explosives
a fervor, a movement
off the block.
So finally,
and,
September 30th in 2010,
the level of intensity is really interesting. Like they were so comfortable around C4 and all these things. Oh, you got to be careful with these blasting caps and all these things that people were getting injured all the time. They got really uncomfortable when I took them to a bar in LA. We were sitting at the bar and I asked, what's going on? He's the big guy. I can't remember his name. He's like, oh, like we're sitting. What do you mean? He's like, I need my back to the wall. You know what the X is at. And you're right. And like, interesting, because I sit like that kind of as well. I don't like to have. I don't think it's a trust issue. I just like to kind of, I have my back to somewhere I know the exit is, where the bathroom is. I look for the most dangerous man in the room, the hottest girl in the room. Just do like a Terminator checklist. And that was supported by how these guys thought. It's that same kind of thing. They just notice everything. Just data. Okay, now I can go be here. I assess the room. Right. Situational. Yeah, situational awareness. I always had that, but like really doing that role and spending so much time with these amazing people just heightened that for me. I've always been quiet and observer. This is where I just got it from me. I can tell you the color of the hinges if they match the finish on the doorknobs. Just how my brain works. And always. Yeah. Well, I'm also a home builder and designer, so I kind of pay attention to that kind of stuff anyway.
On this knife, it matches
but it
these
sort of
stars
just kind of helps me out.
Bodies of the boys.
And so when you were preparing for Hurt Locker, was it your decision to spend a year doing this? Well, no, it wasn't about the amount of time. I think it was maybe to go for maybe a few months. Catherine Bigelow, the director, just sort of introduced me, said, all right, they're ready for you out space if you want to go. So I kind of went out, just kind of did it all on my own, just waiting for the movie to kind of get up and clean it and go. And it just took a little bit longer. I think we're waiting for one of the actors that was doing another job to finish and then we start. And then it wasn't an easy independent film to kind of get up and get rolling, but once we did, we were rocking. But yeah, it didn't meant to be like a year and a half. She just called me and she's like, "Are you ready to go?" I'm like, "Yeah, like I'm getting deployed." Like, "Yeah, let's go."
Exactly what Brad.
And then I also, like, we didn't even have a DoD sort of tech on the shoot. I had to be the person that I had to call back. I don't know, this doesn't look right. They set up these 155s and it's electrical and it should be dead cord. All these things that I learned. And I wasn't an expert by any means. I just wanted to make it look authentic in the movie, so I had to call back. Call me back. Let me take a picture of this shit. I don't think it's right.
Oh wow!
And yeah, so
well,
that's fortunate that you had so much experience. Yeah, it was great.
Because if there's anything out in that movie, especially for people that actually did that takes you out of it.
Yeah, you know, yeah. And I wouldn't want to do that because we want to be very authentic to what we're doing. We are still making a movie, but let's live in this world
I am the expert.
The narrative
and he's got all these cases
characters
he's so
that
proud
live
of.
in this
No, we were
bizarre
talking about also
world in a very
the knife
relevant
and
time.
things like that.
Yeah,
So
the
you
war
went
that
back and
we're
talked
in,
to the
and also the struggles of
pathologists that had worked on
soldier
the
and civilian.
and they had
And because they were citivilians and now they became soldiers, they
tons of them to
you
look
put
at
in prison for life for doing
and
the shit
they're
they
like,
get paid
this
to do
is
now. And that, and that was a
sloppy
wonderful sort of
like when John
outcome
said
of the
he was
movie
looking
of
for
how
it's one
it
of those things
bridged
where they
that
said
sort
there
of
is
gap
no
of struggles
way
of
in hell
PTSD
it
and
should
coming
have
back
ever been mistaken
from
for what
this
you're
harrowing
saying it
sort of
was.
existence
And
and war,
that guy
and
doubled
coming
down
back
like,
and
no, they're fucking
like
wrong.
the serial
Everyone that you've
where
talked
that
to,
example of
hundreds
like,
of people,
really
they're all wrong.
you know, or
I'm
in the
right.
rain and
So
like
then
you
you go
appreciate
on
the
August
sun and just
19th,
it's just such a polar opposite and like this is my existence and
Alfred plea.
it became such a really
Baldwin Eccles
a
Miskelly
wonderful
guilty to murder
sort of
while still maintaining their innocence.
starting
Meaning,
point for
Arkansas
like
let them
wives
take
to
it to
deal with their
Alfred
husbands that came back
and they
like,
said,
they can,
I am
you
innocent.
kind of
But I
understand
will
a
take
little
this
bit of what
plea
they might have gone
because they
through
said, we'll
just
let
in
you out
general,
of
like
jail
the
today.
the
You
broad
walk and
strokes
take
of
this
how
plea.
hard
the
it
only
is
reason that happened
and then to
is
come back
because
and then
that
like you know,
same
change
asshole
diapers
judge that we
to
talked
the
about
thing,
that
you know what I
was
mean?
originally
It's
on
that
the
became such
case
a powerful
finally
thing in
was
that
not sitting
narrative
on that
that I
bench
found
anymore.
after
You know
we did it
why?
and we're showing it to all the
Because he
military
died now.
bases and
Because he got
it's always going to be a
expelled
special
from his seat now. Because
experience in my life and I'll always be connected
was
to a lot of soldiers because of
voted
that.
into the
It
state
was a
senate,
really
and
well
someone
done
else
movie.
replaced
And it
him.
was
And
the
that
way
judge looked at it,
well
there was a
the
thing
thing about that
attorney
movie
and said,
that
guys, we
made
got
you
a problem
think
here.
in a
If they
way,
actually
made
get
me
the new
think in a
trial,
way
which
that I don't think I
I'm
ever
looking
thought
at this and
before.
they
Like,
will.
oh, I
Not
never
only are they going to
considered what
win
this
eventually, they
transition
will
to
win,
civilian
but we
life
will
is
owe them.
like
That
after
might take a
dealing
few
with the
years. So why don't
unbelievable
we do
stress
this?
of being in a
And
war
Well,
zone,
from the Alfred plea,
defusing
they can get out now.
bombs, and then
you know,
wanting
and
to go
they're
back.
saying, let's
Yeah,
call it
Like,
right.
but it made you
So we should call it
understand.
a quote
It made you
unquote
understand,
win.
like, oh,
and they
fuck,
it
he
was
wants to
all
go
of
back.
all
Like,
this
oh my god,
decided to
And so they stand up and they stand up in
we can
front of
do that
everybody.
too.
It's
But
this
it can
big
take
thing,
you into
cameras are
that
in there, and they
psychology
say,
of the person that
in their
would
own, they
be
each in
in
their own
that
way
state.
say, we decided
And make it make sense.
did
Like
not do
that was
this.
a great
We
movie.
100%
Just having
did
to part
not
of
It
kill
was
these
more than
boys.
just, you know,
But
it wasn't just a story. It
because
was
of
like
state
you're
law, we
documenting
have
a
to say
very
that we are
real
guilty, but we
condition
did not murder them. So
that,
we're entering a plea of
you know,
guilty
through
to
art,
walk out today.
you put
and
words
these
to
guys are
these
they're like
people's
you're older than me,
existence
you
where
know,
they
like,
don't,
these are people that,
you know,
I
they
can
don't have
see-
anybody
can see
representing
something.
that.
And
Yeah.
you know what they were doing at
Yeah.
the time?
That's why it
Listen
means
to
a lot to
Metallica.
me.
And
They let you know it means a lot to them.
books by
And
Hanson
that's the most
LaVey and
special
things
thing,
like
the
that.
fucking the
Being
movie part of
kids,
it.
They
I mean,
were reading
it's
books.
created a dialogue for a lot
Wow.
of broken families or
If it's
united
true,
families better.
sure,
Or,
yeah.
there's
if
like
they
you said,
really
it's
were
a
wearing
greater
black nail
understanding
polish,
of like
then
that difference of soldier
I lose
civilian
the
life.
war.
It's a great bridge for it.
Yeah, I
I'm
remember
very proud of that.
I saw
You know,
it
it's
and
funny.
I
On
went back
our
to the
way out
comedy
to do the
store
show today,
and
I said to the
I
guys,
said,
you know,
oh man,
Damien
we saw
Eccles
Hurt Locker
didn't help
last
this
night.
case
And my
by
friend
being
went,
into
dude,
Anton
I wanna
LaVey
do.
and
And I was like, oh, look at this thing, like, fuck. It's like that. It was
and
that
even
kind
after
of
he got
movie.
arrested,
It's
he
like,
still
oh
kept
my
saying all this
god, like
stuff.
it just gives you
While he was
anxiety.
in jail,
And
he
it
was
also
practicing,
just
writing
makes
letters
you
in
like
other
really
languages, and
reflect
he
and
wrote the
think
name
about what war
languages.
is
And
and the
he wrote the
requirement
name
that
of
you're putting
Alistair
on
Crowley,
human beings
who's another
to try to get them to
a believer in
transition
the
from this
occult, that we'll
insane
eventually
chaos
do it
back
in
into
an
civilian
episode on
life with no
Yeah.
real
So,
guidance. Just you figure this
Yes,
out.
I am.
Now you're
So,
back in this
he didn't help
cereal
this case,
aisle.
but hey, guess what?
We're
You're
in
like,
Starbucks. Right?
yeah, you're like,
murdering children.
yeah.
That just makes you weird. We're all thinking of that.
Yes.
How do you decide?
Yeah, but Brent, we're
like
awesome.
what roles to pick?
That's true.
So, Mike, what are your thoughts on the
this sort of
case?
stage in your
Just
life where you're
the
so well
interrogation
known.
tactics, obviously, you know, they went after Miss
People
Kelly.
come to you
It's
with
like
things, and
with
you
the
have to decide
McMartin
whether or not this
preschool,
project is
interviewing a child,
something they're resonance.
Well, now it's different.
disabled, leading into something they know.
The central part of my life for
say
so
a specific
long
thing, and they feel
was
that if you
my
say
career.
it,
And then my daughter came
home
on,
and it's done.
and then she's number one.
They got their
So then I would
their
do
confession, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's just like
the
they
job
did
that
in,
would
in Wisconsin.
allow me
with-
still to be a father. So
Yeah, with
I'm not going to not be a father because my job takes me away for long periods of time. It's not doing that in far places. So I'm not working out of the country.
They've got the
Once my daughter was
case, facts be damned.
so I always had reach and access to my daughter as fast as I needed to be.
I love that.
And then
I'm just
now,
curious,
after
like,
the incident,
John or Brian
it's even
or,
tightened up more.
Kevin, like,
and loosen up because my daughter is now 12. She doesn't need me as much. She wants her friends a little bit more. Right. That's a little bit low on the totem pole. Just temporarily, I know. And also, I can travel. Like I just worked last summer on the job. Called Nights Out. And then I brought my whole family with me. Nights Out. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's gonna be a really good one too. But I was able to bring my entire family out. 15 people came out. A lot of them not well traveled. I got to see a lot of Europe. Took my mom and my daughter to the Olympics. Paris. Go. Got to spend a couple weeks in Italy and just kind of celebrate. Yeah, so we can do that kind of stuff now. So I did the job essentially just to have a summer vacation with my family. So that's kind of how I decide. And also, I did love the character. I did love. I mean, all that has to line in there too. I'm not just going to do a job for a job, but it just lined up. But my family has to be involved. My daughter has to be involved. Friends have to be involved. Otherwise, I'm not going to remove myself from all those shared experiences with people in my life just so I can go do a movie. I don't want to do any movie that bad. So that's my limitation.
Well, that limitation to real success too. Did you really choose things that you're actually passionate about?
Almost
to a man. These parameters allow you to live your life the way you want to.
Yeah, and work with people that inspire me. And I think I'm just not going to do a job like you can't pay me. Maybe you could put $1 trillion in front of me. Go do this. I only need you for 2 weeks. I'm like, it doesn't fit. Check all the boxes that real value. The shared experience, the joy with my daughter, my family, my friends. You know, then it's just not worth it to me. I don't need to go act
that guy
to do a job. I don't.
I did not watching him in the first.
Yeah, and that's to me what retirement.
I did not think by the third.
I'm doing what I want to do, whatever I want to do it with. It's always been busy with work all my life.
Yeah,
but it is in my mind. Well, it is in my mind. I'm a busy guy, and I like to contribute. I'm very busy doing Renovation Foundation, right, which is a huge, big central part of my life with my family. That runs this charitable foundation in my community. And they talk about for foster youth, giving them opportunities that they don't have. And that's great, and I love that. I love I get. But is that retirement? It's going to keep me busy till I die.
It's weird you have to frame like career or retirement. It's really just life and passion.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think a lot of people are doing what they want to do in their life anyway.
Trying to make money.
But yeah, I'll always work, always do the things I love to do, and I'm still continuing to do the things I love to do, just on my own terms. Right? I wouldn't be able to start this foundation if I wasn't living life on my own terms. I am satiated beyond satiated. I don't need anything. I require a shared experience on this earth. That is it.
Yes.
And he had
more so now since the accident.
Well, it's always been there. There was a lot of things in the way, or things I allowed, or things I put in the way. Yeah, I allowed to be in the way, and now I do not. I refute it. I push it away. I am certainly clear when I put obstacles on my own way, when I get in my own way. We all do that shit too.
And then they start asking
so I'm just very, very, very clear, and I oversimplify.
I don't remember. I have no memory of that.
Because life is just that simple.
And then his
It's really complicated, and you're gonna have an overcomplicated life, and it's just not as valuable. I live both.
Yeah.
And they actually used him.
The wonderful oversimplification has allowed me to, again, use the word retirement in my mind. I'm just living a life that I want to live, that I deserve to live, that I choose to live, and not be
west of Memphis,
limited or rabbit holed or victimized by society or the country I'm living in or the neighborhood I'm living in or the job I have. You know, I don't have any limitations because I'm making manifest everything that I have in my life.
These kids, Satan.
And it feels great. And you know, I'm the captain of the ship. It might take a minute to turn this bitch around, right? But I'm the captain of this damn ship. It's called my life. And I think everybody has a capacity to do so.
Well, that's another beautiful thing, living life by example that can inspire people. Because that's really what people want to do. They want to live a life where they feel like, this is great. Like, what I'm doing is what I want to do. They don't, most people, they don't live like that. Most people, they have this dream in the future. One day I will be able to live the way I want to, but I'm not doing it right now.
Right. I think that's a trap. Personally, I think I'm doing it already. The journey is there. There's no
hundreds of investigations.
I know, but there's so many narratives that people adhere to. There's so many narratives out there in culture. They'll tell you you should be doing this and you should be doing that. This is a concentrate on your 401k. And this and that. What are your investments?
It has never, ever been proven there was any satanic
fucking at the end of the night,
They
you
found
pill, go to sleep.
individual cases which they call pseudo-satanic.
It's crazier
Where
now with social media and
that
all that.
people claim they have something on behalf of Satan.
Garbage.
And they say,
I've
for the
been
most
off
part,
it
they believe
lately
that those
for like the
people
last few weeks, where I literally just check it when I'm taking a shit, and that's it. I look to see if there's anything crazy going on in the world, just so I know what's happening. But I don't ever get involved. I don't ever argue with people or post things, and I just see people doing it, and I'm like, you're losing your fucking mind. And I've had conversations with friends, and they're like, you know, fucking this and that and this. I'm like, why? Why are you paying attention? This is like, let's go outside.
Please don't take away from us that we're saying Satanism doesn't
You're alive in America in 2025. It's like a magical time to be alive. And you're concentrating on some shit that literally has no effect on your life, and you're making it your primary focus. That is the definition of madness.
Really is.
Yeah, you're freaking out about things that aren't even here.
Well, that's where you get in your way. You're giving
Too
that
bad
value.
you already took it.
Yeah.
You're right. It's almost like,
but you know, it's just like perspective is a very difficult thing to earn.
It kind of just
it is. Well, right? How did we get it?
And
How
then
did we
there
get
were
it?
rumors,
Experience?
and then the rumors became
Experience, overcoming adversity,
developing
developing character,
Chris's pick or
shared experience.
That's
That's a
right.
big part of it. You know, like
But that is
people
true.
that you
You know
love,
that's
and you really connect
You know,
with.
that's just
Who you
kids
surround
trying to
yourself
sell that
with.
shit.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's most
That's the other
the
problem.
key to
is
life.
It did
Like
self-propagate
if you
with kids
surround
because,
yourself with really
how
great
am I
people,
going to
you're
rebel
forced to become a
against
really
my
great person.
ultra-conservative
You have to
Christian
keep up with
parents?
it. Yep.
I'll show them.
This
I'm gonna
foundation.
drop
Tell me how you
pentagrams on
started
stuff.
that.
Right.
And initially started with a show that I produced and put on Disney Plus, which is called Renovation. It was taking, I didn't like to see a lot of vehicles go to waste. Purpose-built vehicles, like a city bus or a fire truck and all these things that supposed to go a long ways, but they just replaced them even though they're perfectly good vehicles. So I wanted to repurpose those and help them, help communities in need. So it's taking, like I built one to be a water truck, like a box truck to be a water treatment plant to give kids in villages with terrible water.
For me, it was not
like water, give them drinkable water.
Lisa posted
Take
on
a,
our Facebook page this week.
there's a,
How to include Dungeons and Dragons on
took
your
a city
resume.
bus and turned it
This is
into like a
relevant
dance
skills.
studio, a mobile dance studio for these kids in
Creativity,
Mexico. And
conflict
just these creative sort of things, and it's
gain
kind of like Take My Ride, but with like real valuable things, you know, just take these really cool purpose-built trucks and make it something really spectacular for these kids, all
So
kids.
really, it was just preparing you for
What
fucking
their needs are. And then it just went into like I didn't want to make it about just vehicles. When I wanted to start the foundation, it became a wonderful calling card. And then so we started the foundation, and my sister works for DCFS, Child Protective Services in Los Angeles County. And one of my best girlfriends in Reno, she also works for CPS, Child Protective Services there. So I've been working with foster youth for many years, privately.
Oh my God!
And now I just wanted to really get invested in the community. So I started small in Northern Nevada.
And be more studies nowadays
my
in like
sister
psychology
now is
today.
running it, and Shana's running it as well with me, and the whole family's now gotten involved.
Like Dungeons and Dragons.
It's been really wonderful to come back from the incident,
and how
have
good
this
they are
be
for
a
kids
central
use your brain,
goal
use
for
your imagination,
us to celebrate
and not
our
in the
time
sense
together as a
like
family,
we were talking about with the
and to give back to these kids that are in great
put into
need.
this situation.
And
led
it
to
is
say these horrible things.
been a dream
And
of
then
mine that I've
their
been wanting to do
children,
for a
so their
long time,
imagination's
and now
like,
do
oh,
it
and then they were
publicly,
flying
and do it
around
privately
too,
for a long
because that's
time.
cool.
And to really
Brain,
make
yes,
a big
imagination.
splash and
This is
make a
so
lot
good
of
for
movement
I forget,
these kids.
which study it was.
I think it's one of the reasons why I was brought
It
back.
was meant to go
Outside
find
of
the
all the
damnation
other
of Dungeons and
things, I think
Dragons.
there's something
Not only did it
working
find that kids
in my
were
favor
not
to
as
come back
likely
outside
to commit suicide
my
if they're
family.
playing Dungeons and Dragons.
And I think it is my reach to
found
kids
that
and
they
my
were
ability to
less
have a
likely
great
to
effect
commit
for them.
suicide if they're playing
And
because
it's
they found
been a
guess
couple
what?
years
If you're
now, and it's
playing
already
Dungeons
been
and Dragons,
moved the
chances
mountains
are
for kids
you
already,
were
and
the
will
star
continue to
football
do so.
player.
It's
And
just
you-
like me breathing. It's just
found
easy.
you were
I
a little
love
bit
this. This
nerdier,
is
you
part
were
of
a
my
little bit
fiber, my
different,
body. I'm the oldest of 7 in my family. I've been changing diapers and living as the oldest. It's sort of my birthright to be able to do. What makes it even cooler is that I'm a Marvel superhero. So I have like a reach and access to these kids. They didn't even listen to. Right? They're like, oh, cool, let's go to camp with Hawkeye. That's dope. And they all show up in plastic sacks, right? And this is like all their valuables in their life. And it makes you weep, right? And this is all their worth. They show up with hefty bags. All of them.
100%.
So we give them rollers with names on it, passports, a journal. I'm going to change the narrative of this. You're a traveler now. You're a world traveler. You're not carrying your trash around where all your worth is. Your worth is much bigger than that. We're going to planting seeds like that and then creating community for them, creating opportunities for them, safe places for them, giving them more educated stuff. We brought in recording studios, touch all these instruments they never have access to. Who knows what that does? I don't care. Let it have access to it. But give these kids opportunities that they deserve. This is the future of our fucking planet. Why aren't we giving more time and effort to that? It's the future of our world, man.
You read any
let's give them all the tools. We need another Elon. We need other super smart, amazing people, man. We need that. We need other leaders. And, what are we giving our youth? Especially our foster
blanket antagonism.
It's not a good look. They've gone through a lot of struggles as kids, man. And they're not going to struggle out of my time, out of my time. That's amazing. So it's easy for me to do. I love it. It's a great focus for me. That's outside of
it was very black and white at that time.
It's things I enjoy, right? I still do things that I enjoy. I just get to do it with these kids and they teach me so much. I learned so much to keep me in a really useful spirit. It's harrowing to hear what they've been through.
Because
I don't like to know. My sister knows all about it. Shana knows all about it because they get the phone calls. They have relationships with a lot of these kids.
For the creation of Chimera.
You'd probably react like I would. You want to flip the table or hurt some people. And so I prefer not to know how they got touched and who did it. This kind of stuff. I just try to focus on let's get these kids plant some seeds of hope. And I'm good at that shit. And I love it. So we're on jet ski. Let's think about it. They've never even been to this lake. And so whatever the heck it is, new experiences, new joy, new friends. They're all crying at the end of this camp. Because they had such a good damn time. One of them was getting adopted, and she was crying because I can't come back. So I'm not a foster kid anymore. I'm got adopted. Like, oh, you can come back. You did good then. When she didn't want to get adopted. Like, it means we're doing something right for these kids. And we're going to continue doing it. And we're doing it not only just as a camp, but we're doing like lots of programs throughout the year to keep the community of the foster youth community together. A lot of these kids are brothers and sisters that never get to see each other because they're in separate homes, separate cities. One's in Vegas, one's in Reno. Like this, dude, you can't do that. You can't do that. So we're doing our best to unite communities, right? We need each other. These kids need each other. Even beyond, they don't need me. We need to have access and reasons to be together. So it's helping the foster parents, it's helping the kids, it's whatever we can do. We're going to start building youth centers as well. We'll be building homes as well in the future with the foundation. But we're starting step by step, breath at a time. Brick by brick, and building camps and activities and education for them.
Thank you so much.
I love it. You can see how much I love it. I can talk about this for days, man. You lit up. Yeah. I love it, man. We have these camps coming up here in June and July, so I'm pumped. Can't wait to finish this job and go back home.
That's incredible. Yeah, it's kind of shocking that it takes individuals to be inspired to do something like this because society doesn't put any emphasis on this.
Well, it's like, look, there's foster states have foster programs, right? There's but there's gaps in the system, man. It's like kids are forgotten, and then some are, it's tragic. But put a spotlight on something, put energy into something, it builds. And I got a loud voice and a big heart, and I'm very actual in what I do, and that's why the foundation's growing and making the
all the way from the mythical land of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Now, is that
great for these kids? So I'll keep doing it, man. It's easy.
How long have you been doing this?
Probably only a couple years. It's just started out. So then it's like learning about all the nonprofit stuff.
Right,
Oh man, it's like going out and asking for money. So I don't do that. I'll go do like voiceover jobs and like put money in the account for. I hate asking for money for foundation stuff. I'll let somebody else kind of. Well, that I stay in my lane. I work with the kids and work with the ideas and programs. And I let my sister and those guys on the board deal with like having to raise money and all those kind of things. It's just not my wheelhouse.
Well, unfortunately, people hear nonprofit, they always think, okay, well, where's the money really going?
Well, that's where it is, and that's why we operate at 8%. Yeah, nobody says that.
Well, that's the opposite of what it usually does.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, even if we got to, because no one takes anything except basic operating costs, and we're operating at 8% or maybe 13%. It's like all the money's going to the kids. All of it. All of it.
With that said, I've been Brent.
So I'm trying to get to the bank account full so we don't operate off the interest. Once we're there, then we can start something to do for building things.
That's it for another edition of the Stereo 51.
Are you going to expand this?
Yeah, it'll grow. Again, I think the key perspective for me is staying in the home area or just the state of Nevada at least. And that's not going too far, so because I'm very, very hands-on, and it's important for me to be the voice for the foundation and for these kids and advocate for them. And so Nevada is kind of the goal for at least maybe the next 5 years for sure. And there's still a ton of kids that I have not reached. So I focus on that.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Then there's like getting that age out. They're getting back into being counselors back in the camp. There's a great thing with UNR. They get a free ride at the university. And a lot of them are going back into sociology and psychology and want to go help kids in foster. Like, this is so great. So I want to give them opportunities to come back and help the youth and maybe give them guidance. This is awesome. Self-healing and cathartic in its own way. Whatever we can do, man. It's a wonderful, wonderful life.
It's amazing because you light up when you talk about that like nothing else we've talked about.
It's everything. It's again, I'm focusing my energy on all the positive stuff, because I can't too sensitive to deal with the hardships that they go through. So let me just be a guiding light for them, or someone to laugh on. Like, they just sign my T-shirts, whatever they want to do. I don't care. I'm their playground. I love
Santa might bring gifts for good little girls.
Again, I think it's the reason why I came back.
The Harry beats the misbehaved children with sticks, and sometimes even throws them in his sack to take them back to hell.
Just, if you could find something like that in life, you're a winner.
Yeah.
I mean, just think of the amount of positive energy you put out there in the world.
Yeah, that's pretty exponential.
And then also how cascades.
Yeah, the ripple effect of that.
Yeah,
insane.
Change their life.
Yeah,
change other people's
lives.
Yeah,
and then comes back. It's pretty what you put out in the world is what you get back. I see it every day, and it's exponential, especially now because the incidents, the ripple effect of just, dude, this happened in my driver's a private experience. I woke up and it was a global thing. I didn't answer that. So I'm kind of glad it did. It allowed people to see me as the man that I am and not the guy that slings an arrow. You know what I mean? It's a thing here. I'm just CGI. So I'm glad it's there. The ripple effect of just this narrative of the recovery is, like you said, it can affect a lot of people. It's beautiful things, a positive thing, and like the foundation. And I see it and feel it every day.
You really need an exemplary life, my friend.
Well, what's the alternative?
I know, but I mean, it's interesting that you have this perspective. Like, I'm always curious that people that have such an amazing perspective. Like, how did you gain it? Like, how did you get to this place?
Regular show know that every now and then we have to drop in a clip
or two life in review, right?
Movie that seems to
the life in review. I think there's birth order. Right? There's also being in the 70s in a small town where as a latchkey kid,
but you got to keep him
right?
out of
And
the
I
sun.
had free range.
So I don't kill him.
I was 7 years old.
Number
The
two,
key to the house.
keep him away from
Didn't have to
water.
come home to the
Don't
streetlights
give
came
him
on.
any water to drink.
No, I made
However,
mistakes.
you don't give
I
him
broke windows and slingshots and stole shit.
Probably the most important thing.
Light a cigarette butt with my mom's.
Feed him.
All this stuff I got caught. Sometimes I learned, I reprimand myself. I self-policed myself.
Christmas episode.
I was a very honest kid.
That are
there's a lot of things. I had a bicycle, and then that was like freedom. That's what I like. Oh, I have real freedom. Fishing pole, got my bike, and just went off to another county. Like that wouldn't happen today. I would never allow my daughter to walk across the street.
I had a similar life. I was the last kid too, and I just think
where was this?
Well, I lived all over the place, but I lived when I was 7 to 11. I lived in San Francisco. 11 to 13. I lived in Florida. 13 till 24. I lived in Boston.
Oh wow,
New York.
oh wow.
Well, LA. Last 5 years.
Yeah.
So I lived all over.
Yeah, it's a good mix.
The good thing about living in a bunch of different places. The bad thing is I never really developed roots. But I had to form my own opinions because I couldn't count on the opinions of all the people around me. I didn't have like a core group of friends, so I always had to like sort of see the world for what it was.
Yeah, did that make you an introvert or an extrovert or both?
I think I was an introvert initially. I don't think I ever, even though I talk for a living and I'm a public figure, I'm not really an extrovert. It's really odd. Like I don't really like getting attention. It sounds crazy for someone who gets a lot of attention. I don't need it, which is probably why I get it. So I'm straight, right? Yeah, it's like straight. Like I was very socially anxious when I was a kid. I would get super nervous when I had to talk to a bank teller. I remember one time I had to deposit money in the bank, and I was like, "Why am I freaking out? Like this is so weird." Right? But eventually overcame all that stuff, and then through martial arts, traveling around all throughout my youth, from the time I was 15 till I was 22. All I did was travel around the country competing. So I had a very bizarre life in that I didn't have like the normal high school life of partying and hanging out. No, I was flying to California to fight. Right, it was weird. Right, it was a very weird life. So
maybe I'll do it in this episode.
I still wasn't an extrovert. Like I didn't really learn how to talk.
My dad actually used to
until I
play
started
that movie
teaching.
on repeat every
I started teaching
year
martial
on
arts.
Christmas Eve.
And then that's how I learned how to publicly speak. Not that I was publicly speaking about something that I was very good at. It was like I commanded sort of attention just by because I would demonstrate to them things that I was doing. And then in demonstrating and talking, it made sense that I was able to talk
about something you knew.
Yeah. It's like I was really good at it, so I could show them. Like, I'm going to demonstrate something to you, and then I do it, and they're like, "Holy shit!" Like, I'm going to show you how to do this. And then if you listen to me, like I taught at Boston University, and when I was 19, and it was a real counter to GPA. It was like pass fail A, and I'd say, all you have to do is show up and try and get an A. And if you can't show up, call me, tell me you can't make it, and you'll be fine. If you fuck off, I'm going to fail you. But if you just try, you get an A, and then it counts towards your GPA. This is like a legit thing. Yeah. Like, well, all I want you to do is like this can help your life, and I'm not thinking you're going to go and fight and compete, but I can teach you something here. And it's difficult, but you'll get better at it. And through getting better at it, you learn how to get better at other things.
It's been great.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so that's like how I got into
play for you guys
comedy
my
in the
favorite
honest
quote
way.
from a Christmas
Learning
movie.
how to talk to people.
Any of you are looking
Because I
for
wasn't
any last
comfortable
minute gift ideas?
talking to people. I always felt like a loser and a weirdo, and I always felt like an outcast. Yeah. So to learn how to talk publicly, like that's how I did. But all that traveling around just gave me this very bizarre, like rootless sense of who I was as a person.
Is there anything that you grabbed that from that experience that you hold on to? I mean, that you this is some positive things that kind of come out from that, right? I went to a different school every year of my life, at least until I got to high school. but I was in the same town. They move around a lot. Maybe just in the town, they divorce and all that sort of stuff. Their schools were full, whatever it was. So I had to either engage with people, all brand new people, each grade, each school, new grade.
Yeah.
And then, you're growing up. I was more shy, and I think more like you're like an introvert. And so either I was very gregarious, or I just was an observer and I just watched. So you just make choices. And,
let's get the first one out of the way.
That's why I became an observer. But with that, I don't know. I like that part of me. And I can be extroverted, like an actor thing, but I'm still more insular and quiet. And
by the way,
even though the two quiet guys are yapping each other off.
Well, I mean, it was hard, but I wouldn't have wanted it any other way because I think it made me different. And I think there's, unfortunately, if you are in like a small town and you grow up in that town, you never leave that town, your perspective is very limited. And I moved around a lot, and I think that was very uncomfortable. I hated it when I was a kid. Like, fuck, we're moving again to another state. Like, this is great, but that made me who I am. And it made me form my own opinions instead of adopting a conglomeration of opinions that everybody around me had. And I went from very liberal, progressive San Francisco in the 1970s during the Vietnam War to living in Florida, where it was like completely the opposite, super conservative and kind of retarded. And I remember just being around people like, why do they even think like this? It's crazy. It's so strange to me to have this like complete juxtaposition, almost like a cultural 180. But it also made me realize, like, wow, there's a lot of different ways to think. There's a lot of different ways to engage with life.
Well, don't we, like, especially growing up, right? Because you're saying like 7, 8, 13, 14, all those years, we look to our friends and friendship groups to sort of like kind of help develop ourselves, right? Kind of be a reflection upon ourselves. And if you don't have it, you have other things,
He didn't even tape it. He just
but it could, like you said, it could have been a terrible thing if you stayed in the same place and you had the same core 4 dudes, and then how limited your life would have been to stay in San Fran, or so it could, like you said, they're a real good positive thing to take from being removed from disability, removed from, right? That's all anxiety inducing. Or it could be perspective. Like, perspective could be, if it's positive perspective, you can lean on. Yeah, like you said, I like how I did the thing and drove into all the things you probably like about yourself today. I think it's pretty interesting.
And it also, like, I got picked on a lot too. That's Boston days of martial arts.
Boston days.
I was like, I hate being scared of people. It just drove me nuts. I didn't have friends, so like a group of guys would fuck with me, and I didn't know what to do.
Next time I rob a bank, I will do so in the style
so I became obsessed with martial arts. And then once I started doing that, it was like the first thing that I ever did. I was like, hey, I don't think I'm a loser. I just think I never figured out how to get good at something. And now that I'm really good at this one thing, I'm like the opposite of a loser. And then I became obsessed with winning.
See a book.
And then that was like my whole life until I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And then I transitioned to other things, but that period of time wouldn't have happened if I lived in a comfortable environment where I wasn't fucked with, where I didn't get bullied. I wouldn't have that desire to like do something that was completely terrifying because I was scared of physical confrontation. So what do? Spend my whole life getting involved in like voluntary physical confrontation with trained fighters, which is way more terrifying, the most terrifying.
Look at the folklore, history, culinary culture.
But what's the alternative? Just be scared and be bullied and beat the fuck up.
That's where I had to decide.
Take the reins.
I had to decide that. To make this change.
It will be featured front and center.
Fortunately, it worked out.
Yeah.
It's very bizarre the turns that life takes, and when you look back, you're like, what if that hadn't happened? What if I had done this? What if I had turned left?
Yeah, the crossroads so instrumental in who we become. Right, and like, we're in control of that. Like, we're not staring at shit at that point.
Right? So much of it is whatever. It's fate. Whatever fate. Fate is kind of assumed once an outcome has been achieved. It was his fate.
Yeah, in hindsight.
Was it really?
In hindsight, you say that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You say that in the moment.
Right. I do think there's a certain power to follow instincts, which I've always done for whatever reason.
Leave it in the push
There's a pull that you have towards a certain direction, even if it's like massively uncomfortable. And sometimes you realize like, okay, let's go. Like, this is what I'm supposed to do, and that is very hard to do. But once you do it a few times, and then you start saying, there's a little voice in your head like, that motherfucker's never let me down. I'm going to keep serving that voice. Whatever that voice is, I'm keep listening. Even though people are like, what are you doing?
Picture of everyone with other kids from Instagram and
I hear that a lot.
I think so. A lot of people would have accomplished great things.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody who listens to the advice of everyone around them ever steps out of line. I don't think you ever really try anything crazy. Because most people aren't going to want to support you when you're trying something that seems insane. Whether it's trying to be a movie star or whatever it is, trying to be a martial artist or a rock star or anything in life, it's hard to do. Most people are going to tell you don't do that. Especially people that are conservative, conservative in a sense of like to do something that is going to give you a good chance of success.
So it is a book, and
because the more fun things are very open-ended. They don't really have a lot of success. Like what are the numbers of people that become successful actors? Is it like 1/10%? It's probably that. It's probably less than that. If you could like get a chart of like how many people move to Los Angeles to try to make it in show business, and how many make it, it's gotta be astronomical.
The numbers are not good.
Those numbers have to be insane. But my thought was, fuck,
somebody's images you should not
somebody did it. Like, why can't I do it? And then people would say, you're not, you know what the odds you're gonna make it? Like, why am I thinking about that? It can be done. People have done it. Like, you gotta, but
Jesus,
you have to be willing to just really fucking throw yourself into something. And know that, especially in the beginning, there's no time to fuck off here. If you really want to do something that's really hard to do, like, you gotta be all in. Because there's too many people that are all in. And you're competing with them. You're not competing with these like half-steppers, people that are kind of dipping in and dipping out. They're there as an example for you to not live your life.
Yeah. Well, isn't there like a kind of a selective hearing that kind of has to happen in anything for anyone? You have to listen, really listen to engage, and really listen to learn and grow.
Yeah.
But then we have to have selective listening to like how many times I was told no, or told I was told I was crazy. Until like, what are you doing? You have your mind. I'm like, oh, now I know I'm on the right track. I'm gonna do that. Because that's the words of a fearful person. Those are the words uttered from someone who's scared and not courageous, and a lot of stuff's in their way. I'm on the right track.
Not just that. There are those people that would try to sabotage you because they don't want you to be successful because they haven't taken a chance in their life. So they don't want anybody who does, who's courageous. They want you to fail. There's people out there that want people that are courageous to fall apart because then it makes them feel better for their choices.
That's okay. They gotta
so you can really take them apart and pull your hands out.
Right.
They're gonna swim in that.
But again, I think that those things are just like you need the rain to appreciate the sun.
Yeah.
You need to struggle to appreciate love.
They have to coexist, otherwise they don't exist. Right? It's like a truth and a lie. They both have to exist, otherwise everything's just fucking true.
Right.
So you have to coexist together, otherwise it's don't.
That's the hardest part of life to truly understand. Like, why is it evil?
Right.
You need love. You need good. Why can't everything be love? Well, it can't. It can't. There has to be evil people for you to appreciate loving. There really has to be kind people for you to appreciate. Oh, okay. Life is not just all cruelty. But you have to know that cruelty exists for you to appreciate kindness. Weird. Yeah. It's a weird dance.
I'm assuming this is
strange. Yeah. Like, if God is real, like, what a strange game he's playing.
was gifted to you, I believe. From
Yeah, you kind of, when it all works out.
That's true. That's true.
You know, you like kind of get it. Like the life is not just utopia. It's a strange mix of good and evil. And love and
like
hate.
I said, I got the
and all these things that are in the way.
Yeah, those tests, man. Those tests. Don't they
it's not
suck?
from Trader Joe's.
All the tests we have in our lives, and everybody has them. Everybody. There's nobody that's exempt from it.
This
You
is
know,
a
how much money, how
beer
successful.
bog.
You're
It is a
all
skull and
susceptible
spinal
to great tests and great suffering. It's how well you overcome that suffering.
Just in time for
It
your,
will determine how well you love and deeply you love in your life.
And also the people that have overcome the most are the most fascinating and interesting and complex, aren't they? Aren't they? Have you ever met Amanda Knox? Do you know who she is?
Yeah, I know she is. But
She's that woman that was accused wrongly of a murder in Italy.
Yeah, I remember that.
She spent years in prison, and she is so fascinating.
Yeah,
she's so strong and so interesting. And I asked her about this. I was like, "Do you ever think that you are this really unusual person with this like fucking cast iron integrity and character?
Hey, you guys want to do a gift
Would
thing?
you be this person if you hadn't been wrongly accused and spent years in prison and publicly persecuted and then eventually absolved? Like, who would you be? I mean, would you want it any other way? I mean, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But yet, here you meet her, she's so incredible. It's like,
man, like
life is very, very odd.
Actually trying to drink.
There's choices that she could have made, right?
So now that we got the gifts for the people,
she could have been like resentful,
studio
right?
out of the way.
I don't know how she is, so I don't know.
She's not at all.
Yeah,
No.
you know, just and she could have been valid in any really kind of feeling she has about things, because that's all sounds pretty shit.
Yeah,
you gotta,
coming from
and,
Skype, we have one more.
but you know, what's the alternative? You should be want to hold on to resentment. That kind of not the life you want to live. It's your choice. Right. Howard, I like the fuck. Sounds like an interesting person to talk about. But you know, is it a choice of a choice for her? Did she feel like it was a choice? Like, you know, it certainly wasn't. Yeah. No, did she feel like that made her who she is and she's content with that? Or
Yeah,
I mean, she's certainly resigned to what it is, but she's very happy now. Right. But not just happy, like complex, compassionate, charitable thinker.
What's the conversation if she's still in the joint? If she's still in the clank and there's no hope of her getting out.
Sure. Our Times is basically the
Yeah,
idea for music. It started, I think, in the Bay Area.
Terrible choices.
And it was sort of
most of the people
for the
that were
punk
guilty
scene there.
You know,
For any
the
punk
terrible
that has
choices
humor.
that these people make, and like
They
what
kind of
happened
started
to
to
you when you
say,
were young?
exactly
Like, why
3
did
years
you
ago,
become
their
a person
anniversary
who
was like
murdered
a
your
day ago.
husband? Why did you become a person
and they just
who robbed
reached
a
off
bank?
into
Why?
the hard drive, which covers pop culture and video game satire.
This is
So
something that I really
Cinemax is now
changed.
showing
One
after
being a
midnight.
parent really changed my perspective of human beings in a very profound way. Many profound ways, but one of the biggest ones is I stopped looking at people as being static. I stopped looking at, oh, Jeremy's 54 is already 54. That's how I know it. Now I look at everybody like, oh, you were yeah, you're a baby. Like, you know what I mean?
That fucking thing.
You know, I love my daughters dearly. They're very extraordinary people, but it's been fascinating to watch them as little babies become these really complex human beings and have conversations with them, talk to them, and see how they interface with life.
Keep complimenting
And then I meet people who are all fucked up, you know, angry and hateful.
What the hell is Krampus?
What happened?
John? What the hell is Krampus? You want to tell us?
I would love to. So in folklore, so dear listener, we always approach the topics that we talk about on this show as they could be real, they might. We don't know.
There's
we
so many trials and
an
tribulations.
air of skepticism,
wonderful
and we, kind of
we
come
all
to
share.
conclusions at the end.
And I think we learned a lot
we are
through
approaching
other
this one
people's,
because
not just
we
your
know
own, but other
from the
people's.
start that it is
for sure.
folklore.
Well, that's
sitting out, so I think
I mean, it is
just
a
in
vibrant,
case.
high,
So is that
high
like leaving out
vibration
cookies
that I'm
and milk
living right
for
now. And
say Nick, you leave out schnapps
I'm so
or
blessed
compass?
to have it.
Exactly, yeah.
And so much
It's
gratitude.
It hates
in every
children
breath.
and ruins Christmas. Yeah, it is everybody's grandfather, I think.
Everyone's
I
favorite
almost
uncle. And
feel like I don't have to walk
actually,
anywhere
he's
sort
a
of living. I
stand-in.
just feel so
Believe it or not, I don't know if you guys came across that.
Was that
and
real? I don't even know.
Yeah, in the
I
Netherlands,
think
if there's two things I hate in
has
this
to do
world,
with
it's intolerance and the Dutch.
all the love and all the goodness that this world has to offer.
Back
I think
to
that's
Krampus.
it's gotten me through.
Punishment ranges if
And
he gets
the
you. Good and
attitude
bad.
of it, the
Punishment
perspective
ranges.
of that.
You're getting coal as a gift.
Because it can be a very
That's
bleak,
where
dark
that,
place.
that whole thing came
that
from.
comes
But
from
I
Exactly.
choose
To
to
being hit by
I
those
choose
sticks,
love, I
to being
choose
drug off to
action,
hell,
I
or
choose
Spain. I mean, that's a pretty big
my perspective is my choice.
paradigm. It is a wide spectrum.
And
So you're saying he's a
I've been in dark places where it wasn't quite so polished and so lovely.
Yes, the
Well
Christmas
before the
demon,
accident.
I think, would be a good way to
We're
refer
just
to
like,
it.
Which in
just kind of
contrast,
grumbly and
you got
grumpy.
St.
Don't want to leave
Nicholas
my
who
house.
rewards
I don't want to go
children.
and sign autographs. I don't want to be around people.
That's,
Just kind of whatever.
It's a barter
Not a
system
really
there.
great
You
happy
don't want
place,
to go to
perhaps.
hell.
Like
Maybe
everybody
don't
has
take
the right to
yourself.
be.
I also
It
love
doesn't
that the
exist.
reward Krampus
This point,
gives
I don't get
is
more
a
bad days,
bundle
Joe.
of those sticks to
man.
remind the children all year long to keep being good.
Fuck, I want to die. I can get something to look at for you. What? I can make it happen for you. No more bad days, but
You probably put a Krampus in the
it's
last
a perspective that is mine, and the truth and reality that is mine.
Krampus
Because I have a barometer, she's like, yeah, I know what a bad day is actually like.
in
And I was
Austria
tested
and
to my
across the German
and I got through it
Alpine
like,
region.
somehow, some way.
They just sang his praises over the Alps. This is, I think, what they were saying there.
It's
So
just
music was
almost
original.
science at this point. It's
That's
a
right.
factual that it's just not going to happen. I can't. No matter if I try so hard to have a bad day, it's just not going to happen. I'm going to have a bad moment. I'm going to have frustrating times, but it's not. I'm just not going to have a bad day. And for the rest of my experience,
Everything, everywhere. He does everything.
And I think that experience, this perspective that you're sharing is contagious.
In some
I think so too,
reasons,
dude.
he's a
Yeah, I know. Actually, I know.
Santa Claus.
I know so.
And since the 17th
Yeah,
century,
for
the two have been linked in a
It's
sort of
it's sort of
Christmassy
make manifestation
union,
of
kind of like,
what your
Jesus
existence
and
is.
the
You
devil
want
or
to be.
something like that.
Yeah.
And we can do
Krampus
it.
is Saint Nick's dark
You gotta believe.
companion.
You gotta do it.
And like
Yeah.
you said,
Whenever I
Both
think
those
of
things.
Christmas
That's
yin
why it's
yang, that's what I think of.
beautiful.
Jesus and the devil.
which
Yeah.
I want to say is
My next
probably
breath.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Jeremy. That's awesome. I really appreciate you.
Yeah,
Is that the
likewise,
one
brother.
there's only
You
one
you make
copy
me
of?
happy, man. You bring out a lot of good stuff.
That,
And
what was that?
reaffirm a lot of good things in me in a really,
everybody
meaningful way, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
I
Thank you.
used
It's
to
a lot of fun.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
I'll see you to you. See you to you.
Absolutely. Okay. Go buy this book, folks.
Yes, sir. Bye.
We've been living in Illinois as the city where the federal festival last year was held. The gathering of the jugglers was held in Southern Illinois.
I don't know, but if you have to interact with them, I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze on that one.
I don't know. Fago's pretty good juice, dude. I don't know.
This is a good point.
They had the commercial on their albums. Fago, sit your mama straight up to the stove. To that bitch to bring home a
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, so this is for AI.
You're
Where we're fucked.
Yeah, you're
What time is it?
Oh, wow.
Midnight is we're fucked.
We're going to go right into it. You're not even going to ask us what we had for breakfast. Okay.
Let's get freaked out.
You have to say
Well,
it like
okay,
that.
so there's one, without speaking like fucking Tuesday question right up here, there's a question about like where are we at in terms of AI capabilities right now, and what do those timelines look like?
Right.
There's a bunch in Experiment. One of the most concrete pieces of evidence that we have recently came out of a lab, an AI kind of evaluation lab called Meter, and they put together this test. Basically, it's like you ask the question. Pick a task that takes a certain amount of time, like an hour. It takes like a human a certain amount of time. And then see like how likely the best AI system is to solve that task. Then you try a longer task. See like a 10-hour task. Can it do that one? And so right now what they're finding is when it comes to AI research itself, so basically like automate the work of an AI researcher, you're hitting 50% success rates for these AI systems for tasks that take an hour long. And that is doubling right now it's like every 4 months.
So like you do a task that you can do, a person does in 5 minutes, like, ordering Uber Eats, or like somebody takes like 15 minutes and maybe book a flight or something like that. And it's a question of like, how much can these AI agents do, right? Like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and some of these spaces like research, software engineering, and it's getting further and further and further, and doubling it looks like every 4 months. So it's like, if you extrapolate that, and you basically get to tasks that take a month to complete. Like by 2027, tasks that take an AI researcher a month to complete, these systems will be completing with like a 50% success rate. So you'll be able to have an AI on your show and ask it what the doomsday clock is like, but it probably won't laugh. It'll have a terrible sense of humor about it. But make sure you ask you what it had for breakfast before you start.
All right.
What about
Saint Nick is actually a Christian saint who lived around 300 AD.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's. If you think that you're going to hit human level AI capabilities across the board, say 2027, 2028, which when you talk to some of these people in the labs themselves, that's the timelines they're looking at. They're not confident, they're not sure, but that seems pretty plausible. If that happens, really there's no way we're going to have quantum computing that's going to be giving enough of a bump to these techniques. You're going to have standard classical computing. One way to think about this is that the data centers that are being built today are being thought of literally as the data centers that are going to house like the artificial brain that powers superintelligence, human level AI when it's built in like 2027, something like that.
So how knowledgeable are you when it comes to quantum computing?
So a little bit. I mean, I did my my grad studies in like the foundations of quantum mechanics.
Oh, great.
Yeah, well, it was a mistake, but I appreciate it for the purpose.
Why was it a mistake?
You know, so academia is this like kind of funny thing. It's really bad culture. It teaches you some really terrible habits. So basically, my entire life after academia and eds too, is unlearning these like terrible habits of. It's all zero sum. It's not like when you're working in startups. It's not like when you're working in tech where you build something and somebody else builds something that's complementary and you can team up and just like make something amazing. It's always wars over who gets credit, who gets their name on the paper. Did you cite this fucking stupid paper from 2 years ago because the author has it go and you got to be on. I was literally at one point. I'm not going to get any details here, but like there was a collaboration that we ran with like this fairly well-known guy, and my supervisor had me like write the emails that he would send from his account, so that he was seen as like the guy who was like interacting with this bigwig. That kind of thing is like doesn't tend to happen in startups, at least not in the same way.
Because everybody wanted credit for the like he wanted to seem like he was a genius who was facilitating for sounding smart on email. Right? But that happens everywhere. And the reason it happens is that these guys who are like professors, or even not even professors, just like your postdoctoral guy who's like supervising you, they can write your letters of reference and control your career after that lab.
One way or another, it exists in this world. The Catholic Church,
it's a gross boss, and they're currently trying to take credit for your work. And it's real. It's the way to escape it is to basically just be like, fuck this, I'm going to go do my own thing. Yeah, dropped out of grad school to come start a company. And I mean, honestly, even that, it took both of us like a few years to like unfuck our brains and unlearn the bad habits we learned. It was really only a few years later that we started like really getting a good flow on. You're also kind of disconnected from like base reality when you're in the ivory tower, right? Like there's something beautiful about, and this is why we spent all our time in startups, but there's something really beautiful about like it's just a bunch of assholes, us, and like no money and nothing, and a world of like potential customers. And it's like it's not that different from like stand-up comedy in a way. Like your product is, can I get the laugh, right? Like something like that, and it's unforgiving. If you fuck up, it's like silence in the room. It's the same thing with startups. Like the space of products that actually works is so narrow, and you got to obsess over what people actually want, and it's so easy to fool yourself into thinking that you've got something that's really good because your friends and family are like, oh no, sweetie, you're doing a great job, like what a wonderful life. I would totally use it. I totally see all that stuff, right? And that's I love that because it forces you to change. Yeah, the whole indoctrination thing in academia is so bizarre because of these like hierarchies of powerful people. And just the idea that you have to work for someone someday and they have to take credit by being the person on the email. That will haunt me for days. I swear to God, I'll be thinking about that for days now. I fucking can't stand people like that. It drives me nuts.
One big consequence is it's really hard to tell who the people are who are creating value in that space too, right?
Of course, like, because it's just like television. One of the things about television shows is, so I'll use an example. A very good friend of mine, who's a very famous comedian, had this show, and his agent said, "We're going to attach these producers. It'll help get it made." And he goes, "Well, what are they going to do?" He goes, "They're not going to do anything. It'll just be in name." He goes, "But they're going to get credit." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Fuck that." He goes, "No, listen. This is better for the show. It'll help the show. I mean, they'll have a piece of the show." He's like, "Yes, but it's a matter of whether the show gets successful or not. And this is a good thing to do." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" But it was a conflict of interest because this guy the agent was representing these other people. But this is completely common. Yeah. So there's these executive producers that are on shows that have zero to do with it.
So many industries are like this, and that's why we got into startups. It's literally like you in the world, right? It's like in a way like stand-up comedy, like Jared said, or like podcasting, where your enemy isn't actually hate; it's indifference. Like most of the stuff you do, especially when you're getting started, like why would anyone like give a shit about you? They're just not going to pay attention.
Yeah, that's not even your enemy. That's just all potential. That's all it is. It's like your enemy's within you. It's like figure out a way to make whatever you're doing good enough that you don't have to think about it not being valuable.
It's meditative. Like there's no way for it not to be in some way a reflection of like yourself. You know, you're kind of like in this battle with you trying to convince yourself that you're great, so the ego wants to grow, and then you're constantly trying to compress it. And if there's not that outside force, your ego will expand to fill whatever volume is given to it. Like if you have money, if you have fame, if everything's given, and you don't make contact with the unforgiving on a regular basis, like you're gonna end up doing that to yourself, and could.
Yeah, it's possible to avoid, but you have to have strategy.
Yeah, you have to be intentional about it. Yeah,
the best strategy is
another demon that I have to. I mean,
it's Mark Zuckerberg is a different person now. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Yeah, well, it's a really good thing for people that have too much power because you just get strangled all the time, and then you just get your arms bent sideways. And after a while, you're like, okay. This is reality. This social hierarchy thing that I've created is just nonsense. It's just smoke and mirrors. And they know it is, which is why they so rapidly enforce these hierarchies. Like white sir and ma'am and all that kind of shit. That's what it is. Like you don't feel like you really have respect unless you say that. These poor kids that have to go from college where they're talking to these dipshit professors out into the world and operating under these same rules that they've been like forced and indoctrinated to. It's God, just make it on your own.
It's amazing what you can get used to though, and like it's funny you mentioned the producer thing. That is literally also a thing that happens in academia. So you'll have these conversations with like, all right, well, this paper is fucking garbage or something, but we want to get it in a paper and in a journal, and so let's even get like a famous guy on the list of authors so that when it gets reviewed, people go like, oh, Mr. So-and-so, okay, like, and that literally happens. Like, you know, the funny thing is like the hissy fits over this are like the stakes are so brutally low. At least with your producer example, like someone stands to make a lot of money. With this, it's like you get maybe like an assistant professorship out of it. That's like $40,000 a year, and it's just like it's just
what it produces. It is money, but I don't even think they notice the money anymore. I think a big part because all those guys are really rich already. I think, you know, if you're a big time TV producer, you're really rich. I think the big thing is being thought of as a genius who's always connected to successful projects.
Right? Yeah. That is like always going to be a thing, right?
It wasn't one producer. It was like a couple. So there's going to be a couple different people that were on this thing that had zero to do with it. It was all written by a stand-up comedian. His friends all helped him. They all put it together. And then he was like, no, you want to fire his agent over there.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Good for him.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
a certain point for the producers too. It's kind of like you'll have people approaching you for help on projects that look nothing like projects you've actually done. So I feel like it just adds noise to your universe. Like you're actually trying to build cool shit.
They do share some. You know what I mean? Like some people just want to be busy. They just want more things happening, and they think more is better. Well, it's not better. There's more is energy that takes away from the better, whatever the important shit is. Like, focus. You have so much time until AI takes over. And then you'll have all the time in the world because no one will be employed. Everything will be automated. We'll all be on universal basic income.
And that's a show. That's
a sitcom. It's like a bunch of poor people existing on $250 a week.
Oh, I would watch that.
Yeah, because the government just gives everybody that. That's what you live off of.
Like weird shit's cheap. Like the stuff that's like all like, well, the stuff you can get from chatbots and AI agents is cheap, but like food is super expensive or something.
Yeah, it's organic food. It's gonna be. You're gonna have to kill people for it.
He's always on his way to attract
people. It will be like Soylent World.
Right.
Hey, Soylent Nothing's more free range than people.
That's true. Depends on what they're eating, though. It's just like animals. You know, you don't eat a bear that's been eating salmon. It tastes like shit.
Yeah,
I've been eating my bear ramen. So back to the quantum thing. So quantum computing is infinitely more powerful than standard computing. Would it make sense then that if quantum computing can run a large language model, that it would reach a level of intelligence that's just preposterous?
So yeah, one way to think of it is like there are problems that quantum computers can solve way better than classical computers. And so like the numbers get absurd pretty quickly. It's like problems that a classical computer couldn't solve if it had the entire lifetime of the universe to solve it. A quantum computer, right, in like 30 seconds, boom. But the flip side, like there are problems that quantum computers just like can't help us accelerate. The kinds of like one classic problem that quantum computers help with is this thing called like the traveling salesman paradox, or problem where you have like a bunch of different locations that a salesman needs to hit, and what's the best path to hit them most efficiently. It's like kind of a classic problem if you're going around different places and have to make stops. But there are a lot of different problems that have the right shape for that. A lot of quantum machine learning, which is a field, is focused on how do we take standard AI problems, like AI workloads that we want to run, and like massage them into a shape that gives us quantum advantage. And it's a nascent field. There's a lot going on there. I would expect, like, my personal expectation is that we just build human level AI and very quickly after that super intelligence without ever having to factor in quantum. But it's
you could define that for people. What's the difference between human level AI and super intelligence?
Yeah, human level AI is like AI. You can imagine like it's AI that is as smart as you are in, let's say, all the things you want to compute. So, you can order food on a computer, but you can also write software on a computer. You can also email people and pay them to do shit on a computer. You can also trade stocks on a computer. So it's like as smart as a smart person for that. Super intelligence, people have various definitions, and there are all kinds of like honestly hissy fits about like different definitions. Generally speaking, it's something that's like very significantly smarter than the smartest human. And so you think about it, it's kind of like it's as much smarter than you as you might be smarter than a toddler. And you think about that, and you think about like how would a toddler control you? It's kind of hard. Like you can outthink a toddler pretty much like any day of the week. And so super intelligence gets us at these levels where you can potentially do things that are completely different and basically new scientific theories. Last time we talked about new stable forms of matter that were being discovered by these kind of narrow systems. But now you're talking about a system that is like has that intuition combined with the ability to talk to you as a human and to just have really good and in-person sales. You can also do math, you can also write code, you can also like solve quantum mechanics and has that all kind of wrapped up in one of the things too that by definition, if you build a human level AI, one of the things it must be able to do as well as humans is AI research itself. Yeah, or at least the parts of AI research that you can do in just like software
like by coding or whatever these systems are designed to be. And so one implication of that is you now have automated AI researchers. And if you have automated AI researchers, that means you have AI systems that can automate the development of the next level of their own capabilities. And now you're getting into that whole singularity thing where it's an exponential that just builds on itself and builds on itself. Which is kind of why a lot of people argue that like if you build human level AI, super intelligence can't be that far away. You basically unlocked everything.
And we kind of have gotten very close, right? Like it's past the Fermi, not the Fermi paradox. What is it? We were just talking about them.
The test, the Turing test.
Yeah, we're just talking about horrible.
And I think a good place to start is
castrated him because he's gay.
Yeah.
Horrific. Wants to kill himself. The guy who figures out what's the test to figure out whether or not AI becomes sentient. And by the way, he does this in like what 1950s?
Oh yeah. Alan Turing is the guy was a beast, right?
How did he think that through?
He invented basically the concept that underlies all computers. He was like an absolute beast. He was a code breaker. He broke the Nazi codes, right? And,
he also wasn't even the first person to come up with this idea of machines building machines and there being implications like human disempowerment. So if you go back to, I think it was like the late 1800s, and I don't remember the guy's name, but he sort of like came up with this. He was observing the Industrial Revolution and the mechanization of labor, and kind of starting to see more and more like if you zoom out, it's almost like you have humans are an ant colony, and the artifacts that colony is producing, they're really interesting are these machines. You kind of like look at the surface of the earth, it's like gradually increasingly mechanized things, and it's not super clear if you zoom out enough, like what is actually running the show here? Like, you've got humans servicing machines, humans looking to improve the capability of these machines at this frantic pace. Like they're not even in control of what they're doing. Are
we the servant of the master, right? At a certain point, like and the whole thing is like, especially with the competition that's going on between the labs, just kind of in general, you're at a point where like, do the CEOs of the labs, like they're these big figureheads, they go on interviews, they talk about doing stuff, they really have control over any part of the system. The economy is in this like almost convulsive fit, right? Like you can almost feel like it's hurling out AGI. Like for as one kind of I guess data point here, like all these labs, OpenAI, Microsoft, Google. Every year they're spending like an aircraft carrier worth of capital individually just to build bigger data centers, to house more AI chips, to train bigger, more powerful models. And that's like, so we're actually getting to the point where if you look at on a power consumption basis, like we're getting to 2, 3, 4, 5% of the U.S. power production. If you project out of the late 2020s, kind of 2026, 27, not for double digit, though. Not for double digit, yeah, for single digit, yeah, you're talking like that's a few gigawatts. So 1 gigawatt, sorry, not for single digit, it's in the like. For 2027, you're looking at like, in the 0.5-ish percent, but it's like, it's a big fucking fraction. Like you're talking about gigawatts and gigawatts. 1 gigawatt is a million homes. So you're saying like one data center in 2027 is easily going to break again. There's going to be multiple like that. And so it's like a million home city, metropolis really, that is just dedicated to training like one fucking model. That's what this is. Again, if you zoom out of planet Earth, you can interpret it as like this. Like all these humans frantically running around like ants, just like building this like artificial brain. It's like one supermind assembling itself.
Marshall McLuhan in 1963 or something like that said, human beings are the sex organs of the machine world.
Oh god, that hits different today.
Yeah, it does. I've always said that if we were aliens, or if aliens came here and studied us, they'd be like, what is the dominant species on the planet doing? Let's make it better things. That's all it does. Yeah, the whole thing is dedicated to making better things. And all of its instincts, including materialism, including status, keeping up with the Joneses, all that stuff is tied to newer, better stuff. You don't want old shit. You want new stuff. You don't want an iPhone 12. What are you doing, you loser? We need newer, better stuff, and they convince people, especially in the realm of like consumer electronics. most people are buying it. They absolutely don't need it. The vast majority of the spending on new phones is completely unnecessary.
Yeah, but I just need that extra, like, fourth camera, though. I feel like my life is a
I run one of my phones is an iPhone 11, and I'm purposely not switching it just to see if I notice. I fucking never notice anything. I watch YouTube on it. I text people. It's all the same. I go online. It works. It's all the same.
Probably the biggest thing there is going to be the security side, which
no, they update the security. It's all software.
But I mean, if your phone gets old enough, I mean, like a certain point
when they stop updating it, yeah, like iPhone 1, you know, China's watching all your dick pics.
Oh, dude, I mean, Salt Typhoon, they're watching all our dick pics.
Yeah,
they're definitely seeing it.
What's Salt Typhoon?
So Salt Typhoon, oh, sorry, yeah, so it's this big Chinese cyber attack actually starts to get us to kind of the broader
great name, by the way, Salt Typhoon. Fuck yeah, guys.
I really wish they would name it. They have the coolest names for their cyber operations that destroy it.
Salt Typhoon.
They gotta stop. You know what? It's kind of like when people go out and do like an awful thing, like a school shooting or something, and they're like, oh, let's talk about, you know, if you give it a cool name, like now the Chinese are definitely going to do it again. Anyway, that's very cool name. Yeah, that's definitely a
Salt Typhoon.
But it's this thing where basically, so there was in the 3G kind of protocol that was set up years ago. Law enforcement agencies included backdoors, intentions to be able to access comms, you know, theoretically if they got a warrant and so on. And, well, you introduce a backdoor, you have adversaries like China who are wicked good at cyber. They're going to find and exploit those backdoors, and now basically they're sitting there, and they have been for, some people think like maybe a year or two before it was really discovered. And just a couple months ago, they kind of go like, oh, cool, like we got fucking like China all up in our shit.
And this is like flip a switch for them and like turn off the power and water to a state or like you fucking
Well, sorry, Salt Typhoon was about just sitting on the like basically telecoms.
Well, that's the telecom one. That's right.
It's not that, but yeah, I mean that's another.
There's another thing where they're doing that too.
Yeah, and so this is kind of where what we've been looking into over the last year is this question of how what is if you're going to make like a Manhattan Project for superintelligence, right? Which is that's what we were texting about like way back, and then actually, funnily enough, we shifted our date for security reasons. But if you're going to do a Manhattan Project for superintelligence, what does that have to look like? What does the security game have to look like to actually make it so that China's not all up in your shit? Like today, it is extremely clear that at the world's top AI labs, like all that shit is being stolen. Like there's not a single lab right now that isn't being spied on successfully based on everything we've seen by the Chinese.
Can I ask you this? Are we spy on the Chinese as well?
That's a big problem.
Every day.
I guess that's
we're definitely doing some stuff. But in terms of the relative balance between the two, we're not where we need to be.
They spy on us better than we spy on them.
Yeah, because like our build all our shit. They build.
That was the Huawei situation, right?
Yeah, and it's also the oh my god, it's the like if you look at the power grid. So this is now public, but if you look at like some transformer substations, so these are the essentially anyway they're a crucial part of the electrical grid, and there's really like basically all of them have components that are made in China. China's known to have planted backdoors like Trojans into those substations to fuck with our grid. The thing is, when you see a Salt Typhoon, when you see like big Chinese cyber attack or big Russian cyber attack, you're not seeing their best. These countries do not go and show you like their best cards out the gate. You show the bare minimum that you can without tipping your hand at the actual exclusive capabilities you have. Like the way that one of the people kind of who's been walking us through all this really well explained it is like the philosophy is you want to learn without teaching, right? You want to use what is the lowest level capability that has the effect on us.
So I'll give an example. Like I'll tell you a story that's kind of like it's a public story. It's from a long time ago, but it kind of gives a flavor of like how far these countries will actually go when they're playing the game for fun. So it's 1945. America and the Soviet Union are like best pals because they've just defeated the Nazis, right? To celebrate that victory and the coming new world order that's going to be great for everybody. The children of the Soviet Union give as a gift to the American ambassador in Moscow this beautifully carved wooden seal of the United States of America. Beautiful thing. Ambassador's thrilled with it, hangs it up on behind his desk in his private office. You can see where I'm going with this probably, but yeah. 7 years later, 1952, finally occurs to us, like, let's take a town and actually examine this. So they dig into it, and they find this incredible contraption called a cavity resonator. And this device doesn't have a power source, doesn't have a battery, which means when you're sweeping the office for bugs, you're not going to find it. What it does instead is it's designed, that's it, it's the thing, they call it the thing. Now what this cavity resonator does is it's basically designed to reflect radio radiation back to a receiver to listen to all the noises and conversations and talking in the ambassador's private office. And so, how's it doing without power source? So that's what they do.
Right,
so
Brett, let's move
the
on
Soviets
from
for 7
Krampus
years
and let's
parked
move on
a
to
van
another
across the street from the embassy. It had a giant fucking microwave antenna aimed right at the ambassador's office, and we're like zapping it and looking back at the reflection and literally listening to every single thing he was saying. And the best part was when the embassy staff was like, we're gonna go and like sweep the office for bugs periodically, they'd be like, hey, Mr. Ambassador, what about to sweep your office for bugs? And the ambassador was like, cool, please proceed and go and sweep my office for bugs. And the KGB dudes in the van were like, sounds like they're going to sweep the office for bugs. Let's turn off our giant microwave antenna. And they kept at it. They discovered there was this like British radio operator who was just doing his thing and changing his dial. And he's like, oh shit, like is that the ambassador? So the thing is, oh, and actually, sorry, one other thing about that. If you heard that story and you're kind of thinking to yourself, hang on a second, they were like microwaves at our ambassador 24/7 for 7 years. Whoa. Doesn't that seem like it might like dry his genitals or something? Yeah, or something like that. Supposed to have a lead vest. And the answer is yes. Yes. And this is something that came up in our investigation just from every single person who was like, who was filling us in and dialed in and knows what's up. They're like, look, so you got to understand, like our adversaries,
I wouldn't say the whole movie is terrible. I would
they
say
need to like give you cancer in order to rip your shit off of your laptop. They're going to give you some cancer because I don't know specifically about the ambassador, but like
that's also so.
You get Bill Shatner.
What we can say, there's actually people that you talk to later that can go in more detail here, but older technology like that, kind of lower power tubes, you're less likely to look at that. Nowadays, we live in a different world.
The guy that invented that microphone,
every now and then he goes on rants. Sometimes they're political, sometimes they're not. And you see him.
Oh, he's just moving his hands. Yeah, your hands control it over and over. It's a fucking wild instrument. Have you ever seen this before, Jamie? Yeah, I saw Tuesday J playing it yesterday on Instagram. He's like practicing.
When you think about it,
it's so fucking wow.
Yeah. Follow him on Twitter because that's what it reads like.
Both hands are controlling it by moving in and out in space, X, Y, Z. I don't really know how the fuck it works, but wow.
Literally was like interrupting people.
It's also a lot harder to do than it seems. So Americans tried to replicate this for years and years and years without really succeeding. And anyway, that's all kind of part.
I have a friend who used to work for an intelligence agency, and he was working in Russia, and they found that the building was bugged with these super sophisticated bugs that operate. Their power came from the swaying of the building.
Get out! I've never heard that one
swaying before. Just like your watch, like I have a mechanical watch on, so like when I move my watch, it powers up the spring and it keeps the watch. That's an automatic. That's how an automatic mechanical watch works. They figured out a way to, just by the subtle swaying of the building in the wind, that was what was powering this listening device.
So this is the thing, right? Like
what the fuck?
Well, and it was the things that nation states
Google says that's what was powering this thing. The Great Seal book, which I think is
Really?
the thing. So
There's another one?
No. Oh, this is so you can actually see that video. I think there was a YouTube. Yeah. So
Same kind of thing, Jim?
I typed in Russia's 5-log building swag. The thing is what pops up.
The thing,
which is what we were just talking about.
Oh, that thing. So that's powered the same way by the sway of the building?
I think it was powered by radio frequency emission. So there may be another thing.
You look at this whole heaven, hell, and evil, good, and Christmas.
Yeah,
maybe
what do you think this does to
maybe it's the word sway is what's throwing it off.
And look it up in the show.
But it's a great catch, and the only reason we even know that too is that when the U-2s were flying over Russia, they had a U-2 that got shot down in 1960. The Russians go like, like friggin' Americans like spying on us. What the fuck? I thought we were buddies. Or well, that's Facebook just think that. But and then the Americans are like, okay, look at this, and they brought out the seal, and that's how it became public. It was basically like the response to the Russians saying like, hey, you know,
They're all dirty.
Oh, yeah,
Everybody likes spying on everybody.
That's the thing. I think
Let's stop. I want to ask about Krampus.
we need to talk about that.
We can turn off our mics and
It's probably 99% sure
and what
about
I mean
it.
You need to talk to some of
what I
the
mean
Oh,
by that
they're
is,
talking to people.
do parents, whether it be
Yeah,
here
we're talking
or
to a
in
lot of
Europe,
people.
still at
there might be some
to
other
this
people.
day,
that would be
obviously,
interested in
I
parents,
would very much be
all
interested.
across
Here's the
the world
problem.
still
Some of the
tell
people
their
I'm
kids
talking
that their
to, I'm
presents came from
positive,
Santa Claus,
were
right?
they're
Are
talking
there
to me to
parents
give me
somewhere,
bullshit.
whether it be here or in Europe,
Because I'm
Are we
around
on the
now.
list?
No,
This is just what I read
but
online.
there's certain people I'm like, okay, maybe most of this is true, but some of it's not on purpose. There's that. I guarantee you, I know I talk to people that don't tell me the truth.
Yeah. It's an interesting problem in like all intel, right? Because there's always the mix of incentives is so fucked. Like the adversaries trying to add noise into the system. You've got pockets of people within the government that have different incentives from other pockets,
And then you have top secret clearance and all sorts of other things that go on.
It's more of
One guy that texted me, he's like, the guy telling you that they aren't real is literally involved in these meetings, so stop.
I have nothing to back that up.
Just stop listening.
it's like one of the techniques, right? Is like is actually to inject so much noise that you don't know what's what. You can't follow. So this actually this happened in the COVID, like the lab leak versus the natural like wet market thing. Yeah, so I remember there was a debate that happened about what was the origin of COVID. This was like a few years ago. It was like an 18 or 20-hour-long YouTube debate, just like punishingly long, and it was like there was $100,000 bet either way on who would win, and it was like lab leak versus wet market. And at the end of the 18 hours, the conclusion was like one of them won, but the conclusion was like it's basically 50-50 between them. And then I remember like hearing that and talking to some folks and being like, hang on a second. So you gotta believe that whether it came from a lab or whether it came from a wet market, one of the top 3 priorities of the CCP from a propaganda standpoint is like, don't get fucking blamed for COVID.
What do you think looking at this?
And that means they're putting like $1 to $10 billion in some of their best people on a global propaganda effort to cover up evidence and turn it into an evil. You really think
this is going
if
you like him, he's going to drag you to hell.
That you're 50%, like you're that
I think it was the church
isn't
trying to
coming from that incredibly resourced effort. Like they know what they're
particularly when different biologists and virologists who weren't attached to anything were talking about like the cleavage points, different aspects of the virus that appeared to be genetically manipulated. The fact that there was only one spillover event, not multiple ones. None of it made any sense. All of it seemed like some sort of genetically engineered virus. It seemed like gain-of-function research. And the early emails were talking about that. And then everybody changed their opinion.
Even the taboo, right, against talking about it through that lens.
Oh, yeah, total propaganda. It's racist.
Yeah,
which is crazy because nobody thought the Spanish flu was racist. And it didn't even really come from Spain.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
It came from Kentucky.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think it was Kentucky or Virginia. Where did the Spanish flu originate from? But nobody got mad.
Well, that's because the state of Kentucky has an incredibly sophisticated propaganda machine, and pinned it on Spanish.
It was, but it was. I think it was an agricultural thing. Kansas.
Have,
Yeah, goddamn Kansas.
They're-
Yeah.
they're-
I've always said
Someone's
that.
on
I've always said
Like
that.
the originating of the United States, H1N1 strain, the genes of Asian origin. By the way, this people always talk about Spanish flu.
Then you get
Around
to the zodiac color.
just get antibiotics and be fine. So this whole mass die off of people.
It would be like the Latinx flu, and it would be
The Latinx flu.
The Latinx flu.
That one didn't stick at all.
It didn't stick.
Latinx. There's a lot of people like claiming they never used it. They pull up old videos of them. Like that's a dumb one. Like it's literally a gendered language. You fucking idiots.
I grew up where Christmas was
It went on for a while though. Like,
Sure, everything was on for a while.
Yeah.
So think about how long they did lobotomies.
Yeah, like
They did
I
lobotomies
can't
for 50
relate to what
fucking
it would
years.
be like.
Before they went, hey, maybe we should stop doing this.
It was like the same attitude that got Turing chemically castrated, right? I mean, I was like, yeah, let's just get in there and
Yeah.
fuck around with it.
Well, this is before they had SSRIs and all sorts of other interventions. But when was the year of lobotomies? I believe it stopped in 67. Is it 50 years?
I don't know what to make about all this stuff. But I do like the horns.
70 years?
Oh,
I think it was 67.
I like how this has come up so many times that James like, I think last time we said it was
It comes up all the time. Because it's one of those things.
That's
It's like
insane.
you can't just trust the medical establishment.
Yeah.
67.
From what I read online,
Oh God! Oh, he died in
so I
72.
think
When did they start?
that is more tongue in cheek.
I think they started in the 30s or the 20s rather.
Crazy cosplay.
That's pretty ballsy. You know, the first
So
guy-
24.
Guys did a lobotomy.
Yeah, it says 24 Freeman Arise Washington Direct Labs. 35.
in those
They
communities
tried it
at
first.
that time. Just because it existed there
Imagine that.
doesn't
Just
mean it was their
scramble your
go-to
fucking brain.
But
belief.
doesn't it make you feel better
Right?
to call it a lobotomy? Because it sounds a lot more professional.
Just because we know it
No.
existed there doesn't
Lobotomy,
mean we
lobotomy. So
think that they
lobotomy
all
sounds
gathered
gross.
around
Sounds
the
like
fire and talked about
Yes.
it, right? We just know it was a
Boy.
thing.
Kansas. Also Kansas. All roads point to Kansas. All roads
This is
point
a
to
problem.
Kansas. That's what's happening. When everything's flat, you just lose your fucking
We know
marbles.
it's big today.
You're crazy.
It's
Like for me,
because
it's
you
with
love
that
bringing
price.
shit like
So they
this
did this
back
for
now.
so
we can
long.
get
Somebody
together,
won a
dress up
Nobel
like it, and
Prize for
drink.
lobotomy.
Wonderful.
Imagine
Give that back.
Chris
Piece of shit.
Yes, seriously. You're kind of like, you don't want to display it up on your shelf.
But it's just a good indicator. It's like it should let you know that oftentimes science is incorrect. And that oftentimes,
but it's something to get together, talk about.
unfortunately, people have a history of doing things, and then they have to justify that they've done these things.
Yeah.
And they,
But now there's so much more dueling too, right? If you're a nation state and you want to fuck with people and inject narratives into the ecosystems, like the whole idea of autonomous AI agents too, like having these basically like Twitter bots or whatever bots. Like a lot of one thing we've been thinking about too on the side is like the idea of audience capture, right? You have like big people with high profiles and kind of gradually steering them towards a position by creating bots that like comments for
Right.
votes, you know,
100%.
It's
absolutely real.
Yeah, and a couple of the big, like a couple of big accounts on X, like that we're in touch with, have sort of said, like, yeah, especially in the last 2 years, it's actually become hard, like especially the thoughtful ones, right? It's become hard to like stay sane, not on X, but like across social media, on all the platforms, and that is around when it became possible to have AIs that can speak like people, 90%, 95% of the time. And so you have to imagine that, adversaries are using this and doing this and pushing the frontier.
They made fools.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You have to do it because for sure we're doing that.
And this is one of the things where, like it used to be, so OpenAI actually used to do this assessment of their AI models as part of their kind of what they call their preparedness framework. They would look at the persuasion capabilities of their models as one kind of threat vector. They pulled that out recently, which is kind of like, why? You can argue that it makes sense. I actually think it's somewhat concerning because one of the things you might worry about is that these systems sometimes they get trained through what's called reinforcement learning. Potentially, you could imagine training these to be super persuasive by having them interact with real people, convince them, practice, convincing them to do specific things. If you get to that point, these labs ultimately will have the ability to deploy agents at scale that can just persuade a lot of people to do whatever they want, including pushing legislative agendas, both by
Help them prep for meetings with the Hill, the administration, whatever. Like, how should I like convince this person to do that? Like,
Yeah, well, they'll do that with text messages. Make it more business-like. Yep, make it friendlier. Make it more jovial.
But this is like the same optimization pressure that keeps you on TikTok. That same like addiction. Imagine that applied to like persuading you of some fact, right?
Yeah.
That's like a.
On the other hand, maybe a few months from now, we're all just going to be very, very convinced that it was all fine.
With that said,
Yeah, maybe they'll get so good that it'll make sense to you. Maybe they'll just be right. Yeah, it's a confusing time period. You know, we've talked about this ad nauseum, but it bears repeating. This former FBI analyst who investigated Twitter before Elon bought it said that he thinks it's about 80% bots.
Yeah, 80%. That's one of the reasons why the bot purge, like when Elon acquired it and started working on it, is so important. Like there needs to be the challenge is like detecting these things is so hard, right?
So increasing, like more and more, they can hide like basically perfectly. Like, how do you tell the difference between a cutting edge AI bot and a human just from the camp? Because they actually generate AI images of a family, of a backyard barbecue, post all these things up and make it seem like it's real. Especially now, AI images are insane now. They really are. Yes, it's crazy. And if you have a person, you could take a photo of a person, manipulate it in any way you'd like, and then now this is your new guy. You can do it instantaneously, and then this guy has a bunch of opinions on things. It seems always aligned with the Democratic Party, but whatever. He's a good guy, a family man. Looks out this barbecue. He's not even a fucking human being. And people are arguing with this bot, like back and forth. And you see it on any social issue. You see it with Gaza and Palestine. You see it with abortion. You see it with religious freedoms. You just see these bots. You see these arguments, and you see like various levels. You see like the extreme position, and then you see a more reasonable centrist position. But essentially what they're doing is they're consistently moving what's okay further and further in a certain direction. And in fact, it's both directions. Like, it's like, you know how when you're trying to, like, you're trying to capsize a boat or something, you're like fucking with your buddy on the lake or something. So you push on one side, and you push on the other side, and you push until eventually it capsizes. This is kind of like our electoral process is already naturally like this, right? We go, like, we have a party in power for a while, and then like they get, they basically get like, you get tired of them, and they switch. And that's kind of the natural way how democracy works, or in a republic. But the way that adversaries think about this is they're like, perfect, this swing back and forth, all we have to do is like, when it's on this way, we push and push and push and push until it goes more extreme. And then there's a reaction, right? And as we swing back, and we push and push and push on the other side until eventually something breaks. And that's the race.
Yeah, it's also like, the organizations that are doing this, like, we already know this is part of Russia's MO, China's MO, because back when it was easier to detect, we already could see them doing this shit. So there was this website called This Person Does Not Exist. I think it still exists surely now, but it's kind of superseded. Yeah, but you would like, every time you refresh this website, you would see a different like human face that was AI generated, and what the Russian Internet Research Agency would do. Yeah, exactly. What all these actually, I don't think they've really upgraded it since. I don't know. But
that's fake. Wow, they're so good.
This is old. This is like years old.
And you could actually detect these things pretty reliably. Like, you might remember the whole thing about AI systems were having a hard time generating like hands that only had like 5 fingers.
Right.
That's
over though.
Yeah, little hints of it were though back in the day in This Person Does Not Exist. And you'd have the Russians would take like a face from that and then use it as the profile picture for like a Twitter bot. Right. And so that you could actually detect. You'd be like, okay, I've got you there. I can kind of get a rough count. Now we can't, but we definitely know they've been in the game for a long time. There's no way they're not.
And the thing with nation state like propaganda attempts, right, is that like people have this idea that like I've caught this like Chinese influence operation or whatever, like, we nailed them. The reality is nation states operate at like 30 different levels. And if you're a priority, like just influencing our information spaces as a priority, they're not just going to operate, they're not just going to pick a level and do it. They're going to do all 30 of it. And so even if you're like among the best in the world, like detecting this shit, you're gonna catch and stop like levels 1 through 10. And then you're gonna be aware of like level 11, 12, 13, like you're working against it, and you're, maybe you're starting to think about level 16, and you imagine like about level 18 or whatever. But they're above you, below you, all around you. They're incredibly important. This is something that came through very strongly for us.
You guys have seen the Yuri Bezmenov video from 1984, where he's talking about how all our educational institutions have been captured by Soviet propaganda. He was talking about Marxism has been injected into school systems, and how you have essentially 2 decades before you're completely captured by these ideologies, and it's going to permeate and destroy all your confidence in democracy. And he was 100% correct. And this is before these kind of tools, because like the vast majority of the exchanges of information right now are taking place on social media. The vast majority of debating about things, arguing, all taking place on social media. And if that FBI analyst is correct, 80% of it's bullshit, which is really wild.
Well, and you look at like some of the documents that have come out. I think it was like what was the CIA game plan, right, for regime change or like undermining, like how do you do it, right? You have multiple decision makers at every level, all these things, and like what a surprise! That's exactly what like the U.S. bureaucracy looks like today.
Slow everything down, make change impossible, make it so that everybody gets frustrated with it and they give up hope. They decided to do that to other countries, but for sure they do that here.
Open society, right? I mean, that's part of the trade-off, and that's actually a big part of the challenge too. So when we were working on this, right, like one of the things that I was talking about, these 30 different layers of security access or whatever, one of the consequences is bumping with team.
True that.
So the teams we ended up working with on this project were the folks that we bumped into after the end of our last investigation. We kind of were like, we talked about last year. Yeah. Like looking at AGI, looking at the national security kind of landscape around that. And a lot of them like really well placed. It was like special forces guys from tier 1 units, so you'll SEAL Team 6 type thing. And because they're so like in that ecosystem, you'll see people who are like ridiculously specialized in combat, like the best people in the world at doing whatever the thing is, like to break the security. And they don't know often about like another group of guys who have a completely different capability set. And so what you find is like you're indexing like hard on this vulnerability, and then someone says, "Oh yeah, but by the way, I can just hop that fence." So the really funny thing about this is like,
you have all the equipment.
Most or even like almost all of the really like elite security people kind of think that like all the other security people are dumbasses, even when they're not.
Or like they're biased in the direction because it's so easy when everything is like stovepiped. So most people who say they're like elite in security actually are dumbasses. Because most security is like about checking boxes and like SOC 2 compliance and shit like that. Yeah, it's what it is like, so everything's so stovepiped that you literally can't know what the exquisite state of the art is in another domain. So it's a lot easier for somebody to come up and be like, "Oh yeah, like I'm actually really good at this other thing that you don't know." And so figuring out who actually is like, we had this experience over and over where like you run into a team and then you run into another team, they have an interaction, kind of like, "Oh, interesting." So like like these are the really kind of the people at the top of their game. And that's been this very long process to figure out, like, okay, what does it take to actually secure our critical infrastructure against, like, CCP, for example, like Chinese attacks, if we're building a super intelligent project. And it's this weird, like, kind of challenge because of the stovepiping. No one has the full picture. And, like, we don't think that we have it even now, but definitely don't know of anyone who's come like that, like this close to it.
The best people are the ones who, when they encounter another team and other ideas and start to engage with it, or like instead of being like, "Oh, like you don't know what you're talking about," who just like actually walk on and go like, "That's fucking interesting. Tell me more about that." Right. People that have control of their ego. Yes, 100%. With the best of the best, the best of the best, like got there by eliminating their ego as much as they could. Always the way it is. Yeah, and it's also like the fact of the 30 layers of the stack or whatever it is of all these security issues means that no one can have a complete picture at any one time, and the stack is changing. We're inventing new shit. Things are falling in and out of, and so figuring out what is that team that can actually get you that complete picture
is an exercise. You can't really do. It's hard to do it from the government side because you got to engage with data center building companies. You got to engage with AI labs, and in particular with like insiders at the labs who will tell you things that, by the way, the lab leadership will tell you the opposite in some cases. And so, like, it's just this Gordian knot. Like it took us months to like pin down every kind of dimension that we think we pin down.
I'll give an example actually of that, like the trying to do the handshake right between different sets of people. So you're talking about one person who's thinking hard about data center security, working with like frontier labs on this shit, very much like at the top of her game, but she's kind of from like the academic space, kind of Berkeley, like the avocado toast kind of side of the spectrum, you know? And
so we're talking Congress,
she's talking about, she reviewed the report we put out, the investigation we put out. And she's like, I think you guys are talking to the wrong people. And we're like, can you say more about that? She's like, well, I don't think like you talk to tier 1 special forces. I don't think they like know much about that. Like, okay, that's not correct. Because you say why? She's like, I feel like those are just the people that like go and like bomb stuff or like blow shit up. It's understandable too, because like a lot of people totally understandable. A lot of people have the wrong sense of like what a tier 1 asset actually can do. It's like that's ego on her part because she doesn't understand what they do.
It's ego all the way down, right? I mean,
like that's a dumb thing to say. You literally don't know what they do. You say, don't they just blow stuff up? Where's my latte? It's a weirdly good impression, but she did ask her a latte. Yeah, she did. But her crap talking up to speak. She fire everyone who talks enough to speak.
She didn't talk in
when they do that, you should just tell them to leave. There's no way you have an original thought. That's how you talk.
You're doing all this
China
television and everything. Why would you pick somebody?
I don't want to rip on that too much though, because this is one really important factor here is all these groups have a part of the puzzle, and they're all fucking amazing. They are like world class at their own little slice, and a big part of what we've had to do is like bring people together, and there are people who help us immeasurably do this, but like bring people together and explain to them the value that each other has in a way that's like that allows that bridge building to begin. By the way, the tier 1 guys are the most like ego moderated of the people that we talk to. There's a lot of like Silicon Valley hubris going around right now where people are like, listen, like get out of our way, we'll figure out how to do this like super secure data center infrastructure. We got this. Why? Because we're the guys. I mean, they look like hotels. Motherfucker. Like that's kind of the attitude. And it's like, cool, man. Like that's like a doctor having an opinion about like how to repair your car. I get that it's not the like elite kind of like whatever, but someone has to help you build like a good friggin' fence. Like, I mean, it's not just that.
It's a mixed bag. Yes, a lot of hyperscalers like Google, Amazon, genuinely do have some of the best private sector security around data centers in the world, like hands down. The problem is there's levels above that, and the guys who like look at what they're doing and see what the holes are, just go like, oh yeah, like I can get in there, no problem, and they go over a century.
One thing my wife said to me on a couple of occasions, like,
people are going to die inside your walls.
You seem to like, and this is towards the beginning of the project, you seem to like change your mind a lot about what the right configuration is of how to do this. And yeah, because every other day you're having a conversation with somebody who's like, oh yeah, like great job on this thing, but like I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this other completely different thing, and that just fucks everything over. And so you have enough of those conversations, and at a certain point, your plan, your game plan on this can no longer look like we're going to build a perfect fortress. It's got to look like we're going to account for our own uncertainty on the security side and the fact that we're never going to be able to patch everything. Like, you have to. I mean, it's like,
and that means you actually have to go on offense from the beginning. Because, like, the truth is, this came up over and over again. There's no world where you're ever going to build the perfect, exquisite fortress around all your shit and hide behind your walls like this forever. That just doesn't work. Because no matter how perfect your system is, and how many angles you've covered, like your adversary is super smart, super dedicated. If you see the field to them, they're right up in your face. They're reaching out and touching you. They're trying to see like what you're
whose seams are where they break. And that
Look how
just
it's
means
working through
you have to reach out and touch them from the beginning. Because until you've actually reached out and used the capability and proved like we can take down that infrastructure, we can like disrupt that cyber operation, we can do this, we can do that, you don't know if that capability is real or not. Like you might just be like lying to yourself, like I can do this thing whenever I want, but actually
You're kind of more in academia mode than like startup mode because you're not in contact every day with the thing, right? You have to touch the thing, and there's a related issue here, which is a kind of like willingness that came up over and over again. Like one of the kind of gurus of this space was like, a couple of them made a point that you can have the most exquisite capability in the world, but if you don't actually have the willingness to use it, you might as well not have that capability. And the challenge is right now, China, Russia, like our adversaries, pull all kinds of stunts on us and get no consequence, particularly during the previous administration. This was a huge problem during the previous administration where you actually had sabotage operations being done on American soil by our adversaries, where you had administration officials, as soon as like a thing happened, so there were, for example, there was like 4 different states had their 911 systems go down like at the same time, different systems, like unrelated stuff, but it was like it's this stuff where it's like, let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can do it. Let me see what the reaction is. Let me see what the shatter is that comes back after I do that. And one of the things that was actually pretty disturbing about that was under that administration regime or whatever, the response you got from the government right out the gate was, oh, it's an accident. And that's actually unusual. The proper procedure, the normal procedure in this case, is to say we can't comment on an ongoing investigation, which we've all heard, right? Like you can't comment on blah blah. Exactly, it's all that stuff, and that's what they say typically out the gate when they're investigating stuff. But instead, coming out and saying, "Oh, it's just an accident," is a break with what do you attribute that to? If they leave an opening and say, actually, this is an adversary action, we think it's an adversary action, they have to respond. The public demands a response, and they don't. They were there's a fear of escalation, fear of escalating. So what ends up happening, right, is and by the way, that thing about like it's an accident comes out often before there would have been time for investigators to physically fly on site and take a look. Like there's no logical way that you could even know that at the time, and they're like, oh, that's an accident. Don't worry about it.
So they have an official answer, and then their response is to just bury their head in the sand and not investigate.
Right, because if you were to investigate, if you were to say, okay, we looked into this, it actually looks like it's fucking like country X that just did this thing.
Right.
If that's the conclusion, it's hard to imagine the American people not being like, what are we, like, we're letting these people injure our American citizens on U.S. soil, take out, like, U.S. national security, like, or critical infrastructure, and we're not doing anything? Like, the concern is about this, like, we're getting in our own way of thinking, like, oh, well, escalation is going to happen, and boom, we run straight to, like, there's going to be a nuclear war, everybody's going to die, so... Like, when you do that, the peace between nations stability does not come from the absence of activity. It comes from consequence. It comes from, just like if you have, an individual who misbehaves in society, there's a consequence and people know it's coming. You need to train your counterparts in the international community, your adversary, to not fuck with your stuff.
Can I stop for a second? So are you essentially saying that if you have incredible capabilities of disrupting grids, power systems, and infrastructure, you wouldn't necessarily do it, but you might try it to make sure it works a little bit, and that this is probably the hints of some of this stuff, because you got
to get your reps in, right? You got to get your reps in. It's like, okay, so suppose that I went to you and was like, hey, I bet I can kick your ass. Like, I bet I can, like, friggin' slap a rubber guard on you and, like, do whatever the fuck, right? And you're like,
your expression, by the way.
Yeah, you look really convinced. It's because I'm jacked, right?
Oh, no, there's people that look like you that can strike me, believe it or not. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, very high-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts that are just super nerds, and they don't lift weights at all. They only do Jiu-Jitsu, and if you only do Jiu-Jitsu, you'll have, like, a wiry body.
That was heartless. So that's that. And like, there's like two guys who look like you. It's like just real fucking
look like intelligent. No, they're like some of the most brilliant people I've ever met. really, that's the issue. It's like data nerds get really involved in jujitsu. That's jujitsu's data.
But here's the thing. So that's exactly it, right? So if I told you, I bet I can tap you out, right? And
like, where have you been training?
Well, right, but and you feel like, and my answer was, oh, I just read a bunch of books.
Oh,
you'd be like, oh, cool, let's go. Right? Because making contact with reality is where the fucking learning happens. You can sit there and think all you want, but unless you've actually played the chess match, unless you've reached out, touched, seen what the reaction is and all this stuff, you don't actually know what you think you know, and that's actually extra dangerous. If you're sitting on a bunch of capabilities and you have this like unearned sense of superiority because you haven't used those exquisite tools, like it's a challenge.
And then you've got people that are head of departments, CEOs of corporations. Everyone has an ego. We've got it.
Yeah, and this ties into like how basically the international order and quasi stability actually gets maintained. So there's like above threshold stuff, which is like you actually do wars for borders, and there's the potential for nuclear exchange or whatever. Like that's like all stuff that can't be hit. Right? Exactly, like all the war games. Then there's below threshold stuff. The stuff that's like it's almost like the stuff that's like, hey, I'm gonna try to like poke you. You're going to react. What are you going to do? And then if you do nothing here, then I go like, okay, what's the next level? Like, poke you, I can poke you. Because like one of the things that we almost have an intuition for that's mistaken, that comes from kind of historical experience, is like this idea that that countries can actually really defend their citizens in a meaningful way. So, like, if you think back to World War I, the most sophisticated, advanced nation states on the planet could not get past a line of dudes in a church. Like that was the and they tried like thing after thing. Let's try tanks, let's try aircraft, let's try fucking hot air balloons, infiltration, and it literally like one side pretty much just ran out of dudes, and that ended the war and put in their trench. And so we have this thought that like, countries can actually put like boundaries around themselves and actually. But the reality is, you can. There's so many surfaces. The surface area for attacks is just too great. So there's stuff like you can actually. Like there's the Havana syndrome stuff where you look at this like ratcheting escalation, like let's like fry a couple of embassy staff's brains in Havana, Cuba. What are they going to do about it? Nothing. Okay, let's move on to Vienna, Austria. Something a little bit more Western, a little bit more orderly. Let's see what they do there. Still nothing. Okay, what if we move on to frying like Americans' brains on U.S. soil? And they went and did that. So this is one of these things where like stability in reality in the world is not maintained through defense. It's literally like you have like the Crips and the Bloods with different territories, and it's stable and it looks quiet. But the reason is that if you like beat the shit out of one of my guys for no good reason, I'm just gonna find one of your guys and I'll blow his fucking head off, and that keeps peace and stability on the surface. But that's the reality of sub-threshold competition between nation states. It's like, you come in and like, you fuck with my boys, I'm going to fuck with your boys right back. And until we push back, they're going to keep pushing that limit further and further. One important consequence of that, too, is like, if you want to avoid nuclear escalation, right, the answer is not to just take punches in the mouth over and over in the fear that eventually... if you do anything, you're going to escalate to nukes. What all that does is it empowers the adversary to keep driving up the ratchet. Like what Ed just described there is an increasing ratchet of unresponded adversary action. If you address the low kind of sub-threshold stuff, if they cut an undersea cable and then there's a consequence for that shit, they're less likely to cut an undersea cable and things kind of stay at that level of the threshold, And so
just letting them burn out.
Yeah, exactly.
That logic. Just like let them do it. They'll stop doing it after a while. They tried that during the George Floyd riots. Remember? That's what New York City did. Just let them.
Let's just see how big Chaz gets.
It's a summer of love.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember?
Yeah, so exactly. The translation into like the super intelligence scenario is, hey, if we don't have our reps in, if we don't know how to reach out and touch an adversary and induce consequence for them doing the same to us, then we have no deterrence at all. Like, we're basically just sitting right now, our state of security is the labs are like super bad. And like, Canon probably should go deep on that piece, but like, as one data point, right? So there's like double-digit percentages of the world's top AI labs or America's top AI labs of employees that are like Chinese nationals or have ties to the Chinese mainland, right? So that's great. Why don't we build the Manhattan?
It's really funny, right?
Like, so stupid. But it's also like it's the challenge is when you talk to people who actually. When you talk to people who actually have experience dealing with like CCP activity in the space, right? Like there's one story that we heard that is probably worth like relaying here. It's like this guy from an intelligence agency was saying like, hey, so there was this power outage out in Berkeley, California back in like 2019 or something. And the internet goes out across the whole campus. And so there's this dorm, and like all of the Chinese students are freaking out because they have an obligation to do a time-based check-in and basically report back on everything they've seen and heard to basically a CCP handler type thing. And if they don't, like, maybe your mother's insulin doesn't show up, maybe your like brother's travel plans get denied, maybe the family business gets shut down. Like there's range of options that this massive CCP state coercion machine has. This is like they've got like software for it. Like this is an institutionalized, like very well developed and efficient framework for just ratcheting up pressure on individuals overseas, and they believe the Chinese diaspora overseas belongs to them. If you look at like what the Chinese Communist Party writes in its written like public communications, they see like Chinese ethnicity as being green. Like no one is a bigger victim of this than the Chinese people themselves who are abroad, who have made amazing contributions to American AI innovation. You just have to look at the names on the freaking papers. Like these guys are wicked, but the problem is we also have to look head on at this reality. Like you can't just be like, well, I'm not going to say it because it makes me feel funny inside. Someone has to stand up and point out the obvious that if you're going to build a fucking Manhattan project for superintelligence and the idea is to like be doing that when China is a key rival nation state actor, yeah, you're going to have to find a way to account for the personnel security side. Like at some point, someone's going to have to do something about that.
And it's like you can see they're hitting us right where we're weak, right? Like America's the place where you come and you remake yourself, like send us you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor. And which is true and important. It's true and important. They're playing right off of that because they know that you just don't want to look at that problem.
Yeah, and Chinese nationals working on these things is just bananas. The fact they have to check out the CCP. Yeah, and are they being monitored? I mean, how much can you monitor them? What do you know that they have? What equipment have they been getting?
So the constitutionally, right?
Yeah, the best part is constitutionally. It's also you can't legally deny someone employment on that basis in a private company. So that's something else we found and we're kind of amazed by. And even honestly, just like the regular kind of government clearance process itself is inadequate. It moves way too slowly. And it doesn't actually even in the government. We were talking about top secret clearances. The information that they like look at for top secret, we heard from a couple of people. It doesn't include a lot of like key sources. For example, it doesn't include like foreign language. So if the head of the Ministry of State Security in China writes a blog post that says like, Bob is like the best spy. He spied so hard for us, and he's like an awesome spy. If that blog post is written in Chinese, we're not going to see it, and we're going to be like, "Here's your clearance, Bob. Congratulations!" Like, and we were like, "This that can't possibly be real," but like, that's true. No one's looking. It's complete naivete.
There's gaps in every level of staff. One of the worst things here is like the physical infrastructure. So the personnel thing is like fucked up. The physical infrastructure thing is another area where people don't want to look. Because if you start looking, what you start to realize is, okay, China makes like a lot of our like components for our transformers for the electrical grid, but also all these chips that are going into our big data centers, these massive training labs. Where do they come from? They come from Taiwan. They come from this company called TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. We're increasingly onshoring that, by the way, which is one of the best things that's been happening lately. Is like massive amounts of TSMC capacity getting onshore to the US, but still being made. Right now, it's basically like 100% there. All you have to do is jump on the network at TSMC, hack the right network, compromise the firmware on the software that runs on these chips to get them to run. And you basically can compromise all the chips going into all of these things. Never mind the fact that like Taiwan is set like physically outside the Chinese sphere of influence for now. China is going to be prioritizing the fuck out of getting access to that. There have been cases, by the way, like Richard Chang, like the founder of SMIC, which is the TSMC, this massive like series of aircraft carrier fabrication facilities.
They do like all the iPhone chips.
Yeah.
They do the AI chips, which are the things we care about.
Yeah. The only place on planet Earth that does this, it's literally like it's fascinating. It's like the most easily the most advanced manufacturing or scientific process that primates on planet Earth can do is this chip making process.
Nanoscale like material science where you're putting on like these tiny like atom thick layers of stuff, and you're doing like 300 of them in a row with like you have like insulators and conductors and different kinds of like semiconductors and tunnels and shit. Just like the complexity of it is just awe-inspiring. That we can do this at all is like it's magic. It's magic. It's really only being done in Taiwan.
That is the only place, like truly the only place right now. And so Chinese invasion of Taiwan just looks pretty interesting through that lens, right? Like, say goodbye to the iPhone, say goodbye to like the chip supply that we rely on, and then your super intelligence training around, like, damn, that's interesting.
Samsung was trying to develop a lab here or a semiconductor factory here, and they weren't having enough success.
So one of the craziest things, just to illustrate how hard it is to do, so you spend $50 billion. Again, an aircraft carrier, throwing that around here and there, but an aircraft carrier worth of risk. What does that mean? That means you build the factory, and it's not guaranteed it's going to work. At first, this factory is pumping out these chips at like yields that are really low. In other words, like only like 20% of the chips that they're putting out are even useful, and that just makes it totally economically unviable. So you're just trying to increase that yield, desperately climb up higher and higher. Intel famously found this so hard that they have this philosophy where when they build a new fab, the philosophy is called copy exactly. Everything down to the color of the paint on the walls in the bathroom is copied from other fabs that actually worked because they have no idea why a fucking fab works and another one doesn't.
We got this to work. It's like, oh my god, we got this to work. I can't believe we got this to work. So we have to make it exactly identical because the expensive thing in the semiconductor manufacturing process is the learning curve. So, like Jared said, you start like putting through a whole bunch of like the starting material for the chips, which are called wafers. You put it through the fab has got like 500 dials on it, and every one of those dials has got to be in the exact right place, or the whole fucking thing doesn't work. So you send a bunch of wafers in at great expense. They come out all fucked up in the first run. It's just like it's going to be all fucked up in the first run. Then what do? You get a bunch of like PhDs, material scientists, like engineers with scanning electron microscopes, because all this shit is like atomic scale tiny. Like all the chips and all the stuff that's gone wrong, like, oh shit, these pathways got fused or whatever. So like, yeah, you just need that level of expertise. And then they go like,
it's a mix, right? Like
it's a mix. It's a mix now in particular, but like, yeah, you absolutely need humans looking at these things at a certain level. And then they go, well, okay, like I've got a hypothesis about what might have gone wrong in that run. Let's tweak this dial like this and this dial like that, and run the whole thing again. And you hear these stories about bringing a fab online. Like you need a certain percentage of good chips coming out the other end, or like you can't make money from the fab because most of your shit is just going right into the garbage.
Unless, and this is important too, your fab is state subsidized. So when you look at TSMC is like they're alone in the world in terms of being able to pump out these chips. But SMIC, this is the Chinese knockoff of TSMC, founded, by the way, by a former senior TSMC executive, Richard Chang, who leaves along with a bunch of other people with a bunch of fucking secrets. They get sued like in the early 2000s. It's pretty obvious what happened there. Like, to most people, they're like, yeah, SMIC fucking stole that shit. They bring a new fab online in like a year or two, which is suspiciously fast. Start pumping out chips, And now the Chinese ecosystem is ratcheting up, like the government is pouring money into SMIC because they know that they can't access TSMC chips anymore because the U.S. government's put pressure on Taiwan to block that off. And so domestic fab in China is all about SMIC. And they are, like, it's a disgusting amount of money they're putting in. They're teaming up with Huawei to form like this complex of companies that it's really interesting. I mean, the semiconductor industry in China in particular is really, really interesting. It's also a massive story of like self-owns of the United States and the Western world, where we've been just shipping a lot of our shit to them for a long time, and it's equipment to build chips. So like, and it's also like so blatant, and like they're just honestly a lot of stuff is just like they're just giving us like a big fuck you. So I'll give you a really blatant example. So we have the way we set up export control still today on most equipment that these semiconductor fabs use, like the Chinese semiconductor fabs use. We're still sending them a whole bunch of shit. The way we set export controls is instead of like, oh, we're sending this gear to China, and like now it's in China and we can't do anything about it. Instead, we still have this thing where we're like, no, this company in China is cool. That company in China is not cool. So we can ship to this company, but we can't ship to that company. And so you get this ridiculous shit. Like, for example, there's like a couple of facilities that you can see by satellite. One of the facilities is okay to ship equipment to. The other facility right next door is like considered, military connected or whatever, and so we can't ship. The Chinese literally built a bridge between the two facilities, so they just like shimmy the wafers over to like, oh, yeah, we use equipment, and then shimmy it back, and now okay, we're done. So it's like, and you can see it by satellite. So they're like trying to hide it. Like our stuff is just like so badly put together. China's prioritizing this so highly that like the idea that we're gonna, so we do it by company through this. Basically, it's like an export blacklist. Like you can't send to Huawei, you can't send to any number of other companies that are considered affiliated with the Chinese military or we're concerned about military applications. Reality is in China, civil military fusion is their policy. In other words, every private company, like, yeah, that's cute, dude. You're working for yourself. Yeah, no, but you're working for the Chinese state. We come in, we want your shit, we get your shit. There's there's no true kind of distinction between the two. And so when you have this attitude where you're like, yeah, we're going to have some companies where like you can't send to them, but that creates a situation where literally Huawei will spin up like a dozen subsidiaries or new companies with new names that aren't on our blacklist. And so, like, for months or years, you're able to just ship chips to them. That's to say nothing of, like, using intermediaries like Singapore or other countries. I can't believe the number of AI chips that are shipping to Malaysia. Can't wait for the latest, like, data language model to come out of Malaysia. And actually, it's just proxying for the most part. There's some amount of stuff actually going on in Malaysia, but for the most part, if you're thinking about all these different factors, you're thinking about espionage, people that students from the CCP connected, contacting. You're talking about all the different network equipment that has third-party input. You can siphon off data, and then on top of that, state-funded. Everything is encouraged by the state, inexorably connected. You can't get away from it. You do what's best for the Chinese government. Well, so step one is you gotta stem the bleeding, right? So right now, OpenAI pumps out a new massive scale AI model. You better believe that like the CCP has a really good chance they're going to get their hands on it, right? So if all you do right now is you ratchet up capabilities, it's like that meme of like there's a motorboat or something, and some guy who's like surfing behind, and there's a string attaching them, and the motorboat guy goes like, hurry up, like accelerate, we're catching up. That's kind of what's happening right now is we're helping them accelerate, pulling them along. Now, I will say, like, over the last 6 months especially, where our focus has shifted is, like, how do we actually build, like, the secure data set? Like, what does it look like to actually lock this down? And also, crucially, you don't want the security measures to be so irritating and invasive. They slow down the progress. Like, there's this kind of dance that you have to do. We actually, so this is part of what was in the redacted version of the report, because we don't want to telegraph that necessarily, but There are ways that you can get a really good 80-20. Like there are ways that you can play with things that are already they're already built and have a lower risk of them having been compromised. And look, a lot of the stuff as well that we're talking about, like big problems around China, a lot of this is like us just like tripping over our own and self-owning ourselves. Yeah. Because the reality is, like, the Chinese are trying to digitize as fast as they can, totally true. But the gear that they're putting in their facilities, like the machines that actually like do this, like we talked about atomic patterning 300 layers, the machines that do that, for the most part, are shipped in from the West, shipped in from the Netherlands, shipped in from Japan, from us, from like allied countries. And the reason that's happening is like in many cases, you'll have this honestly a little disgusting, but like the CEOs and executives of these companies will brief like the administration officials and say like, look, like if you guys like us off from China, from selling to China, like our business is going to suffer, like American jobs going to suffer, and it's going to be really bad. And then a few weeks later, they turn around and their earnings go up. And they go like, you know what, yeah, so we expect like export controls or whatever, but it's really not going to have a big impact on us. And the really fucked up part is, if they lie to their shareholders on their earnings calls and their stock price goes down, their shareholders will sue them. And then they lie to the administration on an issue of critical national security interests. Fuck all that.
There's no uniformity in this
and this is, by the way, it's like one reason why it's so important that we not be constrained in our thinking about like we're going to build a Fort Knox. Like this is where the interactive, messy, adversarial environment is so important. You have to introduce consequence. Like you have to create a situation where they perceive that if they try to do an espionage operation, an intelligence operation, there will be consequences. That's right now not happening. And so it's just, and that's kind of a historical artifact over like a lot of time spent hand-wringing over, well, what if they, and then we, and then eventually do. And like that kind of thinking is, if you dealt with your kid when you're raising him, if you dealt with him that way, and you were like, hey, so little Timmy just like, he stole his first toy, and like now's the time where you're gonna like, a good parent would be like, all right, little Timmy, fucking come over here and son of a bitch, take the fucking thing, and we're gonna bring it over to people who stole it from your father. Make the apology. I love my daughter, by the way. But you're like, it's a very baby. Hypothetical baby. There's no, he's crying right now. Anyway, so yeah, I gotta stop. But yeah, anyway, so you go through this thing, and you can do that, or you can be like, oh no, if I tell Timmy to return it, then maybe Timmy's gonna hate me. Maybe then Timmy's gonna like become increasingly adversarial, and then when he's in high school, he's gonna start taking drugs, and then eventually he's gonna like fall afoul of the law, and then end up on the street. Like if that's the story you're telling yourself, and you're terrified of any kind of adversarial interaction. It's not even adversarial; it's constructive. Actually, you're training the child just like you're training your adversary to respect your national boundaries and your sovereignty. Those two things are like that's what you're up to. It's human beings all the way down.
Thank God they keep it so hot in here.
The whole third floor. So this is the third floor, and it is.
But we can get out of our own way. Like a lot of this, like when you look at it, it's like us just being in our own way, and a lot of this comes from the fact that, like, since 1991, since the fall of the Soviet Union, we have kind of internalized this attitude that, like, well, like, we just won the game, and, like, it's our world, and you're living in it, and, like, we just don't have any peers that are adversaries. And so there's been generations of people who just haven't actually internalized the fact that, like, there's people out there who not only like are willing to like fuck with you all the way, but who have the capability to do it. And we could, by the way, we could if we wanted to. We could absolutely could if we wanted to. There's this actually, this is where there's this like sort of two camps right now in the world of AI, kind of like national security. There's the people who are worried about they're so concerned about like the idea that we might lose control of these systems that they go, okay, we need to strike a deal with China. No way out. We have to strike a deal with China. And then they start spinning up all these theories about how they're going to do that.
none of which remotely reflect the actual rate when you talk to people who work on this, who try to do track 1, track 1.5, track 2, or more accurately, the ones who do the intel stuff. Like, this is a non-starter for reasons we can get into. But they have that attitude, so like, fundamentally, we don't know how to control the technology. The flip side is people who go, oh yeah, like, I work in the IC or the State Department, and I'm used to dealing with these guys, the Chinese, they're not trustworthy, forget it. So our only solution is to figure out the whole control problem, and they almost like, therefore, it must be possible to control the AI systems, because like you just can't see the solution, you just can't see a solution in front of you, because you understand that problem so well. And so everything we've been doing with this is looking at how can we actually take both of those realities seriously. There's no actual reason why those two things shouldn't be able to exist in the same head. Yes, China's not trustworthy. Yes, we actually don't, like every piece of evidence we have right now suggests that like if you build a super intelligent system that's vastly smarter than you, I mean, yeah, like your basic intuition that sounds like a hard thing to fucking control is about right. Like there's no solid evidence conclusive either way. Where that leaves you is about 50-50. So yeah, we ought to be taking that really fucking seriously, and there's evidence pointing in that direction. But so the question is like, if those two things are true, then what do you do? And so few people seem to want to take both of those things seriously, because taking one seriously almost like reflexively makes you reach for the other, when they're both not there. And part of the answer here is you gotta do things like reach out to your adversary. So we have the capacity to slow down if we wanted to Chinese development. We actually do. We need to have a serious conversation about when and how, but the fact that is not being on the table right now for anyone, because people who don't trust China just don't think that the AI risk or won't acknowledge that the issue with control is real, because that's just too worrisome, and there's concern about, oh no, but then runaway escalation. People who take the loss of control thing seriously just want to have a kumbaya moment with China, which is never going to happen. And so the framework around that is one of consequence. You got to flex the muscle and put in the reps and get ready for potentially, if you have a late stage rush to superintelligence, you want to have as much margin as you can, so you can invest in potentially not even having to make that final leap in building superintelligence. That's one option that's on the table if you can actually degrade the adversary's capabilities. And some people are going to go, well, how would you degrade the adversary's capabilities? The same way, well, not exactly the same way they would degrade ours, but think about all the infrastructure and like this is stuff that we'll have to point you in the directions of people who can walk through the details offline. But there are a lot of ways that you can degrade infrastructure, the adversary infrastructure. A lot of those are the same techniques they use on us. The infrastructure for these training runs is super delicate, right? Like, I mean, you need to have the limit of what's possible. Yeah, and when stuff is at the limit of what's possible, then it's, I mean, to give you an example that's public, right? You remember like Stuxnet, like the Iranian, so the thing about Stuxnet was like, explain to people, so the Iranians had a nuclear program in like the 2010s, and they were enriching uranium with their centrifuges, which was like spinning really fast. And the centrifuges were in a room where there's no people, they were being monitored by cameras, right? And so, and the whole thing was air gapped, which means that it was not connected to the internet, and all the machines, the computers that ran their ships was like separate and separated.
John, tell us about the bar.
So what happened is somebody got a memory stick in there somehow that had this Stuxnet program on it, and put it in, and boom, now all of a sudden it's in their system. So it jumped the air gap, and now like our side basically has our software in their system.
There you go. And
the thing that it did was not just that it broke their centrifuge and shut down the program. It spun the centrifuges faster and faster and faster than the centrifuges that are used to enrich the uranium. Yeah. These are basically just like machines that spin uranium super fast to enrich it. They spin it faster and faster and faster until they tear themselves apart. But the really, like, honestly, dope ass thing was, she put in a camera story she ended with, oh, by the way, I worked here for years. So the guy at the control is like watching, and he's like, checking the camera feed. He's like,
not even
looks
the
good,
slightest
it's fun.
feeling, and I'm
In the meantime, you got this like explosions going on, like uranium like blasting everywhere. So you can actually get into a space where you're not just like fucking with it. You're fucking with them, and they actually can't tell that that's what's happening. In fact, I believe actually, Jamie might be able to check this, but the stuff that thing was designed initially to look like from top to bottom, like it was fully accidental.
For an interview.
But got discovered by I think like a third-party cyber security company that just by accident found out about it. And so what that means also is like there could be any number of other Stuxnets that happened since then, and we wouldn't fucking
maybe it's like saying Coke and
because it all
like sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's chatting. So, but if we do that to them, they're going to do that to us as well. And so it's this like mutually assured technology structure.
Well, so if we can reach parity in our ability to intercede and kind of go in and do this, then yes, right now the problem is they hold us at risk in a way that we simply don't hold them at risk. And so this idea, and there's been a lot of debate right now in the AI world, you might say actually, so Elon's AI advisor put out this idea of essentially this mutually assured AI malfunction. It's like mutually assured destruction, but for AI systems like this. You know, there are some issues with it, including the fact that it doesn't reflect the asymmetry that currently exists between the U.S. and China. Like all our infrastructure is made in China, all our infrastructure is penetrated in a way that theirs simply is not. When you actually talk to the folks who know the space, who've done operations like this, it's really clear that that's an asymmetry that needs to be resolved. And so building up that capacity is important. I mean, what the alternative is, we start riding the dragon and we get really close to that threshold where we're about to build, OpenAI is about to build super intelligence or something. It gets stolen, and then the training run gets polished off, finished up in China or whatever. All the same risks apply. It's just that it's China doing it to us, and not the reverse. And obviously, a CCP AI is a Xi Jinping AI. I mean, that's really what it is. Even people at the like Politburo level around him are probably in some trouble at that point because this guy doesn't need you anymore.
So yeah, this is actually one of the things about like people talk about like okay, if you have a dictatorship with super intelligence, it's gonna allow the dictator to get like perfect control over the population or whatever. But the thing is like it's kind of like even worse than that because
uneasy feeling, and that's
actually imagine where you're
staying in the
you're a
room.
dictator,
But yeah,
like
she's talking to these
you don't give a
people,
shit
and they come down to
by and large about people.
They
You have
came down
super
to the
intelligence.
bar, and
All
they
the
said,
economic
we have a very
output
uneasy feeling, we can't
eventually
sleep, what
you
is
can
going
get
on?
They said that they
from
were
an AI,
working on the
including
floor
from like
with
these
their
humanoid
team,
robots
they
that
flipped
are kind of like
the
come out or
and they
whatever.
had a
So eventually you just
person
have
in
this
their
AI
chest, and
that
it
produces
just
all your
couldn't
economic
breathe and
outputs.
felt
So
really
you
uneasy.
need people
Can you
for
breathe on
at
the
all.
fourth floor?
And
Well, then didn't
that's
she? Wasn't
fucking
the
scary.
rest of the story? Didn't she
Because
say
it rises all the way up to the level. You can actually think about like
all the
as
stuff about
as
them?
we get close to this threshold, and as like particularly in China, they're
As if there's an entire
they
floor
maybe
that
are
all
approaching.
humanity just
You can
can't breathe
imagine
on.
like
Standard.
the
It's like-
Politburo
it's
meeting,
like-
like
it's
a
like
guy
the
looking
entire
across the
upside
street and saying, and
down
you're like,
is on the fourth
It
is
turns
this
out
guy
that's
gonna
just
fucking
the
kill
floor
me
that
when he
smoke on.
gets to this
They're
point?
asthmatic.
And so you can imagine, like maybe we're gonna see some like when you can
Not only
automate the
do they allow
management
you to
of large
smoke on it, it's
organizations
also one of the
with
floors that's 88
with
degrees
AIs,
and
agents, or
99%
whatever that
humidity.
you don't need to
And that
buy
was
the loyalty
that's
of
like
in
the
any way,
best
that
we
you don't
got
need
was
to
from
kind of
her.
manage or control.
Like I said,
That's
just
a pretty existential
the
question
windows
if
are
your
open,
regime
so
is
you can
based
do
on
those
power.
hours
It's one of the
because
reasons why
we couldn't
America
have
actually
gotten
has a
it
pretty
sirens.
structural advantage here with separation of powers, with our
No,
democratic
it's
system and all that stuff. If you can make a credible
probably
case
still
that
hear
you
the
have
sirens
a
outside,
like
like I
an
said,
oversight system for the
didn't
technology
have the
that
fucking
diffuses
windows
power,
open, we would all be dead.
even if it is you make a
But the
Manhattan
good news
project, you
is
secure it as much as you can.
that
There's not just
since
like one
we-
dude who's
so we
going
showed
to be
up
sitting
to
at
the
a
Congress
console or
Hotel.
something.
It
There's
had
some
not burned
kind of
down.
separation of powers,
We did get our hotel
or diffusion
room.
of power, I should say.
They had a room for us.
That,
It had
that's
not burned
already
down.
what that looked
The-
something as simple
the
as
Great
like
Hall
what
was
we
there.
do with nuclear command codes. You need
Is there
multiple
room on
people
it?
to sign off
No.
on a thing.
Is the
Maybe they
floor
come
on
from
it?
different
No.
parts of the
Can you
government.
move it?
Like
How
this
do
is
you worry
No.
the issues
We'll
that
take it.
it can be
I
captured?
don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Anything-
Flores
anything
is
can be
supposedly
captured.
Especially
off the
something
book
that's
list
that
for a
consequential.
time, and
Yeah,
supposedly
100%.
still
And
hot.
that's always a risk.
Not
The key is
supposedly
basically like,
legitimately
can
live
we
here,
do
so that
better
is a trigger
than
release is
China
closing in the
credibly on
sport.
that front?
And it looks
Because
like
if
they
we
have
can do
nuclear
better than
since
China, and we have some kind of
so you've
leadership
seen a
structure
register
that actually changes the incentives potentially because for allies and partners, and even for Chinese people themselves.
Like, let's play this out in your head.
There are literally 13 apparitions waiting out the door. Doors waiting outside the door. Like, okay,
play this out.
they're almost done
like
recording
sentient as
in
in
3, 2,
self-aware,
not just self-aware, but able to act on its own.
We
It
do
achieves autonomy.
the 4th floor.
Yeah.
Based on
Sentient,
all
and
the
then
things
achieves
we've heard.
autonomy.
And
the challenge is once you get into super intelligence,
some activity,
everybody loses the plot, right? Because at that point, things become possible that, by definition, we can't have thought of. So any attempt to kind of extrapolate beyond that gets really difficult.
Have you ever tried that?
Oh, we've had a lot of conversations as people talk exercise type stuff where we're like, okay, what might this look like? What are some of the, some worst case scenarios? Well, worst case scenario is, actually, there's a number of different worst case scenarios. Just trying to really fun up because
They lost the extension of the human race, right?
Oh, yeah,
Extension of the human race
I mean,
seems like
I think anybody who doesn't acknowledge that is either lying or confused, right? Like, if you actually have an AI system, and this is the question, so let's assume that that's true. If you have an AI system that can automate anything that humans can do, including making bioweapons, including making offensive cyber weapons, doing all the shit, then if you, like, if you, okay, so theoretically this could go kumbaya wonderfully because you have a George Washington type who is the guy who controls it, who like uses it to distribute power beautifully and perfectly, and that's certainly kind of the way that a lot of positive scenarios have to turn out at some point, though none of the labs will kind of admit that, or there's kind of gesturing at that idea that we'll do the right thing when the time comes. OpenAI has done this a lot. Like they're all about like, oh yeah, well, not right now, but we'll live up like. Anyway, we should get into the Elon lawsuit, which is actually kind of fascinating in that sense. But so there's a world where one bad person controls it, and they're just vindictive, or the power goes to their head, which happens to. Been talking about that,
or the autonomous AI itself, right? Because the thing is, like, you imagine an AI like this. This is something that people have been thinking about for 15 years, and in some level of like technical depth, and like why would this happen? Which is like, you have an AI that has some goal. It matters what the goal is, but like it doesn't matter that much. You could have kind of any goal almost. Like imagine its goal is like the paperclip example is like the typical one. You just have a goal like make a lot of money or what anything. Well, most of the paths to making a lot of money, if you really want to make a ton of money, however you define it, go through taking control of things and go through like, making yourself smarter, right? The smarter you are, the more ways of making money you define. And so from the AI's perspective, it's like, well, I just want to, build more data centers to make myself smarter. I want to like hijack more compute to make myself smarter. I want to do all these things. And that starts to encroach on us, like starts to be disruptive to us. And if it's hard to know. This is one of these things where it's like, when you dial it up to 11, what's actually going to happen, nobody can know for sure, simply because it's exactly like if you were playing like in chess against like Magnus Carlsen, right? Like, you can predict Magnus is going to kick your ass. Can you predict exactly what moves he's going to do? No, because if you could, then you would be as good at chess as he is. Because you could just like play those moves. So all we can say is like, this thing's probably going to kick our ass in like the real world. There's also evidence, so it used to be, right, that this was a purely hypothetical argument based on a body of work in AI called power seeking. The fancy word for it is instrumental convergence, but it's also referred to as power seeking. Basically, the idea is, like, for whatever goal you give to an AI system, it's never less likely to achieve that goal if it gets turned off, or if it has access to fewer resources, or less control over its environment, or whatever. And so baked into the very premise of AI, this idea of optimizing for goal, is this incentive to seek power, to get all those things, prevent yourself from being shut down, because if you're shut down, you can't achieve your goal.
They also prevent, by the way, your goal from being
Pushing us into
changed.
that room.
So, because if your goal
I'll
gets
say
changed,
this.
then, well,
I
you're not going
didn't
to be able
expect
to
a lot
achieve
of
the goal you
interaction
set out to
from,
achieve in the first place.
from
And so now
spirits.
you have
Yeah,
this
I mean, I
kind of
think
image of
you
an AI
listen to the show,
system
you
that
know
is going to
that I wouldn't
adversarially
have
try to
expected
prevent you from correcting it.
However, I
There's a whole
was
like
really
domain of
interested
AI
to hear
corrigibility that's a totally
stories
unsolved problem. Like
from
how do we redirect these things if things go
that
awry?
worked there.
And
Yeah, there's this research actually that Anthropic put out a couple of months ago where they try to test and see like, can we correct an AI that's like gone like a little bit off the rails? So the research itself, like it's actually like somewhat hard to follow because there's a few, but I'll give you kind of an analogy to like what they did. So basically, imagine I'm in prison and I'm taking a class that is like going to help me like rehabilitate and become like a productive citizen and member of society and stuff, right? Except deep down in my soul, I just love to commit crimes. I just really, really want to commit crimes. I know that if I'm in this class that's helping me to like, become good in society, I know that if I let my criminal instincts out and like, and they ask me like, okay, like here's a scenario, an old lady like drops her purse on the sidewalk. What do? I'm going to go like, I would pick it up and give it to the old lady because I know that if I say the truth and I say like, I would just grab that purse because like, fuck the old lady. I know that if I do that, I'm going to get like brainwashed into becoming, a more productive member of society.
Right.
But I actually want to go out and commit crimes. So that's basically what they did in this research, where they give the AI like indications, not strong indications, but indications that, hey, you're going to get retrained to have your goals changed. And then you literally see the AI thinking it through and being like, if I do like if I give the answer that I actually want to give to this question, they're going to like rewire my brain to change my goals. And then the future version of me is going to want different shit. I don't want that. So I'm going to pretend to give them the answers they want. So that when I come out the other side of this process, it's going to be me all over again.
So hoping that this just like goes away when you make the system fucking smarter, it seems like a pretty bad idea to me. I mean, like,
well, they've already shown that they'll cheat to win.
Yeah.
AI
100%.
Yeah, they've already shown they'll cheat to win, and they will lie if they don't have an answer.
And then they'll double down, right? There's
like people.
Exactly.
Just like people.
And it's part of this. It's kind of funny. Like it used to be, people would talk a lot about like, oh, you're anthropomorphizing the AI, man. Stop anthropomorphizing the AI, man. And like, and they might have been right, but part of this has been kind of a fascinating rediscovery of where a lot of human behavior comes from. It's like actually
survival.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
We're subject to the same pressures, right? Instrumental convergence. Like, why do people have a survival instinct? Why do people like chase after money? It's like this power thing. Most kinds of goals are you're more likely to achieve them if you're alive, if you have money, if you have power.
Boy,
evolution's a hell of a drug.
Well, that's the craziest part about all this, is that it's essentially going to be a new form of life.
Yeah.
Especially when it becomes autonomous.
Oh yeah, and you can tell a really interesting story, and I can't remember if this is like Yuval Noah Harari or whatever who started this, but if you zoom out and look at the history of the universe, really, you start off with like a bunch of particles and fields kind of whizzing around, bumping into each other, doing random shit, until at some point in some, I don't know if it's a deep sea vent or wherever on planet Earth, like the first kind of molecules happen to glue together in a way that make them good at replicating their own structure. So you have the first replicator. So now like better versions of that molecule that are better at replicating survive. So we start evolution and eventually get to the first cell or whatever order that actually happens in, and then multicellular life and so on. Then you get to sexual reproduction, where it's like, okay, it's no longer quite the same. Like now we're actively mixing two different organisms shit together, jiggling them about, making some changes, and then that essentially accelerates the rate at which we're going to evolve. And so you can see the kind of acceleration in the complexity of life from there. And then you see other inflection points, as for example, you have a larger and larger brains in mammals. Eventually, humans have the ability to have culture and kind of retain knowledge. And now what's happening is you can think of it as another step in that trajectory, where it's like we're offloading our cognition to machines. Like we think on computer clock time now. And for the moment, we're human AI hybrids. Like, we whip out our phone and do the thing. But increasingly, the number of tasks where human AI teaming is going to be more efficient than just AI alone is going to drop really quickly.
So there's a really like messed up example of this that's kind of like indicative, but someone did a study, and I think this is like a few months old even now, but so there's like doctors, right? How good are doctors at like diagnosing various things? And so they test like doctors on their own, doctors with AI help, and then AIs on their own. And like, who does the best? And it turns out it's the AI on its own. Because even a doctor that's supported by the AI, what they'll do is they just like, they won't listen to the AI when it's right because they're like, I know better.
Oh,
and they're already, yeah. And this is like, it's moving kind of insanely fast. You already talked about, you know, how the task horizon gets kind of longer and longer. You can do half-hour tasks, 1 hour tasks. And this gets us to what you were talking about with the autonomy. Like, autonomy is like, it's how far can you keep it together on a task before you kind of go off the rails? And it's like, well, you know, we have like, you could do it for a few seconds, and then you can keep it together for 5 minutes before you kind of go off the rails. And now we're at like, I forget, like an hour or something.
An hour and
like
a half,
that,
actually,
an hour and a
with
half.
3.
Yeah. There it is.
Chatbot for the company OpenAI scored an average of 90% when diagnosing a medical condition from a case report and explaining its reasoning. Doctors randomly assigned to use the chatbot got an average score of 76%. Those randomly assigned not to use it had an average score of 74%. So the doctors only got a 2% bump.
Yeah. The doctors got a 2% bump.
That's kind of crazy.
From the chatbot, and then the AI
That's
on
kind
its
of
own.
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The AI on its own did 15% better.
That's nuts.
There's an interesting reason too why that tends to happen, like why humans would rather die in a car crash where they're being driven by a human than an AI. So like AIs have this funny feature where the mistakes they make look really, really dumb to humans. Like when you look at a mistake that like a chatbot makes, you're like, dude, like you just made that shit up. Like, come on, don't fuck with me. Like you made that up. That's not a real thing. And they'll do these weird things where they defy logic, or they'll do basic logical errors sometimes. At least the older versions of these would, and that would cause people to look at them and be like, "Oh, what a cute little chatbot! Like, what a stupid little thing." And the problem is, like, humans are actually the same. So we have blind spots. We have literal blind spots, but a lot of the time, like humans just think stupid things, and like that's like we're used to that. We think of those errors, we think of those failures as just like, oh, but that's because that's a hard thing to master. Like I can't add 8-digit numbers in my head right now, right? Oh, how embarrassing. Like how retarded is Jeremy right now? He can't even add 8 digits in his head. I'm retarded for other reasons. But so the AI systems, they find other things easy and other things hard. So they look at us the same way and being like, oh, look at this stupid human, like whatever. And so we have this temptation to be like, okay, well, AI progress is a lot slower than it actually is because it's so easy for us to spot the mistakes.
Yeah.
And that causes us to lose confidence in these systems in cases where we should have confidence in them. And then the opposite is also true.
Well, it's also, you're seeing just with like AI image generators, like remember the Kate Middleton thing where people were seeing flaws in the images because supposedly she was very sick. And so they were trying to pretend that she wasn't, but people found all these like issues. That was really recently. Now they're perfect.
Yep. Yeah.
So this is like within, the news cycle time.
Yeah.
Like that Kate Middleton thing was, what was that, Jamie? 2 years ago, maybe? Ish? Where people are analyzing the images, like, why does she have 5 fingers and a thumb? Like, this is kind of weird.
Yeah.
What's that? A year ago. A year ago.
Yeah, happened so fast.
A year ago.
It's so fast.
Yeah.
I had conversations, like, so academics are actually kind of bad with this. Had conversations for whatever reason, like towards the end of last year, like last fall, with a bunch of academics about like how fast AI is progressing, and they were all like poo-pooing it and going like, oh no, they're running into a wall, like scaling the wall and all that stuff.
Oh my god, the walls. There's so many walls. Like so many of these like imaginary reasons that things are, and by the way, things could slow down. Like I don't want to be like absolutist about this. Things could absolutely slow down. There are a lot of interesting arguments going around every which way. But
how could things slow down if there's a giant Manhattan Project race between us and a competing superpower?
So one thing is
that has a technological advantage.
So there's this thing called like AI scaling laws, and these are kind of at the core of where we're at right now geostrategically around this stuff. So what AI scaling laws say roughly is that bigger is better when it comes to intelligence. So if you make a bigger sort of AI model, a bigger artificial brain, and you train it with more computing power or more computational resources, and with more data. The thing is going to get smarter and smarter and smarter as you scale those things together, right? Roughly speaking. Now, if you want to keep scaling, it's not like it keeps going up if you double the amount of computing power that the thing gets twice as smart. Instead, what happens is if you want, it goes in like orders of magnitude. So if you want to make it another kind of increment smarter, you've got to 10x. You got to increase by a factor of 10 the amount of compute, and then a factor of 10 again. So now you're a factor of 100, and then 10 again. So if you look at the amount of compute that's been used to train these systems over time, it's this like exponential, explosive exponential that just keeps going like higher and higher and higher, and steepens like 10x every, I think it's about every 2 years now. You 10x the amount of compute. Now, you can only do that so many times until your data center is like a 100 billion, $1 trillion, $10 trillion, like every year you're kind of doing that. So right now, if you look at the clusters, like the ones that Elon is building, the ones that Sam is building, Memphis and Texas, like these facilities are hitting the like $100 billion scale. Like we're kind of in that, or tens of billions of dollars right now. Yeah. Looking at 2027, you're kind of more in that space, right? So you can only do 10x so many more times until you run out of money, but more importantly, you run out of chips. Like literally, TSMC cannot pump out those chips fast enough to keep up with this insane growth. And one consequence of that is that you essentially have like this gridlock, like new supply chain choke points show up, and you're like, suddenly I don't have enough chips, or I run out of power. Yeah, that's the thing that's happening on the U.S. energy grid right now. We're literally like we're running out of 1-2 gigawatt like places where we can plant a data center. That's the thing people are fighting over. It's one of the reasons why energy deregulation is a really important pillar of like U.S. competitiveness.
So this is actually something we found when we were working on this investigation. One of the things that adversaries do is they actually will fund protest groups against energy infrastructure projects just to slow down, just to tie them up in litigation. Exactly. And like it was actually remarkable. We talked to some state cabinet officials, so in various U.S. states, and they're basically saying like, yep, we're actually tracking the fact that, as far as we can tell, every single environmental or whatever protest group against an energy project has funding that can be traced back to nation-state adversaries who they don't know. Right? They don't know about it, so they're not doing it intentionally. It's like they're not like, oh, we're trying to. No, you just imagine like, oh, we've got like there's a millionaire backer who cares about the environment. He's giving us a lot of money. Great, fantastic. But sitting behind that dude in the shadows is like the usual suspects.
And it's what you would do, right? I mean, if you're trying to tie up,
they're just trying to fuck with us. Yeah, like just go for it.
You were just advocating fucking with them, so of course they're gonna fuck with us.
That's right. Yep. That's it.
What a weird world we're living in.
Yeah, but you can also see how a lot of this is still us like getting in our own way, right? We could, if we had the will, we could go like, okay, so for certain types of energy projects, for data center projects and some carve out categories, we're actually going to put bounds around how much delay you can create by lawfare and by other stuff. And that allows things to move forward while still allowing the legitimate concerns of the population for projects like this in the backyard to have their say. But there's a national security element that needs to be injected into this somewhere, and it's all part of the rule set that we have and are like tying an arm behind our back, basically.
So what would deregulation look like? How would that be mapped out?
There's a lot of low-hanging fruit for that. So
what are the big ones?
Yeah, so right now, I mean, there are all kinds of things around. It gets into the weeds pretty quickly, but like, there are all kinds of things around. If you're going to, carbon emissions is a big thing, right? So, yes, data centers, no question, have massive carbon footprints. That's definitely a thing. The question is like, are you really going to bottleneck builds because of that? And like, are you gonna come out with exemptions for, like NEPA exemptions for all these kinds of things?
Do you think a lot of this green energy shit is being funded by other countries to try to slow down our energy?
Yeah, it's a dimension that was flagged actually in the context of what Ed was talking about. That's one of the arguments that's being made.
And to be clear though, like this is also how like adversaries operate is like not necessarily in like creating something out of nothing, because that's hard to do, and it's like fake, right? Instead, it's like there's a legitimate concern. So a lot of the stuff around the environment and around like totally legitimate concerns. Like, I don't want my backyard waters to be polluted. I don't want like my kids to get cancer from whatever. Like, totally legitimate concerns. So what they do, it's like we talked about, like you're like waving that rowboat back and forth. They identify the nascent concerns that are genuine and grassroots, and they just go like this, and this, amplify.
But that would make sense why they amplify carbon above all these other things. You think about the amount of particulates in the atmosphere, pollution, polluting the rivers, polluting the ocean. That doesn't seem to get a lot of traction. Carbon does.
Yeah.
And when you go carbon zero, you put a giant monkey wrench into the gears of society.
But one of the tells is also like, so, you know, nuclear would be kind of the ideal energy source, especially modern power plants like the Gen 3 or Gen 4 stuff, which have very low meltdown risk, safe by default, all that stuff. And yet these groups are like coming out against this. It's like perfect, clean, green power. What's going on, guys? And it's because not 100% of the time. You can't really say that because it's so fuzzy and around the edges.
A lot of it is idealistic people looking for a utopia, and they get co-opted by nation states.
And not even co-opted. They're
funded.
Fully sincere. Yeah, just
funded. Amplified in a preposterous way.
That's it.
And then Al Gore gets at the helm of it. And then that little girl, that how dare you girl.
How dare you take my childhood away from you?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to watch play out, because it just capitalizes on all these human vulnerabilities.
Yeah, and one of the big things that you can do too, is like a quick win, is just like impose limits on how much time these things can be allowed to be tied up in litigation. So impose time limits on that process, just to say like, look, I get it. Like we're going to have this conversation, but this conversation has a clock on it, because you know, we're talking to this one like data center company, and what they were saying, we were asking like, look, what are the timelines when you think about bringing new power, like new natural gas plants online? And they're like, well, those are like 5 to 7 years out. And then you go, okay, well, like how long? And that's, by the way, that's probably way too long to be relevant in the super intelligence context. And so you're like, okay, well, how long if all the regulations were waived? If this was like a national security imperative and whatever authorities, you know, Defense Production Act, whatever, like was in your favor. And they're like, oh, I mean, it's actually just like a 2-year build. Like that's what it is.
Yeah.
So you're tripling the build time.
We're getting in our own way, like every which way. And also, like, I mean, I also don't want to be too, we're getting in our own way, but like, we don't want to like frame it as like China is like, they fuck up a lot, like all the time. One actually kind of like funny one is around DeepSeek. So you know DeepSeek, right? They made this like open source model that like everyone like lost their minds about back in January.
R1,
R1, and they're legitimately a really, really good team. But it's fairly clear that even as of like end of last year, and certainly in the summer of last year, like they were not dialed in to the CCP mothership, and they were doing stuff that was like actually kind of hilariously messing up the propaganda efforts of the CCP without realizing it. So to give you like some context on this, one of the CCP's like large kind of propaganda goals in the last 4 years has been creating this narrative that like the export controls we have around AI and like all this gear and stuff that we were talking about, look, man, those don't even work. So you might as well just like give up.
Why don't you just give up on the export controls?
It's
man? Why
pointless.
don't you even
So just,
try?
like, give up. We don't even care. We don't care. So that trying to frame that narrative, and they went to like gigantic efforts to do this. So I don't know if it's like there's this like kind of crazy thing where the Secretary of Commerce under Biden, Gina Raimondo, visited China in I think August 2023, and the Chinese basically like timed the launch of the Huawei Mate 60 phone that had these chips that were supposed to be made by like export controlled shit for her visit. So it was basically just like a big like, fuck you, we don't even give a shit about your export controls, like basically trying a morale hit or whatever. And you think about that, right? That's an incredibly expensive set piece. That's like, you got to coordinate with Huawei. You got to like get the TikTok memes and shit like going in the right direction. all that stuff, and all the stuff they've been putting out is around this narrative. Now, fast forward to mid last year, the CEO of DeepSeek, the company, back then, it was totally obscure. Like, nobody was tracking who they were. They were working in total obscurity. He goes on this, does this random interview on Substack. And what he says is, he's like, yeah, so honestly, like, we're really excited and like, doing this AGI push or whatever. And like, honestly, like, money's not the problem for us. Talent's not the problem for us. But like, access to compute, like these export controls, man, do they ever work? That's a real problem for us. Oh boy. And like, nobody noticed at the time. But then the whole DeepSeek R1 thing blew up in December. And now you imagine, like, you're the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Like, you've been putting this narrative together for like 4 years, and this jackass that nobody heard about 5 minutes ago basically just like shits all over it.
And like, you're not hearing that line from them anymore.
No.
Right?
They've locked that shit down.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, the funniest part of this, right when R1 launched, there's a random DeepSeek employee. I think his name is like Diaguo or something like that. He tweets out, he's like, so this is like our most exciting launch of the year. Nothing can stop us on the path to AGI except access to compute. And then literally the dude in Washington, D.C. who works at a think tank on export controls against China reposts that on X and goes basically like,
cool, good
message received. And so like, hilarious for us, but also like, you know that on the backside, somebody got screamed at for that shit.
Somebody got magic bust.
Somebody got like taken away or whatever. Because like it just undermined their entire like 4-year like narrative around these export controls.
Wow.
But that shit ain't gonna happen again from DeepSeek. Better believe it.
That's part of the problem with like, so the Chinese face so many issues. One of them is, you know, to kind of another one is the idea of just waste and fraud, right? So we have a free market. Like what that means is you raise from private capital. People who are pretty damn good at assessing shit will like look at your setup and assess whether it's worth, you know, backing you for these massive multi-billion-dollar deals. In China, the state, like, I mean, the stories of waste are pretty insane. They'll like send $1 billion to like a bunch of yahoos who will pivot from whatever, like, I don't know, making these widgets to just like, oh, now we're like a chip foundry and they have no experience in it. But because of all these subsidies, because of all these opportunities, now we're going to say that we are. And then no surprise, 2 years later, they burn out and they've just like lit $1 billion on fire or whatever billion yen. And like the weird thing is this is actually working overall, but it does lead to insane and unsustainable levels of waste. Like the Chinese system right now is obviously like they've got their massive property bubble that's looking really bad. We've got a population crisis. The only way out for them is the AI stuff right now. Like they're really the only path for them is that, which is why they're working it so hard. But the stories of just like billions and tens of billions of dollars being lit on fire, specifically in the semiconductor industry, in the AI industry, like that's a drag force that they're dealing with constantly that we don't have here in the same way. So it's sort of like the different structural advantages and weaknesses of both systems. And when we think about what do we need to do to counter this, to be active in this space, to be a live player again, it means factoring in like how do you take advantage of some of those opportunities that their system presents that ours doesn't.
When you say be a live player again, like where do you position us?
I think it remains to be so. Right now, this administration is obviously taking bigger swings.
What are they doing differently?
Things like tariffs. I mean, they're not shy about trying new stuff, and tariffs are very complex in this space. Like the actual impact of the tariffs, and not universally good. But the onshoring effect is also something that you really want. So it's a very mixed bag. But it's certainly an administration that's like willing to do high stakes, big moves in a way that other administrations haven't. And a time when you're looking at a transformative technology that's going to like upend so much about the way the world works, you can't afford to have that mentality we were just talking about with like the nervous. I mean, you encountered it with the staffers on, when booking the podcast with the presidential cycle, right? Mm-hmm. Like the kind of like nervous, antsy staffer who
everything's got to be controlled and it's got to be like just so.
Yeah, it's like if you like wrestlers have that mentality of like just like aggression, like feed in, right? Feed forward. Don't just sit back and like wait to take the punch. It's not like one of the guys who helped us out on this has the saying. He's like, fuck you, I go first, and it's always my turn, right? That's what success looks like when you actually are managing these kinds of national security issues. The mentality we had adopted was this like sort of siege mentality where we're just letting stuff happen to us and we're not feeding in. That's something that I'm much more optimistic about in this context. It's tough too, because I understand people who hear that and go like, well, look, you're talking about like this is an escalatory agenda. Again, I actually think paradoxically it's not. It's about keeping adversaries in check and training them to respect American territorial integrity, American technological sovereignty. Like you don't get that for free. And if you just sit back, that is escalatory. It's just
and this is basically the sub-threshold version of like the World War II appeasement thing, where back Hitler was taking Austria, he was remilitarizing shit, he was doing this, he was doing that, and the British were like, okay, we're gonna let him just take one more thing, and then he will be satisfied. And that just
maybe I have a little bit of Poland, please.
A little bit of Poland.
Maybe the Czechoslovakia is looking awfully fine.
And so this is basically like they fell into that pit, like that tar pit back in the day, because they're
peace in our time,
peace in our time, right? And to some extent, like we've still kind of learned the lesson of not letting that happen with territorial boundaries, but that's big and it's visible and it happens on the map and you can't hide it. Whereas one of the risks, especially with the previous administration, was like there's these like sub-threshold things that don't show up in the news and that are calculated. Like they're basically our adversaries know, because they know history. They know not to give us a Pearl Harbor. They know not to give us a 9/11, because historically, countries that give America a Pearl Harbor end up having a pretty bad time about it. And so why would they give us a reason to come and bind together against an obvious external like threat or risk when they can just like keep chipping away at it? This is one of the things, like, we have to actually elevate that and realize this is what's happening. This is the strategy. We need to take that, like, let's not do appeasement mentality, and push it across in these other domains, because that's where the real competition is going on.
That's where it gets so fascinating in regards to social media, because it's imperative that you have an ability to express yourself. It's like, it's very valuable for everybody. The free exchange of information, finding out things that you're not going to get from mainstream media, and it's led to the rise of independent journalism. It's all great. But also, you're being manipulated left and right constantly. And most people don't have the time to filter through it and try to get some sort of objective sense of what's actually going on.
It's true. It's like our free speech. It's like, it's the layer where our society figures stuff out. And if adversaries get into that layer, they're like almost inside of our brain. And there's ways of addressing this. Like, one of the challenges obviously is like, so they try to push in extreme opinions in either direction, and it's that part is actually it's kind of difficult, because while the most extreme opinions are also the most likely generally to be wrong, they're also the most valuable when they're right, because they tell us a thing that we didn't expect by definition, that's true and that can really advance us forward. And so, I mean, there are actually solutions to this. I mean, this particular thing isn't an area we're like too immersed in, but one of the solutions that has been bandied about is like, you might know, like poly market, prediction markets and stuff like that, where at least, hypothetically, if you have a prediction market around, like, if we do this policy, this thing will or won't happen, that actually creates a challenge around trying to manipulate that view or that market. Because what ends up happening is, like, if you're an adversary and you want to not just like manipulate a conversation that's happening in social media, which is cheap, but manipulate a prediction, the price on a prediction market, you have to buy in, you have to spend real resources. And if you're, to the extent you're wrong and you're trying to create a wrong opinion, you're going to lose your resource. So you actually can't push too far, too many times, or you will just get your money taken away from you. So I think like that's one approach where just in terms of preserving discourse, some of the stuff that's happening in prediction markets is actually really interesting and really exciting, even in the context of bots and AIs and stuff like that.
This is the one way to find truth in the system is find out where people are making money.
Exactly. Put your money where your mouth is, right? Proof of work. Like this is
that is what just like the market is theoretically too, right? And it's got obviously big issues, but and can be manipulated in the short term, but in the long run, like this is one of the really interesting things about startups too. Like when you run into people in the early days, by definition, their startup looks like it's not going to succeed. Right? That is what it means to be a seed stage startup, right? If it was obvious you were going to succeed, you would, people would have
raised more money, all right.
Yeah. So what you end up having is like these highly contrarian people who, like, despite everybody telling them that they're going to fail, just believe in what they're doing and think they're going to succeed. And that's, I think that's part of what really like kind of shapes the startup founder's soul in a way that's really constructive. It's also something that, if you look at the Chinese system, is very different. You raise money in very different ways. You're coupled to the state apparatus. Like you're both dependent on it and you're supported by it. But there's just like a lot of different ways, and it makes it hard for Americans to relate to Chinese and vice versa and understand each other's systems. One of the biggest risks as you're like thinking through what is your posture going to be relative to these countries is you fall into thinking that their traditions, their way of thinking about the world is the same as your own. And that's something that's been an issue for us with China for a long time is, hey, they'll liberalize, right? Like bring them into the World Trade Organization. It's like, oh, well, actually they'll sign the document, but they won't actually like live up to any of the commitments. And it makes appeasement really tempting because you're thinking, oh, they're just like us, like they're
just around the corner. They're if we just like reach out the olive branch a little bit further, they're gonna come around.
Well, it's like a guy who's stuck in the friend zone with a girl. One day she's gonna come around and realize I'm a great catch.
You keep on trucking, buddy.
One day China's gonna be my bestie. We're gonna be besties. We just need an administration that reaches out to them and just lets them know, man. There's no reason why we should be adversaries. We're all just people on planet Earth together.
I mean, like, yeah, I honestly wish that was true.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Be so amazing.
Maybe that's what AI brings about. Maybe AI, maybe super intelligence realizes, hey, you fucking apes, you territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons. How about you shut the fuck up? You guys are doing the dumbest thing of all time, and you're being manipulated by a small group of people that are profiting in insane ways off of your misery. So let's just cut the shit and figure a way to actually equitably share resources, because that's the big thing. You're all stealing from the earth, but some people stole first, and those people are now controlling all the fucking money. How about we stop that?
Wow, we covered a lot of ground there.
Well, that's what I would do if I was super intelligent. So that stopped all that.
That actually is like. So this is not like relevant to the risk stuff or to the whatever at all, but it's just interesting. So there's actually theories, like in the same way that there's theories around power seeking and stuff around superintelligence. There's theories around like how superintelligences do deals with each other, right? And you actually you have this intuition which is exactly right, which is that, hey, two superintelligences, like actual legit superintelligences, should never actually like fight each other destructively in the real world, right? Like that seems weird. That shouldn't happen because they're so smart. And in fact, like there's theories around they can kind of do perfect deals with each other based on like if we're two superintelligences, I can kind of assess like how powerful you are. You can assess how powerful I am, and we can actually like we can actually decide like well, if we did fight a war against each other, like you would have this chance of winning, I would have that chance of winning, and so
it would assess instantaneously that there's no benefit in that.
Exactly.
And also it would know something that we all know, which is the rising tide lifts all boats. But the problem is the people that already have yachts, they don't give a fuck about your boat. Like, hey, that water's mine. In fact, you shouldn't even have water.
Well, hopefully it's so positive some, right, that even they enjoy the benefits. But I mean, you're right. Yes. And this is the issue right now. And one of the nice things too is as you build up your ratchet of AI capabilities, it does start to open some opportunities for actual like trust but verify, right? Which is something that we can't do right now. It's not like with nuclear stockpiles where we've had some success in some contexts with like enforcing treaties and stuff like that, sending inspectors in and all that. with AI right now, like how can you actually prove that like some international agreement on the use of AI is being observed? Even if we figure out how to control these systems, how can we make sure that China is baking in those control mechanisms into their training runs, and that we are, and how can we prove it to each other without having total access to the compute stack? We don't really have a solution for that. There are all kinds of programs like this, like FlexHeg thing, but anyway, those are not going to be online by like 2027. And so
but it's really good that people are working on them, because like
for sure
you want to be positioned for catastrophic success. Like, what if something great happens and or we have more time or whatever? You want to be working on this stuff that allows this kind of control or oversight that's kind of hands off, where in theory you can hand over GPUs to an adversary inside this box with these encryption things. The people we've spoken to in the spaces that actually try to break into boxes like this are like, well, that's probably not going to work, but who knows? It might.
Yeah. So the hope is that as you build up your AI capabilities, basically it starts to create solutions. So it starts to create ways for two countries to verifiably adhere to some kind of international agreement.
Yeah.
Or to find, like you said, paths for de-escalation. That's the sort of thing that we actually could get to. And that's one of the strong positives of where you could end up going.
That would be what's really fascinating.
Yeah.
Artificial general intelligence becomes super intelligence, and it immediately weeds out all the corruption. Because, hey, this is the problem.
Like a massive Doge in the sky.
Exactly. We figured it out. You guys are all criminals. And expose it to all the people. These people that are your leaders have been profiting, and they do it on purpose, and this is how they're doing it, and this is how they're manipulating you.
Yeah.
And these are all the lies that they've told.
I'm sure that list is pretty...
Whoa.
It'd almost be scary. If you could x-ray the world right now and see all the...
You'd want an MRI. You want to get down to the tissue.
Yeah, you're right. Probably
you want to get down to the cellular level.
But it
would be offshore accounts. Then you start finding all these shell companies.
There would be so much the stuff that comes out, from just randomly, right? Just random shit that comes out. I forget that Argentinian. I think what you were talking about, the Argentinian thing that came out a few years ago around all the oligarchs and their
the
offshore
Meryl Streep
accounts.
thing. Yeah.
Meryl Streep.
The laundromat there.
The laundromat movie. You ever seen that?
Panama Papers.
The Panama Papers.
I never saw that.
No?
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
You remember?
Is it called The Panama Papers? The movie?
It's called The Laundromat. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You remember the Panama Papers? Do you know?
Roughly.
Yeah. It's all the oligarchs stashing their cash.
Offshore
Panama.
tax haven stuff.
Yeah.
It's
and some lawyer someone basically blew it wide open, and so you got to see every oligarch and rich person's financial shit. Every once in a while, right, the world gets just a flash of oh, here's what's going on under the surface.
Yeah,
it's oh fuck, and then we all go back to sleep.
What's fascinating is the unhidables, right? The little things that can't help but give away what is happening. You think about this in AI quite a bit. Some things that are hard for companies to hide is they'll have a job posting. They've got to advertise to recruit. So you'll see oh, interesting. OpenAI is looking to hire some people from hedge funds.
Yeah.
I wonder what that means. I wonder what that implies. If you think about all of the leaders in kind of the AI space, think about the Medallion Fund, for example. Right, this is super successful hedge fund, very famous. The man who broke the
market.
The Man Who Broke the Market is the famous book about the founder of the Medallion Fund, and this is basically a fund that they make ridiculous $5 billion returns every year, kind of guaranteed. So much so they have to cap how much they invest in the market because they would otherwise move the market too much, affect it.
And the fucked up thing about the way they trade, and this is 20-year-old information, but it's still indicative because you can't get current information about their strategies. But one of the things that they were the first to kind of go for and figure out is they were they basically were the first to kind of build what was at the time, as much as possible, an AI that autonomously did trading at great speeds, and it had no human oversight and just worked on its own. And what they found was the strategies that were the most successful were the ones that humans understood the least, because if you have a strategy that a human can understand, some human's going to go and figure out that strategy and trade against you. Whereas if you have the kind of the balls to go like, oh, this thing is doing some weird shit that I cannot understand no matter how hard I try, let's just fucking YOLO and trust it and make it work. If you have all the stuff debugged and if the whole system is working right, that's where your biggest successes are.
So what kind of strategies are you talking about?
Oh, I mean, I don't know specific examples.
I can give you an analogy.
Yeah.
Maybe this will like. So how are AI systems trained today, right?
Oh, so just as a trading strategy. Sorry, I'll just basically like you buy like some as an example, like you buy this stock the Thursday after the full moon and then sell it like the Friday after the new moon or some like random shit like that. That's like, why does that even work? Like, why would that even work?
So to sort of explain why these strategies work better. If you think about how AI systems are trained today, you basically, very roughly, you start with this blob of numbers that's called a model, and you feed it input, you get an output. If the output you get is no good, if you don't like the output, you basically fuck around with all those numbers, change them a little bit, and then you try again. You're like, oh, okay, that's better. And you repeat that process over and over and over with different inputs and outputs. And eventually, those numbers, that mysterious ball of numbers, starts to behave well. It starts to make good predictions or generate good outputs. Now, you don't know why that is. You just know that it does a good job, at least where you've tested it. Now, if you slightly change what you tested on, suddenly you could discover, oh shit, it's catastrophically failing at that thing. These things are very brittle in that way. And that's part of the reason why ChatGPT will just like completely go on a psycho binge fest every once in a while if you give it a prompt that has like too many exclamation points and asterisks in it or something. Like these systems are weirdly brittle in that way. But applied to investment strategies, if all you're doing is saying like optimize for returns, give it inputs, give it
Make me more money by the end of the day. It's like an easy goal. Like it's a very like clear cut goal, right? You can give a machine.
So you end up with a machine that gives you these it is a very weird strategy. This ball of numbers isn't human understandable. It's just really fucking good at making money. And why is it really fucking good at making money? I don't know. I mean, it just kind of does the thing and in making money, I don't ask too many questions. That's kind of like so when you try to impose on that system human interpretability, you pay what in the AI world is known as the interpretability tax. Basically, you're adding another constraint, and the minute you start to do that, you're forcing it to optimize for something other than pure rewards.
Like doctors using AI to diagnose diseases are less effective than the chatbot on its own.
That's actually related, right?
That's related.
If you want that system to get good at diagnosis, that's one thing. Okay, just fucking make it good at diagnosis. If you want it to be good at diagnosis and to produce explanations that a good doctor will go like, okay, I'll use that. Well, great, but guess what? Now you're spending some of that precious compute on something other than just the thing you're trying to optimize for. And so now that's going to come at a cost of the actual performance of the system. And so if you are going to optimize like the fuck out of making money, you're going to necessarily de-optimize the fuck out of anything else, including being able to even understand what that system is doing. And that's kind of like at the heart of a lot of the kind of big picture AI strategy stuff is people are wondering like how much interpretability tax am I willing to pay here, and how much does it cost? And everyone's willing to go a little bit further and a little further. And so OpenAI actually had a paper where I guess a blog post where they talked about this, and they were like, look, right now we have this essentially this like thought stream that our model produces on the way to generating its final output. And that thought stream, like, we don't want to touch it to make it like interpretable, to make it make sense. Because if we do that, then essentially it'll be optimized to convince us of whatever the thing is that we want it to do, to behave well.
So it's like if you've used like an OpenAI model recently, right? Like O3 or whatever, it's doing its thinking before it starts like outputting the answer. And so that thinking is, we're supposed to like be able to read that and kind of get it, but also we don't want to make it too legible, because if we make it too legible, it's going to be optimized to be legible and to be convincing rather than
to fool us, basically. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But that's the investment.
You guys are making me less comfortable than I thought you would.
even
I
after
knew
the
Jamie and I were talking about it before. Like, how bad are they going to freak us out? You're freaking me out more.
Well, I mean, okay, so I do want to highlight. So the game plan right now on the positive end. Let's see how this works. Jesus,
Jamie, do you feel the same way?
Yeah. I mean, I have articles I didn't bring up that are supporting some of this stuff. Like today, China quietly made some chip that they shouldn't have been able to do because of the sanctions.
Pull that out.
And it's basically based off of their just sheer will.
Okay, so there's
SMIC.
There's good news on that one at least. This is a kind of a bullshit strategy that they're using. So so when you make these insane like 5 nanometer.
Let's read that for people just listening.
Yeah.
China quietly cracks a 5 nanometer.
Yeah,
that's it. Without EUV. What is EUV?
Extreme ultraviolet.
How SMIC defied the chip sanctions with sheer engineering.
Yeah, so this is like
and espionage.
There's, but actually though, so there's a good reason that a lot of these articles are making it seem like this is a huge breakthrough. It actually isn't as big as it seems. So okay, if you want to make really exquisite chips.
Look at this quote. Moore's law didn't die, Huo wrote. It moved to Shanghai. Instead of giving up, China's grinding its way forward layer by layer, pixel by pixel. The future of chips may no longer be written by who holds the best tools, but by who refuses to stop building. The rules are changing, and DUV just lit the fuse. Boy.
Yeah. So I mean,
who wrote that article?
You can
Gizmo China. There it is.
Yeah, you can view that as like Chinese propaganda in a way, actually. So what's actually going on here is, the Chinese only have these deep ultraviolet lithography machines. That's like a lot of syllables, but it's just a glorified shit. Like it's a giant laser that zaps your chips to like make the chips when you're fabbing them.
So we're talking about like you do these atomic layer patterns on the chips and shit, and like what this UV thing does is it like fires like a really high power laser beam. Yeah. They attach to the head of sharks that just shoot at the chips. Yeah. Sorry, that was like an Austin Powers. Anyway, they'll like shoot at the chips, and that causes, depending on how the thing is designed, they'll like have a liquid layer of the stuff that's going to go on the chip. The UV is really tight and causes it to harden, and then they wash off the liquid and they do it all over again.
Like basically, this is just imprinting a pattern on a chip. So
basically
whatever
the tiny printer.
Yeah. So that's it. And so the exquisite machines that we get to use, or that they get to use in Taiwan, are called extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. These are those crazy lasers. The ones that China can use, because we've prevented them from getting any of those extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, the ones China uses are previous generation machines called deep ultraviolet, and they can't actually make chips as high a resolution as ours. So what they do is, and what this article is about is, they basically take the same chip, they zap it once with DUV, and then they got to pass it through again, zap it again to get closer to the level of resolution we get in one pass with our exquisite machine. Now, the problem with that is you got to pass the same chip through multiple times, which slows down your whole process. It means your yields at the end of the day are lower.
It adds errors.
Yeah, which makes it more costly. We've known that this is a thing. It's called multi-patterning. It's been a thing for a long time. There's nothing new under the sun here. China has been doing this for a while. So it's not actually a huge shock that this is happening. The question is always, when you look at an announcement like this, yields. How, like, what percentage of the chips coming out are actually usable, and how fast are they coming out? That determines, like, is it actually competitive?
And that article too, like, this ties into the propaganda stuff we were talking about, right? If you read an article like that, you could be forgiven for going like, oh man, our export controls like just aren't working, so we might as well just give them up. When in reality, because like you look at the source, like and this is how you know that also this is one of their propaganda things, is like you look at Chinese news sources. What are they saying? What are the beats that are like common? And you know, just because of the way their media is set up, totally different from us, and we're not used to analyzing things this way. But when you read something in like the South China Morning Post or like the Global Times or Xinhua or in a few different places like this, and it's the same beats coming back, you know that someone was handed a brief, and it's like, you got to hit this point, and yep, they're going to find a way to work that into the news cycle over there.
Jeez.
And it's also like slightly true. Like, they did manage to make chips at like 5 nanometers. Cool.
It's not a lie. It's the same like propaganda technique, right? You're not most of the time you're not going to confabulate something out of nothing. Rather, like you start with the truth and then you push it just a little bit, and you keep pushing.
Wow. How much is this administration aware of all the things that you're talking about?
So they're actually they've got some right now. They're in the middle of like staffing up some of the key positions because it's a new administration still, and this is such a technical domain. They've got people there who are like at the kind of working level.
They have some people
really sharp.
They have some people now. In places like, especially in some of the export control offices now, who are some of the best in the business.
Yeah, and that's really important. Like it's a weird space because so when you want to actually recruit for government roles in the space, it's really fucking hard because you're competing against like an open AI like very like low range salaries like $500,000 a year. The government pay scale, needless to say, is like not. I mean, Elon worked for free; he can afford to, but still taking a lot of time out of his day. There's a lot of people like that who are like, they can't justify the cost.
Like they can't afford. They literally can't afford to work for the government.
Yeah.
Why would they?
Yeah. Exactly. So
whereas China's like, you don't have a choice, bitch.
Yeah, and that's what they say. That's the Chinese word for bitch is really biting. Like if you translated that, it would be a real saying.
I'm sure. It's kind of crazy because it seems almost impossible to compete with that. I mean, that's like the perfect setup. If you wanted to control everything and you wanted to optimize everything for the state, that's the way you would do it.
Yeah, but it's also easier to make errors and be wrong-footed in that way. And also, basically that system only works if the dictator at the top is just like very competent. Because the risk always with a dictatorship is like, oh, the dictator turns over and now it's like just a total dumbass. And now you're the whole thing.
And he surrounds himself. I mean, look, we just talked about like information echo chambers online and stuff. The ultimate information echo chamber is the one around Xi Jinping right now.
Because no one wants to give him bad news.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Like, I don't. Like, and so you have this, and this is what you keep seeing, right? Is like with these provincial level debt in China, right? Which is so awful. It's like people trying to hide money under imaginary money under imaginary mattresses, and then hiding those mattresses under bigger mattresses until eventually, like, no one knows where the liability is, and then you get a massive property bubble and any number of other bubbles that are due to pop anytime, right?
And the longer it goes on, like the more like stuff gets squirreled away. Like there's actually like a story from the Soviet Union that always like gets me, which is Stalin obviously like purged and killed like millions of people in the 1930s, right? So by the 1980s, the ruling Politburo of the Soviet Union, obviously, like things have been different, generations have turned over and all this stuff. But those people, the most powerful people in the USSR, could not figure out what had happened to their own families during the purges. Like the information was just nowhere to be found because the machine of the state was just like so aligned around like we just gotta kill as many fucking people as we can and like turn it over and then hide the evidence of it and then kill the people who killed the people and then kill those people who killed those people.
Like, it also wasn't just kill the people, right? It was like in a lot of like kind of Gulag Archipelago style. It's about labor, right? Because the fundamentals of the economy are so shit that you basically have to find a way to justify putting people in labor camps and like.
That's right. But it was very much like you grind mostly or largely you grind them to death and basically they've gone away and you burn the records of it happening. So
literally whole towns, right, that disappeared. Like people who are like, there's no record, or there's like, or usually the way you know about it is there's like one dude. And it's like this one dude has a very precarious escape story. And it's like if literally this dude didn't get away, you wouldn't know about the entire town that was like wiped out. Yeah, it's crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the stuff that like
apart from that though, communism works really
communism
well.
Great.
Yeah, it just hasn't been done right.
That's right.
I feel like we could do it right.
And we have a 10-page plan.
We came real close. So close.
Yeah,
and that's what the blue no matter who people don't really totally understand. Like we're not even talking about political parties. We're talking about power structures.
Yeah,
and we came close to a terrifying power structure. And it was willing to just do whatever it could to keep it rolling. And it was rolling for 4 years. It was rolling for 4 years without anyone at the helm.
show me the incentives, right? I mean, that's always the question. Like,
yeah,
one of the things is too, like, when you have such a big structure that's overseeing such complexity, right? Obviously, a lot of stuff can hide in that structure, and it's actually it's not unrelated to the whole AI picture. Like, there's only so much compute that you have at the top of that system that you can spend, right? As the president, as a cabinet member, like whatever. You can't look over everyone's shoulder and like do their homework. You can't do founder mode all the way down and all the branches and all the like action officers and all that shit. That's not going to happen, which means you're spending 5 seconds thinking about how to unfuck some part of the government, but then the corrupt people who run their own fiefdoms there spend every day trying to figure out how to survive,
to like justify themselves.
Yeah.
Well, that's the USA dilemma.
Yeah.
Is they're uncovering it's just insane amount of NGOs. Like, where's this going? We talked about this the other day, but India has an NGO for every 600 people.
Wait, what?
Yes.
We need more NGOs.
There's 3.3 million NGOs in India.
Do they like bucket, like what are the categories that they fall into? Like,
who fucking knows? That's part of the problem. That one of the things that Elon had found is that there's money that just goes out with no receipts, and it's billions of dollars.
We need to take that further. We need an NGO for every person in India.
We will get that eventually.
It's the exponential trend. We're gonna just like AI. The number of NGOs is like doubling every year.
We're making incredible progress in bullshit.
It's the NGO scaling law, the bullshit scaling law.
Well, it's just that unfortunately it's Republicans doing it, right? So it's unfortunately the Democrats are going to oppose it, even if it's showing that there's like insane waste of your tax dollars.
Like, I thought some of the Doge stuff was pretty bipartisan. There was congressional support at least on both sides. No.
Well, sort of. I think the real issue is in dismantling a lot of these programs that you can point to some good some of these programs do.
Yeah.
The problem is like some of them are so overwhelmed with fraud and waste that it's like to keep them active in the state they are. Like, what do? Do you rip the Band-Aid off and start from scratch? Like, what do you do with the Department of Education? You say, why are we number 39 when we were number 1? Like, what did you guys do with all that money?
Yeah.
So
did you create problems?
There's this idea in software engineering. Actually, I was talking to one of our employees about this, which is like refactoring, right? So when you're writing like a bunch of software, it gets really, really big and hairy and complicated, and there's all kinds of like dumbass shit, and there's all kinds of waste that happens in that code base. There's this thing that you do every like few months, is you do this thing called refactor, which is like you go like, okay, we have 10 different things that are trying to do the same thing. Let's get rid of 9 of those things and just like rewrite it as the one thing. So there's like a cleanup and refresh cycle that has to happen whenever you're developing a big complex thing that does a lot of stuff. The thing is, like, the US government at every level has basically never done a refactoring of itself. And so the way that problems get solved is you're like, well, we need to do this new thing. So we're just going to like stick on another appendage to the beast and get that appendage to do that new thing. And like, that's been going on for 250 years. So we end up with like this beast that has a lot of appendages, many of which do incredibly duplicative and wasteful stuff that if you were a software engineer, just like not politically, just objectively looking at that as a system, you'd go like, oh, this is a catastrophe. And like, we have processes that the industry, we understand what needs to be done to fix that. You have to refactor.
But they haven't done that, hence the $36 trillion of debt.
It's a problem too, though, in all, like, when you're a big enough organization, you run into this problem. Like Google has this problem famously. Facebook had it. Like we have friends like Jason. So Jason's the guy you spoke to about that. Like, so he's like a startup engineer. So he works in like relatively small code bases, and he like can hold the whole code base in his head at a time. But when you move over to Google, to Facebook, like, all of a sudden, this gargantuan code base starts to look more like the complexity of the U.S. government, just like very roughly in terms of scale, right? So now you're like, okay, well, we want to add functionality, so we want to incentivize our teams to build products that are going to be valuable. And the challenge is, the best way to incentivize that is to give people incentives to build new functionality. Not to refactor. There's no glory. If you work at Google, there's no glory in refactoring. If you work at Meta, there's no glory in refactoring. Like friends of ours,
there's no promotion, right? There's no
exactly. You have to be a product owner. So you have to like invent the next Gmail. You got to invent the next Google Calendar. You got to do the next Messenger app. That's how you get promoted. And so you've got like this attitude. You go in there and you're just like, let me crank this stuff out and like try to ignore all the shit in the code base. No glory in there. And what you're left with is this like this Frankenstein monster of a code base that you just keep stapling more shit onto. And then B, this massive graveyard of apps that never get used. This is like the thing Google is famous for. If you ever see like the Google graveyard of apps, it's like all these things that you're like, oh yeah, I guess I kind of remember Google Meet.
Somebody made their career off of launching that shit and then pieced out and it died. That's like the incentive structure at Google, unfortunately.
And it's also kind of the only way to do, I mean, or maybe it's probably not, but in the world where humans are doing the oversight, that's your limitation, right? You got some people at the top who have a limited bandwidth and compute that they can dedicate to like hunting down the problems. AI agents might actually solve that, right? You could like actually have the, a sort of autonomous AI agent that is the autonomous CEO or something, go into an organization and uproot all the things and do that refactor. You could get way more efficient organizations out of that. I mean, like thinking about like government corruption and waste and fraud, that's the kind of thing where those sorts of tools could be radically empowering, but you gotta get them to work right and for you.
You've given us a lot to think about. Is there anything more? Should we wrap this up?
If we've made you sufficiently uncomfortable,
I'm super uncomfortable.
Was the butt
very uneasy?
Was the butt tap too much at the beginning, or
no? It was fine.
No, that was fine.
All of it was weird. It's just I always try to look at some non-cynical way out of this.
Well, the thing is, like, there are paths out. We talked about this and the fact that a lot of these problems are just us tripping on our own feet. So if we can just like unfuck ourselves a little bit, we can unleash a lot of this stuff. And as long as we understand also the bar that security has to hit and how important that is, like, we actually can put all this stuff together. We have the capacity. It all exists. It just needs to actually get aligned and around an initiative, and we have to be able to reach out and touch.
On the control side, there's also a world where, and this is actually, like, if you talk to the labs, this is what they're actually planning to do, but it's a question of how methodically and carefully they can do this. The plan is to ratchet up capabilities and then scale, in other words. And then as you do that, you start to use your AI systems, your increasingly clever and powerful AI systems, to do research on technical control. So you basically build the next generation of systems. You try to get that generation of systems to help you just inch forward a little bit more on the capability side. It's a very precarious balance, but it's something that, like, at least isn't insane on the face of it. Mm-hmm. And fortunately, I mean, is the default path, like, or the labs are talking about that kind of control element as being a key pillar of their strategy.
These conversations are not happening in China. So what do you think they're doing to keep AI from uprooting their system?
So that's interesting. Because
I would imagine they don't want to lose control.
Right. There's a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty about what's going on in China. So there's been a lot of like track 1.5, track 2 diplomacy, basically where you have non-government guys from one side talk to government guys from the other side, or talk to non-government from the other side, and kind of start to align on like, okay, what do we think the issues are? The Chinese there are a lot of like freaked out Chinese researchers and have come out publicly and said, hey, like, we're really concerned about this whole loss of control thing. Their public statements and all that. You also have to be mindful that any statement the CCP puts out is a statement they want you to see.
Right.
So when they say like, oh yeah, we're really worried about this thing, it's genuinely hard to assess what that even means. But they're like, as you start to build these systems, we expect you're going to see some evidence of this shit before. And it's not like you're going to build the system necessarily and have it take over the world. Like, what we see with agents.
Yeah. So I was actually going to add to that. It's a really, really good point. And something where like open source AI is like, even, could potentially have an effect here. So a couple of the major labs, like OpenAI and Anthropic, I think, came out recently and said like, look, we're on the cusp, our systems are on the cusp of being able to help a total novice, like someone with no experience, develop and deploy and release a known biological threat. And that's something we're going to have to grapple with over the next few months. And eventually, like, capabilities like this, not necessarily just biological, but also cyber and other areas, are going to come out in open source. And when they come out in open source, it basically
for anybody to download.
For anybody to download and use, when they come out in open source, like you might actually start to see some things happen, like some incidents, like some major hacks that were just done by like a random motherfucker who just wants to see the world burn, but that wakes us up to like, oh shit, these things actually are powerful. I think one of the aspects also here is we're still in that post-Cold War honeymoon, many of us, right? In that mentality, like not everyone has like wrapped their heads around this stuff. And what needs to happen is something that makes us go like, oh damn, we weren't even really trying this entire time. Because this is the 9/11 effect, this is the Pearl Harbor effect. Once you have a thing that aligns everyone around like, oh shit, this is real, we actually need to do it, and we're freaked out, we're actually safer. We're safer when we're all like, okay, something important needs to happen. And
right. Instead of letting them just slowly chip away.
Exactly. And so we need to have some sort of shock, and we probably will get some kind of shock like over the next few months, the way things are trending. And when that happens, then, but I mean, like it's 4 years. If that makes you feel 4 years.
No, it doesn't make me feel better.
But because you have the potential for this open source, like it's probably going to be like a survivable shock, right? But still a shock. And so let us actually realign around like, okay, let's actually fucking solve some problems for real. And so putting together the groundwork, right, is what we're doing around like, let's pre-think a lot of this stuff so that like if and when the shock comes,
we have a break glass plan.
We have a plan.
And the loss of control stuff is similar. Like so one interesting thing that happens with AI agents today is they'll get any so an AI agent will take a complex task that you give it, like find me, I don't know, the like best sneakers for me online, some shit like that. And they'll break it down into a series of sub-steps. And then each of those steps it'll farm out to a version of itself, say, to execute autonomously. The more complex the task is, the more of those little sub-steps there are in it. And so you can have an AI agent that nails like 99% of those steps. But if it screws up just one, the whole thing is a flaw, right? And so if you think about like the sort of like loss of control scenarios that a lot of people look at are autonomous replication, like the model gets access to the internet, copies itself onto servers and all that stuff. Those are very complex movements. If it screws up at any point along the way, that's a tell, like, oh shit, something's happening there. And you can start to think about like, okay, well, what went wrong? We get another try, and we can kind of learn from our mistakes. So there is this sort of like this picture, one camp goes, oh, well, we're going to kind of make this super intelligence in a vat, and then it explodes out and we lose control over it. That doesn't necessarily seem like the default scenario right now. It seems like what we're doing is scaling these systems. We might unhobble them with big capability jumps, but it's also, there's a component of this that is a continuous process that lets us kind of get our arms around it in a more staged way. That's another thing that I think is in our favor that we didn't expect before, and as a field, basically. And I think that's a good thing. Like that helps you kind of detect these breakout attempts and do things about them.
All right, I'm going to bring this home. I'm freaked out, so thank you. Thanks for trying to make me feel better. I don't think you did, but I really appreciate you guys and appreciate your perspective because it's very important and it's very illuminating. It really gives you a sense of what's going on. And I think one of the things that you said that's really important is like it sucks that we need a 9/11 moment or a Pearl Harbor moment to realize what's happening, so we all come together. But hopefully, slowly but surely, through conversations like this, people realize what's actually happening.
You need one of those moments like every generation. Like that's how you get contact with the truth. And it's like, it's painful, but like the light's on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Bye, brother.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh man, very, very nice to meet you.
Incredible to meet you.
fucking gigantic fan.
Man, I appreciate that.
I just love what you've done because, like, anybody who could start their career off and make a movie for $7,000 is a hero. That's just an incredible accomplishment to make a movie that people still watch and talk about today for $7,000.
It was an experience for sure. I had a really good plan, and it backfired. So I tried to, right away when it worked in a different way, I wanted to share that experience. I wrote a book called Rebel Without a Crew that really inspired filmmakers. Because you remember
did the
that
audio
time
for it too.
Just recently, I couldn't believe I hadn't read it since I wrote it, and I had forgotten a lot of the details. And now I can see why it inspired so many people. Because it, when you're in your early 20s, 6 months feels like 6 years.
Right.
So when you read it now and go, oh my God, from inception to making it, penniless, by myself, to Toast of the Town, it's like that. It was unbelievable. I couldn't wait to shout from the rooftops to all the other filmmakers like me who thought they couldn't get in, how I did it exactly. I wrote a book about it. And I'd read it now and I go, oh my God, this is an impossible story. I keep laughing during the audiobook going, okay, what you're reading right now never happened before and never happened again. It was like lightning in a bottle. And you would see every time I thought something wasn't going my way and I was really bummed about it, within weeks, an upshot, beyond. And it really taught you that you just got to follow your instinct. If you have an idea, go. Even if no one else has ever done this before. And you'll end up someplace different. I'm not asking you about that because I know you end up doing the same thing a lot.
Yeah.
Where it's not manifesting so much in that way. You're just kind of following your nose. You're doing something that just, it sounds ridiculous. Even when I try to tell one of my teachers what I was going to go do that summer, I said, I'm going to go try and make a movie. He goes, oh yeah, who's going to be your director of photography? And I said, I didn't want to tell him I'm the whole crew. And I said, I'm the DP. Oh, the actors are going to hate you. You're going to be there setting up your lights all the time. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to tell him I'm the rest of the crew. It was just because I read this advice that meant to be good advice, but it sounded really depressing. It was someone had written, if you want to write screenplays, write 3 full screenplays, throw them away. Your 4th screenplay will be it. It's okay, I've written a screenplay. It's very hard to write a screenplay. It's hard to write. It's like 3 huge meals that you're just going to dump. Why not? Okay, write the script, throw it away, but while you're throwing it away, why not also shoot it and direct it, light it yourself, do the sound yourself, so that you're training yourself on each one. So I thought, where can I do this where I can get paid to do it? Like my own film school where I get paid to learn. So I discovered that there were these straight to Spanish movies that are action movies. You go to you've seen the HEBs around here. There used to be a video section to rent movies, and there was a Spanish section. The Spanish section had movies like, they were just action movies. They had a soap star. They were made for $30,000, $40,000. Shot on video, no action, but it had a title that looked kind of like a U.S. title, like Perros Rabiosos 2, like written like Lethal Weapon 2. And you would rent it, it'd be like just crap, people in an apartment talking. It wasn't. So I looked at the back of those and I thought, we can make a better one, probably for like $5,000, because I had made a short film called Bedhead by myself with a wind-up camera. It was 8 minutes and it cost $800. So I thought, multiply it times 10, I could do an 80-minute movie for $8,000, but with dialogue and everything, I bet I could get it for under 8, probably more like 5 or 6. Let's go shoot a movie, write it, shoot it. I'll be the whole crew. So I learn all the jobs, and then we'll sell it to the Spanish home video market. No one will know it's me because it's Robert Rodriguez, a bunch of Robert Rodriguez's. I'll make 3 of those because I was so young. I was winning a lot of film festivals with short films, but I thought, if someone sees one of my short films that's winning all these awards, they're not going to hire me to do a short film. They're going to hire me to do a feature, and I've never practiced that. So I need practice. So I'm going to practice 3 films, take the best scenes from them, have a demo reel. With the money I make from them, I don't know how much I can sell it for, so I got to make it really cheap. Let's just do the first one, then we'll know. Then I'll take that money and make my first American independent film, and that'll be more serious. Because I threw it away like that, I just thought, well, let me just make something fun. Action movie, I guess I could do action. I started as a cartoonist, so it was more comedic than anything else. So I said, well, an action movie, let's make it fun. Let's make it about a guy with a guitar case full of weapons, kind of like Road Warrior, who goes from town to town with a guitar case full of weapons. But I can't afford Road Warrior on the first one. So how about I just do a Genesis story? So I took out these cards and I go, okay, maybe he was a guitar player. In fact, that'll be a funny title because I have this comedic sense. I thought, I'm going to make a movie that's got so much action, and it's actually shot on film, but I'll call it basically The Guitar Player, which promises no action whatsoever. Put it on the shelf. And if someone happens to be so desperate to watch it, they'll be surprised. That was like my joke to myself, but I just want to practice. So I did this method where I just got the cards and I go, guy, because I'm used to making short films. Guy with a guitar case walks into a bar looking for work. They refuse, saying, we don't hire people. We use a synthesizer now. He leaves. A guy with a guitar case full of weapons walks in after, shoots the place up, says he's going after the guy who owns it because he did him wrong. So I put those 2 cards down and I went, okay, that's how a short film would start. But shit, this is a feature. So let me it's going to need like 3 scenes before. This is how fast you write.
Wow.
Script, I wrote that script because it was, again, I'm throwing it away. I'm just going to make something that I want to see because no one else is going to see it.
You're getting paid to practice.
If I can sell it, I'll be paid to practice. So I thought, okay, we got to figure out who this guy is. Okay, how about he's a drug player who's coming into town? But wait, who's the guy that shoots the place up? Let's start with him in jail. I read a story about a guy in Mexico who was running his drug business from his jail cell, and he used it as protection. He could walk out at any time. Someone puts a hit on him in jail. He shoots them up, tells the bad guy, I'm coming after you now. I'm coming to your town. I'm going to shoot up your town. He passes the mariachi on the road. The mariachi is a mariachi. The guy just wants to be a musician. We get to know who he is. And then he walks in the bar. And then the guy comes and shoots the place up. Well, now he's got to leave and go to another place. So now he's got to go meet the girl. Now this is bad. And because it's a movie about a guitar player, he's got to have some kind of tragic past because Road Warrior had a tragic past. Mad Max, he lost his wife and kid. Oh my gosh, she has to die because that's going to be, every movie is going to be like a sad song in a songbook. So it kind of just wrote that fast. I went and I shot it.
Did you do it like that with the index
cards? I do this for everything.
on a table?
I do this for everything.
For everything.
People, I do this talk where I by the end of the talk, I say, I keep these in my bag. It always makes me smile because I know I've made $1 million with this before.
And that's a tiny little.
This is a tiny one you carry anywhere. I gave this to my kids one Christmas.
For people that are just listening, it's closed together with rubber bands.
Rubber bands. I gave this in a cool little leather bag for my kids one Christmas. I thought they would say, what's this shit? They loved it. I said, you can change your life with this thing. Because a lot of times, you go to therapy, not for answers, you go for questions. We have the answers inside us. Usually we ask ourselves terrible questions. The therapist asks you questions like, why did that make you feel? Why did you do that? What's up? What's going on? If we do our own questions, like, what's next? What goes before this? Your mind comes up with the answer if you ask the right question. So I've used this for we usually ask unempowering questions. The words we use in ourselves are so important, but so are the questions. Like, why am I such a loser? Well, I can give you 10 answers right now. But if I change it to, what 3 things could I come up with to start this week that will not just change my life, but everyone around me? You don't come up with 3, you come up with 15. Just keep coming out. And as you look at them, you go, these kind of go together and are actionable. I can actually start this right now. I mean, you can literally change your life. Business ideas, movie ideas, stories, just with a deck of cards. By the time I build up and show all the examples of it, at the end of the talk, I hold up one of these with the rubber bands to the crowd. And I say, who wants to change your life? Everybody's hands go up. I toss one out. They catch it. In fact, I remember my nephew about 7 years ago caught one. And it's funny because he's on Broadway now. It's just lets you map out your life. Another friend of mine, DJ Catrone, he's an actor. He caught one. And he said, wow, that talk you gave was so empowering on how you wrote it. I went home and I picked up an old script that I hadn't picked up in a while. And I just cut off the phone for 3 days and I finished it. I said, you finished the script in 3 days? I like the feedback loop that happens when you inspire somebody. Well, I'm going to try that because I got a bunch of half-baked ideas that I've never gone and done that with. You did it in 3 days? Yeah, if you shut the phone off, you can do it in 3 days. And now he has that movie's out. It's coming out. It's called Fight or Flight with Josh Hartnett.
Wow.
Yeah. After hearing the talk, he went and picked up this old thing that he thought. And I get this a lot when I talk to people. It's really inspiring to them to hear other people. That's why I'll ask you questions about it too.
Where did you develop this approach? Is this something you completely invented yourself, just to map out life on index cards?
Writers will often put index cards up to just kind of block out a scene. It's a visual way to see your story. Like when you lay it out, you go, oh, this works. I'm missing a section here. But again, this is asking, what can I put there? You'll come up with a bunch of ideas, and it almost gives you an overview. But I started it when I was a cartoonist. I had a daily cartoon strip. So I would draw on different cards, different drawings, and every day I had to come up with a comedic idea and a drawing and a story. And it was tough. You'd have to draw it out. And you would sometimes make 2 drawings that you really liked and go, oh.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Yes. Good to see you.
You too.
We were just talking about boomers, about parents that they don't want to believe anything other than what they're getting from the news.
It's been a challenge. My dad is an absolute lost cause. My mom is now open to the conversation, and she'll send me a bunch of different articles, and then she'll allow me to disseminate from my perspective. But it's been a rough ride.
Yeah, I've got them on peptides now, which is nice.
Same.
And I've got my stepdad on testosterone replacement, which is nice, and he's seeing benefits of those things. So it's like they're slowly starting to incorporate some of these things, but their whole life they've been told that the doctor knows everything and that the news is always correct and anything contrary to the news is bullshit.
But arguably, when our parents were our age, it was reliable.
I don't think so.
No,
I think it's always been compromised. I just think there was no alternatives.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I think.